The son of Senju Hashirama is, unexpectedly, a time traveler, awakening would release, yet deeming the system useless. This maneuver is absolutely astounding. What is your ideal? Senju Hashirama inquired of his son. With black hair and clad in a black combat uniform, adorned with a crimson armor, on his wrists were iron guards, and a white silk band adorned his forehead, bearing the Senju emblem that I wish to eat, drink, play, and sleep every day. The boy chuckled, his name being Senju Fujima, draped in a white robe with a whirlpool mark on his back. Once a modern laborer who met an untimely demise while scrolling through a certain app, and now reborn as the newborn son of Senju Hashirama. You once said you wanted to become strong and help me realize my dreams. Hashirama pondered. Father, you are strong enough, there is no rival in the entire ninja world. Fujima tilted his head with a grin. I abhor war, you will soon bring it to an end. Let the world enjoy peace, where everyone can live and work in harmony. You are 10 years old now, I cannot protect you forever. Hashirama patted his head. Ordinary jonin are no match for me. Fujima chuckled. Then I shall test your strength. Hashirama smirked. Perhaps not, your strikes lack finesse. Fujima took off running. 3 years prior, the 7-year-old Fujima sought to boast that I want to duel you. He provoked Hashirama, who vanished from sight. Where did he go? Fujima looked around. Bang! A colossal wooden fist descended, smashing him into the earth, leaving only half of his head exposed. A lump the size of a duck egg swelling atop his head. And from that day forth, he never challenged again. This child. Hashirama shook his head, chuckling bitterly, contemplating the scenery alone. Fujima returned to his room. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have faced another beating. In these 10 years, Konoha will soon be established. In the original story, Hashirama's son never appeared. Tsunade seemed to spring forth from the cracks of stone. Who could have killed him? Or is there a hidden enemy? Ding! The divine selection system has been activated. Would you like to bind it? A mechanical voice resonated. A system? The golden finger has arrived? Fujima was bewildered. I have already awakened, would release, I must be invincible in life. When the protagonist appears, I will have already passed away. What use is the system? Transforming into Hashirama's son and still considering the system superfluous. This line of thought is truly peculiar. Why on earth did he not appear in the original narrative? This plot is even more gripping than watching Madara and Hashirama clash. The system forcibly binds and threatens to lock his height. Senju Fujima challenges his father, only to be suspended by his mother with iron chains for a beating. 10-9-8. Binding successful. The system forcibly binds, leaving Senju Fujima in a daze. 3 options appearing before him. Choose to sleep and be kissed by a chubby girl. Choose to sleep with his mother and be beaten by Hashirama. Choosing the challenge of Hashirama, one acquires the Wet Bone Forest contract. If you do not choose, you shall be locked at your current height. The system issued a stern warning. Tobarama stood at a mere 5 feet 8 inches. Lock me? Nonsense. In pursuit of height and romance, he rushed back to Hashirama. Hashirama, and going to sleep now, a red-haired woman approached. Dressed in a white chipao with dual buns and a golden crown, she was Uzumaki Mito, Tobarama's mother. Dad, we shall duel. Tobarama shouted. Mito's gaze turned icy. What did you say, mother? I was wrong. Tobarama attempted to flee. Secret technique. 4 symbols sealing. With a clap of her hands, an invisible barrier manifested within several meters. 3 iron chains ensnared Tobarama, lifting him into the air. Let me go. He struggled. This seal was impenetrable even to Hashirama, who had yet to master sage techniques. All right, Mito, let him down, Hashirama advised. I wish to witness his growth. Mito insisted, not loosening her grip. This boy dared to call me old. Thus he must be taught a lesson. She tightened the chains, causing Tobarama to wince in pain. This system designed to ensnare him? No matter what he chose, he faced punishment, coupled with threats. Mito's sealing technique was exceedingly formidable. Could Hashirama truly protect his son? This narrative was more thrilling than witnessing Madara's assault on Konoha, a 10-year-old child summoning the Wooden Man technique. Senju Tobarama unleashed the birth of the trees, only to have control snatched away by his father. You can defeat my shadow clone, and that would denote elite Junin strength. Hashirama produced a wooden clone. Tobarama retreated. Would release. Birth of the trees. He clasped his hands together. A vast surge of chakra erupted. Trees erupted from the earth. What? Would release? Hashirama was taken aback. Only he among the Senju clan possessed the wood release ability. Had his son awakened it too? Wood release is not utilized in this manner. Hashirama's clone chuckled. With a clap, he forcibly seized control of the birth of the trees. The trees abruptly turned to assault Tobarama. Father, you are robbing me. Tobarama dodged through the forest. Wood release. Wooden man technique. He bellowed, summoning a towering wooden giant. The commotion was immense. Senju Tobarama instantly appeared at the clan's entrance. Who is employing the wooden man technique? The clan members were roused from sleep. It's the young clan leader, Lord Tobarama. What is occurring? From a branch above, Hashirama observed below, a smile growing on his lips as Tobarama's wooden giant swung a fist at the clone. The clone deftly evaded, manipulating the trees to entangle the giant's legs. There's too much chakra, it could last until dawn. Tobarama panicked. In desperation, he commanded the wooden giant to self-destruct, chakra surging uncontrollably. Tobarama frowned from a distance. The elder, teaching his nephew the art of combat. The clansmen murmured amongst themselves. The young clan leader can actually wield wood release. Will he surpass the clan leader in the future? Such a display was truly astonishing, a 10-year-old mastering the wood clone technique as if it were child's play. Hashirama has seized control of his son's ninjutsu. What a cunning father. Tobarama, observing the scene, must be contemplating improvements to the flying thunder god technique. Perhaps Senju Tobarama employing Hashirama's ultimate technique? The clash of wood and water dragons created a spectacle even more explosive than the battle between Madara and Hashirama. Does Tobarama also possess wood release? Tobarama appeared beside Hashirama. I feel even more confident in stabilizing the chaotic world. Hashirama beamed with pride. Below, Tobarama's wooden figure was ensnared by wooden hands. He evaded using the body replacement technique. Water release. Water surge wave. A torrent of water spiraled forth, shattering the wooden grasp, transforming the surrounding area into a vast ocean. This boy has truly grasped the essence of Tobarama's techniques. Tobarama chuckled. Hashirama's clone leaped to the treetops. Tobarama stood upon the water's surface. Water release. Heavenly cry. Countless water needles shot towards the clone. Wood release. Wooden barrier. The clone defended against the assault. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. He soared atop the wood dragon, roaring as he charged towards Tobarama. Water release. Water dragon bite. Tobarama joined his hands together. The river beneath him swirled into a colossal vortex, transforming into a water dragon that dove downwards. The two titanic dragons collided with a thunderous crash, spraying water and wood debris in all directions. Hashirama's clone encased himself within the tree world barrier, breaking free from the range of attack. Water clone technique. Tobarama created multiple clones. Sealing technique. Diamond lock. Chains shot forth from the clone's hands, wrapping around the wood dragon. Taking advantage of the distraction, his main body maneuvered behind. Lightning release. False darkness. He unleashed a stream of lightning serpents aimed at Hashirama's clone. Impressive. The clone maneuvered the wood dragon to turn, using its body to shield against the lightning. The dragon's scales char black. My chakra is rapidly depleting. Tobarama gasped. The system task required him to exhaust his chakra. He detonated all his clones in a spectacular burst, depleting his chakra completely. Hashirama watched as his son lay sprawled upon the water's surface. Turning to Tobarama, he remarked, "This boy is fiercer than I was at his age." Tobarama nodded. Indeed, he is a bit too impulsive, yet his potential is boundless. The clansmen below cheered. The young clan leader is truly remarkable. What was this if not a divine clash? At 10 years old, wielding lightning release and water release with such ease, not to mention sealing techniques, the encounter between the wood dragon and the water dragon showcased a spectacle as if special effects were ablaze. Tobarama must be pondering how to tailor ninjutsu, specifically for his nephew, that a 10-year-old child unleashing a wind release spiral shuriken. The triple Arshaman was effortlessly shattered, prompting Hashirama to classify it as a forbidden technique. Genjutsu, dark pursuit technique. Hashirama's clone made its move, and Ta's vision vanished into darkness. Water release. Water bullets barrage. He spun, launching a torrent of water projectiles in a 360-degree indiscriminate assault. Wood release. Wood prison technique. Trees sprouted from beneath him, ensnaring him in an instant. Water release. Water prison technique. Ta's water clone emerged from beneath Hashirama's feet, only to be cleaved apart by a swift strike. Rasengan, with a furious roar, he shattered the wooden prison, the azure chakra sphere in his hand expanding. Water body technique. Utilizing the lake he had created, he instantly appeared behind his clone, the Rasengan bearing down upon it. Clang, the clone's katana shattered upon impact, allowing it to leap back. Wood release clone. Ta created a wooden clone, then unleashed a wind release, spiral shuriken. The clone hurled the shuriken, imbued with a rapidly spinning cyclone. Summoning technique. triple Arshaman. Hashirama's clone summoned 3 colossal gates, standing atop the final gate. Boom! The first gate was shredded by the cyclone. The second faltered under the pressure. Has chakra property alteration been applied? Hashirama squinted, realizing the devastating penetration power that could inflict immense harm to the user. Classified as a forbidden technique, no clan member may practice it. The spiral shuriken collided with the third gate, splintering wood in every direction, cracks forming on the surface. Ka's true self surged forward, invoking lightning release. Chidori. Lightning serpents coiled around his hand as he struck toward the clone, which formed hand seals. Wood release. Great shield technique. A massive shield materialized to intercept the blow. My chakra is nearly depleted, Ka gasped. Just as the wooden clone detonated, its chakra completely exhausted. His vision darkened, and he fell directly toward the water's surface. In an instant, Hashirama dashed forward to catch him, turning to Tobarama with urgency. This technique is far too dangerous. It must be prohibited. Tobarama nodded in agreement, yet its potential is extraordinary with slight modifications. A gleam of inspiration flickered in his eyes, evidently already contemplating ways to enhance it. The clan members below were left in awe. What technique is the young clan leader using? It's incredible. Even the Arshaman cannot withstand it. This was no mere child. He was a prodigy, a 10-year-old conjuring a spiral shuriken with wind properties. Hashirama's swift action to classify the technique as forbidden was likely a precaution against his son's overwhelming prowess turning the ninja world upside down. Tobarama, observing the technique, was probably already devising a way to integrate it with the flying thunder god technique. A 10-year-old child summons 2 wooden warriors to engage in combat. As Senju Tobarama exhausts his chakra, he tumbles down from the tree. The Rasengan, wielded as a shuriken, shatters the 3rd layer of their shimen, unleashing a tempest of water and wind that spans dozens of meters. The clan members are in an uproar. The young clan leader is astonishing. He surpasses even Lord Tobarama. With both the clan leader and the young clan leader, we shall surely vanquish the Uchiha. Their eyes gleam as they gaze upon the 2 wooden warriors. Wood release. Woodman technique. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Hashirama's clone conjures a towering wooden man, entwined with a wood dragon. Who cannot do this? Tobarama also summons a wooden man and a wood dragon, albeit slightly smaller than his father's. Father, you are cheating. Why is your wooden man larger than mine? He nearly spews blood in frustration. The 2 wooden warriors engage in fierce combat, while the wood dragons gnash at one another, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Bang! Tobarama's wooden warrior is felled by a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch! He exclaims, gritting his teeth in pain. Wood release. Flowering tree realm. He unleashes chakra with fervor, causing the ground to erupt into a vast forest adorned with vibrant red flowers that emit toxic pollen. Wood release is ineffective against me, declares Hashirama's clone, standing amidst the pollen, untouched. The sage body renders him immune to all forms of wood release. I merely wish to deplete my chakra. Tobarama channels the last vestiges of his chakra into the trees, which grow wildly, as if imbued with life, lunging towards Hashirama. The wooden warrior of Hashirama charges forth, obliterating the trees in its path. Pant, pant. My chakra is depleted. Tobarama gasps, perched upon a tree branch. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Wet bone forest contract. Chimes the system notification. He feels his body weaken and plummets from the tree. Tobarama. Hashirama's true form flashes into action, catching a midfall. Tobarama has already succumbed to slumber, his cheeks flushed. Hashirama gazes at his son in his arms, then surveys the ravaged battleground, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Tobarama approaches, remarking, "This kid's chakra is almost on par with the tailed beast. With a few more years of training, you may find yourself relinquishing your title as the god of shinobi." Hashirama remains silent, cradling Tobarama as they make their way back to the clan, with the clan members following, cheering, "Long live the young clan leader." Is this truly combat? It is evidently a display of skill. A 10-year-old manipulating the flowering tree realm as if it were child's play, with chakra exceeding even that of the one-tail. Hashirama's speed in catching his son was swifter than the flying thunder god technique. With the wet bone forest contract secured, is Tobarama on the path to mastering sage arts? The system forces a 10-year-old child to marry a wife. Choosing an Uchiha girl grants the Indra bloodline, while opting for a Hyuga only offers a mere 1 million Ryo. Hashirama catches the falling Tobarama with a wooden clone. Chakra is depleted, he says, cradling the unconscious Tobarama. Except for Madara, no one can kill him, he adds, as the clan grounds erupt in excitement. The young clan leader is even stronger than a half-shadow. With 2 god-level powerhouses in the future, the Uchiha will surely be obliterated. Hashirama carries Tobirama back to their room. Mito, feeling tender, reproaches him. Depleting chakra is beneficial for him. His overall recovery will double. Hashirama smiles, while Mito sits by the bed, gently caressing Tobirama's face, her eyes filled with affection. The next day, Tobirama awakens, brimming with energy. The chakra recovery rate is astonishing. He ponders, who is Tsunade's mother? Where is my future wife? Distant relative of the Senju? An Uchiha girl? A Uzumaki from the Hyuga clan? Ding. God selection system activated. Options appear before him. Marry an Uchiha woman to obtain the Indra bloodline. Marry a Hyuga woman for 1 million Ryo. Marry an Uzumaki woman to gain the Uzumaki sealing technique. Fail to choose within 3 years, and your face will be covered in acne. The system threatens. 1 million Ryo. Do I lack such money? Tobirama rolls his eyes. I already know the Uzumaki sealing technique. He fixates on the first option. Indra bloodline, combined with the Ashura bloodline. What a profitable venture this is. Uchiha girl, here I come. The Senju and Uchiha clans are akin to fire and water. Marrying an enemy clan's woman? The difficulty is off the charts. The system is compelling him toward an interclan romance. Tobirama touches his face. Acne cannot be allowed to appear, his gaze resolute. Hashirama stands outside, overhearing his son mumbling, shaking his head in exasperation. This boy only thinks of the most bizarre things. Tobirama walks by, saying, let him stir things up, perhaps a surprise awaits. This plot is becoming increasingly absurd. A 10-year-old fixated on enemy clan girls, burdened with a system task, combining the Indra and Ashura bloodlines. Is he aiming to become the sage of 6 paths? If the Uchiha were to find out, it would surely cause an uproar. A 10-year-old child confronting elders at the Senju meeting, urging Hashirama to ally with the Uchiha and still aspire to build Konoha. The system is deliberately setting me up. Only by marrying an Uchiha woman can I obtain the Indra bloodline. Tobirama contemplates. Clan leader calls for you. The war is about to commence. A messenger shouts from outside. He strides towards the conference hall, where the clan members bow respectfully upon his arrival. Inside the meeting room, Hashirama occupies the high seat, flanked by 8 elder-level figures and Tobirama. Go all out, eliminate Uchiha Madara, the elder declares. Indeed, if we eliminate him, the Uchiha will be finished. The second elder concurred, and the elders unanimously agreed. Hashirama hesitated, glancing at Tobirama. Brother, Fujin can assist you in dealing with Madara. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I have something to say. Fujin suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of all present that we have been at odds with the Uchiha for far too long. He declared passionately, warfare only serves to deepen our animosity. By uniting with them, we could govern the shinobi world and attain peace. That I aspire to create a world devoid of conflict. The eldest son of the Grand Elder, Tianshun, Wangshun, and Liangshun all perished due to war. Without war, will we lose our loved ones? The elders were taken aback, and a glimmer of hope shone in Hashirama's eyes. This young man shares my vision, he thought, filled with excitement. While Tobirama furrowed his brow, unite with the Uchiha? How could they ever consent? Trying is certainly preferable to perpetual warfare. Fujin insisted. Beep, detecting the host's desire for peace, system activation initiated. The notification chimed. Fujin felt a surge of joy. This speech for peace had not been in vain. Uniting with the Uchiha would not only avert conflict, but also afford him the opportunity to pursue Uchiha women. A perfect scenario indeed. Hashirama decisively declared. Let us heed Fujin's suggestion and explore the possibility of unification. The elders wished to object, but upon witnessing the determined gazes of Hashirama and Fujin, they swallowed their words. The Senju seeking to ally with the Uchiha? This unexpected twist was overwhelming. A mere 10-year-old altering the course of war possessed a boldness surpassing even Hashirama. Would Madara consent if the Uchiha were to learn of this? Was Fujin advocating for peace, or merely seeking to wed a member of the enemy clan? The options provided by the system were utterly absurd. Eliminate Madara to have his chakra, face retribution for slaying Izuna, or establish Konoha to attract beautiful women with the aura of a turtle. Fujin gazed at the options in bewilderment. Surely the system has lost its mind. He decisively selected the third option. Though the turtle aura may be ridiculous, it undeniably draws beautiful women. In the conference room, the elders erupted in outrage. The Uchiha have taken countless lives. How could we let them go? The young clan leader is too inexperienced to grasp the harsh realities of war. Tobirama frowned. remembering how the Uchiha had stolen his fiancée 7 years prior. His hatred for them was profound, but we have also claimed the lives of numerous Uchiha. Fujin stood his ground. When will the cycle of vengeance end? If the clan refuses, let them fight among themselves. If the Uchiha disagree, we shall battle until they relent. I no longer wish to witness the sacrifice of brothers and sisters. Please grant me the opportunity to persuade them to co-found a village. Hashirama applauded. This is my son. The elders exchanged glances, perplexed. Establishing a village? With the Uchiha? This fellow must be jesting. Tobirama scoffed. Do you truly believe the Uchiha would heed your words? Only by attempting shall we ascertain. Fujin's gaze was resolute, calculating in his mind. If a village were established, wouldn't that afford him more opportunities to interact with the Uchiha maidens? With a display of audacity. What was there to fear in achieving his goals? At that moment, the system chimed in. Completing the task will unlock the audacity ahead of schedule. Fujin's excitement surged. For the sake of beauty. Oh no. For the sake of peace, I shall strive. The little scion of the Senju clan was poised to undertake monumental endeavors, uniting with his sworn adversary to establish a village. This narrative was more exhilarating than the clashes between Madara and Hashirama. Should the Uchiha become aware, they would likely arrive at the Senju territory, blades in hand, to seek clarification. Hashirama observed his son's retreating figure, nodding silently. This lad possesses more courage than I did in my youth. To slay dissenters and expel them from the clan? Senju Fujin would allow his kin to choose between war or peace, with the system rewarding Uchiha favor. To ensure the children live in comfort and prosperity, please grant me this opportunity. Fujin bowed before the elders. Hashirama stepped forward in support. In this era of peace, the Senju can flourish to tens of thousands. At last, the elders relented. Tobirama huffed, tacitly acquiescing. Fujin gathered all clan members. Abandon the conflict with the Uchiha. Seek a life of peace. Those in agreement, stand to the left. The crowd erupted in chaos. The Uchiha murdered my brother. I seek vengeance. I have fought enough. I yearn for a tranquil existence. Voices clashed in a cacophony. Beep, system task. Options appeared. Eliminate dissenters. Expel them from the clan. The minority yields to the majority. A feud until death. Skillfully resolve the conflict. Gain 10 Uchiha favor. I choose option 3. Fujin declared without hesitation. Silence. We shall commence the selection now. He exuded an aura of authority. The clan members gradually divided into 2 factions. The left side, desiring peace, was noticeably smaller. The right side, clamoring for vengeance, was far more numerous. For those wishing for revenge, I shall accompany you in battle. Fujin interjected suddenly. But after the battle, you must comply with my plan to establish the village. Those desiring peace, assist me in persuading your peers. I will negotiate with the Uchiha. The dissenters were momentarily taken aback. Is the young clan leader truly joining us in battle? His strength is formidable with him. Victory is assured. Doubt began to creep in among some. Fujin inwardly reveled. This tactic was known as fighting to cease fighting. It both appeased those yearning for revenge and advanced the cause of peace, while also enhancing Uchiha favor. Truly a trifecta of success. The system prompted once more. The host strategy is effective, increasing the Uchiha's favor by 5. Fujin's eyes brightened. This move is solid. Once he resolves matters with his clan, he will seek out the Uchiha maiden for negotiations. The mere thought excites him. Hashirama observed from a distance. Turning to Tobirama, he remarked, "This lad has a better grasp of human emotions than I do." Tobirama scoffed. "Let's hope he doesn't mess it up. Is peace truly sought after a skirmish? This maneuver is quite remarkable. With the Uchiha's favor now elevated, surely someone is covertly monitoring the Senju side. Is Fujin's intention genuinely for peace, or merely a means to pursue the Uchiha maiden? This exemplifies the formidable influence of bloodlines. The strength of one's lineage can easily suppress those of lesser blood, though such dynamics only manifest among kin. Upon hearing Senju Fujin's words, all fell silent, contemplating their choices. The Senju clan, comprising merely 3,800 souls, arranged themselves in lines. Those who agreed were predominantly families with numerous children, while the dissenters were largely those who had lost most of their kin, harboring nothing but hatred towards the Uchiha clan. In the end, the tally revealed that the majority favored the ceasefire agreement, as the families with children numbered over 2,500. Conqueror's Haki can also be selectively deployed. Yuru watched in amazement from the side. Yuru was already a member of the Rocks Pirates, so there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. It was better to know when to stop. Finally, Rock spoke up and then retracted his haki. Wang Ji coldly snorted and stood up, his gaze towards Yuro filled with murderous intent, yet he felt helpless. There was nothing he could do. Even Whitebeard and Golden Lion had to give Rocks this face. Right now, he had neither the courage nor the strength. That bastard. He looked at the cracks in his armor, feeling quite pained in his heart. This was armor he had crafted at great expense, and it was the only set he had. After countless battles, it only had superficial marks, and Yuro was the first to directly split it open. Rocks noticed that his single statement made Wang Ji back off, and a barely noticeable smile crept onto his lips. No matter how unconvinced he felt inside, he still had a safe face. There was nothing he could do. He was simply that powerful. Yuro, you are indeed strong, but don't get too proud. I haven't even used my full strength. Wang Ji explained with a gloomy expression as he felt the gazes around him. His embarrassing defeat was because he still held back his strength. While he was shocked by Yuro's power, he still believed that he could defeat Yuro if he went all out. Yuro looked at Wang Ji as if he were a fool. He simply couldn't understand why. Even though Wang Ji was weak in strength, his brain wasn't functioning well either. Just because you have a trump card, does that mean I don't have one? I am relaxed and at ease while you are in a sorry state. Who really is the stronger one? Yuro couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention and quickly withdrew his gaze. You. Wang Ji was so angry that he could hardly speak. How dare Yuro ignore him? It was the first time he felt this kind of frustration, and impulsively, he wanted to fight again. Suddenly, Rocks glanced at him, almost as if by accident. The momentum around Wang Ji instantly deflated. Forget it, better to give Rocks some face. Ha, truly worthy of Captain Rocks. The Golden Lion Shiki was just a complete fool. All the officers and pirates merely laughed and said nothing. And he was the only one who could blurt things out without thinking. Shiki, you just spat on my face. Whitebeard Newgate yelled while wiping the spit off his face. Rocks looked at Yuro calmly and said, You indeed possess the strength of an officer. As long as your contributions to the pirate crew are sufficient, you can become an officer directly. Now I allow you to recruit crew members ahead of time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked and astonished. They initially thought Captain Rocks was just joking, but he actually designated Yuro as an officer. In the Rocks Pirates, only Rocks and the officers could recruit crew members. In other words, it was an exclusive right of the officers. Captain Rocks, isn't it a bit too early to let him recruit crew members? John, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke, somewhat shocked by Rock's decision. Wang Ji didn't dare to say much, but John did. He just joined us and hasn't made any contributions yet. Isn't it a bit hasty? Even the Silver Axe chimed in, except for Edward Newgate and the Golden Lion Shiki, who both seemed indifferent. Some older crew members, who were just below the officers, found it hard to accept. None of them were not eyeing the officer positions. It had to be acknowledged that although Yuro was young, his strength was indeed impressive. However, since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, no one had ever become an officer immediately after joining. Even if it was just a designated position and not an official one, it was still hard for them to accept. Moreover, all the officers, including Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Silver Axe, and John, had earned their positions through countless battles. After surveying everyone, Rocks calmly said, You all have seen Yuro's talent and strength. The contributions required to become an officer are trivial for him. Yuro curled his lips, thinking it's just some treasures, easily obtainable. Besides, he wouldn't join any fleet, so he would just have to form his own under my command. If any of you are dissatisfied, you can come find me. If you're scared, go find Yuro. Rocks suddenly paused and revealed a meaningful smile. After a long silence, Yuro's mouth twitched. This Rocks still didn't forget to stir up some hatred for him. Rocks, you crafty old fox, I really thank you for that. However, Yuro didn't care about this. He wasn't afraid of anyone and had no plans to recruit crew members for now. He had just arrived in the pirate world and wanted to enjoy it for a while first. Later will be fine, especially since he was strong. What was there to worry about finding crew members? Yulu remained expressionless and nodded. John, who had wanted to continue speaking, had no choice but to keep his thoughts to himself upon seeing this. This matter ended here, and next was our banquet time. Rocks shouted loudly as a monstrous crew member descended from the sky, lifting his spirits. Wow, the banquet has begun. Drinking and feasting. A group of pirates cheered and quickly got to work. Yolo suddenly realized that holding a banquet in the pirate world was truly a magical thing. In just a few seconds, everyone had prepared everything needed. Yolo was brought into Skull Castle under a crowd of envious gazes. This was the gathering place for officials and Rocks during the banquet. Hey, Yolo, sit next to me. Let's have a good chat. Just as Yulu randomly found a spot and was about to sit down, he was suddenly pulled to the side by the Golden Lion Shiki. After a few rounds of drinks, Shiki couldn't hold back any longer and handed Yulu a drink, asking, "Hey, Yulu, when do you plan to form your fleet?" Yulu took the wine and downed it in one go, honestly replying, "I don't have any plans for now. After all, there are many people and many things to deal with. I just want to enjoy it for a while." At this, the Golden Lion Shurji's eyes lit up, and he directly invited, "Then come stay on my ship. We are both great swordsmen, and we can exchange and spar with our swordsmanship." Now that Yulu was practically confirmed as a cadre, he couldn't openly recruit him, but building a good relationship was always possible. After all, someone like Yulu, even if he couldn't become his crew member, could never be an enemy, so they could only be friends. Moreover, since both were great swordsmen, exchanging and sparring in swordsmanship could help them improve their skills. "Stay on your ship?" Yurich pondered for a moment. "Yes, I am the strongest and most legitimate swordsman in the pirate crew. Our exchanges and sparring will surely lead to rapid improvement." At this point, Shiki the Golden Lion felt a bit proud. However, he was right. Among the entire Rocks Pirates, apart from the rarely active Rocks himself, Shiki was indeed the strongest and purest in swordsmanship. His float fruit ability was acquired only after he became a swordsman, and he regarded it merely as a means of attack, primarily focusing on his swordsmanship. In contrast, Whitebeard Edward Newgate relied mainly on his tremor fruit ability, with swordsmanship serving as a mere accessory. His supreme blade, the Congrave, was more often a medium for unleashing the tremor fruit's power. "Gururara, Shiki, who are you calling unserious?" Newgate laughed heartily upon hearing this, as if he wasn't a swordsman himself. However, he didn't refute Shiki's words. Although he was a swordsman, in terms of pure swordsmanship, he was indeed not as good as Shiki. If it came to overall combat power, he was still slightly stronger than Shiki. Shiki's strength still had a long way to go. Newgate then spoke to Yurich. Newgate had fought Shiki countless times, with Newgate winning more often than Shiki. In his heart, Whitebeard Newgate looked down on Shiki for boasting in front of newcomers, feeling that he was becoming more shameless as he got older. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yuru smiled, but said nothing, as he still understood these matters fairly well. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki stopped their quarrel and quickly distanced themselves from Yuru, acting as if they were just drinking on their own. Huh? What's going on? They were just trying to get close, but now they've suddenly turned cold. Just as Yuru was puzzled, a bright voice came from behind him. "Yuru, you're so young. You must not have had children yet, right? How about we have some together?" At that moment, Charlotte Linlin happened to arrive behind Yuru. Originally, she planned to win Yuru over after the banquet, but seeing that Golden Lion Shiki had spoken up, she could no longer hesitate. If Yuru went to live on Golden Lion Shiki's ship, her chances of seeing him would be very slim, and as fellow executives, she couldn't just barge into Shiki's ship. Even if she couldn't win Yuru over, having some children would still be good. In any case, she couldn't just sit back and let Golden Lion Shiki take advantage of the situation alone. Yuru suddenly realized and shot a fierce glare at Shiki and Newgate. He remembered that in the anime, Big Mom loved having children, having had dozens of offspring with dozens of men. Moreover, all the men who were with Big Mom ended up being dumped by her after having children, without exception. Big Mom's voice was indeed captivating, but Yuru shuddered at the thought of her future appearance. "Have some. Does she think I'm a breeding stallion? I was careless. I can't believe I caught Big Mom's eye." Yuluo's mouth twitched, a black line appearing on his forehead, as 1,000 alpacas galloped through his mind. "Give up on that idea. It's impossible for us. Look at those two, strong and powerful, and in their prime. They are your best choice." Yuru took a deep breath, suddenly stood up, and with a whoosh, appeared behind Shiki and Newgate, seriously addressing Charlotte Linlin. That's right. His experience told him that at this moment, only a decisive refusal could shatter Charlotte Linlin's fantasies. At the same time, he could justifiably redirect the trouble, perfectly avoiding this breeding crisis. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin felt it made a lot of sense and immediately looked at Shiki and Newgate, her gaze even hotter than before. Just as Shiki and Newgate were about to argue with Yuru, they suddenly felt a chilling gaze, and both of them shivered, their faces changing dramatically, as if they had encountered something terrifying. They hurriedly got up and walked out without looking back. "Shiki, Newgate, don't go. Don't you think what Yuru said makes a lot of sense? Your bodies are currently in the prime stage for having children. Missing this opportunity would be a shame." Charlotte Linlin chattered behind them. "Linlin, that's impossible for having children. Go to Shiki." Linlin, that's impossible for having children. Go to Newgate. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki suddenly said in unison, unexpectedly imitating Yuru, both wanting to shift the responsibility onto each other. You two don't need to be polite. Both of you should have a few with me. It was evident that both of their thoughts not only fell flat, but also led to a troublesome situation. Yuru listened to the last voice that came through and couldn't help but click his tongue. What fierce words from the ant. On the other side, John Silveraxe, Wang Ji, and others who were gathered together drinking didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with sympathetic glances. They had all been targeted by Charlotte Lingling before and understood the feelings of Shiki and Newgate at that moment. Ah, Yuru Kid is quite interesting. Shiki and Newgate had just shaken off Lingling not long ago, and now they're targeted again. Silveraxe laughed heartily, with a hint of gloating. They, like Yuru, had also rejected Charlotte Lingling. Although Charlotte Lingling was very outstanding, these ambitious individuals looked down on her. Yulu raised his glass and toasted to Captain Silveraxe, saying, Captain Silveraxe, I apologize for the embarrassment. I didn't expect to be targeted by Charlotte Lingling right after my arrival. You don't need to take it to heart. This is purely Lingling's personal preference. Who here hasn't been targeted by her before? Silveraxe raised his glass in acknowledgement. His previous opposition to Yulu's appointment of officials was merely a precaution. He still recognized Yulu's strength. Yuluo drank a few cups of wine and exchanged a few compliments with the crowd before leaving the castle, planning to find Golden Lion Shiki. He was quite interested in practicing and exchanging swordsmanship on Shiki's ship, but he hadn't had the chance to agree earlier. He thought that Shiki and Newgate should have shaken off Charlotte Lingling by now. Urose pondered as he walked towards Shiki's pirate ship. The party outside was much livelier than inside, with most pirates darting between tables, chatting, and drinking to the point of drunkenness. Just after Urose left, a pirate watched his unconscious companion, his gaze flickering before he stood up and quietly walked away. This pirate made his way to a secluded part of the coast, looked around, and hid behind a large rock, carefully taking out a din mushy and dialing. Marine Headquarters, Marine Admiral's Office. At this moment, Admiral Steelbone Kong was discussing matters with Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa. Recently, the Rocks Pirates had been gaining strength in the New World, and the station navy was basically just for show. Sengoku spoke wearily, his eyes filled with worry. Indeed, the gap in high-level combat power was gradually widening. The new recruit Kaido, who had just joined the Rocks Pirates, could single-handedly withstand the attacks of 3 vice admirals from the New World branches. Zifa also looked serious and nodded in agreement. Brew. At this moment, the din mushy on the table interrupted Steelbone Kong's thoughts. He had absolute trust in Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, and immediately picked up the call. This is Hive Island. The voice came through instantly. Steelbone Kong and the others exchanged serious glances because Hive Island was the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. Kong, a remarkable new recruit has appeared in the Rocks Pirates. The Navy undercover agent spoke in a very low voice, but the seriousness in his tone was still evident. A remarkable new recruit? You mean the Kaido who can battle 3 vice admirals alone? I already know about him. Steelbone Kong's tone was flat, and even Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa beside him let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was just another piece of information. No, it's not Kaido. It's an even more terrifying new recruit. The undercover agent's tone made Steelbone Kong tense up as he sensed that the agent wouldn't speak without basis. Today, a young man, apparently under 18, single-handedly stormed Hive Island and used the powers of the Mera and Nomi to instantly defeat 3 captain-level pirates. Under 18? Yes, but that's not all. He subsequently demonstrated observation Haki and the prowess of a great swordsman. At such a young age, a Logia user can be understood, as it involves a degree of luck. However, having observation Haki and the skills of a great swordsman is the pinnacle of power on the sea. Is it possible for a young man to have this? Upon hearing this, the 4 were somewhat shocked and momentarily speechless. Continue. Steelbone Kong took a deep breath. Yes. He then crushed Wang Ji without even using his devil fruit abilities, and in the end, Rocks appointed him as a cadre. The undercover agent became increasingly excited as he spoke, almost unable to contain himself. How is that possible? Crushing Wang Ji? Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression changed drastically. His previous calmness vanished. Even Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa felt waves of shock within themselves, exchanging glances. The cadres of the Rocks Pirates were all powerful. Figures like Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate were not weaker than Sengoku, Garp, or Zifa. Wang Ji was not considered very strong among the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, but he was still a genuine cadre, only slightly inferior to them. If this young man could crush Wang Ji, it meant he already possessed cadre-level strength. Steel Bone Kong suppressed his disbelief and asked, "What is that new recruit's name?" "His name is Uros. Someone is looking for me. I have to go." The undercover agent hurriedly hung up the din din mushy after saying the name. Steel Bone Kong had no particular reaction to this, and the four fell into silence, their minds echoing the information relayed by the undercover agent. After a long while, Garp spoke up casually while digging his nose. "Why do we always have these monstrous new recruits joining the Rocks Pirates? Why don't they join our navy?" "Well, it's hard to get a word in, and it's still nonsense." "Truly, that's Garp for you." Cough, cough. Sengoku shot Garp a fierce glare, but Garp didn't care, turning his head as if he hadn't seen it. Zifa, who always maintained a serious demeanor, showed a helpless expression. During this period, Steelbone Kong still held a significant presence, and the three looked at him before slowly exhaling. Recently, a number of new recruits have joined the Rocks Pirates, especially Kaido and this Rose. I believe we can't let this continue. Sengoku stepped out of his shocked state and analyzed the current situation seriously. Sengoku was right. If we wait for those new recruits to grow, the strength of the Rocks Pirates will increase significantly, and it will not be so easy to deal with them then. Zifa largely agreed with Sengoku's view. They were not afraid of the current Rocks Pirates, but were wary of how those new recruits would grow. The three of them turned their gaze towards Steelbone Kong. This Urose is to be placed on the danger list. In the recent period, we need to shift our focus to the New World and keep a close watch on the movements of the Rocks Pirates. Steelbone Kong, with a grim expression, nodded in agreement with Sengoku and Zifa's thoughts. The Rocks Pirates are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. How did all these monsters gather there? Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Garp. And Zifa couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Uro arrived by the pirate ship and waited for a while until Shiki walked over from a distance. Shiki looked gloomy. He hadn't had time to accept Uro's invitation before being entangled by Big Mom for quite a while. After finally shaking off Big Mom and rushing to the banquet, he found that Uro had already left. As he approached the ship, he spotted Uro waiting there, initially feeling relieved, but then his expression turned to one of gritted teeth. "This Uro kid actually dared to use me, Shiki, as a shield. I have to regain my face. Uro kid, do you still have the nerve to show up?" Shiki strode up to Uro, questioning him fiercely. Yulu touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly, seeing Shiki's furious expression from a distance, which was probably because he had shifted Andy's attention onto Shiki. "Hey, Shiki, what do you have to say now? When you saw Andy coming, couldn't you at least give me a heads up? One moment you were inviting me to stay on your ship, and the next you act like you don't know me." However, this wasn't entirely Yulu's fault. "If you guys are being unreasonable, don't blame me for being unkind," he retorted to Shiki. Shiki was taken aback, surprised that things were not going as he expected. Yulu should have been flattering him instead, right? Forget it, let us just call it even. But after hearing Yulu's words, Shiki's imposing demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming listless. He realized there was indeed some truth to it, and it seemed Yulu even shot him a Newgate glare. "Speaking of which, you were gone for so long, it couldn't be that." Immediately, Yulu stepped forward, staring intently at Shiki with a meaningful smile, as if he understood everything. "Do you think that's possible, you brat?" Shiki quickly caught on, his face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Ha ha, just kidding, let's let this matter go." Yulu couldn't help but laugh at Shiki's reaction. This issue ended here. Going too far wouldn't be good. "So, are you waiting here for me because you accepted my invitation?" The topic returned to normal, and Shiki instantly regained his composure, his eyes fixed sharply on Yulu. Uro nodded and casually replied, "I don't plan to build a fleet for now, so I'll stay here for a while. As you said, we can exchange and practice our swordsmanship." For Uro, improving his strength was still key. Besides system rewards, he needed to learn to progress on his own. Being new here, he didn't have a single acquaintance, let alone someone to spar with regularly. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki took the initiative to invite him, saving him the trouble of trying to integrate into a group. By agreeing to Shiki's invitation, both of them achieved their respective goals. "Ha ha ha, Uro, under my guidance as the strongest swordsman, your strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds." Sure enough, Shiki laughed so hard that his golden mane shook, patting Uro's shoulder with determination. "The strongest swordsman? Shiki, who gave you the courage?" Yuluo's mouth twitched slightly. He clearly remembered that it was an exchange in sparring. So how did it turn into guidance in Shurji's words? When it came to pure swordsmanship, Shurji was only on par with him, and there was no need for so-called guidance. All they needed to do was keep sparring and accumulate practical experience. "All right, Shurji, it's already very late. Take me on board to rest, Yulu said irritably. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shurji anymore. This guy was too shameless. The type that would shine brightly with just a little sunlight. After Yulu followed Shiki onto the ship, it slowly floated up and finally stopped in midair. A deserted island, with two pirate ships hovering above. One was Shiki the Golden Lions, and the other was Whitebeard Newgates. At this moment, Newgate and the others were staring intently below. Clang, clang, clang. Yuru and Shurji engaged in a fierce confrontation, both wielding famous swords without using their devil fruit powers. Their battle stirred up waves of chaos. The entire island was filled with sword energy storms, as trees and leaves were continuously sliced by the sword energy coursing through the air, with the sky above roiling with wind and clouds. This was the battle between two great swordsmen, where every movement carried immense power. The fight lasted for an hour, with both of them unleashing a flurry of sword techniques, creating dazzling slashes that left the ground pockmarked and riddled with trenches. At this moment, both of them stopped simultaneously and found a place to rest. Yuru leaned against a tree, replenishing some moisture, and looked at the dilapidated island with a hint of a smile. For the past half-month, the Rocks Pirates had not had many missions, and Yuru had been sparring with Golden Lion Shiki every day to improve his combat experience and practice his swordsmanship. His progress was quite evident. With swordsmanship skills that were not inferior to Shiki's, he had been at a disadvantage during their initial encounters. As a fellow officer, Shiki's strength was indeed slightly superior to Wang Ji's. As time passed, Yuru's experience continued to accumulate, and as seen just now, he was now able to fight Shiki to a standstill using only swordsmanship, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As for the Blue Lotus Hellfire, Yuru also persisted in practicing every night, showing significant improvement. Compared to half a month ago, his control over the flames had become more precise, and he had unlocked several powerful skills. The only thing that bothered Yuru was that during this time, he hadn't received any good rewards from daily check-ins, and even mission check-ins had not triggered anything. Yuru, how much longer are you planning to train? You've made rapid progress in the past half-month, Golden Lion Shiki asked. To be honest, Shiki was quite surprised by Yuru's rate of improvement. Every officer had accumulated their current strength and experience through countless battles, while Yuru, in just half a month, had surpassed most of the officers in terms of strength and experience. Shiki, I'm stronger than before. Our swordsmanship is now on par, so continuing to spar doesn't hold much purpose. Yuru was deep in thought. During this time, his swordsmanship experience had become no weaker than Shiki's. Ha ha ha, Yuru kid. Your strength is still quite a bit behind me. The Golden Lion Shiki boasted shamelessly as always. Shiki, you are getting more and more shameless. A sudden voice interrupted, and Whitebeard Newgate jumped down from the ship, landing steadily in front of Yuru and Shiki. Shiki, you are getting more and more shameless. Newgate's voice echoed again. Shiki was indeed quite shameless. He had previously boasted when inviting Yuru, and now he had drawn with Yuru in a series of matches. In this situation, he still shamelessly bragged about himself. The more Newgate thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could take out Shiki with a single blow. Hey, Newgate, what are you interrupting for? This is a conversation between two great swordsmen, Shiki shouted defiantly, showing no good face to Newgate either. But he felt the need to say something pretentious, so he had to retort back. You even know that you and Yuru are both great swordsmen? Yuru became a great swordsman at such a young age. What about you? In the past few days of sparring with Yuru, have you won even one match? And you still have the face to say Yuru is a bit worse than you? Newgate's expression was disdainful. He simply couldn't stand Shiki's pretentiousness and fired a series of soul-searching questions. Newgate, what do you know? The difficulty of practicing the two-sword style is several times that of the one-sword style. Hearing this, Shiki's face flushed red with anger. You, Newgate, don't leave me any face at all. Then he directly picked up his swords, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, and slashed at Newgate. Newgate's mouth curled up, revealing a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. That's right. If you're a brother, then come chop me. If you say that, then I'll have to beat you up, Shiki. Yuru had long been accustomed to this situation. He took out 3 bottles of liquor from his item bag. This was the authentic Wuyanya he received as a daily reward. He opened one bottle and threw the other 2 at Shiki and Newgate. At that moment, just as the two were about to start a fight, they suddenly caught a whiff of the rich aroma of alcohol and saw the flying bottles, both reaching out to catch them. Newgate, I'll let you off today. Shiki sheathed his twin swords and warned Newgate seriously. Newgate snorted coldly, deciding to hold off on beating up Shiki for now. Gulp, gulp. With the strong liquor downed, Shiki and Newgate felt great and no longer paid attention to each other. At this moment, Yuru suddenly said playfully, "Shiki, you can't win me in swordsmanship. There's no shame in that. No need to use the excuse that the two-sword style is more difficult, right? Cough cough. What do you mean I can't win you? Besides, the two-sword style is indeed much harder than the one-sword style, okay?" Shiki choked for a moment, his old face turning red with anger as he protested. "Since that's the case, let's make the last match a comparison of whose swordsmanship is more difficult." Yuluo revealed a graceful smile, picked up 1001 Nights, and walked towards the shore. "Haha, just as I wished." Shurji was slightly surprised, but then his eyes sparkled, and he burst into laughter. Yuluo is still too young, possessing the skills of a great swordsman, but lacking the insight of one. Who doesn't know that the more techniques you use, the harder it becomes? The one-sword style is the simplest, the two-sword style doubles the difficulty, and the three-sword style is even harder. This is also why there are so many one-sword users among the swordsmen at sea. Over the past half-month of sparring, Shurji has been repeatedly astonished and has to admit that Yuluo's strength and talent are formidable. Proud Shurji, however, will not concede defeat. He believes that if he were a one-sword user, he could achieve the same accomplishments as Yuluo. It seems he can take this opportunity to showcase his high-level swordsmanship and earn some face, letting the young Yuluo know that this senior is not so easily surpassed. "Yuluo, you decide how we spar. Don't say that I, Jin Shitsi Shurji, am bullying the young." With a proud expression, Shurji arrived at the seaside, followed closely by Newgate. "We've been fighting for half a month and know each other's moves well. Let's each use one of our opponent's sword techniques. Whoever is stronger wins, and whoever is weaker loses." Yuluo appeared confident and briefly explained the rules. "No problem, I will definitely win." Shurji became even more confident, crossing his arms and looking assured of victory. After half a month of sparring with Yuluo, he was already familiar with all of Yuluo's sword techniques, and with his experience, he felt he could grasp half or even more, which gave him considerable confidence. Seeing Shurji's smug expression, Yuluo secretly found it amusing. In the Encyclopedia of Yuro's Swordsmanship, all of Shiki's sword techniques are included, and without any external aids, Shiki is bound to lose. Whitebeard Newgate is also extremely displeased, always feeling that Shiki is too full of himself. He really wants to beat Shiki down to the bottom of the sea right now. "I'll go first." 36 troubling wins. Shiki takes the lead, swinging Sakura 10 with one hand. A cold light flashes, dazzling the eyes, and in an instant, 36 sword chi slashes shoot out. The difference is that the 36 sword chi slashes do not form a sword chi storm, but instead run amok on the sea surface, eventually disappearing into the water. Shiki turns around and proudly says, "How about that? One sword style is quite simple. I was just a hair away from fully comprehending your move. My two sword style is still more difficult. Is that it?" Yuro chuckled and said, "Gold line Shiki, you're one of the top swordsmen in the world. Choose the move that I use the most and is the easiest, but the key is that I haven't mastered it perfectly yet. Watch closely." Yuro summoned the dead wood with one hand, gripping his twin swords tightly. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst forth from his eyes, and strands of sword energy began to condense on the blades. Shiki's heart jolted, and even Newgate widened his eyes in shock. This sword energy was something they were all too familiar with. Lion slash wave. In the next moment, Yuro swung his blades fiercely, unleashing a massive golden blade of light. In just a moment, it cleaved the sea apart, creating a chasm as deep and unfathomable as a canyon, with no end in sight. Aside from Shiki and Newgate, everyone on the pirate ship above was captivated by this trench, their hearts shaken to the core. It was terrifying. This was Yuro's power. However, it wasn't over yet. If they were going to play, they would play to the fullest, before the chasm on the sea could close. Yuro leaped into the air and once again struck with lightning speed, his twin swords moving like a chaotic dance of demons. Lion Thousand Cuts Canyon. Amidst the dazzling display, a torrent of blade light surged forth, each strike no less powerful than the previous slash wave. The sword light crisscrossed over the sea, and in an instant, the once calm surface turned tumultuous. Shiki was dumbfounded, glancing at the sea, then at Yuro, then back at the sea, and finally at Newgate. Slash wave. In Thousand Cuts Canyon. How is this possible? Shiki's mind finally caught up, and he jumped into the air, his face filled with disbelief. Am I the Golden Lion Shiki? Or are you the Golden Lion Shiki? In just half a month, I've only grasped the 36 troubles of Yuro to a certain extent. Yulu has thoroughly and perfectly mastered his slashing wave and even the Thousand Cuts Valley. That is my ultimate move. Why are you using it even more powerfully than I do? What kind of monstrous being is this? Watching Yulu perform a series of sword moves, flowing like clouds and water, it seemed very natural. Jean Shiki couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey Yulu kid, how did you do that?" Shiki floated in the air, his excited and curious heart hard to calm down. Newgate was also dumbfounded, his mouth nearly dropping to the ground. During the past half-month, Yulu had been with him and Newgate almost all the time. So he was very clear about what Yulu did every day, exercising in the morning, practicing swordsmanship during the day, and controlling flames at night. Without doing anything to practice his swordsmanship, Yuluo has completely mastered the swordsmanship that took him years of research, relying solely on his experience from dozens of battles. Such talent is unprecedented. As long as he is alive, he might even surpass Rocks, because even Rocks does not possess this kind of talent. Is it really just about having hands? Yuro lowered his head to look at his hands, deliberately showing a puzzled expression. Then, he put on a cunning act. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate stared wide-eyed in disbelief, covering their hearts with their hands, overwhelmed by the explosive impact from Yuro. Is this kid, Yuro, even speaking human language? The two of them prided themselves on their talent, but compared to Yuro, they were nothing. There's nothing I can do. I'm just too outstanding, not only talented, but also handsome. Yuro was very satisfied with the reactions of the two and temporarily added some drama for himself. It seemed that his pressure tactics were quite effective. At that moment, Gold Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate realized Yuro's talent. The two quickly approached Yuro, each grabbing one of his shoulders and shaking him, excitedly shouting, "Yuro kid, being a captain is super troublesome. Just stay on my ship. Yuro kid, Shiki can't teach you anymore. Why not come on my ship? I'll teach you martial arts and Haki." Shiki and Newgate spoke in unison. But as soon as they finished, they glared at each other with wide eyes, their pupils burning with fierce determination. At that moment, as Yuro unleashed his slash wave in Thousand Cuts Valley, a massive pirate ship swiftly sailed through the waters near the small island. The captain of this pirate ship was named Joel D. Roger, the future Pirate King. This pirate crew was naturally the Roger Pirates, second only to the Rocks Pirates in the current seas. Even though they couldn't currently match the Rocks Pirates, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Gold D. Roger, the future Pirate King, was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Even speaking of the Pirate King, just mentioning Dark King Rayleigh was not something an average person could handle. Initially, the crew of the Roger Pirates didn't pay attention to the small island. However, at that moment, a golden slash came from the direction of the small island. The crew, who were joking around, suddenly became serious. Dark King Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, then drew his long sword to cut down the incoming golden blade of light. This aura seemed to belong to Gold Lion Shiki. Rayleigh sheathed his sword and stared at the small island. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from that golden slash. Jabba wiped the edge of his axe and bluntly said, "This slash is exactly the same as Gold Lion Shiki's slash wave. Who else could it be? At this distance, just a single slash. Does he really look down on us? Ahahaha. I can't believe we would encounter Gold Lion Shiki here." At this moment, Roger laughed heartily, then closed his eyes to carefully sense. Moments later, his eyes suddenly opened wide, a glint of brilliance flashing in them. "Interesting," Roger said with a slight smile, his tone meaningful. "That slash just now was not made by Shiki. How could that be? If it wasn't Gold Lion Shiki, then who could it be?" Roger's words surprised and puzzled Rayleigh and Jabba. In their perception through observation Haki, the aura emitted by that golden slash indeed came from Gold Lion Shiki. Who else but Gold Lion Shiki could use such a technique? Shiki and Newgate were on the island, yet that slash was unleashed by a young man. Rayleigh and Jabba were taken aback. Compared to their own observation Haki perception, they also trusted Roger very much. Roger, their captain, possessed the world's top-tier observation Haki. Able to listen to the voices of all things. Though not yet fully mastered, he could still exert it temporarily, so his perception would definitely not be wrong. "It's coming. It's coming. Get ready." Suddenly, Roger spoke again, his voice filled with excitement. Rayleigh and Jabba seemed to sense something and immediately took their stances. The sea surface first stirred up waves, then dozens of golden slashes came rushing in like a torrential downpour, each one not weaker than the previous slash wave. "Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Is it that young man?" Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, speaking in surprise, while simultaneously unleashing a series of sword energies. Jabba, beside him, also swung his arms, with fierce axe lights bursting forth. Boom! Rayleigh's sword energy, Jabba's axe light, and the dozens of golden slashes collided, creating a powerful gust of wind that instantly depressed the sea surface, briefly forming a sea pit. All right, change course, head toward the small island. Let us meet Gold Lion and Whitebeard, as well as that young man. Roger, with a beaming smile, waved his hand and shouted loudly. This young man had piqued his great interest. Anyone who could associate with Gold Lion Haki and Whitebeard Newgate must surely be a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, when did the Rocks Pirates gain such a character? From the information gathered through listening to the voices of all things. This young man possessed the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, able to match Gold Lion Haki in a sword duel. Such strength was unheard of. Couldn't he possibly be a newcomer, could he? After hearing Roger's information, Rayleigh and Jabba were also quite curious. From the earlier slashes, it was evident that this young man was indeed very strong. The two could not help but feel the urge to fight. After several days without a battle, they were itching to move their muscles. Although their pirate crew's overall strength could not match that of the Rocks Pirates, they usually avoided direct confrontations with the entire Rocks Pirates. They were not afraid of the Rocks Pirates. They just didn't want to incur additional casualties among weaker crew members due to the disparity in strength, as everyone in the Roger Pirates was unwilling to lose their companions. At that moment on the small island, Haki and Newgate had calmed down. The three sat on the shore, drinking fine wine and occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Notably, the glances Haki and Newgate cast at Yulu still held a fiery intensity. Both were thinking that bringing Yulu onto their ship was not for now, but for when they would build their own pirate crew in the future. Meanwhile, Yulu took advantage of the free time to communicate with the system. Time for daily check-in. Ding. Today's check-in successful. The host receives rewards. Beginner observation Haki. Intermediate armament Haki. Yulu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Ever since he received generous rewards from the first two check-ins, it seemed as if his luck had run out. For half a month in a row, he only received some daily necessities, which were of little use to him. Therefore, he had no choice but to continue training every day. After half a month, his physical fitness had noticeably improved. His stamina now was at least 10 times greater than before. Yulu, through the experience of God's perspective and the burning gaze, has gained insight into the basic observation Haki, and now it comes naturally. The intermediate armament Haki has also compensated for his weaknesses, significantly increasing his attack and defense power when using armament Haki. Just as Yulu was immersed in the system, Whitebeard Newgate suddenly stood up, his brows slightly furrowed, and he thrust the Tsung Yin Chia into the ground, adopting a serious stance. The Golden Lion did the same, gripping the Sakura tin and the dry wood at his waist, his gaze fixed on the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Yulu leaped up, his gaze shifting to the calm sea. On the surface, a black that was growing larger and larger, and Yulu's observation Haki faintly sensed several strong auras. Yulu focused his mind, preparing for battle. Whitebeard's voice sounded, carrying a hint of seriousness. This opponent should not be underestimated. Haki slowly drew his twin swords. Yulu was about to speak when the system's voice appeared again. Ding! Task check-in triggered. The host is about to face the future Pirate King, GOLD, Roger's pirate crew. This is a rare encounter with a powerful opponent. Please use battle to test the training results. In this battle, regardless of the strong enemy or the outcome, the task check-in is successful and the system will issue rewards. As soon as Yulu heard this, his body trembled, and his pupils constricted as he looked towards the sea again. He didn't expect it to be the Roger Pirates. No wonder Haki and Whitebeard had to take it seriously. Yulu's heart could not help but race, the battle intent rising within him. This was not only a spirit of longing to fight strong opponents, but also a test of his strength after half a month of training to see how far he had come. The Roger Pirates ship was not far from shore, now within both parties' line of sight. Whitebeard, Skypea, long time no see. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, presenting a carefree demeanor. Roger, this time I will definitely defeat you. Whitebeard raised his Tsung cut and slashed at the sea. A white light appeared on the blade of Tsung cut as Whitebeard activated the power of the Tremor fruit. The white light on the blade carried terrifying tremor power, and the air it touched suddenly split apart, covered in white cracks, as if the very space had been shattered. The originally calm sea suddenly surged, creating waves that grew larger and larger, forming a giant wave that charged towards the Roger Pirates ship. Roger on the ship remained unfazed and remarked to Whitebeard, "You don't even greet me before attacking. We're at least friends." That said, in the next second, he decisively struck back. Two deep red flames ignited in Roger's eyes, accompanied by an astonishing momentum as the deep red blade light sliced through the air, aiming at the giant wave. The towering wave was directly cleaved in two by the blade light, parting to the sides, allowing the Roger pirate ship to safely pass through the open path. The wave was split, but the blade light did not dissipate, continuing its path toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard's muscles contracted and then bulged. He did not use the Tremor Fruit's ability, relying instead on explosive power and momentum. With a loud bang, the blade of Songyun cut collided with the deep red blade light, creating a violent explosion. The chaotic air currents stirring the sea into towering waves, causing the pirate ship to rock and sway. Whitebeard landed steadily on the shore. At this moment, the Roger pirate ship had approached the coast, and Rayleigh, the Dark King, had been keeping an eye on Ural. He suddenly asked, "Was that slash in the wave just now from you?" This question caught Ural off guard. How did Rayleigh know? Could it be? Ha! Your slash just now almost broke our pirate ship. Roger spoke up, dispelling the doubts in Ural's mind. Uro stared blankly. Wow, is this fate? It seems that the Roger pirates were brought here by him. He felt the slightly resentful gazes of Whitebeard and Haki. Those eyes seem to say, "You brat. It's one thing to show off and hit us, but now you've brought the Roger pirates here and expect us to back you up." This left Uro speechless, awkwardly smiling. He originally thought it was Haki the Golden Lion, but unexpectedly it was you. At such a young age, your swordsmanship is remarkable. You can outshine Haki by 8 streets at this age. While everyone was processing their thoughts, Jabba's voice came through a bit out of place. Having initially gained the recognition of a strong person, Uro was feeling quite good. But for others, it might not have a positive effect. Spark Jabba, the already resentful Haki the Golden Lion, immediately gritted his teeth in anger. "I want to stop you from praising Uro. He is indeed a monster. But why compare me to him? Everyone knows, but why do you have to say it out loud, with so many subordinates around? Do I, Haki the Golden Lion, have no pride? Haki is a proud person, and with Whitebeard and Uro and the Rocks Pirates, it's not unusual to exchange a few jabs. But the Roger Pirates are all outsiders, even enemies. Being said that way by an enemy is a disgrace. How can he continue to mix in the seas if this gets out?" Without saying a word, Haki floated up and charged at Jabba, with Sakura 10 and Dry Wood ready to strike. Oh no! Just as Jabba finished speaking, he was taken aback by the sudden charge of Haki. However, Jabba quickly reacted, not backing down, and raised his axe to meet him. "Golden Lion Haki, I will make you even more embarrassed." Haki and Jabba, moving swiftly, arrived at a distant open space. Haki thought that defeating Jabba was a must to regain his pride, while Jabba was also determined to defeat Haki to make him even more embarrassed. A battle of pride began. Meanwhile, "Ha, young man, would you like to join my pirate crew?" Roger still had a smile on his face as he extended an invitation to Uro. Uro is a member of the Rocks Pirates, and he can be considered Roger's opposite. However, he didn't hesitate to invite Uro onto his ship, showing no concern for Newgate nearby. This thick-skinned guy truly deserves to be a man aiming to become the Pirate King. However, in the next moment, Roger's expression darkened as he cast a resentful glance at Rayleigh behind him. This strange look made Rayleigh shudder, almost giving him goosebumps. Just a moment ago, when Roger invited Uro onto the ship, he used his ability to hear the voices of all things to listen to Uru's inner thoughts. This brat actually criticized him in his mind, saying he was not as expected, too ugly, and that among the entire crew, only Rayleigh looked decent. "I sincerely invite you, and you complain that I'm ugly? Come on, be a person. Newgate, what's this kid's name?" Roger shouted loudly at Newgate with a dark face. "Oomph, what does it matter to you? Daring to poach someone in front of me. I'll show you my strength." Newgate felt quite displeased. "Who gave you the courage to steal from the Rocks Pirates?" Uro is a member of the Rocks Pirates, and there hasn't been much progress in his collaboration with Haki. How can an outsider like you just come in and dig? Although you probably won't succeed. If you're feeling upset, let's settle it with a fight. Roger, take this. Newgate raised the Songyun cut high, white energy swirling around the blade. Roger snorted coldly and charged forward with his rapier. The white shockwave and deep red sword aura tore through space like ferocious beasts, and the explosions caused by their clashes sent huge waves crashing onto the small island. Uro did not respond to Roger's words. He would not leave until the Rocks Pirates disbanded. At this moment, Uro was like a sharp sword, with sword energy permeating within a yard. All the wave that approached were fiercely sliced apart, splitting to either side, as he stood firm against the raging tides. What a fierce sword energy. "Kid, your swordsmanship is impressive. However, you're still too young." Rayleigh was merely interested and did not take it very seriously. Even with the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, How strong could his combat power be? Fighting relies not only on swordsmanship. After the Dark King Rayleigh finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed out. A dazzling blade light appeared, emanating a chilling aura, locking onto Yuru. Yulu felt the blade's aura and gently caressed the blade of 1001 Nights. 360 troubles of the wind. As his fingers brushed against the tip of the blade, the 1001 Nights blade trembled slightly, absorbing all the sword energy surrounding Yulu. With a swing of his arm, Yulu unleashed a storm of sword energy. The storm of sword energy collided with the blade's energy, and in an instant, both dissipated, with neither side gaining an advantage. Rayleigh was quite surprised. The swordsmanship he unleashed with all his might could only match Yulu evenly. This is something. Rayleigh became interested and decided to test Yulu's combat power. You, Hades Rayleigh, dare to underestimate me. Yuru had a very displeased expression on his face. Rayleigh's surprise look clearly showed that he underestimated him. But that's fine. This way, he could catch him off guard. Yuru does not possess the top-tier 3-color Haki that can rival Rayleigh, but his swordsmanship is not inferior to Rayleigh's. He has a significant advantage in sword techniques. With a diverse array of moves rewarded by the system's comprehensive swordsmanship encyclopedia, including several ultimate techniques that can compete with the Dark King Rayleigh. The figure of Dark King Rayleigh shoots out like a cannonball towards Yuru, his sword enveloped in armament Haki, exuding an even more powerful aura. Yulu allowed Rayleigh to get close, and with a powerful burst of strength from his feet, he launched himself directly into the air. At the same time, the blade of 1001 Nights was covered in mid-level armament Haki, its blade becoming increasingly dark and profound under the sunlight, resembling an endless abyss that was hard to gaze upon. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The black blade flickered with dark light, and the blade's aura slashed out, transforming into a dark giant tiger that pounced towards Rayleigh with the momentum of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Rayleigh let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with cold light, gripping the long knife tightly with both hands. The sword intent surged, and the sharp sword aura condensed at the tip of the blade, stabbing straight forward. The sword aura of the great swordsman, enhanced by top-level armament Haki, made Rayleigh's momentum exceptionally powerful, as if he were a ferocious beast. The dark giant tiger collided with Rayleigh's blade tip, and with a momentum like breaking bamboo, it pierced through the menacing giant tiger, scattering the sword aura in all directions. Yuru remained calm and composed, never panicking at this moment. He didn't think that a single move, Extreme Tiger Hunt, could stop the Dark King Rayleigh. He needed to catch him off guard. He wasn't just a great swordsman. He was also a devil fruit user. Just as Rayleigh pierced through the dark giant tiger, Yuru made his move again. Facing Rayleigh, he held nothing back and fully activated the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. 2 strands of green fire were flung from his hands, rapidly spinning in front of him to form a swirling fire ring. Now, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire had a significantly higher temperature compared to 2 weeks ago. As the flames erupted, a suffocating heat wave swept through, causing the seawater to boil instantly and making the moisture in the air sizzle. This was the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, and its ultra-high temperature could now affect the environment in a small area. Rayleigh had just broken through Extreme Tiger Hunt when he sensed the intense heat radiating from the green fire. His pupils constricted as he inwardly cursed. In the end, he had underestimated Yuru. He never expected that Yuru was not only a great swordsman, but also a devil fruit user. Moreover, this temperature was even higher than the volcanic lava he had encountered. The flames seemed capable of burning the sea, leaving people profoundly shaken. Yuru noticed Rayleigh's shocked expression and had already activated his skill. If not now, then when? Great Flame Ring. Fire Pillar. A blue fire pillar erupted, and in an instant, it crossed the distance between them. Oh my gosh. Not good. Rayleigh shouted in alarm, having been too careless. He was too close at that moment. If he got hit directly, he would either die or be severely injured. Rayleigh, be careful. Roger, who was fighting Newgate, keenly sensed the danger and couldn't help but shout a warning to Rayleigh. Rayleigh didn't have time to respond to Roger. He quickly used the air to change direction and darted to the side. This blue flame was far too dangerous. He needed to escape its attack range quickly. He didn't want to be injured by a rookie pirate who hadn't even reached adulthood. Just as the blue fire approached Rayleigh, he felt its intense heat piercing into his body, sweat pouring down his forehead, making him feel as if he were in the middle of a volcano, drenched in sweat. Even his clothes soaked through. This blue flame was truly terrifying. Rayleigh was sweating profusely and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. The blue fire pillar was about 10 meters in diameter, but Rayleigh was incredibly fast, quickly dodging out of the attack range. As he felt the blue fire pillar brush past him, Rayleigh's heart raced with fear. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a terrifying scene unfolded. The blue fire pillar actually moved, shifting towards his position. Although it only slightly deviated by more than 10 meters, it once again enveloped him within its attack range. This was the result of Yuro's training over the past half-month, allowing him to control the flames with greater precision. What the heck? It can adjust its trajectory. Rayleigh's expression changed dramatically, cursing inwardly. He didn't have time to think. He quickly summoned his top-tier observation Haki, the black-red Haki, instantly covering his entire body. From his forehead to the soles of his feet, there was no time to dodge this attack, so he could only take it head-on. The blue flame surged with the force of a wildfire, instantly engulfing Rayleigh, the flames continuously scorching his body, yet blocked by Rayleigh's top-tier Haki. After all, Rayleigh possessed top-tier Haki, which allowed him to withstand the burning of the blue flame, managing to block this attack. However, the extreme heat generated by the blue flame continued to surround Rayleigh, constantly roasting his body. This temperature was not the kind that dissipated into the air. It was the genuine temperature of the blue flame, which was twice as high as that which spread into the air. Although Rayleigh's Haki was incredibly powerful and could resist the external burning of the blue flame, it couldn't prevent the loss of moisture from within his body under such high temperatures. Rayleigh clearly felt this situation. Gritting his teeth, he made a decisive decision, instantly giving up on resisting the impact and allowed the powerful fire pillar to push him into the sea. The surging blue fire pillar crashed onto the surface of the sea, causing the ocean to seem as if it were being burned. A large section of seawater was instantly evaporated, and a massive amount of water vapor floated upwards, the surrounding seawater boiling as if it were a magma hot spring. Many fish and shrimp were scalded to death, and a charred aroma filled the air, even faintly accompanied by the cries of sea creatures. Under the sea, several massive shadows quickly fled from the area. Everyone watched the tumultuous scene on the sea, unable to help but swallow hard. This is just absurd. I've never seen such a terrifying and perverse devil fruit ability. The seawater mitigated some of the flame's temperature, and Rayleigh, submerged in the water, felt much better. Rayleigh, you were careless. You shouldn't have underestimated him. Roger, in the midst of battle, had long realized that Yuro was not simple. So he had been paying attention to the fight between Rayleigh and Yuro. He certainly knew Rayleigh had underestimated the opponent. Even he had the same thought at the beginning. None of them expected that besides master-level swordsmanship, Yuro also possessed a powerful devil fruit ability. Roger thought that under these circumstances, Rayleigh's choice was very correct. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. While fully activating his top-tier Haki, the moisture within his body was also gradually depleting, causing his stamina to rapidly diminish. Even if he managed to hold out until the fire pillar dissipated, he might be on the verge of exhaustion. Gulalala, Roger. Yuro is a genius and has already been earmarked as a cadre by Captain Rocks. Newgate suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with affirmation for Yuro, his words laced with bragging and provocation towards Roger. Oof, so what? I have plenty of geniuses on my ship too. Roger snorted coldly, feeling a bit envious. He indeed had a few geniuses on his ship, but they were not on the same level as Yuro. At the same time, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Why? The talented ones all joined the Rocks Pirates, like Kaido, whom he knew, and the Yuro right in front of him. However, thankfully, from the intelligence he received, it seemed the cadres of the Rocks Pirates had no sense of belonging, just a group of guys united for profit. Such a pirate crew was indeed immensely powerful, but also very prone to falling apart. Shiki and Jabba were instantly attracted by the commotion over here, both seeing Rayleigh being directly hit by the blue fire pillar and sent into the sea. Yuro's flames had become even hotter. Shiki laughed heartily, surprised but still acknowledging Yuro in his heart. How is this possible? For Jabba, it was different. He was genuinely shocked, even doubting his own eyesight. While worrying about Rayleigh, he couldn't help but think that if it were him, the result would probably be similar to Rayleigh's. A few seconds passed, and Rayleigh had not surfaced from the water, which puzzled Yuro. It shouldn't be like this. Rayleigh was clearly caught off guard due to his carelessness. He shouldn't have just gone belly up, right? Rayleigh, are you okay? Vice Captain Rayleigh, how are you? Roger and Jabba couldn't help but become worried, and even the crew watching the battle from the pirate ship began to shout. After a moment, Rayleigh's head slowly emerged from the water. Oh my, Rayleigh, you've changed. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. It didn't matter that he was submerged. Once he surfaced, the atmosphere of the whole scene instantly changed, with everyone secretly laughing, especially Roger, Newgate, Shiki, and Jabba, who were laughing the loudest. Yulu couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, was he being too kind? While fighting, he even gave his opponent a little grooming. As Rayleigh emerged from the water, his clothes were intact, but his head was shiny and bald. Looking out at the sea, one could see a wet, bald head shining under the sunlight against the backdrop of the deep blue ocean. At that moment, Rayleigh's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and his gaze toward Yulu was filled with resentment. As a powerful figure in the New World and the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, when had he ever encountered such a ridiculous situation? He couldn't care less about Roger and the others, but he had to instill some awe in the pirate crew. Otherwise, where would his authority be in the future? What are you looking at? Why are you laughing? Just wait until I get back and settle the score with you. Boom! Rayleigh's imposing aura flashed and intimidated the crew, causing them to become serious. He then turned his gaze towards the amused Yulu, who awkwardly smiled and waved his hand unconsciously. However, in Rayleigh's eyes, it seemed to have a different meaning. In his perspective, Yulu was arrogantly laughing and even waving his black sword at him. Faced with such provocation, Rayleigh didn't rush forward to confront him. He had a strange feeling that all eyes in the room were focused on him, as if he were completely exposed. This blatant sensation made him very uncomfortable. Rayleigh let out a cold snort, said nothing, and turned to leap onto the ship. Although he could defeat Yulu, it would take a long time, and it wasn't worth it. It was better to leave. After all, the reason for coming here was to witness the young man with swordsmanship not weaker than that of the Golden Lion Haki. Now that he had seen him and tested his strength, there was no need to linger. Moreover, the change in course was a spontaneous decision. They had more important matters to attend to. As for saving face, that could wait until next time. Not far away, Roger and Jabba saw Rayleigh retreat and decided not to continue the entanglement, quickly making their way back to the pirate ship. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Golden Lion Haki did not intervene and returned to the shore. Yulu also sheathed the black knife, and the burning blue lotus dissipated, landing smoothly between Haki and Newgate. The battle was over. Yulu silently gazed into the distance, as the Roger pirates had already vanished. Gulalala, that's quite impressive, Yulu. Even the Pirate King Rayleigh was tricked by you. Whitebeard placed the kanji yunki on the ground and sat down, generously expressing his admiration. From today onwards, Rayleigh will become Bald Rayleigh. The Golden Lion teased from the side. It must be because I'm too handsome and lucky, Yulu casually replied. Rayleigh was too overconfident. I just caught him off guard. Haki and Newgate shot him a glance. They didn't think Yulu was that handsome, but they did acknowledge his high talent and strong abilities. Yulu's thought communication system. He remembers there are task rewards. Ding! Task check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Conqueror's Haki. When Yulu heard this, he became excited. It was actually the Conqueror's Haki, truly worthy of a task reward, high-end and prestigious. It is said that only one person out of 1,000,000 possesses the qualifications of a king to awaken this Haki. It is innate, cannot be cultivated, and can only be strengthened through the enhancement of strength and charisma. Even among the officers of the Rocks Pirates, only a few possess the Conqueror's Haki. Among the crew below the officers, besides Yulu, only Kaido has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, highlighting its rarity. Yulu couldn't help but laugh, thinking of Rayleigh's gaze before he left. Rayleigh must be thinking about taking revenge next time, but it seems he won't have the chance now. Yulu has already mastered the Advanced Conqueror's Haki. As long as he trains his Observation Haki and Armament Haki to the advanced level, or directly obtains them from the system rewards, by that time, even if Rayleigh goes all out, he won't be able to do anything to Yulu. Udo, Haki, and Newgate returned to the pirate ship floating in the air, and under the cheers of their subordinates, they began to hold a banquet to celebrate Yulu's power upgrade. As for returning to Hive Island, there was no need to rush. Besides, if there was an urgent matter, Rocks would notify them using the transponder snail. On the other side, the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh wondered, what exactly is that Yulu's strength? He had initially come for Yulu's swordsmanship, but upon witnessing the terrifying and domineering flames, Roger became even more curious. Just thinking about that kid gives me a headache. He really is a monster. So young, yet already a great swordsman. Plus that powerful devil fruit ability. He paused for a moment, but he continued, his physical skills and Haki don't seem that impressive. So if it really comes down to a fight, I wouldn't lose, although it would be quite troublesome. By the end, Rayleigh unconsciously touched his bald head. When it came to strength, he was still very confident. Yulu was indeed a bit stronger than he had imagined, but that bit was quite a lot. However, he was not strong enough to be invincible. Roger didn't say anything more and silently looked in the direction of the Rock Pirates. The Rocks Pirates were getting stronger and stronger, and he really didn't know when they would be able to deal with them. A day later, Yulu, Sheik, and Whitebeard received a call from Rocks via a den mushy. They had already left that small island and were heading towards the Rocks Pirates base, Hive Island. As they were about to reach Hive Island, a huge pirate ship slowly approached from a distance. Before it got close, Yulu felt a gaze fixated on him. Kaido. Yulu followed his gaze and squinted his eyes to see the newcomer clearly. It was a tall and robust man with a bare upper body, wielding a spike club. However, his long legs and leather pants gave an impression of uncoordinated body proportions. This was Kaido in his youth, who would also become one of the 4 emperors of the New World in the future. At this moment, he was just a captain-level pirate under Charlotte Linlin. Previously, when Yulu stormed Hive Island, Kaido was out at sea and not on the island. Gula la la la. It turned out Kaido had returned. Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily. As long as it wasn't a matter of life or death, Whitebeard could always show a smile. Are you Yulu? A rough voice rang out as Kaido's ship approached. Speaking in an interrogative tone, Yuru raised an eyebrow and said, "It's me. What do you want? Fight me. Let me see your strength. I really don't understand why Captain Rocks would appoint a little brat like you as an officer." Kaido spoke with an undeniable tone, as if issuing a command. He had already received news from Charlotte Linlin and was very dissatisfied in his heart. Why should an underage brat be appointed as an officer? He was the most qualified candidate for the position. Now that he saw Yuru, he was even more convinced of his thoughts. A weak little brat, even if he had decent abilities and swordsmanship, would still be no match for his strength and Haki. Ha ha ha. Yuru kid, he is questioning your strength. Kaido, I advise you not to do this. It would be bad if Yuru accidentally killed you. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but laugh, looking at Kaido with a hint of sympathy. Before Yuru appeared, Kaido was indeed considered the most talented person, with a tough physique that could be described as indestructible. His strength was also formidable, ranking among the top in captain-level pirates. However, compared to Yuru, there was still a considerable gap. After obtaining the Azure Dragon Fruit, Kaido might be able to match up against Yuru, but right now, he was far from enough. Shiki said this to make Kaido think twice. As the person Charlotte Linlin valued the most, if Yuru were to be crippled, Linlin would definitely come looking for trouble. It wasn't out of fear of her, but simply a desire to avoid too much contact. In the midst of a thrilling battle, suddenly saying, "Let's have a child together," would throw anyone off their game. Shiki, Whitebeard, this has nothing to do with you. Yuru kid, I want you to know that the position of officer relies on powerful strength, not talent. While Kaido spoke to Shiki and Whitebeard, he raised the kanabo in his hand, the black spikes gleaming with a cold light. He was even more displeased, feeling that Shiki and Whitebeard underestimated him and did not understand his strength at all. What do you mean accidentally killing him? That was just to protect Yuru, to scare him off, so he would know when to back down. Dream on. I, Kaido, am not a fool. The more you say this, the more I feel Yuru's strength is nothing special. Perhaps Rocks believed Yuru had immense potential and would surpass him in the future. But right now, he was definitely not his opponent, and the more Kaido thought about it, the more confident he became. Shiki and Whitebeard stopped speaking, quietly observing. After all, this was a matter between Yuru and Kaido, and they needed to handle it themselves. Yuru finally spoke up, his tone full of disdain as he coldly laughed. My subordinate was appointed by Captain Rocks. If you have a problem with it, go find a captain instead of coming here to show off your power. What's wrong? Do you bully the weak and fear the strong, thinking I'm easy to mess with? As soon as these words were spoken, Yuru's provocative remarks became evident. He casually mentioned Rocks. After all, Rocks had once drawn a wave of hatred towards Yuru. However, even without Rocks' words, Kaido's personality would still lead him to cause trouble for Yuru. Hearing this, Kaido became somewhat embarrassed and enraged, feeling that Yuru was too arrogant. Even more so than the disdain shown by Shiki and Newgate, which angered him further. He certainly didn't dare to question Rocks. Rocks' power and authority were not to be provoked, something he had personally experienced. That's why he came to Yuru for a duel, to prove to Rocks and everyone else that he, Kaido, was the strongest. He was the one most qualified to be promoted to a subordinate. In his embarrassment and rage, Kaido stopped wasting words and slammed his kanabo onto the deck. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him. With a thunderous boom, the ship beneath Kaido sank a little, and a visible purple aura spread outwards from him in all directions. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Many of Kaido's followers behind him were intimidated by this immense pressure and fainted with white eyes. The purple aura swept across the sea, causing the previously rippling surface to suddenly still for a moment before erupting into a roaring surge. I'll see how you break my conqueror's Haki. Kaido sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. looking at Yuro on the opposite ship, who was still and motionless. He felt a surge of pride, thinking that Yuro had been scared into silence. During his recent voyages, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki had already reached an intermediate level, and he believed he could easily deal with the seemingly weak, frail teenager before him, who surely lacked any real strength or spirit, probably even without an awakened Conqueror's Haki. Ha 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 ha, prepare to submit to my Haki. Kaido imagined the scene where he hadn't even made a move, yet Yuro would be suppressed by his Conqueror's Haki, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as Shiki and Newgate were about to take action, someone shouted, "This is my business. Let me handle it." Yuro excitedly spoke, his blood boiling with enthusiasm. Conqueror's Haki. He had it too, so why not test it against Kaido? Shiki and Whitebeard were slightly puzzled. They didn't know that Yuro had already awakened his Conqueror's Haki, which was on par with their own high-level Haki. Puzzled as they were, after more than half a month of interaction, the two still trusted Yuro very much. Just as Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, forming a purple aura, approached Yuro within less than a meter. Yuro's pupils constricted, and a dark, profound light flashed. A mighty aura that seemed to swallow the heavens and earth surged from his body, directly scattering the clouds in the sky. In an instant, it pushed Kaido's Conqueror's Haki up to the clouds, allowing sunlight to pour in. However, in the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. This is Yuro's Conqueror's Haki. Wow, what a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Gururara, this kid Yuro is truly a monster. Yuro's Conqueror's Haki suddenly burst forth, startling both Shiki and Whitebeard. The two were ready to watch Kaido make a fool of himself. The black airflow first firmly blocked Kaido's Haki, and then suddenly expanded. Compared to Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, a more domineering and grand momentum swept out towards the sea. Yuro's Conqueror's Haki spread like a vast ocean, giving a sense of unfathomable depth, continuously suppressing Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The purple air currents were constantly retreating and slowly shrinking under the pressure of the black air currents. At this moment, the sea was filled with Yuro's presence, and Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was instantly forced back into his body. The black air currents knocked Kaido off balance, and he staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. How is this possible? You actually possess Conqueror's Haki. Kaido was completely stunned, as it was not at all what he had expected, his face filled with disbelief. In the brief clash of wills, he was immediately defeated, with no ability to retaliate. Yulu, the frail little brat in Kaido's eyes, also possesses Conqueror's Haki, even more powerful than his. Kaido's brain gradually calmed down as he stared in shock at Yulu. Such a formidable Conqueror's Haki coming from an underage brat. How is that possible? Even with his self-proclaimed talent, it shouldn't be feasible. Just as Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, everyone on Hive Island felt a powerful aura. In the hall of Skull Castle, Rocks, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, John, and others quickly sensed it. Wang Ji was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that someone else had invaded Hive Island? Perhaps someone with Conqueror's Haki? At that moment, Rock spoke up. This is Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. After sailing for a few months, I didn't expect it to already reach the intermediate level. Let's go take a look. Just as Rocks and the three were about to rise, the second wave of overwhelming aura suddenly appeared. A second Conqueror's Haki. Something must be happening. Rocks and the others paused for a moment, then immediately used their body techniques, disappearing from their original spots in an instant. Rocks, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, John, and others were all top-notch fighters on the sea, with incredibly strong body techniques and speed like lightning. Within a few breaths, they had already appeared on the shore. At this moment, the pirates gathered on the shore quickly made way, with Rocks and the others standing at the forefront. Not far away on the sea, the Conqueror's Haki released by Kaido was about to envelop Shiki and Whitebeard's ship. A stronger Conqueror's Haki appeared, swiftly overpowering Kaido's Conqueror's Haki and forcing it back into him. This earth-shattering Conqueror's Haki did not come from Shiki or Whitebeard, but from Yulu. In that instant, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and the other pirates couldn't help but widen their eyes. The scene before them was truly shocking. Most were extremely stunned, while only Rocks at the front had a glimmer of light in his eyes, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the steady Kaido, seeing Yulu on the distant ship smiling disdainfully at him, felt as if he was being silently mocked. Kaido took a deep breath. His expression began to darken. The frustration and shock brought by Yulu did not make him retreat, but instead made him more eager to prove himself. As the waves surged, the pirate ship quickly approached the shore. Just as Kaido was about to act, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that at the edge of Hive Island, Rocks and the crew were all gazing over here. Damn it. Kaido gritted his teeth, his tone filled with rage. His plan to defeat Yulu and reclaim his crew was likely not going to happen. Thinking about how Rocks and the others had witnessed him being crushed by Yuluo's conqueror's Haki made his face even uglier, as if he had eaten something foul. This was not good. Instead of showcasing his strength in front of Rocks and his crew, he had been forcefully suppressed. This was completely different from what he had anticipated, developing in the opposite direction. Let's go. Kaido snorted coldly, his hatred and murderous intent towards Yuluo growing stronger. Coward, the steady Yuluo disdainfully remarked, leaning against the ship. This Kaido talks tough and sounds fierce, but when it comes to a real contest, he's just weak. Shiki and Whitebeard stepped forward to Yuluo's side. Gurara, Kid Yuluo, your conqueror's Haki is no less than mine. It's already reached the high level, right? Whitebeard laughed broadly, and Yuluo nodded slightly. Ignoring the advice of the elders leads to misfortune right in front of you. Ha ha ha. Kaido, this is quite a loss. Shiki, the golden lion, arrogantly looked at Kaido while holding a cigar in his mouth. Ha ha. Even the subordinates behind the three burst into laughter. As for the people on Kaido's ship, most had been knocked unconscious by the conqueror's Haki, while the remaining ones stared wide-eyed but dared not say much. The pirate ship sailed into the island's bay, and Yuluo, Shiki, Whitebeard, and Kaido, along with their crew, successively came ashore, standing before Rocks and his crew. Notably, this time there were some new faces in the crowd. Yuluo recognized Longbread and Shaki, along with a few unfamiliar ones. Likely characters not mentioned in the original work. After a round of pleasantries, Rocks got straight to the point. Kaido, in just over a month, your conqueror's Haki has broken through to the intermediate level. Not bad, not bad. Rocks first addressed Kaido, acknowledging his progress. However, after witnessing Kaido being crushed, the others did not react much, which was indeed somewhat awkward. Kaido, with a sullen face and feeling frustrated, returned to Charlotte Lean's side. Seeing her also staring at Yuluo with a scheming look, Kaido trembled with anger, vowing to find an opportunity to turn Yuluo into meat paste. Following that, Rocks looked at Yuluo, his face rarely showing a smile. Ha ha ha, Yuluo, you truly surprise me. Your high-level conqueror's Haki is completely on par with Shiki and Whitebeard's. Upon hearing this, most pirates present were taken aback. While many pirates knew about conqueror's Haki, they were unclear about its level distinctions. Now that Rocks mentioned it, they gained some understanding. High-level conqueror's Haki, comparable strength to Shiki and Whitebeard's conqueror's Haki. No wonder he could crush Kaido, after all. He had only just broken through to the intermediate level of conqueror's Haki. This training involved encountering the Roger Pirates and fighting against Rayleigh the Dark King, which naturally led to awakening, Yuluo said lightly, feeling there was nothing to hide, just making up a little story. Upon hearing this, Shiki and Whitebeard's mouths twitched slightly. This kid really knows how to show off. He just awakened his conqueror's Haki and can reach a high level. Ha 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 ha. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Your talent can be considered monstrous. For someone like you, awakening conqueror's Haki is not surprising, and reaching a high level directly must be due to your accumulated strength and your own capabilities. Shiki and Yugate could never have imagined that Rocks actually believed it, and even walked up to pat Yuro on the shoulder, looking as if he was saying, I believe in you, I admire you. However, I didn't expect you to encounter Roger's crew. How was your battle with Dark King Rayleigh? As far as I know, he's quite strong as well. Rocks then shifted the conversation, staring at Yuro with sharp eyes, pretending to be curious. Yuluo's talent and strength truly surprised Rocks. Captain Rocks, it was like this. Shiki and Yugate briefly explained the situation, and the surrounding pirates perked up their ears to listen carefully. Indeed, very impressive. To be able to catch the Pirate King Rayleigh off guard and make him suffer a big loss, your overall strength isn't much different from his. Rocks gave his opinion, and Wang Ji and others were both surprised and expressed their agreement. It hasn't been long, and Yuluo has become even stronger. Wang Ji unconsciously grew serious. He was still thinking about defeating Yulu one day. At this moment, Rock's ambition swelled even more. Yulu's talent and the speed at which he became stronger filled him with confidence. And it was time for him to start preparing his plans. Yulu was actually able to fight against the underworld king, Rayleigh. This level of strength is quite formidable among the cadres. The surrounding pirates whispered and discussed among themselves when Yuluo was appointed as an officer. Many old crew members were unconvinced, but now they are completely convinced. If it were them, they probably wouldn't last 10 rounds under the hands of the Dark King, Rayleigh. Unbeknownst to them, many pirates' views on Yuluo have gradually changed, and some even look at him with admiration and respect. All right, you all are here. This time we have an important operation. Let's talk in the hall. We will have a major operation soon, so be fully prepared. If this operation succeeds, everyone will gain immeasurable treasure. Locke said to Yulu, Shurji, and Newgate, then turned to face the members of the pirate crew and shouted loudly. Wow! Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately cheered. Their shocked hearts were placed by greed and desire. For them, plundering treasure is the most coveted thing, and after more than a month of idleness, they can finally set sail to loot. After a round of cheers, the pirates, filled with enthusiasm, dispersed. Then, Yulu and the others followed Locke back to the hall of the skeleton castle. Yuru casually found a spot to sit down, while Shiki and Newgate took their seats on either side of him. Shiki, what action requires all the executives to be present? Yuru was somewhat curious and asked Shiki and Newgate. There should be high-ranking naval forces involved, otherwise why would our cadres need to take action personally? Shiki took a puff from his cigar and said casually. Shiki was not wrong. The only forces worthy of such a display were those of the world government. Newgate nodded, clearly agreeing with what he said. They had experienced this kind of thing many times. They had also crossed paths with naval admirals. Not far away, a few unfamiliar cadres saw Yuru standing on equal ground with them and couldn't help but snort coldly, their faces showing disdain. Just now, Yuru's conqueror's Haki had indeed shocked them a bit. However, they had not seen Yuru's true strength. He was just an exceptionally talented newcomer. Having strong conqueror's Haki did not necessarily mean he was powerful overall. Ultimately, it still depended on comprehensive strength. They had not awakened conqueror's Haki, but they had all fought against Shiki and Newgate. During the battles, conqueror's Haki did not have a significant impact on them, and in terms of strength, they were just slightly inferior to Shiki and Newgate. Yuru did not care, ignoring their gazes and continued chatting with Shiki and Newgate. Recently, the Navy headquarters has been gradually shifting its focus to the New World, increasing its military presence and mid-to-high tier combat power there. Rock sat in the main seat, expressionless as he spoke to everyone. Many people present showed disdainful looks. It's just the Navy. They knew very well how strong they were. They had engaged in multiple battles before, and the Navy could do nothing against them. The Rocks Pirates were becoming stronger and stronger. Even if the Navy increased its combat power, so what? The New World was their territory, and the Rocks Pirates were utterly fearless. According to the information I received, the reason the Navy is taking these actions is partly to curb the development of the Rocks Pirates in the New World. On the other hand, some member countries of the world government recently prepared to offer heavenly gold and needed the Navy's escort ships to safely deliver it to Mariewa. Rocks suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said again. Upon hearing this, everyone showed excited expressions. Even Shiki and Newgate's eyes lit up. Yuru was also a bit excited. After all, it was the sky gold. It was a massive treasure accumulated by a country over an entire year, including famous swords and devil fruits. If they managed to seize it, the cadres would get a share, and the strength of the Rocks Pirates would be enhanced. Yes, our mission this time is to intercept the naval escort ship and seize the sky gold. Rocks stood up, slapped his hands on the table, and said excitedly. At this point, the cadres were already thrilled. Finally, they were going to set sail, and this mission truly did not disappoint. The sky gold was a treasure trove. Just thinking about plundering the sky gold made John incredibly excited, his mind filled with eagerness and desire for the treasure. Hee, John, look at your greedy expression. As if you've never seen treasure before. A nameless cadre looked at John with disdain and said sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Yulu couldn't help but think of Captain John from the original story, who, due to his own greed, ultimately died at the hands of his crew after the Rocks Pirates disbanded. Although we are not afraid of the Navy, you should not let your guard down. Rocks scanned the crowd and reminded them. The known high-ranking Navy participants in the escort mission include the Admiral candidates Sengoku and Blackwrist Zephyr. Rocks began to reveal the dangers of the operation. John's gaze sharpened, and his inner greed diminished somewhat. Sengoku and Zephyr are strong enough to contend with Shiki and Whitebeard, indicating that they possess at least comparable strength. This operation involves the Navy escorting 2 batches of heavenly gold, and I will lead Shiki, Whitebeard, and Yulu to deal with Sengoku and Zephyr's fleet, while the other cadres will handle the other batch of heavenly gold. Rocks outlined the operational plan. Yuru has no fleet and is alone, so it's not appropriate to assign any tasks. He can only continue to act alongside Shiki and Newgate. Yuru had nothing much to say and quietly listened. All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. To prevent any changes at the base, those I notified in advance will stay behind to guard it. The treasures that are to be shared with you will definitely not be. Rocks said in a serious tone. He placed great importance on Hive Island and had already arranged for his most trusted people to stay behind. Everyone has half a month to prepare, and during this time, not a word must leak. Rock's domineering gaze swept over the crowd. Within the pirate crew, there were Navy moles, and Rocks was aware of this. As for whether there were any among the cadre, he was not yet sure, but it was necessary to remind everyone. If the mole was truly among the cadre, he would definitely not show mercy. "Don't worry, Captain," Yuru responded along with the cadre. After the meeting, the cadre left one after another, and Yuru followed Shiki and Newgate back to the ship. The cadre who mocked John during the meeting was named Jam. After returning to the ship, he chatted and drank with a few crew members. Until the evening, several crew members went to rest, leaving only Jam and one crew member. The two sat together and talked for a while, then Jam returned to his room. The crew member then went alone to the coast, hiding under a large rock. Cautiously took out a small transponder snail and dialed number. Brew brew. The transponder snail connected, revealing a familiar face. "This is Sora." The deep voice of Steel Bones Sora sounded. In half a month, Rocks would attempt to seize 2 batches of sky gold escorted by the Navy. The crew member lowered his voice, but could still be clearly heard. In the marshal's office in Marineford, Sora's expression turned serious. "Let us discuss the specific action plan." The action would mainly be conveyed directly by that crew member. After listening, Sora's face became grave. He knew that Rocks would not let such a rich sky gold opportunity slip by. The plan mentioned by the crew member included Rocks taking only Shiki, Newgate, and the newcomer Yuru with him. After the mole finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone, and Sora's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to eliminate Rocks. The next morning, Sora called for Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Tsuru. Upon seeing Sora's serious expression, the 4 realized that something significant was about to happen and became serious. Carp appeared serious but was constantly munching on snacks. The news received last night was that the Rocks Pirates planned to raid the sky gold you were escorting. Sora's words made everyone glance at each other, but they were not overly surprised. This was basic operation for the Rocks Pirates. Rocks would personally lead Shiki, Newgate, and the newcomer Yuru to seize the sky gold escorted by Sengoku and Zephyr, while the remaining cadre would go after the sky gold escorted by Carp and Tsuru. After Sora finished speaking, Tsuru suddenly widened her eyes. There were only 3 cadre members around Rocks, one of whom was a newcomer. This was a good opportunity. Tsuru's eyes sparkled. As the captain, Rocks would rarely take action himself, and when he did, he would often have many cadre members around him. This time, however, he was only taking 3 cadre members, one of whom, in their view, was just an ordinary cadre in terms of strength, even if he had exceptional talent. Such a rare opportunity would not be missed by the Navy. Change the escort plan. Let me and Zephyr escort the sky gold that Carp and Tsuru were originally assigned to. At the same time, increase our forces and have Carp and Tsuru hide on my ship to catch Rocks off guard. Meanwhile, the Navy escort fleet will set off as usual to attract those cadre members going to raid, ensuring that Rocks and his crew cannot receive support. Sengoku nodded. Being called the strategist, he immediately provided a counterplan. After listening, Sora pondered for a moment, then looked at Tsuru. Tsuru nodded seriously, clearly agreeing with Sengoku's plan. "All right, let's proceed with this plan. You all go down and prepare well." Sora immediately stood up, deciding on the upcoming arrangements. "Yes." Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Tsuru nodded solemnly, and then left with brisk steps. Night fell. Yuru and Shiki, after parting ways with Newgate, did not return to the room to rest. He stood alone on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and gazing at the night scenery over the sea, lost in thought. There's still half a month left, and in this half month, he can make a lot of progress. Yuru looked at the sea with anticipation for the first mission of joining the Rocks Pirates. It felt quite thrilling to think about it. The first mission was to seize the gold from the sky. Half a month is neither long nor short. Yuru's strength has undergone a transformation. His basic observation Haki has advanced to the intermediate level through continuous battle practice. His intermediate armament Haki has also made significant progress, nearing the advanced level, and it should break through soon. The improvement in these 2 forms of Haki has made Yuru quite happy. The only frustrating part remains the system's daily check-in, as it seems he can only obtain 1 or 2 high-level rewards after half a month of low-end periods. In addition to observation Haki and armament Haki, Yuru focused on physical training, wanting to quickly enhance his physique. On the 3rd day, he began to spar every morning with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, barehanded. Of course, Yuru's physique was relatively weak, so Newgate only used slightly stronger power to conduct suppression training on Yuru's body. At first, Yuru could only last half an hour, But as time went on, 1 hour, 2 hours, now he can spar with Newgate, who uses 70% of his strength for a day and a night. From now on, he no longer has to be just a ranged mage. These are the main training activities, and in the evenings, he also practices his devil fruit abilities and swordsmanship. Although the progress is not as noticeable as that of Haki and physical training, he has gained some experience in flame control and swordsmanship. Most importantly, he has unlocked several powerful skills in the skill encyclopedia. Thus, under the leisurely enjoyment of the cadres and the active preparation of the ordinary crew members, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This morning marked the day of departure for their mission. Yulu slowly woke up and, during the process of getting dressed and washing up, completed his daily check-in. Daily check-in completed. Ding! Today's check-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced physique. The system's prompt sounded, and Yulu's figure suddenly paused. Sure enough, after half a month of low-end periods, today's check-in reward was noticeably much higher. Yulu deduced that today's actions would most likely trigger the task check-in. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but feel even more eager about this operation. Yulu dressed neatly and felt the strength in his body, which had clearly improved significantly compared to before. According to the feedback from the system, the overall quality of his advanced physique was about 90 of Whitebeard's physical prowess. Truly, the system is impressive. The rewards it dispensed improved me even faster than my training over the past half month. With this information, Yulu couldn't help but praise the system. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced, as his strength had surged to 90 of Whitebeard's overnight. If Whitebeard found out, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. Then, Yulu picked up his black sword and headed to the bay departure point. At the bay of Hive Island, most people had already gathered, and dozens of giant pirate ships were prepared to set sail. Yulu kid, you're really slow to arrive. Shiki the Golden Lion greeted Yulu as he walked over, a cigar in his mouth. Gulalala, the Yulu kid has made quite a bit of progress in the past half month. Let's see him show off this time. Whitebeard, holding his long sword, looked forward to Yulu's improved strength. After a while, Rocks arrived, looking as usual, with a famous sword at his waist. Familiar with the original story, Yulu knew that although Rocks rarely took action, he was a swordsman who surpassed both him and Shiki in swordsmanship. Of course, for Yulu, this was all just temporary. Rocks didn't waste any time. The other officers were experienced, and he directly took Shiki, Whitebeard, and Yulu onto the main ship. They set sail. The target, the gold in the sky, on a giant pirate ship. The pirate flag, emblazoned with a Rocks Pirates emblem, displayed a particularly menacing red skull. Surrounding the main ship on both sides were 4 additional pirate ships. Yulu, Shiki, and Newgate all stood on the deck, while Rocks stood at the front, quietly looking at the sea. After the battle starts, Shiki and Newgate will charge forward, and Yulu and I will stay on the ship. Rocks turned around and said to the 3 of them. Shiki and Newgate had no objections and nodded slightly in agreement. However, Yulu looked a bit puzzled, wondering if he felt his strength was still lacking. Rocks looked at Yulu's confused expression and smiled with a fierce glint in his eyes. There is a woman in the Navy named Crane, who is cunning and has disrupted my plans multiple times. Perhaps the intelligence we received is not accurate, so to prevent any changes in the battle situation, you and I will stay on the ship to provide support. Yulu, with your abilities and swordsmanship, you can still fight effectively on the ship. The Golden Lion Shiki and Newgate had pointed out his long-range mage combat style in one sentence. Yulu thought for a moment and felt there was nothing wrong. Then let's temporarily do the long-range mage again. At this moment, several black dots appeared on the distant sea surface, which were the naval fleet escorting the Sky Gold. Shiki, Newgate, and even Yulu began to feel excited. On the 4 nearby ships, some captains and official members took out their weapons, ready at any moment. Once they got close to the Navy, they would act as previously discussed. Rocks gazed at the naval fleet, his narrowed eyes faintly revealing a fierce glint. As both sides gradually approached, 2 ships in the naval fleet, no smaller than the main ship, could be vaguely seen, which were surprisingly transport ships carrying the Sky Gold. At this moment, on the naval escort ships, the Navy responsible for reconnaissance suddenly spotted the pirate ship coming towards them. Hastily looking through the telescope, the emblem of the Rocks Pirates, the Red Skull, came into view. He was instantly scared pale and staggered back a few steps. It's the Rocks Pirates. The Rocks Pirates are attacking. As soon as this was said, it spread throughout all the warships, and the Navy soldiers prepared for battle. On the main ship, Sengoku and Zephyr stood at the bow. They looked young and vigorous, tall and strong, with their arms crossed and their justice capes fluttering behind them. Sengoku and Zephyr, both possessing advanced observation Haki, had already spotted the Rocks Pirates. With their arms crossed and ready, they showed no signs of surprise or anxiety. Instead, they appeared to be prepared for this all along. The Navy fleet and the Rocks Pirates faced off, confronting each other on the sea. Just as Shiki and Newgate were about to engage in battle, a sudden surge of waves erupted on the surface of the sea where the Navy was located. Two naval warships surfaced from the water, their hulls surprisingly coated with a layer of film. What? No way. Shiki and Newgate froze, their expressions turning serious with surprise. On the coated warships, a large number of Navy soldiers were lurking. Captain Rocks, we've fallen into a trap. The Navy seems to have been prepared all along. Newgate said gravely without turning back. Oomph. A bunch of shrimp soldiers. Let's seize the sky gold first. Rocks revealed a sinister smile, his fierce gaze sweeping over the Navy soldiers. He had felt before departing that this operation would not be easily accomplished. Sengoku and Zephyr's readiness did not signify much. They faced any enemy with this posture. The key was that these lurking Navy soldiers clearly knew about the Rocks Pirates' actions. However, now was not the time to consider this. Rock said to Yuro, "Yuro, you go too." Then he stopped talking and quietly stood in place. All right. Yulu nodded in response to what was said. The current situation of the Navy indeed surprised Rocks, prompting him to change the battle plan he had just established. Yuro looked at Rocks, who stood still without any intention to attack. He quickly took 2 steps and arrived beside Shiki and Newgate. 2 warships floated up from the sea, each with a vice admiral on board, along with 4 vice admirals behind Sengoku and Zephyr. At this moment, the Navy's lineup already included 6 vice admirals and twice the number of Navy soldiers compared to the Rocks Pirates. The originally high-spirited pirates, seeing this situation, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. Shiki, Newgate, let me handle this. Yuro pondered for a moment and said firmly, the Rocks Pirates hold the advantage in high-level combat power. However, their crew is only half that of the Navy. If this continues, this batch of crew members will be completely wiped out. Perhaps normally Rocks treats them as cannon fodder. But right now, they're also a very important force. Given this, we should eliminate the small fry before the battle begins. Oh, what do you plan to do? Shiki and Newgate were somewhat surprised, and they could vaguely guess what was coming. First, clear out the small fry, Yuro said with a serious expression, in a simple and direct manner. However, on the opposite side, Sengoku, who also possessed Conqueror's Haki, could completely use his Haki to counter the intimidation. Newgate furrowed his brows and said uncertainly, I will hold Sengoku back, and if that doesn't work, Newgate will take action immediately. Yuro quickly came up with a plan and said in a deep voice, Heavenly Fire Lotus. Before his words finished, blue flames erupted from Yuro's right hand, continuously pouring out. Under Yuro's control, the flames compressed into a palm-sized, transparent blue lotus. Yuro retracted his palm, watching the fire lotus drift into the sky until it disappeared. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this Yuro's new move? Shiki muttered in confusion, curiously staring at the vanishing fire lotus. He had clearly sensed earlier that the blue flames were compressed into a lotus, hiding terrifying energy within. The pirates also understood the power of the blue flames, and their anxious feelings eased a bit. At that moment, above the naval fleet, they felt that the previously colorless sunlight faintly emitted a blue glow, and the temperature seemed to rise. What is this? Is it a devil fruit user? Sengoku and Zephyr's Kinbunchiko Haki sensed danger simultaneously. The two instinctively looked up, only to see the clouds in the sky shatter with a thunderous sound. A massive, semi-transparent blue lotus descended, large enough to overshadow all the warships. In an instant, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the naval personnel were overwhelmed by a wave of heat descending upon them, making it hard to breathe. This heat was extremely intense, and Sengoku and Zephyr faintly sensed that the blue transparent lotus contained terrifying power. Sengoku looked at the sky, his expression darkening. If this attack landed, the Navy would likely suffer heavy casualties. By then, before the battle even started, the morale of the naval soldiers would already be shattered. This opportunity to eliminate Rocks was hard-earned and must not be lost. This blue fire lotus is not simple. Be careful, Zephyr said beside him. In the face of such a large-scale attack, Sengoku, as a devil fruit user, had more advantages in intercepting it than Zephyr. Don't worry, Zephyr, I will stop it, Sengoku said with a serious tone. This blue fire lotus made him feel pressure. The blue transparent lotus descended rapidly, getting closer to the naval fleet, and the temperature the Navy endured grew higher. Watch me, Sengoku's roar echoed in everyone's ears, including Yuro, who was paying attention. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sengoku tore off his justice cloak and instantly activated his devil fruit ability. A dazzling golden figure rose, transforming into a gigantic golden Buddha. Even the warship beneath Sengoku seemed to struggle under the weight of this Buddha. Golden power surged and gathered in his right hand. Sengoku, undeterred by the blue fire lotus, suddenly thrust his massive palm upward. Buddha shockwave. The power on Sengoku's palm fluctuated as it struck towards the blue transparent fire lotus. Sengoku, at this moment, was robust and at his peak, his strength not inferior to that of Whitebeard, Newgate. This move should be blocked by Sengoku, Shiki said, eyes wide, looking at Yuro beside him. Just wait and see. Yuro smiled mysteriously. The impact from Sengoku hit the center of the blue fire lotus directly. The immense power stopped the rapid descent of the blue fire lotus. Crack! Crack! The fire lotus gradually showed cracks. However, Sengoku was not doing well either. It felt as if he was immersed in magma, the scorching heat penetrating into his organs. If it weren't for the protection of his fruit ability, his body would have long been baked and withered. Sengoku gritted his teeth and suddenly increased his strength, causing the blue fire lotus to shatter loudly. The Navy soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but the temperature in the air did not decrease. Just as Sengoku was about to revert from his Buddha form, he heard Zephyr's startled voice beside him. Sengoku, be careful. Sengoku was startled and saw the fragments of the blue fire lotus turning into streams of blue flames, continuing to shoot towards the warships below. Heavenly Fire Meteor. This was the flame that Yuro had just compressed within the fire lotus. Once the blue fire lotus shattered, these flowing flames would burst out, forming another attack. Even if the blue fire lotus had not shattered, it would still transform into an attack under Yuro's control. A dense array of blue, flowing flames descended from the sky, like meteors streaking across the horizon. What? Your moves can change on their own. Shiki was stunned, his mouth agape. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This scene was incredible. But what if it burned the ship carrying the gold from the sky? Shiki, don't worry. These flowing flames are all under my control. Not to mention Sengoku and Zephyr. They would never let anything happen. Yuro noticed Shiki's worries and explained aloud. Goolalala. Yuro's mind is really sharp. Newgate laughed heartily. Having observed for a long time, he was already clear about Yuro's plan. Only then did Shiki feel relieved. As expected, the great Buddha shockwave. Sengoku, seeing the scene, was furious and unleashed a powerful wave of energy again. Zephyr, covered in armament Haki, stepped into the air with moonwalk to intercept the falling stream of fire. Zephyr, this blue fire has an extremely high temperature. Do not touch it. Just disperse it into the sea, Sengoku said darkly to Zephyr, who was assisting him. Understood. Zephyr nodded seriously in response. Then the two of them acted simultaneously. It was Admiral Zephyr. He also made his move. Sengoku and Zephyr, two candidates for Admiral, acted together. They would definitely be able to block it. The Navy soldiers on the warship below exclaimed as they saw the two candidates acting together. This scene made them feel a bit more secure. Compared to the earlier moment when the Rocks Pirates suddenly appeared, their fear had diminished significantly. Yuro on the pirate ship in the distance saw this scene, and a proud smile flashed across his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The moment when Sengoku and Zephyr were fully focused on stopping the stream of fire, with no time to spare. Yuro's pupils constricted, and a domineering aura surged into the sky. Conqueror's Haki. The clouds dispersed, and the sea roiled. Dark currents appeared, sweeping through the entire naval fleet in an instant. Soldiers below the rank of officer suddenly felt a powerful pressure, as if a mountain were pressing down on them. Before they could resist, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. In an instant, the numerical advantage on the battlefield was reversed, with most of the Navy soldiers fainting. The appearance of this scene caused Sengoku and Zephyr in the air to change their expressions drastically, their anger immediately apparent. Damn it! The two exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with rage. As a wise general, Sengoku sensed something at this moment. This was the tactic of the Rocks Pirates, designed to attract his attention. By starting with a big move, he would be unable to divert his focus while enduring the Conqueror's Haki. Then, unexpectedly releasing the Conqueror's Haki would incapacitate most of the Navy soldiers. Thus, the Navy's numerical advantage would vanish. All Navy soldiers, heed my command, surround the Rocks Pirates. Not a single one can escape. Sengoku roared, his killing intent boiling in his heart. He then activated Moonwalk and rushed towards the pirate ship in the distance. Zephyr also reacted, dispersing the last flames and following closely behind. As most Navy soldiers fell one by one, the pirates of the Rocks Pirates exclaimed in excitement. Yuru is mighty. What are we waiting for? Let us charge through them. Ha ha ha. What are you waiting for, my little ones? Give me that gold from the sky. Shiki the Golden Lion drew his swords, Sakura-ten and Kuroki, and laughed sinisterly. The captains and crew on the 4 pirate ships drove their ships towards the approaching Navy fleet. Armed with weapons, they charged onto the warships like a tidal wave. Whitebeard, Newgate, looked at Sengoku charging in and felt his fighting spirit rise, swinging his weapon, the tidal cloud cutter, to meet him. Gurura, Sengoku, this time we will settle this. A white air mass appeared on the blade of the tidal cloud cutter, activating the tremor fruit ability as he met the giant golden Buddha's descending palm. Newgate, I will imprison all of you from the Rocks Pirates and impel down. Sengoku's anger surged, golden light bursting forth, the energy fluctuation in his palm growing stronger. With the Navy's numerical advantage gone, it was likely they would face a bitter battle, not knowing how many Navy soldiers would sacrifice themselves. Filled with rage, Sengoku unleashed a terrifying energy shockwave from his golden palm. Whitebeard, Newgate, would not hold back either. The sound of cracking echoed. The tidal cloud cutter swung towards the golden palm. As it passed, white cracks appeared in the air, as if the space were shattering, creating a terrifying scene. Boom! Boom! The tidal cloud cutter and the golden palm collided in midair, creating a massive shockwave and violent vibrations that intertwined. Between the golden palm and the tidal cloud cutter, an energy sphere formed, with golden and white energy swirling within. Then with a bang it exploded. The intense shock and vibrations spread outward, creating a large pit in the sea. Pirate ships and warships bobbed up and down on the turbulent waters. Some nearby pirates and Navy soldiers were directly swept away by the air currents. Sengoku and Newgate separated upon contact, then simultaneously withdrew their devil fruit abilities, covering their bodies with armament Haki, and began exchanging blows in midair. The martial arts duel was evenly matched, with the air currents generated by the battle occasionally sweeping across the entire battlefield. The top combatants on the sea, Whitebeard Newgate and Sengoku the Buddha. Yuru on the pirate ship had not yet made a move, but his heart was filled with excitement. Whether it was devil fruit abilities, Haki, or martial arts, each move could unleash earth-shattering power. Standing still, Rocks curled his lips into a smile and nodded to himself. Yuru truly surprised him with his monstrous talent, cadre-level strength, and a clear mind that prevents him from acting recklessly when faced with challenges. More importantly, Yuru possesses the heart of a strong warrior, a heart that yearns for battle and constantly seeks to grow stronger. With such talent in the Rocks Pirates, the overthrow of the world government is just around the corner. Meanwhile, in the sky, the fierce and spectacular battle between Shiki the Golden Lion and Zephyr the Black Arm rages on. As a user of the float fruit, Shiki claims the sky as his territory, floating gracefully and moving with great agility, giving him a distinct advantage. Clang! Clang! Sakura-ten and Dead would relentlessly slash at Zephyr, who transforms his arms, covered in armament Haki. Sparks fly with each collision. Ha ha ha! Golden Lion Shiki, are you just tickling me? Zephyr taunts as he uses the moonwalk technique from the 6 powers, stepping on the air to maneuver in the sky. After a bout of exchanges, Shiki, Sakura-ten and Dead would only manage to inflict slight pain on him. Suddenly, before Zephyr could finish speaking, he is sent flying by a powerful slash coming directly at him. Well, Zephyr, you've become even more arrogant in just a month. Shiki squints, feeling quite displeased, while Sakura-ten and Dead would continue their relentless slashes. Daring to mock me in battle? Just wait until I cut you down. Lion Cutwave. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Taking advantage of the moment Zephyr is sent flying, Shiki spirals in the air, moving fluidly and delivering several slashes with each position he occupies. Zephyr, just stabilizing himself with a moonwalk, is suddenly bombarded by a dense rain of sword energy. Oh no, so many! Zephyr's eyes widen, unable to hold back a curse as the overwhelming sword energy sends chills down his spine. The agility of the moonwalk in midair cannot match Shiki's float fruit ability. Even with his observation Haki fully activated, it's difficult to evade the sword energy that is right before him. Damn it, I can only endure this wave. Zephyr grits his teeth, focusing all his strength. As one of the rare strong fighters in Haki and martial arts, his seamless combination of 6 powers and Haki allows him to execute various techniques effortlessly. Countless combinations and extensions of the 6 powers are unleashed from him. In an instant, waves of energy surge and clash violently with the incoming sword energy. Boom! Boom! Explosions ring out repeatedly, and the intense waves of energy push Shiki upwards. Zifa lands on a warship, taking a slight breath. The previous techniques were indeed exquisite and fierce, but they also consumed considerable stamina. Given his exceptionally strong physique, he can withstand it, but for an average person, just a few moves would likely lead to exhaustion. On the battlefield, flashes of blades and waves of energy are everywhere. The Navy and pirates are in a chaotic melee. Sengoku, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Zifa are evenly matched in a short time, with no clear victor. On the side of the Rocks Pirates, among the captain-level pirates, after facing 6 Navy vice admirals, only 2 possess slightly stronger strength to temporarily contend with the vice admirals, while the other 4 are slightly weaker and are being overwhelmed by 4 vice admirals. In contrast, at the lower levels, due to some Navy soldiers fainting, the crew of the Rocks Pirates has gained the upper hand. Yulu focused intently, lost in thought. The Navy was clearly well prepared, aiming to capture them all at once. Continuing like this was not a solution. The battle would only become more stalemated. They were here to seize the gold in the sky, and the longer the stalemate lasted, the more unfavorable it became for them. If the Navy received reinforcements, they might not even be able to seize the gold in the sky. Yulu glanced at the 2 ships carrying gold from the sky, then made up his mind. He stretched his muscles, his eyes burning with battle intent. With a loud bang, he shot out, charging towards Zifa, who had just landed back on the warship. In the distance, Shiki and Zifa were about to make another move. Suddenly, both of them, using their observation Haki, sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Yulu the kid. Shiki was surprised to see Yulu charging towards him. Who was this person? He looked quite strong. On the warship, Zephyr's expression was serious. Facing 2 opponents made him feel he had to be on high alert. He didn't think Yulu would pose a threat to him, but there was still Shiki watching him closely. Shiki, I'll hold Zephyr off, you go for the heavenly gold. Yulu shouted to the surprised Shiki as he approached Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Shiki understood and immediately stopped focusing on Zephyr, flying rapidly towards the ship containing the heavenly gold. His abilities came into play at this moment. As long as he made contact with the ship's hull, he could control the vessel to float up into the clouds. This way, with the heavenly gold in hand, even if the Navy had great power, they wouldn't be able to reclaim the ship in the sky. Seeing this situation, Zephyr's heart raced. How could he just watch as Shiki slipped away right under his nose? If the Golden Lion Shiki successfully took the heavenly gold, they would have to retreat immediately. Not only would they fail to eliminate Rocks, but they would also lose the heavenly gold, and that would bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, before eliminating Rocks, they absolutely could not let anyone get close to the heavenly gold. Zephyr hurriedly shot out to intercept Golden Lion Shiki. Fire Fist. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and then a scorching wave of heat engulfed Zephyr. Yulu unleashed the Blue Lotus Hellfire, and blue flames erupted from his fist, blocking Zephyr's path. Seeing the sea of blue flames in front of him, Zephyr's eyes flashed with shock, and he quickly halted his movement. This was the flame contained within the massive blue fire lotus from earlier. He didn't expect it to be released by this young man. He sensed danger emanating from the sea of blue flames. Just standing before the sea of fire made him feel as if he were in a volcano. New recruit Yulu. The blue fire lotus and the conqueror's Haki that just fell from the sky were released by you, right? Zephyr stopped pursuing the Golden Lion Shiki and turned to face Yulu, speaking in a deep voice. He guessed Yulu's identity. And although his voice was serious and his expression fluctuated between dark and light, he didn't show much anxiety. This was because Carp and Crane were secretly observing, ready to lend support at any moment. Haha, the Navy's intelligence is quite sharp. Yes, it's me, Yulu said with a smile, then fell into thought. It seemed that there were definitely Navy informants within the Rocks Pirates. Zephyr felt a surge of emotions in his heart. This monstrous newcomer Yulu exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the Blue Fire Lotus or the Conqueror's Haki, both were far beyond that of an ordinary officer. This is what is called a monstrous newcomer, indeed deserving of the title. He dared not relax for a moment and quickly adjusted his state. Armament Haki covered his entire body, as he really didn't dare to touch that blue flame. Only this way could he avoid being burned. Zephyr used the 6 powers shave and moonwalk, moving rapidly in the air. He planned to evade the attacks of the blue flames through high-speed movement. As long as he could get close to Yulu, the next step would be a clash of physical techniques. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yulu, his fist covered with armament Haki, striking out. The nearby air was stirred, forming circles of airflow, about to hit Yuro. If Yuro didn't disperse the blue fire, he would be struck by Zephyr's armament Haki. Sure enough, facing the black fist rushing towards him, Yuro's blue lotus hellfire dissipated and the temperature around him dropped slightly. A hint of delight flashed in Zephyr's heart. Without using his devil fruit abilities, let me show you how I can defeat you. He was quite confident in his physical techniques, no matter how strong Yuro was. Being a devil fruit user meant his physical skills would surely not surpass his own. Yulu looked at the incoming fist with a faint cold smile. As a nature-type ability user, how could he not understand Zephyr's intentions? However, in front of him, Zephyr had miscalculated. Let's not forget, he was still a great swordsman. With a fluctuation in space, 1001 Nights appeared in Yulu's hand. Originally a black blade, 1001 Nights was now covered in armament Haki, emitting an even sharper and more menacing aura. Yuro crossed the blade in front of his chest, and with a clang, Zephyr's fist struck the blade. The fierce force of the punch was torn apart by the released sword aura, and in that moment of collision, the two were evenly matched. Is this the black blade? Zephyr felt the tremor in his arm, and his pupils suddenly constricted, inwardly cursing that it was bad. What a sharp sword aura. At that moment, he remembered that Yuro was a great swordsman. Earlier, Yuro hadn't brought a famous sword with him. How did this black blade appear out of nowhere? Realizing this, he withdrew his underestimation of Yuro and tensed up completely, as if facing the golden lion Shiki. Zephyr, your strength is simply like a tickle. Uro mogt zifa provocatively. Echoing the word Zifa had said to Shiki earlier. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he no longer held back. He wanted to see who was stronger now, himself or Zifa. Anyone can talk big. Show me your true strength. Zifa snorted coldly, his punches becoming unpredictable, like a dance of demons, constantly clashing with the incoming black blade. Clang, clang. The black blade swung, glinting coldly, and the sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. As the saying goes, no matter how high your skills are, you still fear a kitchen knife. Gradually, Zifa felt that even with his armament Haki covering his arms, the pain was becoming increasingly intense. He suddenly realized that Yuro's swordsmanship was actually on par with Shiki, the Golden Lion. Zifa had frequently fought against Shiki and was very clear about his level of swordsmanship, which ranked among the top swordsmen across the vast seas. There were many great swordsmen on the seas, but among them, there were distinctions of strength and weakness. When they first heard the information, the four of them instinctively formed preconceived notions. Yuro's youth made them think that he was just a novice in the world of great swordsmen. Now it seems they were gravely mistaken and need to reassess this newcomer of the Rocks Pirates. No, after this battle, the Navy must eliminate everyone from the Rocks Pirates. Shocked as they were, the battle had to continue. Zephyr, as a candidate for admiral, was unwilling to back down. He unleashed his armament Haki to the fullest and deployed the 6 powers without reservation. Finger pistol. His dark index finger gathered immense power, pointing at Yuro. Even at such a close distance, it created a sound of air bursting. Fully focused on the battle, Yuro thrust forward with his black blade. The sword energy flowing along the blade merged with Yuro's sword intent, constantly gathering at the tip of the blade. Clang! The tip of the sword met the tip of the finger. This was not just a clash of armament Haki, but also a contest of swordsmanship and martial arts. Bang! The two powerful energies intertwined, neither able to overpower the other, until they exploded with a loud bang, dispersing in all directions. The penetrating energy and sharp sword energy swept across the battlefield, scattering everywhere, causing the sea and clouds to break and chaos ensue. Ships floating on the sea, both naval and pirate, began to show puncture holes and sword marks. Nearby, Sengoku and Whitebeard couldn't help but glance over. It was one thing not to look, but looking startled them. The scattered energy and sword energy shot towards their faces. Fortunately, Sengoku and Whitebeard, proficient in observation Haki, slightly tilted their heads to evade. Wow, this Yuro kid has made significant progress, actually able to match Zephyr. Taking advantage of the moment in battle, Whitebeard laughed heartily. This kid is that newcomer. Sengoku's expression darkened, entirely different from Whitebeard's. How could this newcomer Yuro grow so quickly? Initially, they thought the main opponents in this operation would be Rocks, Whitebeard, and Shiki. But unexpectedly, this newcomer Yuro was actually trading blows with Zephyr. It had only been a month since they received the intel. At this moment, Sengoku realized that they couldn't complete this operation alone. They needed to bring out Carp and Tsuru, who were hiding in the shadows. They had to ensure the success of this operation. Shiki floated in the air, heading towards the ship carrying the heavenly gold. The Navy soldiers along the way were helpless against Shiki, only able to watch him fly overhead. However, Shiki was quite interested, occasionally slashing down with sword energy, infuriating the Navy soldiers below. Ha ha ha! Shiki laughed heartily, circling in the air a few times before diving towards the ship carrying the heavenly gold. A few Navy soldiers attempted to intercept Shiki, but were directly knocked away. As the heavenly gold came into view, Shiki stretched out his hands. Just as he was about to touch the ship's hull, suddenly, a figure burst out from the ship carrying the heavenly gold and landed a punch on Shiki, sending him flying downwards. Shiki was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Had he just been punched? And this person's speed and strength were astonishing, hitting him in an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, Shiki's body rapidly fell toward the sea, stabilizing just before hitting the water. However, the force of that punch stirred up a strong wind that crashed onto the sea, causing it to explode and create a dent. It's you, Carp. Shiki's expression turned ugly, completely taken aback. How could Carp be here? Wasn't it said that only Sengoku and Zephyr were present? Realizing that Carp had burst out from the ship carrying the heavenly gold, Shiki's expression changed. Could it be that Carp had been hiding on the transport ship carrying the heavenly gold all along? Meanwhile, in the intense clash between Yulu and Zephyr, a figure suddenly emerged from a nearby warship. This figure was extremely agile and quickly closed the distance to Yulu. The ability of the Wash fruit was activated. A flowing attack was launched directly at Yulu, who was engaged in battle with Zephyr. The great swordsman was exceptionally sensitive to danger, coupled with his intermediate observation Haki. Yulu sensed something when the shadow made a move. Elementalization. His body transformed into blue flames and dispersed, evading the attack, then reassembled from a distance. You are a crane. Yuru stared at the striking figure and immediately recognized her. This was the young Admiral Tsuru, the future chief staff of the Navy headquarters. At that moment, in the distance, Shiki was suddenly sent flying by a punch from Carp. Yuru caught this scene and suddenly frowned, looking at Tsuru with a smile and saying, the Navy really knows how to plan, but with your lineup, it's still a bit lacking. You must know that the captain, Rocks, hasn't made a move yet. Even I haven't used my full strength. Arrogant and conceited, you'll all be caught this time. Impel Down has already prepared cells for you. Zifa approached Tsuru, his face dark, and snorted coldly. Losing to a minor child and then being supported by Tsuru, who was a female soldier, made Zifa feel very embarrassed. Tsuru remained silent, her wise eyes fixed on Yuru as if trying to see through him. Zifa's words suddenly reminded her that Yuru must be taken down. Otherwise, with his talent, surpassing Rocks is just a matter of time. That is Carp. Tsuru. In the distance, Rocks, who had been standing on the pirate ship, narrowed his eyes, and his expression finally changed. The situation he had been speculating about had occurred. From the moment the Navy's lurking soldiers appeared, Rocks had used his top-level observation Haki to cover the entire battlefield. He had already sensed that there were 2 more auras within the Navy. Though they were well hidden, they couldn't escape Rocks' perception. Is it similar to what I thought? Rocks murmured to himself, then suddenly felt enlightened. In his observation Haki perception, there were no more hidden people. All the Navy's combat power had appeared. However, Rocks felt somewhat disappointed. With just these few, they really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Rocks glanced around, his face full of disdain. At this moment, Rocks made his move. He instantly disappeared from the bow of the ship, holding a long knife in his right hand. He rushed towards Carp like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. The fierce momentum frightened the Navy soldiers. The captain has made his move. Charge! The pirates exclaimed in excitement. Carp, be careful! Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru were startled and shouted loudly. Rocks charged towards Carp. Come on, Rocks, you will be captured by me. Carp's expression was grave. He pressed down with his legs, clenched his fists, and got into position. Although he spoke arrogantly, his body was very honest. Facing the new world overlord, Rocks, he had to go all out. Monkey D. Carp, the strongest rookie of Navy. As a fellow member of the D clan, let me test your strength. As Rock spoke, he charged above Carp. The long knife in his hand struck out violently, a cold light flashed, and the blade's aura sliced through the air, aiming at Carp. Carp activated his armament Haki. His arms and fists turned pitch black. With the muscles in his waist and legs tensed, he propelled himself forward. He wouldn't let the blade's aura approach the warship. Otherwise, even if he blocked it, the resulting waves could capsize the ship. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Carp's solid fist struck Rock's blade aura, sending sparks flying as the aura shattered. Carp felt a slight pain in his fist, which made him focus intently. His observation Haki could sense that this strike was merely an ordinary slash, with no accompanying Haki. Not even the sword intent of a great swordsman was present, just a pure blade aura. Not bad. Rocks chuckled lightly, covering his long knife with armament Haki, and slashed down again. Carp, who had just shattered the blade aura, did not turn back. Instead, he stepped on Moonwalk and charged towards Rocks with all his might. The fists and the blade clashed as their Haki began to collide. First, sparks appeared, then they transformed into arcs of black Haki electricity. The energy fluctuated violently, and the shock waves swept outward. Ha! Your strength is impressive. Since we're both from the D-clan, why not join my crew? Rock's gaze was piercing as he stared at Carp. Rocks, don't dream. I am a Navy. Carp gritted his teeth and said through clenched jaws. What a joke. Join the Rocks Pirates. This is a brutal and terrifying organization. Rocks snorted coldly, and his aura became even more powerful. With a bang, Carp staggered backward, regaining his footing only after 5 or 6 moonwalks. At the same time, his expression grew heavier. He didn't expect that Rocks, who seldom fought, would possess such unmatched strength, truly worthy of being the maritime overlord of the New World. At that moment, taking advantage of the situation, Shiki the Golden Lion found that no one in the Navy could stop him. On a skyship, Navy soldiers were cleared out in just a few moves. He activated the float fruit ability, and the transport ship lifted off the water, slowly rising. The skyship is floating. It's Shiki the Golden Lion. Hurry and stop him. Sharp-eyed people in the Navy noticed and quickly panicked and shouted. Not good. This is bad. Sengoku and Carp looked over and exclaimed. Girarur, Sengoku, what are you looking at? Newgate laughed heartily, swinging his tremor-infused sword towards Sengoku, giving him no chance to escape. Sengoku gritted his teeth and had no choice but to meet it head-on. Carp was even more so. With an opponent like Rocks, he couldn't afford to be distracted. At this moment, the only ones who could stop Shiki the Golden Lion were Zifa and Tsuru. In the distance, Tsuru, after staring at Yuro for a long time, was awakened by the panicked voices of the Navy soldiers. She exchanged a glance with Zifa, communicating their intentions through their eyes. Zifa's expression was serious as he slightly nodded. Then Zifa stepped forward, facing Yuro directly, while Tsuru flashed and headed towards Shiki the Golden Lion. Oof. Yuluo snorted coldly. How could he fulfill his wishes? He was still here. Where did he get the confidence to slip away in front of him? With a loud bang, the temperature in the air rose sharply. Holding the black knife in his right hand, the blue lotus core fire ignited in his left hand. Wrath of the Flame Dragon. Yuluo extended his left hand and made a grasping motion towards he, and the blue lotus earth core fire surged out, transforming into a 10-meter-long blue flame dragon that roared and flew towards he. Seeing this, Zefa's expression changed, and he lightly stepped forward to intercept the blue fire giant dragon. At the same time, Zefa, you are here. Yuro's right hand was also not idle, and the sword intent on the black blade surged into the sky, enhanced by the armed color Haki. 1,080 troubled winds. With a single slash, the winds and clouds shattered. Countless sword energies shot out, forming a sword energy storm several dozen meters long. Below, it even touched the sea surface, splitting the water in half. Crane, be careful. Zephyr's face changed with shock and urgency as he warned Crane. The sword energy storm moved at incredible speed, just like a real storm, and was already in front of him, nowhere to hide. Bang, bang. In a hurry, Zephyr unleashed several powerful air currents. He only managed to disperse a small portion of the sword energy, and his attack sank like a stone into the sea. Zephyr roared, his aura rising to its peak, the armed color Haki continuously flowing from within, covering his entire body, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. With a clang, in the next moment, the sword energy storm swallowed Zephyr. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, the collision of sword energy and armed color. Meanwhile, Crane, hearing Zephyr's voice, suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from behind her, instantly feeling as if she had fallen into a volcano. Utilizing Moonwalk in the air, Crane quickly turned around. A massive azure fire dragon appeared before her, roaring with heat as it lunged at her. Such a terrifying temperature, such fierce flames. She instantly realized that this was Yuro's azure flames. Immediately, she canceled the Moonwalk. Without the boost of power, she fell directly toward the sea. However, this was still not enough, far from enough. This speed could only avoid most of it, but there were still a few parts below that she couldn't evade. Crane's combat power was slightly weaker compared to Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr, and Zephyr was an enemy that required serious attention. She had no room for carelessness. She fully activated her armed color Haki, focusing on covering her upper body. At the same time, she activated the ability of the wash fruit, creating a 3-meter-long wave that blocked the path of the Azure Fire Dragon. Hiss! Hiss! When water met fire, they could not coexist. The boiling sound rang 3 times before falling silent. In the next moment, the Azure Fire Dragon howled past, brushing against Crane and flying into the distance. Even with just a brush, Crane did not fare well. Her body fell downward. Oh, indeed, what a remarkable Crane. As for Sepir. Yuru glanced at Crane, then at Zephyr, and shook his head with a teasing tone. The implication was obvious. Compared to Crane, Zephyr was too foolish. Sometimes, a person's intelligence can determine their fighting style. After being engulfed by the sword energy storm, Zephyr managed to withstand the slash with all his might, but was ultimately pushed down by the impact. Zephyr, Crane, Sengoku, and Garp shouted in a mix of anger and frustration. Yuru's actions ignited their rage, making them grit their teeth. They had been closely monitoring the entire battlefield, and naturally, the situations of Zephyr and Crane were no exception. When Yulu made his move, the sharp sword energy and intense flames caught the attention of both parties. Seeing his companions Zephyr and Crane injured and falling, Garp was filled with rage. He wished he could rush over immediately to save Zephyr and Crane. However, he held back his impulse and remained calm. In front of him was Rocks, and though he wanted to charge in, he had no confidence at all. Newgate! Sengoku's roar sent a shockwave that pushed Newgate away, rushing towards the falling Crane. Girarur! Sengoku, where are you going? Newgate's fists were enveloped in white light, striking fiercely to both sides. The power of the Tremor fruit activated, and white cracks surged through the air towards Sengoku. Damn it! Sengoku, who had just turned around, changed his expression, instinctively feeling a sense of crisis. 2 waves of violent air shockwaves formed a pincer attack coming at him. In this situation, it was best to take care of himself first. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, pushing both palms outward to withstand the incoming shockwaves. Immediately afterward, Newgate charged in, and the two engaged in combat once more. It was impossible for Sengoku to break free at this moment. The 3 commanders were momentarily unable to assist, so someone go check on Commander Crane. The relatively relaxed Rear Admiral issued the command. Just as Crane was about to fall into the sea, 4 Navy soldiers rushed over. The 4 worked together to barely catch Crane and quickly sent him to the nearest warship. Seeing this scene, both Sengoku and Garp let out a slight sigh of relief. If Crane fell into the sea, it would be the end. A comatose devil fruit user would likely not even know how to die. On the other side, Zephyr was conscious, but had exhausted too much energy and appeared quite disheveled at this moment. Quickly send him to the medical room. He also retreated back to the warship. Watching Crane fall into a coma, his expression dark as water. The battle had yet to subdue Rock's crew, and even Crane was injured and unconscious. It seemed this operation was likely doomed. Just as Zephyr thought this, a voice seemed to echo his thoughts. Keek. Captain Rocks, we have the sky gold. The arrogant and signature laughter of Shiki the Golden Lion rang out, clear for all to hear on the battlefield, both Navy and pirates alike. In the distance, the first transport ship carrying the sky gold was already floating high above. Shiki stood on the second ship, slowly rising into the air, sweeping away many approaching Navy soldiers. Damn it, we cannot let the pirates succeed. Let's charge over together. The Navy soldiers, seeing the sky gold being taken, were all furious, their morale surging dramatically. Each of them understood that losing the sky gold was a failure for everyone and that they would be punished. Thus, they were determined to fight desperately to protect the sky gold. But it was not so easy. The pirates were just as fierce. Look, they got the sky gold. Wow, we did it. Brothers, this group of Navy still wants to take it back. Stop them all. The pirates cheered upon acquiring the sky gold, driven by greed and desire. Their emotions soared, and their fighting spirit surged. They charged at the Navy soldiers as if high on stimulants. Ha, Shiki, we got the sky gold. You retreat first. Everyone, don't linger in battle, withdraw in succession. Rocks, who had been suppressing Garp the whole time, laughed and issued the order to retreat. What he wanted was the sky gold, and now that it was in hand, there was no need to waste energy continuing the fight. After Rock spoke, the pirates halted their offensive and erupted in cheers. Under the Navy's scheme, not only had the situation reversed, but they had also seized the sky gold, which was incredibly uplifting. In contrast, the Navy soldiers looked at the retreating pirates with extremely ugly expressions. After all, they could not stop the enemy from escaping. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Sengoku were momentarily separated. Girarur. Sengoku, do you want to continue? Sengoku's expression was grim as he fell into deep thought. He was truly indecisive. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard Newgate directly turned and left. He didn't want to fight anymore. It was just the same few moves back and forth. Even if he could slightly suppress Sengoku, winning against him was not so easy. Yuluo looked at the somewhat tired ZFA below and said playfully, ZFA, you've rested so long that you might as well rest until the battle is over. ZFA, who was originally serious, turned dark with anger upon hearing this and completely lost his composure. After Yuro finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of flowing fire and moved away from the area. Zifa was helpless. He couldn't stop Yuro's strength. Rocks quickly dodged away, while Carp, filled with rage, pursued Rocks, stepping back with Moonwalk. This mission had failed. The heavenly gold was taken, and even Crane was unconscious. Carp's originally calm heart was now consumed by anger. He could accept all of this, provided at least one officer was left behind to report to his superior, which would give him some peace of mind. Otherwise, the Navy's operation this time would be incredibly frustrating. Carp, come back. There's no way to keep them. Sengoku also felt furious and filled with resentment. However, as a wise strategist, he still retained his rational judgment. At this point, pursuing them had no meaning. Even if they caught up, whether they could win was still a question. In this plan, it was thought that Crane could hold back the newcomer Yuro. But who would have thought Yuro was so strong that he incapacitated Crane in one encounter while also holding Zifa back? This resulted in a lack of high-level combat power, allowing the Golden Lion Shiki to take advantage of the situation. Carp ignored Sengoku's words and directly pursued. Rocks and Whitebeard had already returned to the pirate ship, and the captains and crew also withdrew. Under Sengoku's command, the Navy soldiers stopped, their eyes filled with hostility toward the Rocks Pirates. All units, return to the warship. Take your positions. Keep up with Vice Admiral Carp ahead. Sengoku quickly issued a new order, his tone filled with helplessness. He had no choice. He couldn't just leave Carp behind. To ensure Carp's safety, the Navy fleet kept following him but maintained a certain distance. Carp continued to advance, the air beneath his feet rippling. Under full pursuit, the distance from the Rocks Pirates gradually narrowed. At this moment, Carp, after some time, had calmed down from his impulsive state. However, he was still angry, which made him hesitate and slow down. On the distant pirate ship, the captains and crew were excited but remained vigilant. Everyone could see Vice Admiral Carp was in pursuit, and the distant Navy fleet was slowly approaching. Gulalala. That guy Carp really is persistent. Whitebeard Newgate sat on the deck, his sword placed aside, gazing into the distance, laughing loudly. Ha ha. Once Carp exhausts his stamina, he'll obediently go back. The Golden Lion Shiki also spoke, not taking Carp's relentless pursuit to heart. He was also controlling 2 heavenly gold transport ships floating in the clouds at the front. The Captain Rocks stared ahead, his expression unchanged, but he furrowed his brows slightly. He was also aware that Carp's momentary impulse would fade, and he would retreat obediently. However, it was uncomfortable for the dignified Rocks to be chased. At this moment, Newgate's voice reached everyone's ears. Hey, wait a minute, where's that kid Yuro? Why don't I see him? As soon as he said this, Golden Lion Shiki reacted, slapping his thigh and saying, Right, I thought someone was missing. Turns out it's Yuro. At this point, Shiki's voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened. That kid Yuro wouldn't have gotten caught by the Navy, would he? Whitebeard Newgate, upon hearing this, shouted angrily, Shiki, shut your filthy mouth. I saw Yuro retreating when I was leaving. Besides, with Yuro's strength, who in the Navy could catch him? While Newgate and Shiki were arguing, Rocks continued to gaze at the sky, looking particularly calm. Where is Yuro? Rocks is very clear about it. He values Yuro a lot, and has been paying attention to him from the battle to the retreat. As for the foolish Golden Lion Shiki, he got so excited about 2 ships full of heavenly gold that he forgot all about Yuro. What is that? Look quickly. Suddenly, the voices of the pirates rang out, filled with surprise and suspicion. In the sky above Carp, who was pursuing from behind, the clouds suddenly shattered. A massive blue fire pillar descended from the sky, enveloping Carp. Wow, is Yuro really that fierce? Golden Lion Shiki followed the gaze of the crowd and exclaimed in civilized language. That signature blue lotus hellfire. Who else could it be but Yuro? I Golden Lion Shiki, ask who else? La 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 la. As expected of Yuro, always full of surprises. Even Whitebeard Newgate was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Clearly, he saw Yuro retreating, but where did he go? It turns out he went to intercept Carp. Speaking of which, the person involved, Carp was hesitating at that moment. Sensing the attack with his observation Haki, he used Moonwalk in conjunction with Soru, disappearing from his spot. The blue fire pillar struck the sea, causing water to evaporate and countless water vapor to rise. Taking advantage of the rising mist, several sword chi slashes came attacking. Not far away, Carp had just dodged the blue fire pillar and was about to retaliate in anger. Suddenly, his arms were covered in pitch-black Haki, and he punched forward. Clang! Clang! The iron fist collided with the sword chi, and after several punches, Carp shattered all the sword chi, dispersing the mist. Yuro, you can't escape. Carp's voice was filled with anger as he looked at Yuro, who had appeared in the air without him noticing. A hint of surprise emerged in his furious heart. This newcomer Yuro actually didn't run away. Carp was already prepared to stop the pursuit, but Yuro's sudden attack caught him off guard. Since you dare to appear, consider yourself unlucky. I was just worried this operation would yield nothing. I never planned to run. Yuro held the black knife in his right hand, ran his left hand through his hair, and said helplessly, he really didn't plan to run away. Just moments ago during the retreat, the silent system of the entire battle suddenly sounded, triggering a task check-in. Ding! Task check-in triggered. In the face of the Navy's strongest newcomer, Monkey D, Garp's pursuit. The host, as the strongest newcomer among pirates, should take on the task of interception. Please have the host collide with Monkey D, Garp to the fullest. Monkey D, Garp has stopped pursuing. Task check-in successful. Rewards distributed. Yulu looked at the task check-in on the system interface, feeling a wave of complaints in his heart. Collision my ass. I'm ready to run, and you want to step up? However, complaints aside, the task check-in still needed to be done, given the system's nature. The rewards for task check-ins were usually quite impressive. Oof. Opposite him, Carp's face was filled with anger, not giving Yulu a chance to escape. With a fierce aura, his iron fist attacked. Facing the enraged Carp, Yulu adjusted his body. The armed color Haki and the sword intent of a great swordsman were all infused into his black blade. With his muscles tensed, he swung the black blade down. The iron fist collided with the blade, creating several arcs of black electricity as the two stared at each other. Boom! A loud sound erupted. The air exploded, and a violent shockwave swept through. Carp stepped back 5 paces, his expression grim. Yulu was thrown out, spinning in the air, and landed steadily above the pirate ship's stern. The pirates gasped in surprise, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. Shiki and Newgate were somewhat astonished, not expecting Yulu to be able to exchange blows with Iron Fist Carp. Even Rocks couldn't help but smirk when he saw Yulu make his move. This Yulu was truly a monster. Zephyr recalled his battle with Yulu and felt uneasy, muttering to himself. At that moment, Yulu suddenly sheathed his black sword. Fiery blue flames ignited, his left hand grasping the sheath and holding it horizontally in front of him, while his right hand slowly wrapped around the hilt. The blue lotus earth fire continuously surged into the black sword, causing even the sword itself to start burning. Seeing Yulu return to the air above the pirate ship and sheath his sword, Carp thought he was going to back down. But in the next second, the blue flames and the black sword seemed to merge into one. Not good, Carp exclaimed angrily, rushing towards Yulu. However, Yulu had already gathered his strength. Fire burns the city. Accompanied by Yulu's booming voice, the black sword was suddenly drawn, the blade ablaze with blue lotus earth fire. With a sweeping motion forward, a torrent of scorching blue flames erupted. The flames on the blade seemed endless, rapidly spreading across the sea, creating a sea of fire out of thin air. It surged towards Carp and the Navy fleet. Carp's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward, suddenly halting his movement. The blue sea of fire grew larger, sweeping over everything. The overwhelming heat wave hit Carp, causing a burning sensation on his skin. He had felt the temperature of the blue lotus earth fire, and such terrifyingly high-temperature flames would be disastrous if they touched him. This massive sea of fire reached down to the sea surface and up to the clouds, leaving no room to escape. Reluctantly, Carp could only retreat. However, after retreating a distance, he realized the speed at which the sea of fire spread was incredibly fast. If he retreated any further, he would be backed up into the Navy fleet. Carp gritted his teeth, no longer retreating, his armed color Haki fully activated, making him look like a small black figure. He clenched his fists, muscles bulging, using all his strength to unleash 2 of his signature iron fists. The shave technique activated, a fusion of moonwalk and shave. He shot forward like a bullet, creating a sharp trajectory in the air, heading straight for the towering blue sea of fire. Carp, don't be reckless. Sengoku and Zephyr exclaimed in shock at the sight, their faces revealing concern. At this moment, Carp had already charged out, like a streak of black light. Enduring the intense heat, as he approached the flames, the force from his iron fist struck the sea of fire, creating a large hole. Carp surged in like a raging tide, propelled by the force, piercing directly through the sea of fire. Huh? What's going on? Carp emerged from the other side of the sea of fire with a surprised expression, thinking it was surprisingly easy. The temperature of the flames was indeed terrifying. But as he passed through the sea of fire, the force from his fists dissipated the flames upon contact. They did not attack him or burn his body at all. Carp couldn't help but glance at Yulu, the one who launched the attack. In the distance, Yulu was watching, a smug smile appearing on his lips. This is bad. Carp's gaze sharpened as he noticed that strange smile, his heart sinking. He quickly turned around, only to see that the hole he had created had completely healed. The blue sea of fire remained overwhelming, spreading further and further away, moving relentlessly towards the Navy fleet behind him. The target of this blue sea of fire was not him. It was the Navy fleet behind him. Carp's anger surged, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Yulu. Yuluo smiled without speaking. Carp let out a furious roar and charged into the sea of flames. On the other side, the Navy personnel, seeing Carp break through the fire, had not yet had time to rejoice when they saw the flames continuing to surge, descending from the sky and enveloping the entire Navy fleet. What is this? Zephyr's eyes widened in shock. Quick, retreat. Sengoku directly issued the order to withdraw. Upon hearing this, the Navy's soldiers immediately panicked, as they had already felt the terrifying high temperature coming from the Blue Lotus Hellfire. In their haste, they maneuvered the warships to change direction. But it was too late. The blue fire sea was ferocious, like heavenly fire descending, devouring the entire Navy fleet. The blue flames touched the sea surface, hissing and steaming, continuously spreading. A huge fire circle formed, with flames blazing all around, creating a wall of fire that was several dozen meters high, trapping the Navy fleet inside. Hiss! Is this the power of Yuluo's cadre? This flame is truly terrifying. It doesn't extinguish in water and keeps evaporating seawater. Who can say otherwise? Even from this far away, I can feel the heat waves rolling in. The captains and crew below were almost stunned, gasping in shock. No, it was heat they were gasping for. They discussed among themselves, feeling extremely excited, and amusingly kept wiping sweat off their brows. Shiki the Golden Lion and Whitebeard Newgate had already gotten used to it. After a moment of shock, they returned to normal. Is the natural type devil fruit this terrifying? Shiki couldn't help but smack his lips and sighed. Gururur, Shiki, that depends on who developed it. If it's Yuluo, it's not surprising. Newgate laughed heartily, generously praising Yuluo. Even Rocks was incredibly astonished, not expecting Yuluo to develop such a powerful skill. Yuluo witnessed everything. The goal had been achieved. And he turned around and jumped down from the air, landing steadily back on the pirate ship. Yuluo sat down with a thud, leaned against the side of the ship, stretched lazily, and said, "Let's go." He wanted to rest when he retreated, but it was delayed until now because the system triggered a task check-in. Retreat. Rocks waved his hand, and 5 pirate ships cut through the waves, quickly leaving the high-temperature sea area. The atmosphere on Rocks' pirate ship was extremely joyful. Not only had they successfully seized the heavenly gold, but they had also thwarted the Navy's conspiracy. The final move, burning the city walls, was even more exhilarating. Yuluo, you're really a freak. Your strength has progressed too quickly. There was a hint of envy in Shiki's tone of approval. Who wouldn't envy such terrifying talent? Now, Yuluo already possessed strength comparable to Whitebeard and Shiki. Shiki, you can say I'm a genius or very strong and handsome, but don't say I'm a freak. Yuro finally managed to have a moment of peace, but after hearing Shiki's words, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if you say my talent is exceptional, but why do you have to say I'm a freak? Is that really okay?" All right, I got it. Shiki casually waved his hand, not really listening to what Yuro was saying. To him, none of that was important. He couldn't care less. What a hassle. Yuro, was that move fire burning the city a new skill you developed? It looks spectacular, but why doesn't it actively attack? At that moment, Newgate asked curiously. He noticed that the sea of fire didn't burn Carp, so he thought that if it was used for encirclement, it could easily break through with armed Haki. Newgate's question immediately caught Shiki's attention, and even Rocks perked up his ears. They had witnessed the entire process of that move. Aside from not burning Carp, its temperature, momentum, and range were all outstanding. Yulu couldn't help but smile. It was just a skill, and he had plenty of them, so there was no harm in sharing. This move is something I just developed. It's similar to how Newgate uses the Tsungyun slash to unleash the tremor power. I felt that the Black Blade could also serve as a medium to activate the Chilean Earth's core fire, so I gave it a try, and unexpectedly, it worked. Euro found a breakthrough and fabricated a passage. Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki nodded repeatedly. The main purpose of setting fire to the city walls is to besiege, and only then to attack. It creates a wall of flames, wrapping around the Navy fleet like a hand. Once a forced breakthrough occurs from the inside, they will be pursued by the flames. Based on the amount I just released, burning for half a day is not a problem. Euro thought for a moment about the application of this move and continued, haha, I see. I guess the Navy has already broken through internally. I really want to see what Sengoku's expression is like now. Shiki and Newgate suddenly realized and burst into laughter. The raging sea of fire loomed over the Navy fleet like a giant hand, making the entire fleet unable to advance or retreat. The scorching airwaves constantly assaulted the Navy soldiers. The air was filled with heat, like a sealed steamer. All the soldiers were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Some of the weaker ones lost moisture quickly and had already begun to feel dry and dizzy. Seeing the condition of their comrades, the remaining soldiers couldn't help but panic. They were slightly stronger, but it was only a matter of time before they would end up the same way. Damn it! Carp and Zephyr gritted their teeth in anger, veins bulging on their foreheads, tightly gripping their fists. These were their soldiers, and this situation couldn't last long at all. Buddha Shockwave. Sengoku transformed directly into a golden Buddha, attempting to disperse the sea of fire with the shockwave. The giant palm pushed forward, and the intense energy wave struck the sea of fire, scattering the flames and creating a large hole. However, the next moment, flames surged from both sides, instantly filling the gap that was created, and two streams of fire rushed towards Sengoku. Seeing this, Sengoku dissipated the flowing fire, his face darkening as he reverted from the Buddha form. The glimmer of hope harbored by the Navy soldiers was completely shattered. This blue fire seemed to be endless. It was clear that dispersing it would be impossible. Zephyr, who witnessed everything, said in a deep voice. He had just held the same thoughts as Sengoku, but it seemed that was no longer possible. The most unbelievable thing was that even after coming into contact with seawater for a while, it still hadn't been extinguished. Having experienced the scorching heat of the blue lotus hellfire, Carp couldn't help but speak up. Suddenly, Carp's words sparked an idea in Sengoku, who then shouted loudly, "All hands, listen up." All soldiers below the rank of colonel were to jump into the sea, with non-devil fruit users assisting the devil fruit users to swim out from underwater. The anxious Carp and Zephyr felt a jolt in their heads and hurriedly urged, "Act immediately." In the midst of panic and despair, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr's words rang out clearly, giving the soldiers a glimmer of hope, and they quickly took action. When a person's life is at stake, efficiency is often incredibly high. Within just a few dozen seconds, all the Navy soldiers jumped into the sea. Only 6 vice admirals remained on the warship: Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and the unconscious Tsuru. "We will use our armed Haki to cover ourselves and charge out directly," Sengoku said, scanning the group with a serious tone. Yes, everyone nodded heavily. They all possessed intermediate armed Haki, and the brief burning and roasting wouldn't cause them too much harm. Most ordinary Navy soldiers had only a few with basic armed Haki, while most had yet to comprehend it. Thus, they could only resort to this desperate measure of having them swim underwater to escape. Originally, this operation had failed, resulting in a loss of 1/3 of their forces, which was already a huge disgrace for Sengoku and the others. If they would be completely wiped out during the retreat, it was likely they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in the Navy again. Everyone fully activated their armed Haki and leaped through the sea of fire, breaking through to the other side. Immediately contact the Navy headquarters to send a rescue fleet, Sengoku ordered as he watched the soldiers gradually surface. His voice trembled slightly. On one hand, it was the sight of the Navy soldiers surviving against the odds. On the other hand, the call back to headquarters would completely announce their operational failure. And the 2 ships of celestial gold they had lost were a dereliction of duty for all the Navy involved in the operation. As Sengoku's words fell, everyone hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Carp stepped forward and handed the unconscious Tsuru to Zephyr. He then took out a din-din mushi and dialed. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, 2 warships carried Sengoku and the others back. After docking, the Navy quickly assisted the injured. Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Tsuru walked heavily and anxiously toward Fleet Admiral Steel Bone Kong's office. Tsuru had already regained consciousness, but was still somewhat weak. The usually calm Tsuru felt her heart race at the memory of the blue flames. That temperature of flames was simply the nemesis of devil fruit abilities. The four arrived at the door of the Admiral's office, just about to knock when Steelbone Kong's voice came from inside. "Enter." The voice was laced with suppressed anger. The four exchanged glances before finally pushing the door open. Upon entering, they could feel the air was thick with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Steelbone Kong sat at his desk, his expression dark and frightening. "What were you all doing? It's one thing to fail the operation, but you've even lost 2 ships of celestial gold. 1/3 of our forces lost, 7 warships gone. You couldn't even protect your own comrade, Tsuru, who ended up injured and unconscious." After the four entered the office, Steelbone Kong could no longer contain his inner anger and became agitated. The four, already prepared for this, still felt a jolt through their bodies and minds. Sengoku, at the forefront, covered his face, wiping away the sweat in disguise. They understood Steelbone Kong's anger. Even if they felt somewhat wronged, they silently bore it. After a moment of silence in the office, Steelbone Kong's agitated emotions finally began to dissipate. He took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, "Tsuru, how is your injury?" No matter how much he scolded the four, it was merely a way to vent his anger. Steelbone Kong's concern eased the atmosphere in the office. "My body is fine. I just lost consciousness briefly due to the impact," Tsuru replied truthfully. "That's good." Steelbone Kong breathed a slight sigh of relief. They were the future of the Navy. Any one of them getting hurt was a loss for the Navy. Tsuru's words reassured Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr significantly. To them, Tsuru was an important partner. "Take a seat," Steelbone Kong then said, and Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Tsuru sat down obediently. "That newcomer Yuro, is his strength really as terrifying as you say?" Steelbone Kong, having heard the news from the Den Mushi, still found it hard to believe, especially since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. This operation had been meticulously planned by Steelbone Kong. To ensure that Rocks would retreat after realizing he was ambushed, he had even arranged for 2 ships of celestial gold. Even if Rocks noticed, he probably wouldn't retreat easily. For this, the Navy headquarters was prepared to support at any time. But unexpectedly, they received news of a failed operation. Carp and Zephyr felt helpless about it. The Den Mushi recording of the operation was captured by me and Tsuru, but Tsuru's recording ended after she fell unconscious. I recorded what happened afterward. Sengoku said with a bitter smile, taking out 2 exquisite Den Mushi. "Play it for me quickly." Steelbone Kong's anger almost flared up again. "Why didn't you take out the footage earlier? Did you have to wait for me to ask you?" The recording began to play. The initial scene showed the blue flames descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Navy fleet. "Is this the move of that newcomer Yuro?" Steelbone Kong squinted his eyes and asked Sengoku. "Yes, it's a type of blue flame that has condensed. This flame has an extremely high temperature, even surpassing volcanic magma." Sengoku explained. Steelbone Kong's gaze also froze, fixated on the playback of the video. The images flashed quickly, showing the suppression of Zephyr during the battle. A single move that knocked Crane unconscious, and finally the inferno engulfing the city, a raging sea of fire trapping the entire Navy fleet. The video ended here. The office was silent. Steelbone Kong remained silent, while Sengoku and the others sat quietly, without disturbing the moment. Yuro's combat power shocked Steelbone Kong. With swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman and blue flames of extremely high temperature, can a young man really achieve this? He joined the Rocks Pirates a month ago and suppressed the officer Wang Ji. Although Wang Ji has a fierce reputation, his strength isn't particularly strong. In past battles, Carp and Zifa couldn't take down Wang Ji, but had defeated him. In just a month, Yuro's strength progressed to the point where he could match Zifa and Carp equally. Steelbone Kong realized that Yuro's threat is second only to Rocks. If given time, he would eventually surpass Rocks. This Yuro poses too great a threat to the Navy. "Let's issue a bounty," Steelbone Kong said gravely, "but there's nothing we can do for now. Besides the Navy admirals, no one can currently stop Yuro. What about the 2 ships of heavenly gold?" Sengoku asked unwillingly, while Carp, Zifa, and Tsuru looked at Steelbone Kong. At this point, we should honestly report to Mariehua." Steelbone Kong snorted coldly and then changed the subject. "Fortunately, I didn't inform the 5 elders about this operation. I only reported that the Rocks Pirates stole the heavenly gold. Mariehua, the world government, the center of power, in a spacious conference room. What? The Rocks Pirates? 2 ships of heavenly gold were stolen. What is your Navy doing?" A golden-haired old man in a deep red suit shouted angrily. The other 4 elders also felt furious, their expressions grim. Openly attacking the Navy fleet and seizing heavenly gold is a slap in the face to the celestial dragons. Completely disregarding the world government, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru stood before the five authorities, quietly accepting the reprimand. Carp, however, despises the celestial dragons and wouldn't even come to Mariehua. After being scolded by Steelbone Kong at the Navy headquarters, the three went to Mariehua to be reprimanded by the five elders. But this was still considered fortunate. If the five elders knew about the failure of this operation, it wouldn't just be one person reprimanding them, but all five together. The Navy represents the world government. And now they have lost face. The heavenly gold is already lost. Scolding them won't help. We should think about how to deal with the Rocks Pirates. The Rocks Pirates are growing stronger, and Rocks D. Jibek is from the D family, which is a provocation to the world government. Their wolfish ambitions are evident. With nearly 10 officers on board, plus the exceptionally talented newcomer Kaido, the current Rocks Pirates are no weaker than the world government. That monster Euro, if he continues to grow, will definitely surpass Rocks, posing an enormous threat. Allowing the Rocks Pirates to continue developing will make it increasingly difficult to deal with them. The five elders shared their opinions and began to discuss, and as the conversation continued, their expressions became more serious. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru stood silently like air. As the five elders conversed, they gradually shifted from reprimanding the Navy to dealing with the Rocks Pirates. Truly, as the five at the pinnacle of power, they can see through the essence of the matter from its surface. The current Rocks Pirates, besides the old officers, also have new pirates starting to grow. Their growth is even faster than that of the Navy's new recruits, which is not a good omen. If not swiftly suppressed, once these newcomers rise completely, they will threaten the world government's rule. For now, let's suppress the matter of heavenly gold. We won't let the families above trouble the Navy. But the Navy must make amends later. The five exchanged glances, understanding each other, and one bald elder said, "The Navy is after all the face of the world government. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru are the future hopes of the Navy. We can only reprimand them lightly and let it go, as we will need them in the future." The Navy's recent decision to gradually shift focus to the new world was good. However, that's not enough. Tell Steel Bone Kong to recall Admirals Fujitora and Ryakujiu and let them contribute before their retirement. As for that Euro, issue a bounty of 1.5 billion. The most authoritative elder among the five said to Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru. Afterwards, the five gave some further instructions before dismissing them. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru hurried back to the Navy headquarters. The next day, the Navy headquarters issued the bounty for Euro. At the same time, Steelbone Kong published news of the theft of the heavenly gold in the news agency. There was no choice. To cover up the failure of this operation, Steelbone Kong could only take the initiative. The news agency printed the news immediately and arranged for newsbirds to deliver newspapers to every corner of the sea. The newsbirds searched for land and ships at sea, landing wherever they found a ship. Some unknown pirates exchanged berries for newspapers. Every day was filled with trivial matters. Hoping today's news would be interesting, a pirate took the newspaper and couldn't help but complain. He spent all day at sea, feeling both tired and bored, relying on newspapers for entertainment. However, the Navy headquarters and some pirate crews appeared in the same places every day as if they had paid for their positions. The key was that there wasn't much important news. What they ate and what training they did were the same topics repeated daily. Suddenly, a paper fell out of the newspaper. The pirate looked at it and found it was a bounty notice. Yulu? I've never heard of him. His 1.5 billion. At first, he was a bit confused, then he gasped. His eyes were fixed on the bounty amount, nearly popping out of their sockets. With such a high bounty, what on earth did he do? And who exactly is this Yulu? With excitement, he opened the newspaper. Wow, the Rocks Pirates robbed the Sky Gold. A newcomer officer. Yulu, is he really that young? The content before his eyes was unbelievable, feeling like a dream. I just complained that you were boring. And here you come with something so explosive. I can hardly handle it. The scene was playing out repeatedly on the sea. The Rocks Pirates seized the Sky Gold. The newcomer Yulu knocked out Crane, subdued Zephyr, and was evenly matched with Carp, along with the bounty of 1.5 billion berries and Yulu's youthful figure. The Navy has really taken a hit this time. They could manage in paradise, but in the new world, they can't even keep an eye on the Sky Gold. That is Sky Gold. Probably only the Rocks Pirates would dare to rob it, and they have the strength to do so. Speaking of that newcomer officer Yulu, his first bounty is 1.5 billion. That's impressive. Yeah, just look at the photo. He looks way too young. The pirates were all shocked. The Rocks Pirates and Yulu became topics of conversation after meals. In the new world, the Roger Pirates. Upon receiving the newspaper, Barrett suddenly showed a look of shock. which quickly ignited his fighting spirit. Fighting strong opponents and defeating them was his pursuit. Barrett wants to fight again? Roger, with his top-notch observation Haki, sensed Barrett's change and turned to ask, I think Rayleigh would want to fight even more. Barrett came back to himself and handed the newspaper to Roger, saying lightly. Roger looked a bit puzzled, took the newspaper, and after a glance, his pupils shrank. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh. It seems you won't be able to take revenge. The laughter attracted Rayleigh and Jabba, who walked over to take a look at the newspaper. How is this possible? It's only been half a month. This Yulu is indeed a monster. Jabba was the first to exclaim, as the content was truly unbelievable. Rayleigh was also surprised and couldn't help but scratch his head. As soon as he did, his expression darkened. The Rocks Pirates are getting stronger, and Rocks' ambition is gradually revealing. They have already started making moves against the world government. As a strategist of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh didn't act impulsively, but said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. Rayleigh looked at Roger and said, The Rocks Pirates are like overlords in the New World. If you want to become the Pirate King, you must eliminate Rocks. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Roger to speak. Ha ha ha, please believe me. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Roger laughed, his laughter revealing determination. On the sea, as the news spread, everyone came to know Yulu, the newcomer of the Rocks Pirates, a young man whose first bounty directly reached 1.5 billion berries. At this moment, the Rocks Pirates ship was floating among the clouds, and everyone had gathered on 2 ships transporting the sky gold. Among the sky gold, besides treasures, there were exotic fruits from various countries, precious wines, and rare specialties, leading to a grand feast. Yuluo was in a great mood at this moment, sipping fine wine and eating fruit, looking very much in enjoyment. However, secretly, he was checking the system notifications. Ding! Task check-in successful. Reward: 6 advanced techniques, comprehensive guide to body techniques. The reward has been automatically granted to the host. When Euro saw this reward, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It truly lived up to the expectations of a task completion reward and did not disappoint him. The so-called 6 Styles is a martial arts secret technique of the world government, known for surpassing human physical limits. However, it has strict learning requirements, namely a strong physical constitution. Based on this foundation, after rigorous training, mastering all of it can give even a devil fruit user a fighting chance. Carp and Zephyr are both experts in martial arts. Without the abilities of a devil fruit, they can still fight him on equal terms. In addition to being proficient in Haki, the 6 Styles also play a significant role. As for the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts, it goes without saying what it is. Now, Euro has added martial arts to his abilities alongside his devil fruit powers, swordsmanship, and Haki, so he can be said to have no major weaknesses left. Ho ho ho. Udo, this time you're something else. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, shaking the newspaper and bounty notice in his hand. It featured a young image of Euro and a bounty amount of 1.5 billion berries. Gulalala, the Navy is indeed shameless. They actually concealed their failure in this operation and only reported that the sky gold was stolen from us. I didn't expect the Navy to go all out for Euro this time. Newgate also laughed heartily beside him, criticizing the Navy. In order to give enough credibility to Euro's bounty, the Navy had no choice but to expose the theft of the sky gold. I guess this counts as making a name for myself across the seas. Euro came back to his senses and chuckled softly. The Navy issuing a bounty on him allowed his reputation to start spreading across the seas. Now, the entire ocean knows that the Rocks Pirates have a talented and formidable new officer, Euro. However, he does not believe that the Navy exposed the theft of the sky gold just for him. Matters concerning the sky gold must have alarmed the world government. The 5 elders in Mariehua who hold power are all visionaries. Their true intention is probably to deal with the Rocks Pirates, who stole the sky gold. After all, he knows how Rocks ended up. Right now, he is merely staying with the Rocks Pirates. Not just him, but Shiki, Newgate, and many others are in the same situation. I didn't expect my first bounty to be 1.5 billion. Truly impressive for Euro. It seems the Navy has started to pay close attention to you now. Shiki and Newgate's side. Euro's bounty is indeed quite astonishing. It's worth noting that his initial bounty was 1.5 billion, which is unprecedented on the sea. Even the bounties of Shiki, Whitebeard, and even Rocks were raised incrementally over time. It seems they also need to work hard to improve their strength. Otherwise, with Euro's talent, the next increase might surpass them. I'm also a bit surprised. I didn't expect it to be directly set at 1.5 billion. Euro glanced at the newspaper and the bounty notice, and said with some excitement, now that there's a bounty of 1.5 billion, I can truly be considered a great pirate. The world government and the Navy headquarters have acknowledged my strength and threat. The captains and crew members looked at Yuro with respect. They had all witnessed Yuro's growth. From joining the Rocks Pirates just a month ago to now having a bounty of 1.5 billion. Yulu has become the powerful being they have always dreamed of becoming. In their eyes, Yulu is a role model, a godlike existence. Yulu YYDS. At this moment, Rocks came out of the cabin and said, Yulu, Shurji, Newgate, come in with me. Hearing this, Yulu got up and joined Shurji and Newgate. Under countless envious gazes, they followed Rocks into the cabin. As expected of a ship that transports gold from the sky, there were 3 doors just for entry. Yuro passed through 3 security doors and suddenly felt a bit dazzled. At a glance, he saw that everything was made of gold and jewels. So much, Yuro muttered, his eyes nearly popping out. It must be said, truly worthy of the name heavenly gold. If one had never seen it with their own eyes, they would never know. Poverty really does limit the imagination. The value of these treasures before him could probably equal 10 of him. There was no need to be shocked. These were all of the lowest value, and the deeper they went, the more valuable the items became. Captain Rocks, walking in front, said without looking back. Captain Rocks was right. These were all things ordinary crew members needed. What we need is all inside. Gold Lion Shiki said, showing a hint of greed. The things outside were merely treasures. He had accumulated quite a lot since joining the Rocks Pirates. The heavenly gold was incredibly abundant. What they truly needed as officers were devil fruits, famous swords, and other items that could enhance the strength of their subordinates. The 4 continued forward and entered a cabin filled with iron cages. Inside, the slaves wore collars and had their hands shackled, their eyes devoid of any spirit. These slaves included men and women, snake people, fishmen, and even a few pirates with bounties. In the face of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Yuro felt disgust at this moment. Not towards these slaves, but towards the celestial dragons. At this point, Rocks up ahead stopped. Do you need these slaves? If not, then leave them for others. He scanned the area and finally looked at Shiki, Whitebeard, and Yuro. The 3 shook their heads without hesitation, indicating they did not need them. Rocks nodded slightly in response and continued deeper. Shiki and Whitebeard's ship lacked this kind of combat power. Rather than taking them on, it would be better to recruit some pirates at sea. Yuro felt no empathy for the plight of these slaves. Those who could be captured and made into slaves were all weak. This was how the pirate world worked. If Yuro were weak, his fate would not be much better than theirs. Now taken in by the Rocks Pirates, they still faced the fate of being cannon fodder. Yuro and the others followed Rocks deeper into the cave. They reached a much smaller room at the very back. Inside were 5 small boxes and 2 weapon racks, each adorned with various weapons. These are exactly what we need. Excitement was evident in Shiki's eyes. These are all devil fruits, famous swords, and some high-quality weapons. For Shiki, who has always wanted to establish a pirate crew, this is incredibly useful. Some of his valued crew members have hit a bottleneck in strength or have subpar weapons that affect their performance. A good devil fruit can quickly help break through that bottleneck and enhance strength, or it can be used to train promising newcomers. Good weapons can also allow one to unleash their full potential in battle. But these are rare items that are hard to come by on a regular basis. Fortunately, Shiki encountered them today in this heavenly gold. Devil fruits and famous swords, huh? Yulu and Newgate looked at these things and remained relatively calm. The devil fruits had too many flaws. After experiencing the system-produced devil fruits, Yulu had no interest in these. As for the famous swords, he wasn't very interested either. After all, no matter how good the sword was, it couldn't compare to the Black Blade's ancestor. As for Newgate, he hadn't yet encountered a true family. The people on the ship could at most be considered subordinates, and they might part ways at any moment. Why bother putting an effort for them? In this operation, the 3 of you contributed the most, especially Yulu's battle, which inspired the crew members. Shiki and Newgate, you 2 can each choose 1 devil fruit and 1 weapon. As for Yulu, he has surprised us too much. Take 1 devil fruit and grab another weapon. You have no objections, right? Rocks turned around and said with a smile. This operation has yielded plenty, and naturally, the spoils need to be distributed properly after the battle. The other group of cadres had bad luck and didn't contribute anything, so they naturally wouldn't get a share. Shiki and Newgate will each take 2 items, and Yulu will get as many as 3. Ha ha ha. I, Shiki, have no objections. Gwahaha. Yulu, this is just right for preparing to recruit crew members. Shiki and Newgate said in unison, laughing heartily and expressing their agreement. They all witnessed Yuro's performance, shocked in their hearts, and had to admit it. All I can say is he's truly strong. Yulu also nodded. What opinion could he have? Since you Rocks, Want to give more? Then I'll just accept it. Anyway, I have an inventory, so I can fit in more. Seeing that the three had no objections. Rocks nodded in satisfaction and moved aside. Indeed, my authority as Rocks is unmatched. Yuru, Shiki, and Newgate stood before 5 small boxes and opened them one by one. At that moment, everyone present felt a strange sense of anticipation. 5 oddly shaped, patterned devil fruits came into view. On the top of the open boxes, there were corresponding illustrations of the devil fruits. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a single Logia type. Yulu glanced around, feeling somewhat disappointed. 2 superhuman types and 3 animal types. He thought there would be something more precious. Hearing this, Golden Lion Shurji's mouth twitched slightly, and he shouted, Yulu, do you think natural types are cabbages? Do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Yulu pressed his lips together and said nothing. This is not luck. I'm a legendary hanging loser. Gulalala. The superhuman type is not bad either. I'll take this shiny fruit. As Newgate smiled, he picked up a superhuman type fruit. Yulu was taken aback. A shining fruit? Isn't this the fruit of Diamond Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division in the future? During the Marineford War, he blocked the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk, indeed a good devil fruit. Seeing this, Shiki glanced warily at Yulu and hurriedly picked up the 2nd Paramecia-type devil fruit, afraid that Yulu would get it first. Compared to Zoan type, Shiki preferred Paramecia type. Yulu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Casually grabbed an animal-type devil fruit. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived next to the weapon rack. Yulu looked at the swords on the rack, feeling slightly intrigued. Among these 9 swords, 6 were good quality knives and 3 were large knives. However, these 3 large knives were not part of the 21 works. They were newly forged knives. And compared to the 21 works that had undergone countless refinements, there was still a significant gap. Rock spoke up to explain. Clang. Yulu held the scabbard of the sword and gently drew it out, a cold gleam bursting forth. Clang. A light flick of the blade produced a soft sound. Indeed, these swords had not been tempered by sword energy or domineering aura, and their hardness and sharpness were significantly lacking. However, they look quite nice, with a deep blue scabbard and sky blue serrated patterns on the blade. Shurji was quick-witted and swiftly grabbed one, gesturing with it in his hand. Shurji, is this really okay? Yulu thought to himself, feeling speechless. Urij took one and handed it to Newgate, then chose a good fast knife for himself. After the 3 of them divided the loot, Rocks naturally accepted the remaining items. Yulu returned to his room, having stored the devil fruit and the famous sword in his inventory. Finally, he had some free time. By the way, he hadn't checked in today. Yuru let out a long sigh and focused his mind on the system. System, initiate daily check-in. Ding. Today's check-in successful. Host receives reward. Weapon enhancement once. Yuru, who had already laid down, suddenly sat up. He originally had no expectations for the daily check-in. It was simply a habitual action. He didn't expect to get lucky this time. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Since the reward was available, he had to use it. After all, he wouldn't just save it for the new year. Without thinking twice, he said, System, proceed with weapon enhancement. Ding. Please select the weapon to enhance, host. Yulu was taken aback for a moment. He had just subconsciously thought of his 1001 nights. Now the system prompted him that he still had a precise big knife. 1001 nights was already an unparalleled big knife, completely sufficient in the pirate world. If he were to enhance 1001 nights into a divine weapon, wouldn't that be too unfair? Yulu thought for a moment and decided to strengthen the quasi-large knife he had just obtained. Ding. Strengthening successful. Congratulations, host. This knife has been tempered by lightning and has become a top-tier large knife. Yulu was overjoyed upon hearing this. The system's efficiency was impressive. He took the knife out of his inventory, and it looked the same as before, nothing special other than its good appearance. However, when Yulu drew it, crackles of electricity danced along the blade, emitting an aura of destruction. Yulu emitted a hint of sword intent, and the blade immediately let out a light, ringing sound, with arcs of electricity crackling. Ha ha ha, good knife, good knife. From today on, I shall call you Thundercut. Shiki has developed the abilities of the float fruit quite well. The ship's speed in the sky is much faster than on the sea. Before long, Hive Island appeared in sight. At this moment, many people had gathered along the coast, including John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shaki, and Jem. John, who valued wealth above all, was somewhat excited, his eyes revealing greed. Although they didn't encounter the sky gold, Rocks and his group had managed to seize 2 ships of it. He may not have contributed much, which might mean he would get less, but that was sky gold. Even a little would be more than what he had accumulated in nearly half a year. However, Wang Ji and Kaido's expressions were extremely grim. The news of Rocks seizing the Sky Gold, along with the bounty issued by the Navy headquarters, had already spread throughout the seas, and they had naturally seen it all. The achievements and bounty of Yuru severely crushed the self-esteem and confidence of the two. Although they felt it was hard to believe, the two understood that the world government and the Navy would not joke about their own face and prestige. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted. 7 large ships descended and slowly docked at the shore. Are those 2 Navy transport ships loaded with heavenly gold? Indeed, it is heavenly gold, requiring such large ships to carry it. How much treasure must that be? The gathered pirates couldn't help but exclaim in awe, their eyes filled with boundless desire. Rock stepped off the ship, followed by Yuru, Haki, and Unifying. He looked at the group of pirates in front of him, smiled, and raised his arm to call out, "You guys, let's move the heavenly gold." Such a massive amount of treasure obviously couldn't stay on the ship forever. Hive Island, as the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, had everyone with their own little treasury hidden on the island. Wow, Captain Rocks is mighty. Brothers, let's get to work. With Rocks' command given, the group of pirates became excited, dancing and acting like they were crazy, rushing towards the 2 ships of heavenly gold. Even the officer John lifted his feet, ready to charge over. Yuru was speechless about this, truly a money grubber, and his future outcome is well-deserved for such a character. "John, you don't need to go." Rocks noticed John's movement and spoke up to stop him. For a greedy person like John, he usually let him be. As long as he could be of use, none of this mattered. "Haha, John, don't embarrass us in front of the cadres." During the last meeting, that cadre who mocked John's greed, Jim, seized the opportunity to ridicule him again. Hearing Rock's words, John paused, retracted his step, and let out a dry laugh. "You don't understand anything. You really don't understand anything." He shot a fierce glare at Jim and retorted angrily, "I can't confront Rocks, but I can't confront you either. I'll take you down." Oof. Jim snorted coldly, too lazy to pay him any mind. These matters can be left to the subordinates. Now all cadres gather in the meeting hall. After Rocks finished speaking, all the cadres followed him to the Skull Castle. As for whether the pirates transporting the gold from the sky would embezzle the treasures, he didn't worry at all. His people would be watching the entire time. Moreover, everyone knew what the outcome would be, and those with a brain wound do such a thing. In the meeting hall, Yuru, Haki, and Unifying, and others took their seats one after another. The 2 cadres who mocked Yuru during the last meeting cast approving glances. If it was said that Yuru had contributed nothing before and faced doubts and exclusion within the cadre group, after the incident with the gold from the sky, Yuru made enough contributions and proved his strength. Now, sitting in the cadre position, he was rightful. Even Wang Ji had no objections. Rocks remained silent, observing the crowd, and they followed suit in silence, none knowing what each other was thinking. After a long while, as the atmosphere reached its peak, Rocks slowly spoke. "Silver Axe, briefly explain your actions this time." Silver Axe nodded slightly and began to speak. "Our side is just a Navy fleet, led by a few vice admirals. There is no gold from the sky at all." In the end, Silver Axe and his group felt somewhat regretful. If they had also seized the gold from the sky, they could have shared a bit more. The small-framed Jim's eyes flickered. Among the other people present, except for Jim, no one else noticed the unusualness of the situation. They thought the Navy was just creating a decoy fleet to throw people off. Only Rocks, Yuru, Haki, and Unifying were aware. Among the 9 cadres present, there was a traitor from the Navy. "You guys don't need to be disappointed. This batch of gold from the sky naturally has your share." Rocks observed everyone's reactions and then spoke generously. He didn't bring it up in public, firstly to avoid alerting the snake, and secondly to let the traitor reveal themselves. The group of Rocks who were ambushed by the Navy had no suspicions at all, which would inevitably raise the traitor's doubts. Additionally, I just received news that this action has angered the world government. The Navy headquarters has recalled the 2 generals, Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger. Immediately after, Rocks revealed the intelligence he obtained from the underground world to the public. These 2 old fellows actually came back. Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and others' expressions changed. Their tone heavy. These 2 are indeed difficult existences. The 3 of them were among the earliest members to join Rocks' pirate crew. A few years ago, it was these 2 who frequently led the Navy in battles against them. Until later, Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Crane rapidly grew and rose within the Navy. Steelbone Kong decided to cultivate and heavily utilize the 4, while the 2 generals, Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger, were aging and nearing retirement. Thus, Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Crane took over the tasks of the two generals. They are quite troublesome. A flicker of agitation passed through Wang Ji's eyes. Back then, he was proud and self-assured of his strength. In the end, he was beaten to the point of fleeing frantically, unable to fight back. He was chased for 3 days and nights, and it was only Rocks who stepped in to save him. Compared to the nearing peak Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Crane, these two generals who had been at their peak for over 30 years were undoubtedly more difficult to deal with. The Navy's actions were undoubtedly aimed at us. With Flying Dragon, Earth Tiger, and the Snow Leopard general stationed at the Navy headquarters, the Navy's high-level combat power was fully assembled. Rock's words continued to revolve around the Navy. Haha, are we afraid of the Navy? We've long wanted to challenge Flying Dragon and see how much this old dragon's strength has regressed. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, and hearing about the return of General Flying Dragon ignited his fighting spirit. Battling against a general, that feeling of oppression and excitement could make his strength soar. Otherwise, every time it's Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr evenly matched, it's of no meaning at all. Shiki is right. We are the strongest pirate crew. How can we be afraid of the Navy? However, the Navy is on high alert now, and at ISNT favorable to launch actions in the near future. Everyone should go back and improve their strength. Rocks watched the cadres leave one after another, his fingers continuously tapping the table. Bang! Bang! The Navy, a traitor, It seems I need to prepare a surprise for you. After a long while, Rocks smiled, his expression deep, and then turned fierce. How could the overlord of the New World let this go easily? Yulu and others came out of the conference hall. Under the guidance of the officials led by John, they divided the spoils of gold in the sky, according to the proportions set by Rocks. Yulu, Shurji, and Newgate, in addition to the treasures they received before, also have their share of the treasures. Yulu watched from the side, seeing that the other officers had received the most, even less than half of what he had. This was probably because they hadn't put in much effort. They were still foolishly laughing on the side. Dusk fell. A bonfire was lit on Honeycomb Island. How could the Rocks Pirates, who had seized the golden treasure, not hold a banquet to celebrate? This banquet was much more casual, not organized according to strength and status. All the officers sat casually on the ground with their subordinate captains and crew, drinking, eating meat, and chatting about everything. Yuru and Shiki, along with Newgate, sat together drinking. Haha, Yuru kid, your contribution in this heist for the gold in the sky is the greatest. The position of cadre is well-deserved. The Golden Lion Shiki took big puffs of his cigarette and drank heartily. With boundless magical power, he laughed heartily, feeling happy for Yuru. Gulalala. Their reactions in the meeting just now were completely different from before. Whitebeard Newgate downed a jug of alcohol, his boldness evident in his laughter. It's worth noting that in the last meeting, several cadres were secretly displeased. After Yuru's achievements and bounty from this operation spread, their attitudes were drastically different from before. Especially Wang Ji's displeasure towards Yuluo, yet feeling helpless and frustrated, made Whitebeard feel quite pleased and secretly laugh. A group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. It's just that my strength surpasses theirs. Yuru seemed much calmer, taking a small sip of wine. A light smile revealing immense confidence. In response to Yuru's words, Shiki and Newgate both nodded. They believed that Yuru was right. To put it bluntly, it was all about speaking with one's fists. Yuluo has always had talent and strength, but he has been relatively low-key and too lazy to argue with them. Until this operation, he announced his strength to everyone. In the face of such powerful forces, they naturally dared not say much. Yuluo, I see you're too lazy to form a crew, so why not stay on my ship? When I establish my pirate crew in the future, you will be the only vice captain. At this moment, Shiki, who was smoking and drinking, suddenly spoke up, extending an olive branch to Yuluo. Time waits for no one. In just a month, Yuluo had become a famous pirate in the world. He was no longer the newcomer who had just joined the Rocks Pirates and needed to spar with him to improve his skills. Shiki had planned to keep Yuluo ever since he witnessed his talent. However, back then, he thought it was too early and decided to wait until Yuluo had spent some time on the ship. What he didn't expect was that Yuluo's strength had now surpassed his own. If he didn't speak up soon, after Yuluo surpassed him, what right would he have to invite someone stronger than himself to be the vice captain? Shiki, thank you for your kindness, but I refuse. Yuluo spoke without thinking. His words were somewhat tactful. It must be said that Shiki and Newgate helped him a lot, and the three of them got along quite comfortably. However, Yuluo joined the Rocks Pirates to enhance his strength, using it as a stepping stone to reach the pinnacle of the sea. A month had passed, and he was already no weaker than Shiki. Before the Rocks Pirates disbanded, he could stay on Shiki's ship. After the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, Yulu already had plans in place. Moreover, having come to the pirate world with an advantage, he would not be content to be beneath others. Ha ha ha. Your answer is indeed what I expected. Shiki momentarily felt a sense of loss, but then became resolute. Yuro's refusal this time does not mean it will be the same next time. He has seen Yuro's talent and strength, and it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the pinnacle of the sea. How could he easily give up on Yuro? If Yuro joins his pirate crew, then without a doubt, the next era will absolutely belong to him and Yuro. Shiki, Yuro will eventually surpass both you and me. Are you prepared to hand over the captaincy to Yuro and take on the role of vice captain? If that's the case, is it still your Golden Lion Shiki's pirate crew? Whitebeard Newgate chuckled, spraying his drink all over Shiki's face. He wasn't mocking Shiki. He was just speaking the truth. Back then, Shiki took the lead by leveraging his swordsmanship advantage, but now, he never expected this outcome. Yuro is just a monster. No one can control him. Whitebeard doesn't have as much ambition as Shiki. He just wants to find his true family, gather a big group of sons, and form a pirate crew that feels like a family. Shiki fell into deep thought, not even wiping the drink off his face. Shiki, don't lose heart. Let's talk again when you can actually beat me. Seeing this, Yulu randomly offered some comfort, thinking that it would be difficult for Shurji to win against him now. However, Shurji didn't think so. Yulu, let's have a big battle. Yulu's words made Shurji feel as if he had discovered a new world, his eyes filled with hope. Shurji felt that Yulu should be his equal. As the saying goes, in a narrow path encounter, the brave will win. As long as he is brave enough, ruthless enough, and fearless enough, he will surely succeed. Shurji, so serious? Yuro was taken aback. You actually took my words of comfort seriously? Suddenly, Yuro felt that his mouth was really reckless. Even Newgate was stunned. The drink he had brought to his lips paused. Who would have thought that the Golden Lion Shiki could be so determined? Of course, he was dead serious. Shiki stood up abruptly, his face serious and filled with fighting spirit. Brave and fearless, not afraid of difficulties. Yuluo was speechless for a moment, just about to refuse, but then thought that he needed to completely cut off Shurji's thoughts. Ding. Task activated. Please defeat the Golden Lion Shurji in battle, and rewards will be issued upon task completion. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Yuluo's eyes lit up. The task notification came at just the right time, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Shurji, since you're so serious, then I, Yuluo, will accompany you to the end. Moreover, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time, Shurji. Yuro also stood up, his voice serious and resonating throughout the venue. Since Shiki insisted on fighting, Yuro decided to accompany him for a battle. This would only hone his skills and make him even stronger. As for Shiki's strength, he had witnessed the entire battle with Zephyr. Yuluo had a clear understanding. He could surpass Shiki. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the crew. What's going on? Is the officer from Yuluo going to duel with the officer from Shiki? Officer duels are rare. Who do you think will win? It must be Shiki, right? Yuluo is strong, but he's too young. Being young means you can't win. What nonsense. Yuluo has even suppressed Zephyr. The nearby crew members were discussing fervently, starting a heated debate, their faces filled with excitement. The life of a pirate is all about fighting and plundering. Many people are inherently like this. Their daily conflicts are often resolved through battles, which frequently occur among the lower ranks of the Rocks Pirates. However, battles between officers are extremely rare. They have never had the chance to witness such a rare duel between powerful individuals, and now they actually have the opportunity. Yuro's challenge excited Shiki, and he paid no attention to the chaotic discussions around him. It seemed he could already see Yuro becoming his first mate, and his era was about to come. Sigh. Shiki. Newgate shook his head and sighed, unsure of what to say. He looked at Shiki's face full of excitement, and there was even a hint of sympathy in his eyes. This guy Shiki, usually he wasn't this foolish. That kid Yolo is not that easy to deal with. Whether Shiki can win or not is still undecided, but Yolo definitely won't lose. So come on, Yolo. Let's see how I win against you. Shiki's voice was strong and confident, as if he was fully prepared. If strength isn't enough, then experience will make up for it. Yuro raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but provoke with a comment. The pirates paying attention to this side were all taken aback, looking at Yuro in disbelief. How bold can you be? That statement is too arrogant. They all knew that Yuro's strength was not weaker than Shiki's. But winning wouldn't be that easy, would it? Newgate looked at the confident yet arrogant Yuro. The tension in the air was palpable. The excitement on Shiki's face instantly turned serious. Yuro, has your strength improved again? Shiki asked in a deep voice. In terms of physical skills, I've made some slight progress. Yulu chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly. At this, the corners of Shurji's mouth twitched slightly. From his understanding of Yulu, when had any progress been merely slight? Soon, his expression became serious. Having often sparred together, both he and Newgate were well aware. The only shortcoming of Yuru is his physical skills. If Yuru's physical skills improve, it means his strength will also slightly increase. Even Newgate, who was watching from the side, showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This battle is likely to be quite intense. Newgate couldn't help but feel excited. Yuluo always brings great surprises to people, and it is likely that this time will not disappoint him either. The duel between Yuru and Shiki quickly spread across Fengchao Island. The already lively atmosphere instantly boiled over. Pirates who received the news rushed over. All the cadres were also stirred. Even Rocks, who had been staying in the skeleton castle, was drawn by the commotion outside. Shiki is going to duel Yuru? The shouts from outside surprised Rocks and piqued his curiosity. Yuru has been on Shiki's ship all along, right? The two have been getting along well. So why are they suddenly about to fight? With a sense of confusion, Rocks unleashed his top-tier observation Haki, instantly covering the entire Hive Island. So that's how it is. Rocks realized after a moment. Through his observation Haki, he understood the reason behind the situation. He didn't take Shiki's desire for Yuru to become his vice-captain to heart. After all, who in a leadership position doesn't have ambitions? That's normal. But that's a matter for the future. As long as he is still alive, the Rocks Pirates will continue to exist. Therefore, Yuru and Shiki will remain his subordinates, as long as they can contribute to his plan to overthrow the world government. He doesn't care who stays on whose ship. However, Rocks was very interested in the duel between the two. After all, he knew Shiki's talent and strength well. Yet, he felt that the talent and strength Yuru had shown so far were not his full potential. At this moment, the pirates outside had gathered around the three of them. Let's go, the usual place. With the last gulp of strong liquor down his throat, Shiki was filled with a fighting spirit. Yulu nodded and stepped forward with Shiki. The surrounding pirates quickly retreated, clearing a path. Once they reached the seaside, both of them took off simultaneously, heading towards an uninhabited island. It was a place where Yulu, Shiki, and Newgate often trained and sparred. Usually, the three of them had to practice on a deserted island, let alone engage in a full-scale battle like this. If they were to fight directly on Hive Island, the entire island would likely cease to exist. If the so-called paradise of pirates, the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Hive Island, were destroyed, all pirates would surely not forgive the two of them. Seeing this scene, the onlooking pirates were filled with excitement, cheering loudly. Those who were too weak to take flight quickly gathered on their large ships to follow. Almost all the members of the Rocks Pirates had come to witness this duel among the cadres. Dozens of pirate ships surrounded the uninhabited island, observing from all directions. Over a dozen dark shadows streaked across the sky, landing steadily on the main ship at the front. It was none other than Captain Rocks, along with cadres John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Jim, Charlotte Linlin, and several other talented and powerful newcomers like Kaido. Captain Rocks. He's actually here. Wow, all the cadres are present. The captain and the cadres are taking this battle so seriously. With all the high-ranking members of the Rocks Pirates gathered, the atmosphere exploded once again. Rocks and the cadres stared intently at Yulu and Shiki on the deserted island. Aside from Rocks, they all wanted to see just how powerful this monstrous newcomer Yulu, who was being offered a bounty of 5 billion, truly was. Especially Wang Ji and Kaido could not help but clench their fists, their expressions extremely serious. As powerful figures on the sea, they have never feared strong enemies. Only by directly experiencing Yuru's combat power can the two confront the gap and strive for breakthroughs. On the deserted island, Yuru and Shiki faced each other. The two observed each other, and the momentum emanating from them continued to rise. As the aura from Yuru and Shiki grew stronger, the air seemed to solidify. The spectators felt a chill in their hearts. Is it about to begin? Yuru, I'm going to attack. The golden lion Shiki's feet left the ground, and his body began to float. As he spoke, the ground started to tremble, and the entire deserted island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Shiki, bring it on. Yuru stood tall and steady like a mountain, calmly speaking. Upon receiving Yuru's response, Shiki suddenly drew Sakura 10 and the Deadwood. The power of the float fruit activated. Lion's might, earthquake. The trembling ground rose up. Roar, roar. The deafening roars echoed. 3 massive lion heads made of earth and stone appeared, surrounding Yuru. Even facing a powerful opponent like Shiki, Yuru, despite his confidence, did not let his guard down for a moment. In Yuluo's serious gaze, two green flames flickered. The green lotus earth core fire flowed within him, igniting his feet and even his calves. An endless stream of flames surged into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Wisps of green flames emerged from the fissures, spreading wildly in all directions. Seeing this, Shurji directly unleashed a sword aura and charged towards Yulu. In the next moment, the fierce flames shattered 3 lion heads. The green lotus earth core fire surged forth, carrying broken stones and erupting from the ground, creating a whirlwind of flying sand and rolling fire. The sky was filled with dust and sand, obscuring Yuluo's figure. Yuru unleashed his observation haki, and a black sword appeared in his hand as he shot forward. He effortlessly shattered Shiki's sword energy and charged directly at him. Ha ha, just in time. Shiki laughed heartily as he saw Yuru emerge from the dust, his body surrounded by sword energy. Shiki, it's my turn. Yuru's fighting spirit was high, and the black sword in his hand buzzed incessantly. The two moved at incredible speed, like lightning slicing through the sky. Then they collided fiercely. With a clang, the 1001 Nights clashed with Sakura 10, the Drywood meeting. Two streams of sword energy intertwined, a powerful sword intent shooting into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword energies surged and darted around, the area expanding continuously, turning the island into a scene of devastation. Look, the sky is being cut apart. Idiot, that's the clouds being split. This fight is too spectacular. On a pirate ship anchored in the distant sea, countless crew members were visually stunned, exclaiming in amazement. They had never witnessed such a magnificent battle scene. Comparing it to their own fights, it could be said they were just playing house. Is this the battle of the strong? Wang Ji and Kaido had been observing, their faces serious and silent, because they knew this was not a full-force engagement. It was just the beginning. Intense fluctuations stirred the air, as Yuru and Shiki hovered in the air, maintaining their collision stance. The two silently locked eyes, seeing only seriousness reflected in each other's gaze. As expected from frequent sparring partners, they instinctively narrowed their pupils. An earth-shattering momentum erupted from both of them. Centered around the two, it spread across the entire deserted island. In an instant, the heavens shook and the winds surged. The clouds, which had originally been split in two, suddenly dispersed with a roar. Yuru and Shiki's advanced Conqueror's Haki was being released with full force. The power was immense and the range unprecedented. After covering the deserted island, the might did not diminish, sweeping across the surrounding sea. In an instant, the waves rolled and surged into towering giant waves, crashing in all directions. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? This is too cool. The crew members on the pirate ship looked on with envy, discussing among themselves. Suddenly, the giant waves surged towards them, and everyone panicked. Just as they wanted to take action, a crushing aura descended upon them, weighing their bodies down and making movement difficult. Some even found it hard to breathe. The pirates, who were previously discussing the battle situation, fell silent in an instant. The crowd of spectators became eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath, shocked as they gazed at the deserted island. Wow, this is truly earth-shattering. On the ship ahead, watching the battle, Newgate laughed heartily. At the same time, he activated the power of the Tremor fruit, and a white energy sphere appeared above his right hand. Then, he punched into the air, causing white cracks to appear. The turbulent sea instantly calmed down. On the deserted island, Yuru and Shiki's Conqueror's Haki clashed fiercely. The golden and black energy streams split the entire island in two. From the perspective of the spectators, the scene was magnificent and awe-inspiring. It seemed that his Conqueror's Haki had become stronger. Kaido narrowed his eyes, murmuring, specifically referring to Yuru. Having personally experienced Yuru's Conqueror's Haki, Kaido was certain that it was even stronger than the level that had suppressed him half a month ago. In the center of the clash of Conqueror's Haki, Yuru and Shiki found themselves equally matched. They directly unleashed their Conqueror's Haki and began to slash away at each other. The two moved nimbly, constantly changing positions as they fought. The sword energy slashed and shot through the air, destroying the already dilapidated island. The sound of clashing weapons rang in the ears of the many pirates watching the battle. At this moment, they could no longer see the figures of Yuru and Shiki. Even the captain-level pirates could only vaguely observe two flashes of lightning colliding above the deserted island. Only figures like Rocks and Newgate could clearly observe the details of the battle. Good job, Yuru, you really have become stronger, Shiki said solemnly in the midst of the battle. His expression was extremely grave. This fight was not a casual spar. Only by truly facing Yuro could one feel the pressure of fighting him. This immense pressure was several times stronger than when simply watching from the sidelines. Isn't that normal? What's wrong? Are you scared? Yurlo smirked and said something particularly provocative. Fighting with you is really unpleasant. Jean Shiitzi's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Am I, Jean Shiitzi Shiki, afraid of you? You really get carried away with just a compliment. You usually seem quite low-key. But why do you get so arrogant when it comes to fighting? He wished he could beat Yurlo up, but that was just a thought. Lion's might, earthquake. The Conqueror's Haki and swordsmanship were evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner. Shiki once again used the power of the flow fruit. This time, the ground of the deserted island surged, and countless lion heads shot up into the sky. As Yuro swung his black knife continuously, blue flames surged from beneath his feet, transforming into pillars of fire. The blue fire pillars collided with the lion head. Boom! Boom! The deserted island shook, and the air trembled. The air currents on the entire island were chaotic. The nearby sea water churned incessantly. The airflow generated by this attack was incredibly hot. The crew on the pirate ship were blown by the heat, causing them to sweat profusely. Mama, Yuro is really too strong. I must have a child. Charlotte Linlin watched the battle on the island, even neglecting her dessert cake, her eyes filled with surprise as she gazed at Yuro. Witnessing Yuro's combat power firsthand was far more shocking than reading about it in the newspaper. It had only been a short time, and he had become this strong. Surely, a child with Yuro would have an unlimited future. Linlin, you think too highly of yourself. Can you even defeat Yuro? Newgate, standing nearby, couldn't help but strike a blow, also helping to shatter Charlotte Linlin's fantasy. One day I will succeed. Charlotte Linlin immediately became displeased, snorting coldly and falling silent. There was no way around it. At her current level, it was indeed too much to say she could defeat Yuro. Wang Ji and Kaido stood to the side, remaining silent throughout. Yet their minds were active with thoughts. Since the battle began, Yuro had displayed flames, swordsmanship, and an incredibly powerful conqueror's Haki. If it were them, they weren't sure if they could withstand it. Both knew deep down that they actually couldn't hold up against him, yet they were unwilling to admit it. As seasoned warriors, Wang Ji and Kaido could see that neither Yuro nor Shiki had yet unleashed their full power. Wang Ji was thinking about finding a way to redeem himself and prove he was stronger than Yuro, while Kaido believed Yuro was unworthy of a position among the officers and wanted to take his place. In hindsight, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Ever since Yuro began to showcase his strength, the two had been measuring the gap between themselves and Yuro in their hearts. The frightening thing was they discovered that this gap was growing larger. They felt that hope was slipping further away from them. Meanwhile, the other officers who had seen the news but had not witnessed Yuro's strength firsthand, such as John and Silver Axe, were left astonished, even dumbfounded. This level of strength undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Yuro can currently stand on equal footing with Shiki, which at least proves that among the cadres. His strength is second only to Whitebeard. As for Captain Rocks, he is not included in this comparison. While shocked, John's expression darkened. The Rocks Pirates is a place where strength is paramount. Everything relies on power. For someone like Rocks, who fantasizes about overthrowing the world government, what he needs are powerful fighters. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, is an example, being a cadre whose strength is only second to Captain Rocks. Rocks has never interfered with his matters as long as he can contribute when needed. Even so, his status is slightly higher than theirs. They initially thought Yuro would at most be on par with them. But looking at this trend, it seems he is about to step on their heads like Newgate. If that's the case, their status within the pirate crew will decline once again, and the benefits they can obtain will likely be even less. Those watching the battle had their own thoughts, while the fighting on the island intensified. Yulu ultimately used his signature fire pillars to shatter countless lion heads. More than a dozen fire pillars touched the ground and dispersed, with large amounts of blue fire sweeping across the deserted island. A glint of light flashed in Shiki's eyes as he activated the powers of the float fruit. Lion's might, flame roll, Shiki shouted, pointing at Yulu with his dual swords. Sakura tin and dry wood. The next moment, a comical scene unfolded. After Shiki made his move, there was no reaction on the battlefield. It seemed like 6 dots appeared in the sky, and then a crow flew by. What is going on? Yulu, on the opposite side, also looked confused, with question marks all over his head. Shiki, the person involved, felt his face turn red and wished he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. A mistake. A mistake. This is embarrassing. Ahem, let's try again. Lion's might, flame roll. Shiki adjusted his stance, pointed with both swords, and fully activated his float fruit powers. However, it was still the same. Now, it was Shiki's turn to be full of question marks. What is happening? Gula la la. Is Shiki here to be funny? Newgate, who was watching, leaned on his sword, laughing heartily. Throughout, the serious King Ji and Kaido were nearly bent over with laughter at Shiki's ridiculous antics. Even Rocks, who had always maintained an imposing demeanor, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What is going on? Is Lord Shiki admitting defeat? Shoo! Don't say nonsense. This is Lord Shiki's strategy. Right, how did I not think of that? Look at Lord Yulu. He is confused. This must be Lord Shiki's strategy working. Some pirates, who didn't understand the situation, began to speculate. Shiki quickly realized the problem, his face flushed with anger as he cursed. Damn it, Yulu kid. Your flames are impossible to control. In order to quickly turn the tide, Shiki charged forward fiercely, filled with rage. Upon hearing this, Yuru suddenly realized that Shiki was attempting to use the power of the float fruit to control the blue lotus earth fire. However, the user of the float fruit can only control non-living entities outside of themselves. Unfortunately, the blue lotus earth fire is not a non-living entity. Even if it has only fused with a trace of its origin, Yuru's blue lotus earth fire still possesses vitality. This left Yuru somewhat amused and exasperated. A heated duel had taken on such a strange atmosphere. Watching Shiki charge towards him, Yuru adjusted his mindset and stepped forward to meet him head-on. Shiki's face was burning, and he wanted to quickly determine the victor so he could return to his room and not leave for a month. Armament Haki covered him, and the cherry blossom tree and deadwood glimmered with a black edge. Lion slash wave. As Shiki moved rapidly, he unleashed a massive golden crescent-shaped slash towards Yuru. This slash was stronger than before, slicing through the air and emitting a wailing sound. The black knife in Yuru's hand swept out, directly cutting through Shiki's. Boom! Shiki's could no longer be sustained, exploding into a rain of tiny swords that fell down. Taste my move. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Furious, Shiki was eager to defeat Yuru, unleashing a continuous stream of sword energy. Each strike was more terrifying than and they came in a dense flurry. Countless golden sword energies were overwhelming, causing the watching pirates to scream in shock. With the distance between the two already very close, the Thousand Cuts Valley engulfed Yuru the moment it was unleashed. 360 troublesome winds. Yuru's soft exclamation echoed, and a storm of sword energy surged into the sky from his position. It directly scattered the countless sword energies that were close by, and then rushed toward Shiki. Boom! Boom! The airflow generated by the sword energy storm rolled and stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping Shiki. Shiki was nearly blinded by the wind, but fortunately, his observation Haki was not for show. He crossed Sakura, Ten, and Kumu to firmly block the incoming sword energy storm. By this point in the battle, both of them were sweating lightly on their foreheads. This kid is indeed not easy to deal with. Shiki panted slightly, muttering complaints. Although Shiki appeared confident, he knew in his heart that defeating Yuru would not be easy. On the contrary, Yuru was certain of his victory. As the sword energy storm stirred up the dust, Yuru did not hesitate and stepped into it with moonwalk. Shiki gently wiped away the sweat, and the next moment, his observation Haki sensed a swift slash approaching him. Instinctively, he reacted quickly, using the ability of the float fruit to propel his body upwards. A sword energy flew out from the dust, passing right beneath Shiki's feet, parting the dust around him. The figure of Yulu emerged from the he had cut, seeing Ji flying high into the sky. Without hesitation, he unleashed the blue lotus heart fire. The strong airflow blew away the sand and dust. He was about to transform into a streak of flowing fire in pursuit of Ji. However, immediately after, the scattered sand and dust gathered into 8 lion heads, pouncing towards Yulu from all directions. A mere parlor trick, Yulu snorted coldly, his speed undiminished. The black blade in his hand condensed sword energy, and then the blade trembled slightly. 8 streams of sword energy shot out like meteors, striking the 8 lion heads. However, Ji was not to be underestimated. Under his control, the shattered lion heads quickly reassembled. Their might was not in the least diminished compared to before. Seizing the opportunity from above, Ji wielded his Sakura Ten and Withered Wood. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. More than a dozen streams of sword energy were unleashed, creating a canopy of sword energy that descended towards Yulu. Faced with the fierce assault from above and below, Yulu's thoughts raced like lightning. It seemed that Ji was truly determined to defeat him. This onslaught showed no signs of stopping. Since Shurji couldn't win anyway, it was better to end the battle quickly rather than fight for 3 days and nights. Yulua's thoughts reached this point, and he decided to end things quickly. In the next moment, his aura surged. Just as the sword energy and the lion were inches apart, Yulua's figure disappeared. Shave, a combined technique of moonwalk and shave from the 6 powers martial arts. Yuluo transformed into a shooting star, darting out from the gap in the attack with a whoosh, and then streaked across the sky. Yuro's speed increased, leaving a black trail, and he instantly appeared in front of Shiki. Yuluo's movement made Shiki momentarily lose his focus. 6 styles. Immediately, Shiki reacted. He recognized it at once due to his frequent battles with Zephyr and others. However, before Shiki could be shocked, his observation Haki made him tense up. Yuluo's soaring movements did not stop. He performed a 180-degree backflip in front of Shiki. Gale foot, white thunder. His right calf was covered in armed Haki, and he slashed downwards using the momentum from the flip. In a rush, Shiki crossed his weapons, Sakura Ten and Kubo, to block. Clang! The enormous slash struck his blades. Shiki was pushed down by the immense force and took a while to stabilize his position. Goodness, is this what you call a slight improvement in martial arts? Shiki's hands trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched in a serious expression. How could he not recognize it? This was clearly an advanced application technique of the 6 styles. Even among the Navy, those who mastered it were few. This is the 6 styles. John, who was watching, couldn't help but exclaim. Having frequent dealings with the Navy, he had some understanding of the 6 styles. However, it was far from the power exhibited by Yuluo. To be precise, this was an advanced application technique of the 6 styles. Silver Axe beside him was somewhat shocked and said gravely. He had once studied the 6 styles for a while to improve his martial arts. However, after initially mastering it, he stopped training. He found that the improvement of the 6 styles was very slow, and achieving great mastery required immense effort. Yuluo had never used martial arts before. Had he only recently mastered it? Silver Axe recalled Yuluo's first battle with the Navy, which was just a few days ago during the fight against Zephyr for the Golden Fruit. And coincidentally, Zephyr was a master of the 6 styles. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, unable to think further. After all, it was simply hard to believe. Silver Axe's words surprised everyone. They realized that, until now, they had still underestimated Yuluo. This was too deeply hidden. Officer Jem sighed, and seeing that no one reacted, he stopped speaking. Wang Ji and Kaido felt tremendous pressure while being shocked. The road to surpass Yuluo seemed endless. Gula la la la. Yuluo was about to unleash his full power. Let us see how that guy Shiki would respond. Whitebeard and Newgate seemed to take pleasure in seeing Shiki getting beaten up. Ignoring Shiki's insults, Yuluo focused solely on ending the battle quickly. His figure flashed again as he charged towards Shiki below. The black blade in his hand slashed fiercely diagonally. Extreme Dragon Hunt. The violent sword aura was domineering and fierce, transforming into a black sword aura dragon. Roar. The black dragon roared, its momentum terrifying as it lunged at Shiki. Not good. There's no time. Shiki barely steadied himself, looking at the approaching sword aura dragon with an extremely heavy expression. Right now, he had no time for a counterattack or to dodge. If this hit him, he would definitely lose. What would he say about making Yuluo his vice-captain then? Shiki will not lose. With this thought, Shiki roared, and his aura surged to its peak. Armed Haki was fully activated, instantly covering his entire body. Sakura Ten and Kubo flashed with black brilliance and crossed in front of him to block again. Clang! The sword aura dragon instantly engulfed Shiki, dragging him downwards, and the ground was directly blasted into a large pit. As the sword aura dissipated, Shiki's figure was revealed. Truly, Yuluo is impressive with endless techniques. Shiki took a breath and sighed. He didn't appear to be in a pathetic state. Only his hands gripping the dual blades had their skin cracked from the tremendous force, with a few drops of blood falling to the ground. Shiki tried his best to protect his body to preserve his combat power. However, his hands were numb, and Sakura Ten and Kubo were still trembling slightly. Yuluo slowly descended, looking at Shiki, and said, "Shiki, how does this move feel?" He wanted Shiki to retreat, as continuing the fight would truly be a matter of life and death. This was just a bet between friends. There was no need to fight to the bitter end. "Kid Yuluo, I have to admit, this move is indeed very strong," Shiki said with a serious expression. However, he quickly changed his tone. "But you're still far from winning against me." Shiki took a deep breath, his fighting spirit igniting, and shouted with a hoarse voice. If it were that easy to defeat Yuluo, it wouldn't be worthy of his attention. The Golden Lion Shiki was already prepared to fight to the death for his own ambitions. Gula la la, Shiki was bleeding. Good job, Kid Yolo. Newgate, who had been watching the battle, laughed heartily, his voice tinged with excitement. It had been a long time since he had beaten Shiki up, and now seeing Yolo make Shiki bleed was undeniably refreshing. What? Lord Shiki is injured. No way. Lord Yolo is so strong. Newgate's voice echoed throughout the arena, and the pirates who couldn't see the specific situation erupted in chaos. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They then began to discuss and speculate about who would ultimately win. At this moment, on the shattered deserted island, Shiki's powerful voice left Yolo a bit stunned. How could he be getting bolder in battle? But seeing Shiki's determined expression made him realize. Isn't this the will of a strong warrior? This is the attitude a strong person should have. This is not just a duel between him and Shiki, but a contest between strong individuals. Since that is the case, showing true strength is a respect to Shiki. He believed that regardless of the outcome, Shiki would acknowledge him wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha, Shiki, you are a worthy opponent. Next, I will make you lose convincingly. Yuluo laughed loudly at the sky, and at this moment his mind was clear, with only one word in his heart. Battle. In his mind, some questions that had troubled Yuluo before were resolved at this moment. Yuluo's expression was serious as he sheathed the black knife. He stood in place, his aura becoming increasingly impressive. At this moment, Shurji had already recovered, gripping his knife tightly and staring intently at Yuluo in front of him. He was not confused by Yuluo's action of returning the knife to its sheath. As a great swordsman himself, his observation skills vaguely sensed something. Yuluo was accumulating an astonishing sword intent all over his body. This sword energy kept rising, and even the black blade in its sheath began to hum. What kind of monster is this kid? Yuluo. Shurji's expression turned serious, and his breathing became rapid. He knew he had to take action immediately. If Yuluo completed his build-up, it would pose a great threat to him. Even now, that obscure sword intent made his heart race. After making up his mind, Shurji decisively struck. Lion slashed the waves. The golden sword energy almost solidified, transforming into a golden sword light that shot straight toward the motionless Yuluo. Yuro looked at the incoming sword energy with a calm expression, as still as an ancient well. He slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze containing a breathtaking sword intent. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sword intent rose from Yuro, soaring into the sky. The clouds in the sky erupted, forming a vortex under the strong pull of the sword intent. A vortex actually appeared in the sky. What kind of technique is this? Oh my, just the sword intent is so powerful. This scene brought an overwhelming visual shock, leaving some swordsmen and pirates dumbfounded. Wait, where's Lord Yuro? Why can't we see Lord Yuro? Just as everyone was focused on the sky, someone suddenly shouted in alarm. Everyone quickly shifted their gaze, and what they saw was beyond comprehension. In their line of sight, Yuro had disappeared. Only a black streak of light caught their attention. This black light was as fast as lightning, shooting straight towards the golden lion Shiki. The golden sword light was directly pierced through. The black lightning maintained its speed and instantly reached Shiki's face. Shiki's eyes bulged wide, like two copper bells. At this moment, there was only one thought in Shiki's mind. Fast. So fast. Unprecedentedly fast. This was not Shiki being caught off guard. Rather, it was a true sense of preparedness. In Shiki's observation, this black lightning was Yuro. However, his body had no reaction whatsoever. Clang! A sound rang in his ears. It was the sound of a sword being drawn. The black lightning instantly passed through the golden lion Shiki, finally stopping as it neared the shore. Yuro's figure appeared, accompanied by a calm voice. Goodspeed doing sword technique. In this sea, only Yuro's voice could be heard. The watching pirates stared blankly, completely dumbfounded. Among the cadre, except for Whitebeard, the others were the same. In their observation with Kin Bunchika Haki, they couldn't see Yuro's specific movements at all. They only felt a soaring sword intent as Yuro transformed into black lightning and vanished in an instant. However, they knew that this was definitely an attacking move. Drawing sword technique. Wang Ji's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his body as he mumbled incessantly. If he were to face this move, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. Why bother avenging past humiliations when he could just live well? What a great sword technique. At the front, Rocks finally spoke up. He praised Yuro with 2 words of admiration. Whitebeard, what do you think of Yuro's drawing sword technique? Rock's voice suddenly rang out. and everyone came back to their senses. If it were me, I would probably be injured too. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. The cadre's eyes narrowed. It seemed that even for Whitebeard, he couldn't emerge unscathed from this move. Hey, look quickly. The sky is torn, the sea is split, and the deserted island is cracking too. My God, did human do this? Among the pirates, someone was so frightened that they sat down, pointing in horror at the distance. The other pirates followed suit and gasped in unison. This was the most spectacular scene they had ever witnessed. In the sky, the endless clouds parted in the middle, as if a great door to heaven had been opened. On the sea, a chasm stretched for thousands of meters, an unending sight that remained open for a long time. Fish continuously floated to the surface, their blood staining the seawater, resembling a blood sea of the underworld. On the deserted island, the land was slowly splitting along the line that Yuru had passed through. Yulu turned around and looked at Shurji, who stood motionless in the distance. The black knife in his hand was stained with blood. Drip, drip. Blood dripped down from the tip of the blade. Shurji felt as though everything that had just happened was like a distant memory. However, a sharp pain radiated from his chest. He suddenly realized that he was injured. Thud! Suddenly, Shurji knelt on one knee, leaning on Shur and the withered wood. Such fast swordsmanship, such sharp sword energy. Shurji gasped for breath, and a look of shock finally crossed his serious face. He reached out to touch the scar on his chest, feeling the long-lost sensation of pain. In the past, Shurji had thought that Yulua's swordsmanship was not inferior to his own. After fighting with Yulua, he felt the pressure. However, this draw technique made Shurji's heart stir for the first time. Because Shurji did not remove his armed color Haki, the scar was not too deep. It merely cut through flesh. Even so, it was still not to be underestimated. It should be noted that his armed color Haki had already reached a high level of intensity. Under the dual defense of hardening and wrapping, Yulua's swordsmanship was still able to break through the armed color and injure him. If it were Shurji's swordsmanship, he would not have absolute confidence in breaking through the hardening and wrapping of high-level armed color. One can imagine how sharp this draw technique was. Shurji, kneeling on one knee, had his aura weakened slightly. Blood slowly dripped from the scar on his chest. Yuru's swordsmanship gave him a brief thrill. However, it was soon replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. Ha! Yuru kid, you're really ruthless. If it weren't for me not withdrawing my Haki, I might have died by your hand. Shiki put away his Sakura tin and withered wood, standing up steadily. As he rose, the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. A few seconds later, he burst into a grim smile. After standing up, the scar on Shiki's chest came into view for everyone. Lord Shiki, you have a wound on your chest. You've lost a lot of blood, such a long scar. No way. Lord Yuru's swordsmanship broke through Haki. Everyone except Rocks and the higher-ups found it hard to believe. There was no doubt that they thought Shiki couldn't withstand the speed of the sword draw. But they also didn't expect that the sharpness of the sword draw could break through advanced Haki. On Shiki's chest was a scar that stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. This is the feeling. Shiki glanced at the wound on his chest, murmuring to himself. It looked terrifying and fierce, but it was just a flesh wound. The intense pain did not affect Shiki. Instead, it made him somewhat nostalgic for this long-lost sensation. Now, Shiki was powerful, and few people on the sea could hurt him. But he had also risen from being weak, killing his way to strength step by step. In his weaker days, such injuries were common occurrence. Now, feeling pain again completely ignited Shiki's heart of a strong warrior. Yuru stared at the golden lion Shiki, who had his back turned to him, slightly surprised. He had underestimated Shiki after all. He initially thought he could inflict significant wounds on Shiki, but he only managed to cause a flesh wound. It made sense, considering that the man who would later storm Marineford would require the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp to capture. How could he be so easily defeated? If you really die, I will personally bury you, Yuru said calmly. As a rival, Yuru respected Shiki. He believed Shiki felt the same way. Yulu's response made Shiki's lips twitch. Yulu in battle is really annoying. Shiki turned around to face Yulu in the distance. Yulu, you are the most talented person I've ever seen. Improving your strength is as easy for you as drinking water. But I'm not someone to be underestimated either. So let me show you my progress. Shiki said with a grim smile, his fighting spirit igniting fiercely in his eyes. The aura around him surged again, like ashes coming back to life. In an instant, he broke through his previous peak and reached a new height. Oh, is that so? Then let me see what you've got. Yulu heard this and raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, his expression quickly became serious. The progress that Shiji mentioned was likely not that simple. At this level of strength, achieving further improvement would be quite challenging. No matter which aspect of progress it was, combat power would see a significant increase. Sure enough, even though he was confident in defeating Shiji, the process would not be easy. Shiji moved. After being injured by Yulu, he launched another offensive. His entire body, along with Shirkumu, was covered in advanced armed color Haki, simultaneously hardening and wrapping around. In Yuro's observation of Kinbunchika Haki, Shiki's Busashoko Haki seems to have become more agile, giving him an indescribable feeling. Could it be that Busashoko Haki has become stronger? Yuro murmured to himself, his tone filled with doubt. Although Shiki was injured, such wounds wouldn't have much effect on him. Rocks rarely spoke up, seemingly explaining things to the many pirates. He was relatively familiar with Shiki, and this was not enough to make Shiki lose his combat ability. It seemed they would have to wait a bit longer for their decisive battle. In my perception, Shiki had become stronger, Whitebeard Newgate said in a deep voice, very confident in his observation Haki. Upon hearing this, Rocks smiled silently. He was also looking forward to this battle. Lion/Wave. Shiki, who had broken through his limits, crossed his twin swords and unleashed 2 waves of sword energy. The sword energy transformed into a black flash, instantly crossing the distance to stand before Yuro. Though its speed was not as fast as Yuro's drawing technique, it was significantly quicker than Shiki's previous /wave. The momentum had also become more ferocious, and Yuro felt a powerful impact rushing toward him. The most crucial point was that the /wave was golden, while the one before him was pitch black. It was the same pitch black as the armament Haki. Yulu didn't have time to think much, raising his hand to unleash 2 sword energy strikes to meet it. Before even coming into contact with the black /wave, he was already shaken apart. Yulu quickly raised his black sword in front of him, fully covering himself with armament Haki. He forcibly withstood the black slash. Clang! Da-da-da-da. However, a powerful impact made Yulu stagger back 7 or 8 steps. He looked at Shiji in surprise. This sword energy was quite formidable. No, rather than sword energy, it was more like armament Haki. Remembering that his slash was shattered before even making contact with the black wave, he sensed a strong aura of armament Haki as he defended with his sword. Armament Haki unleashed. Yuro's expression grew serious. This was an advanced application technique, and its role in battle should not be underestimated. Even the son of destiny, Luffy, had to endure humiliation and learn it. By releasing the armament Haki, it could transform into tangible attacks and defenses. It could unleash powerful shockwaves to knock back enemies and form a protective barrier, even defending against intangible attacks. During the Marineford War, the 3 admirals used armament Haki to deflect Whitebeard's seismic waves. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the officers. "This is..." the traitor Jem exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. It was a familiar scene he had seen with a Marine admiral before. At the front, Rock smiled and succinctly stated, "Armament Haki release." This was an advanced application technique of armament Haki, unrelated to the intensity of Haki. Seeing that Rocks had stopped speaking, Whitebeard took over the conversation to explain. As one of the few in the Rocks Pirates who mastered the release of armament Haki, he was well aware of it. Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, and others couldn't help but feel anxious. They had all mastered hardening and binding, but could not grasp the release technique. Gulalala, is Shiki hiding quite well? Whitebeard laughed heartily with anticipation, rarely praising Shiki. He had also mastered the release of armament Haki just a few days after Yuro joined the Rocks Pirates. Looking at Shiki's situation, he was only slightly behind him. On a ruined, deserted island, taking advantage of Yuro's momentary distraction, Golden Lion Shiki swung his swords, Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood, once more. With a whoosh, 2 black sword chi shot out again. As Yuro's thoughts turned, he noticed that Sei had been paying attention to Shiki all along. He swiftly swung his black blade, unleashing 4 consecutive sword energies. However, even with 4 sword energies, they only managed to cancel out 1 black sword energy. Another black sword energy continued to rush forward. Shave. Yuro chose to dodge and, in the blink of an eye, unleashed the 6 styles of martial arts. He instantly vanished from his original spot, and a black sword aura howled past. Following the ravines on the sea, he disappeared from sight. As Yuro continuously used the 6 styles, he rapidly closed in on Shiki. His speed was impressive, but Shiki's observation Haki allowed him to detect Yuro's position. Shiki also activated the ability of the float fruit, maneuvering close to the ground. The swinging of his Sakura Ten and the withered black wood emitted a dazzling radiance, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Countless sword auras shot towards Yuro's position. Ha! Yuro kid, how does it feel? Shiki laughed triumphantly as he watched Yuro evade continuously. See? I'm not bad either. Just wait and obediently become my first mate. Shiki, I'm not saying this, but it's just like that. Shiki's arrogant demeanor provoked Yuro. Do you really think that just because you can use Haki externally, you can do something to me? Even if Shiki's defense and attack power have increased significantly. Yuro wanted to respond calmly, and he certainly had plenty of methods at his disposal. However, he didn't want to test the extent of Shiki's Haki. Moreover, such a full release of armed Haki consumed a massive amount of stamina and Haki. He didn't know how long he could maintain it, yet he was already showing off. Extreme Dragon Hunt. As soon as the words fell, Yuro ignored the countless sword energies coming at him. He leaped into the air and struck down fiercely with the black sword in his hand. A sharp sword energy erupted, transforming into a ferocious black dragon, roaring as it lunged towards Shiki below. The black dragon charged forward like a raging torrent, crushing several streams of black sword energy along the way. This move was indeed impressive, but it still fell a bit short. Shiki said with a slightly serious expression, bending his knees and stomping hard, vanishing from his spot. This move couldn't match his black Haki slash, but he wasn't going to take it head-on either. Shiki knew that he couldn't maintain this state for too long. The urgent task was to defeat Yuro as quickly as possible. In midair, Yuro was preparing to dodge the overwhelming black Haki slash when he suddenly realized that Shiki's figure had vanished. He actually chose not to take it head-on. Yuro was somewhat surprised, as this was not in line with Shiki's style. Just at that moment, his observation Haki detected that Shiki was rapidly approaching him. In an instant, Shiki appeared above Yuro. Jahaha, take my 2 slashes. Shiki grinned wickedly, swinging his sword, Sakura Ten and dry wood, down towards Yuro's head. Fortunately, Yuro had already sensed it and reacted quickly. He raised his black blade above his head, the blade covered in armament Haki. Boom! Bang! Shiki's armament Haki unleashed a tremendous force, directly smashing Yuro down, crashing him into the ground. The already damaged land exploded again, deeply caving in. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and sand, obscuring Yuro's figure. Shiki's strike elicited cheers from some of the pirates supporting him. Lord Shiki, well done. I told you, Lord Shiki is not to be underestimated. Lord Yuro is still too young. These people felt dissatisfied about Shiki's earlier injury. Now, seeing Yuro being knocked down, they clamored to vindicate Shiki. Just then, the dust settled, revealing Yuro's figure, covered in a layer of pitch-black armament Haki. He was not injured, he was simply knocked down. Of course, he wasn't hurt, thanks to the armament Haki. Look, Lord Yuro is fine. What's wrong with being young? Young people don't get hurt. Truly worthy of Lord Yuro. The pirates supporting Yuro immediately counterattacked upon seeing this scene, their words hitting hard against the supporters of Shiki, making them grit their teeth. Rocks, Newgate, and others quietly watched the scene unfold. Yuro always brings surprises. No one knows if he has any hidden abilities. Therefore, no one dares to speak carelessly about Yuro's strength. This use of armament Haki is indeed impressive. It seems you have completely mastered it. Yuluo looked at Shurji floating in midair and said calmly. From a series of attacks, just now, he understood what he wanted to know. The external application of armament Haki is a skill that requires subtle and proficient control of Haki. Although it can be transformed into tangible attacks and defenses, there is a prerequisite limitation. That is, the strength of armament Haki does not change. One cannot unleash attacks that exceed their own Haki strength, nor can they defend against attacks that surpass their own Haki strength. Since Yuro can break through, Shiki's hardening and winding can also be broken with an external force. It's just that the difficulty doubles, which would expose one more sword technique. Haha, of course. What's wrong, Yuro? If you want to learn. Shiki feels that Yuro's words are recognizing him. Then he thinks of using this to tempt Yuro. Shiki, you're overthinking. I'm just thinking about how to defeat you. Before Shiki could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yuro's voice. Are you saying you have a secret move? He wasn't angry. Instead, he was slightly taken aback. Then his mind stirred, and he actually started to feel a bit of anticipation. Yuluo is never short of surprises. Each move in battle seems to come endlessly, dazzling you. That move, the lightning draw, broke through his Haki. Thinking back on it, now still sends shivers down my spine. This move is currently my strongest sword technique. Once unleashed, it cannot be stopped. Shiki, get ready, as this is my first time using it. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. Yuluo's gaze was deep, his expression indifferent, and his aura surge around him. While practicing swordsmanship from the Encyclopedia of Techniques, he often conducted his own research. In a short period of time, although he had not created his own unique moves, he thoroughly understood a particular sword technique and subsequently integrated what he learned. He developed a combined technique that primarily featured swordsmanship and flames, with physical techniques and dominance as supplements. This move required an incredibly precise coordination among the four elements. Its attack range, speed, and power were several times stronger than the Godspeed draw technique. The only drawback was that it was quite exhausting. After all, it was a comprehensive skill that involved swordsmanship, flames, physical techniques, and dominance all being unleashed together. Yuro's demeanor was extremely serious, and his tone was incredibly solemn. Shiki's pupils constricted as he couldn't help but feel tense. He had complete faith in Yuro's strongest move. At this point in the battle, no one would joke around. Haha, Yuro kid, I'm honored. Since that's the case, let us settle this with one move. Shiki's muscles tensed up, and Sakura and Kubo gripped their weapons even tighter. He took a deep breath, and his armed color Haki erupted with full force. All his abilities were ready at any moment, and his momentum reached its peak. Yulu held the black knife, standing still. Boom! Suddenly, the blue lotus fire of the earth ignited, flames rising all over his body. Yuro's calf suddenly exerted force, causing the ground beneath him to explode. The land sank, and Yuro remained motionless as cracks spread outwards. The surging blue lotus earth fire erupted from beneath Yuro's feet, striking downwards into the ground. Instantly, the heavens shook and the island trembled. The blue lotus earth fire continued to wreak havoc deep below, causing the cracks to rapidly expand and cover the entire deserted island. At this moment, threads of blue fire seeped out from the cracks. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the already damaged island became fragmented and shattered. Look, the entire island has broken apart. This deserted island is bound to sink. Even though the island was collapsing, the outcome had yet to be determined. After experiencing multiple shocks, the distant pirates had grown accustomed to it. Watching the scene of the island's collapse, they expressed their amazement one after another. Just when everyone thought the island was about to sink, the surrounding seawater suddenly began to boil, releasing a large amount of steam. Countless fish jumped out of the water, desperately trying to escape. What's going on? It's so hot. The seawater is boiling. The hot air surged upwards, hitting the top of their heads, making the pirates feel as if they were in a steamer. Look quickly, someone suddenly exclaimed. A huge blue shadow broke through the waves in the surrounding seawater. It stirred up towering waves, and the sea surface immediately roiled. The pirate ships anchored nearby were all pushed back by the massive waves, moving 100 meters away. The shattered island, which was supposed to sink into the sea, was now being lifted by a giant blue lotus. 36 lotus leaves slowly closed in, wrapping the entire wreckage of the island inside. This is too spectacular. The pirates looked on in astonishment, stuttering in speech. This fruit ability is truly terrifying. Silver Axe's expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, Gulalala, it's all thanks to Euro's development. Newgate laughed heartily, even he was somewhat shocked. The blue fire could directly envelop a small island. The development of such power was indeed quite terrifying. Inside the blue lotus, the rubble was jagged. Seeing this scene, Shiki felt a bit uneasy. Even though he was fully releasing his armament Haki, he could still feel a suffocating heat. This Yuro kid, could he really intend to kill himself? Shiki looked at Yuro, whose expression was calm, in horror. The terrifying sense of oppression made him instinctively take 2 steps back. However, he soon looked down at his legs in disbelief. Just a second ago, he felt a hint of fear. It seems Yuro was trying to prevent me from escaping. Shiki let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in self-deprecation. Whether it was an instinctive reaction or a psychological effect, he absolutely could not sit idly by. Shiki's gaze became resolute as he immediately prepared to attack. The scattered rubble and dirt around him began to rise and gather in large amounts. They quickly formed dozens of majestic giant lions. These lions surrounded the golden lion Shiki densely. Yulu watched the scene, suddenly curling the corners of his mouth. The sharp sword intent of the great swordsman soared into the sky, and the black blade in his hand buzzed violently, resonating with each other. On the pitch-black blade, armed color hardened and entwined, sword energy crazily condensed, and the blue lotus heart fire attached itself. The 4 elements overlapped, and the momentum surged, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. Take this. Yuro's body trembled as his voice fell. He unleashed the full power of the 6 style shave, and his figure instantly vanished. So fast, Shiki, who was focused from a distance, felt every hair on his body stand on end, and his pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, his observation Haki fully activated, desperately trying to capture Yuro's silhouette. This time, the shave was different from before. Earlier, Yuro's shave left traces. His figure would draw a trajectory in the air. But this time, his speed was at its peak, with an exquisite control over the airflow, leaving no trace whatsoever. Only when Shiki fully activated his observation Haki could he perceive Yuro's movement trajectory. Go! Shiki shouted, swinging the Sakura Tenku in his hand. Roar! Roar! Dozens of giant lions roared and lunged at the rapidly moving Yuro. With these lions, there was no way to stop Yuro. Yuro shattered all the lions solely with the airflow generated by friction with the air. Shiki understood this. It was merely a means to wear Yuro down. Lions! Thousand Cuts Valley. In the next moment, he drew his blade, his arms moving like a chaotic dance of demons. Countless black sword energies obscured the sky, instantly sealing Yuro's trajectory. Ha ha ha! Shiki, welcome my killing move. Blue Lotus Sword Song. Looking at Shiki, who was within arm's reach, Yuro laughed heartily. His entire being transformed into a streak of blue sword light, appearing with the speed of a master swordsman. The dense black sword energy was pierced through by Yuro in a single strike, shooting towards Shiki like a bamboo being split. Armament Haki, release. Shiki's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly used the external release technique, setting up an invisible defensive wall around his body. Clang! The blue sword light passed through, producing a crisp collision sound. Seeing that the defensive wall only trembled slightly, Shiki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was met with increasingly sharp sword light. Clang! Clang! The sounds of clashing weapons echoed endlessly as the blue sword light continued to pierce through Shiki. The speed increased, the power grew stronger, and the sword energy became sharper. Shiki roared in anger, unleashing all his defenses. He hadn't expected that what had just happened was merely the first sword. Now, Shiki could only adopt a passive defense. Against the blue sword light, he could handle 2 or 3 strikes. But now it was so fast that Shiki couldn't react. If he managed to block 2 or 3 strikes, he would be hit by the subsequent blue sword light. Damn it! Shiki, standing still, had a grim expression. He noticed that the external defensive wall of his armament Haki was on the verge of shattering, and that blue sword light was getting faster, fiercer, and more precise. Crack! Crack! Finally, 18 streaks of sword light flashed by, and the defensive wall crumbled loudly. What kind of sword technique is this? Shiki's expression changed drastically, secretly cursing himself for being in trouble. The combined power of these 18 streaks of sword light exceeded the limits of his armament Haki's defense. Now that his external release was broken, the blue sword light continued onward. Shiki moved, just about to re-establish his armament Haki's external release when a 19th streak of sword light came, slicing through his arm with a clang. Yuro allowed Shiki to unleash his Haki once again. Hiss! Shiki let out a pained gasp as his movement was interrupted by the sword light. His Haki hardening and wrapping was directly sliced through, leaving a scar on his arm. Clang! Clang! The green sword light continuously cut through, not giving Shiki a chance to react at all. In an instant, several sword marks appeared on his body. Is this going to determine the victor? Oh no! Lord Shiki is going to lose. Lord Yuro is too monstrous. The spectators on the sea were stunned, their expressions changing dramatically. They all expressed their astonishment and emotions. In their line of sight, they couldn't see Yuro at all. All they could see were countless green sword lights streaking across. In the blink of an eye, Shiki was covered in wounds. What kind of technique is this that leaves Lord Shiki completely defenseless? In the distance, the deserted island was enveloped in green lotus, while the fierce sword intent rushed towards them. Even from afar, it still made their scalps tingle and their body hair stand on end. The green sword light instantly unleashed 36 strikes, and Yuro's figure appeared in the air. Shiki was panting heavily, wounds all over his body. The sound of dripping blood echoed as it continuously fell. Each wound was comparable to a scar inflicted by a sword technique on his chest. These more than 10 wounds weren't deep. For Shiki, they were merely somewhat impactful. The key issue was the amount of blood loss, which was terrifying, coupled with the prolonged, full-force release of Haki. This led to a drastic depletion of Shiki's stamina. Shiki, the final sword. Yuro in the air looked down with disdain. His voice extremely calm. He gripped the black sword tightly with both hands, raising it high. In the next moment, the massive green lotus suddenly bloomed. with 36 lotus leaves igniting into flames. They transformed into streaks of green fire, gathering on the black sword's blade. The Haki's domineering hardening and wrapping, combined with the heart fire of the green lotus, made the black sword exude an astonishing killing intent. The nearby air began to wail, as if encountering something terrifying. Shiki couldn't help but take a step back, staring in horror at that black sword. The aura emanating from it made him hesitate. This feeling was as if his soul was trembling. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Rock's expression darkened. He sensed a strong killing intent from Yuro's black sword. It was just a duel. How did it turn into a life-and-death battle? If that strike were to land from Yuro in Shiki's current state, he would be seriously injured if not dead. If that were the case, it would severely affect his plan. Shiki was an indispensable part of the upcoming retaliation against the Navy. Even if all the ordinary crew members perished, Shiki would definitely have a role to play. Moreover, Shiki was a high-level combatant of the Rocks Pirates. Rock's ultimate goal was to overthrow the world government. What he needed most were people like Shiki. If anything unexpected happened to Shiki, his chances of success would undoubtedly decrease. Rocks would not allow such a thing to happen. It seems that, in the end, he has to intervene. Rocks fixed his serious gaze on Yuro. This Yuro is truly a monster. Even Rocks felt a hint of threat from the black sword. Let me end this battle. Rocks stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the bow of the ship, charging straight towards the deserted island. Even Whitebeard's expression changed dramatically, not expecting things to develop this way. Seeing Rocks rush out, he hurriedly followed. Yulu raised the black knife with blue fire, exuding an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At this moment, his face appeared slightly pale, and his steady breathing had become labored. The previous massive blue lotus and the 36 sword lights, combined with this terrifyingly powerful sword strike. Yuro's condition was not much different from Shiki's. His stamina was nearly at its limit. If this strike could not defeat Shiki, it would only end in a draw. However, Yuro firmly believed that with this strike, everything would be resolved. Ha ha ha! A wild and sinister laugh echoed as Shiki prepared to fight to the death. Countless massive lions began to coalesce once again. While Sakura-ten and Kuroki's Haki hardened and intertwined, but his body was not covered in Haki. His stamina was running low, and if he covered himself in Haki again, the power of his attacks would diminish. In the next moment, both of them struck simultaneously. Yuro's black sword slashed down, carving out a blue sword aura that spanned the horizon. Shiki unleashed two intersecting black sword auras that soared into the sky, followed closely by a roaring lion. At that moment, between heaven and earth, above the sea, the space seemed to freeze. To the onlookers, Yuro and Shiki appeared to have vanished. All that remained were two utterly pure attacks. The blue sword aura collided with the black sword aura. In an instant, it was obliterated. Shiki watched this scene with a somewhat dejected mindset. He had a rough idea of the power of this strike. Relying solely on those lions, they would not be able to withstand it. They would likely dissipate in an instant. Moreover, with his current stamina and the speed he could muster, he couldn't dodge this blue sword aura. At that moment, a lightning-fast figure darted past. A man with an explosive hairstyle appeared before the blue sword aura. The aura he emitted was like an endless abyss, swallowing all presence and filling the battlefield. Rocks covered his hands with armament Haki and gently pushed forward. Instantly, the blue sword aura came to a halt, as if there were an invisible wall in front of it. The blue sword aura was blocked by Rock's armament Haki, yet it still violently attempted to break through. Rock squinted his eyes and forcefully shook his hands. An invisible shockwave erupted, sending the blue sword aura flying away. Immediately after, another towering figure appeared behind Rocks in an instant. With a white energy sphere wrapped around his fist, he smashed down into the air before him. Crack! Crack! The air split open, and a shockwave erupted. Countless lions were shattered into pieces. A large amount of land debris fell, and the four of them stood on floating objects on the sea. You two are really too reckless. Rocks glanced at the two, his expression relaxed, and spoke in a deep tone. Captain Rocks? Yuromo looked at Rocks in confusion, and then realized. At this moment, Rocks made his move, clearly not wanting Shiki to get into trouble. It made sense, considering that Rocks viewed ordinary crew members as cannon fodder. Only these officers were worthy of his attention. Yuro's eyes narrowed, and he was secretly astonished. He had not expected that this sword strike could be easily blocked. Rock's strength exceeded his expectations. How could this be? Shiki stared at Rocks in shock, murmuring to himself. His Haki was hardened, coiled, and released, all of which were broken through by Yuro's killing move. Yet Rocks was able to easily block and even deflect it with just his external release. To what extent was he powerful? Even Newgate, who had rushed over, showed a glimmer of shock in his eyes. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It was far too easy. It was so effortless that it seemed like a casual strike, and it looked like it was no big deal at all. Hoo-hoo! After a violent surge of emotions, a feeling of exhaustion and helplessness swept over. Yuru suddenly knelt on one knee, using his black sword to support his body, gasping for breath. Shiki was in a worse state. Due to significant blood loss, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. Fortunately, Newgate was quick and came forward to support Shiki. Sensing Newgate's presence, Shiki gritted his teeth. He then forced himself to gather his strength and shook off Newgate's hand. Gulalala, Shiki, you really are too proud for your own good. Newgate laughed heartily, not pushing the issue. Shiki snorted coldly, barely stabilizing himself and starting to recover his strength. Meanwhile, Yuru slowly stood up. What a terrifying talent and strength. In a few years, he would surely catch up to me. Rocks looked at Yuru with satisfaction. A young man with a talent so monstrous that even his own was inferior. Rocks felt somewhat relieved that Yuru was a pirate. If he were in the Navy, it would likely bring him a lot of trouble. Even now, he could still feel a faint pain in the hands he had behind his back. Hearing Rocks' words, before Yuru could respond, Shiki's voice came through. Captain Rocks is right. You have already surpassed me. Shiki slowly walked over, his expression somewhat disappointed, and he said with a hint of emotion, after all, I really wanted you to be my first mate. But it seems that dream is shattered now. However, he acknowledged Yuru's strength and accepted his defeat without any complaints. If it weren't for Rocks and Newgate's intervention at the last moment, he might be lying down instead of standing now. Shiki, you're not bad either. You've actually mastered the external application of Haki. Yuru looked at Shiki's disappointed expression and mentioned Shiki's progress. As expected, Newgate burst into laughter upon hearing this. Gwahaha Shiki, I didn't expect you to master the Haki so quickly, Newgate said while patting Shiki on the shoulder. That pat was so forceful that it almost made Shiki kneel down. Newgate, I'm not any worse than you. Shiki gritted his teeth in anger, his gaze seemingly wanting to blow Newgate's head off. Newgate, upon hearing this, pretended not to hear and said nothing. Mainly, Shiki looked quite miserable, and he couldn't bear to hit him further. All right, Yuru, take a good rest, and Shiki, recover from your injuries as soon as possible. The retaliation against the Navy will begin in 2 months, Rocks said, staring at Shiki before sweeping his gaze over everyone and speaking in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Yuru, Shiki, and Newgate all became serious. What about the mole? Newgate suddenly asked Rocks. Even Yuru and Shiki perked up their ears. There were some things they wouldn't have asked if Rocks hadn't brought them up. But now that Rocks had mentioned it, it felt natural for them to inquire. You don't need to worry about that. Everything is under my control, Rocks said, gazing at the sea before taking the lead to leave. The three exchanged glances and followed suit. Rocks didn't hold a staff meeting. Instead, he took the opportunity to inform the three of them privately. It was clear that he trusted them, and the mole was not among them. Similarly, it was to prepare them for the upcoming actions. Uro's thoughts were running. From the current situation, the friction between the Rocks Pirates and the Navy headquarters was becoming increasingly frequent and intense. It seemed that the Battle of God Valley from the anime was not far off. Before that, not to mention surpassing Rocks, he at least needed to have the strength to match him. As for any Navy traitors, he didn't care at all. At that time, it would just be a matter of a Blue Lotus Sword song. All the observing pirates returned to Hive Island one after another. Stories about the battle between Uros and Shiki spread throughout the island. It was just a fight, yet it directly destroyed an island. Now that deserted island had disappeared from that sea area, this battle was deeply etched in their memories. John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Kaido Linlin, and others had nothing to say about it. They had all witnessed Uro's strength through the swift blade technique and Blue Lotus Sword song, especially Wang Ji and Kaido. Every time they saw Yuru on the island, they felt a deep sense of helplessness. As for Yuru himself, he returned and fell asleep immediately. It wasn't until the next morning that he woke up feeling refreshed. Ding! Task check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Advanced Armament Haki. Armament Haki released. The task reward has been automatically granted to the host. As Yulu opened his eyes, he heard the system's prompt. He immediately felt that the quantity and intensity of his Armament Haki had greatly increased. The techniques for external application of Armament Haki felt as if they were integrated into his body like muscle memory. The problem that had puzzled him for so long was now easily resolved at this moment. Yulu couldn't help but laugh. Just after waking up, the system sent him a surprise, allowing him to directly catch up with the Golden Lion Shiki in terms of armament Haki. If they fought again, Yulu would win much more easily. Suddenly, Yulu thought of something. He hadn't checked in for the day yet. System, perform daily check-in. Ding. Today's check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced observation Haki. Oh my, the system really gave Yulu quite a surprise. First, he got an advanced armament Haki, and now he received an advanced observation Haki. With the advanced conqueror's Haki added in, all 3 types of Haki reached the advanced level. Yuru released his observation Haki, directly covering the entire Hive Island. The information he could perceive became much more detailed. At that moment, Yuru sensed that Rocks had appeared at the door. Your Haki has broken through? Rocks asked curiously as he pushed the door open. He had felt it from outside. A powerful presence of observation Haki was coming from Yuru's room. Yes, my observation Haki has reached a higher level. Yulu got out of bed and nodded, saying, since Locks asked this, he must have already noticed, so there's nothing to hide. Does that mean it was only intermediate before? Locks looked at Yulu in surprise, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had paid attention to Yulu's previous battles. At that time, the observation Haki that Yulu displayed was already comparable to advanced. Yes, but during the battle, it was used in conjunction with the fire-burning eyes. Yuru saw through Rock's thoughts and explained, when I first gained the ability of Kinbunchaku, I realized it had a similar effect to the fire-burning eyes. Using both at the same time can enhance Kinbunchaku. I see, Rocks exclaimed, understanding. After thinking for a moment, Rocks grasped Yuru's shoulder and said, for the time being, I'm assigning you a secret mission. Ever since the battle, everyone has been talking and has no heart for training or work. I've even noticed that Wang Ji and Kaido have been drinking heavily for a day and a night since they returned. I believe it would be better to temporarily assign you to something else. I happen to have a task at hand that concerns my plan for revenge against the Navy. A secret mission? But I don't have any crew. Yulu was slightly taken aback, looking somewhat surprised. They assigned him a task, but he had no crew members, just a solitary existence. This task didn't require a crew. Acting alone was sufficient. He initially planned to send Shurji, but now that he was injured, he needed a few days to recover. Newgate was not suitable. His physique was too conspicuous, so I had him train the crew on the island. Rocks spoke with a hint of mystery, explaining several times to Yulu. Then, seeing Yulu's serious expression, he suddenly gave himself a little thumbs up. I really am a clever little guy. What task? Yulok's gaze was fixed, and he asked in a deep voice. He suddenly remembered what Rocks had said yesterday. Coupled with what was just said, it was already very obvious. Rocks only mentioned him, Shiki, and Newgate, which clearly indicated a connection to the plan for revenge against the Navy. Therefore, the task could only be assigned to one of the 3. Since Shiki and Newgate couldn't go, it was definitely him. It's about the Celestial Dragons. Rocks chuckled and revealed a sensational piece of news. Yulu felt a chill in his heart and suddenly smiled faintly. Celestial Dragons, huh? Quite interesting. In the Rocks Pirates, the crew members come from all over the sea. He had seen all kinds of humanoid races, but he had never encountered a celestial dragon, the so-called world nobles. According to the information I received, after we seized 2 ships of gold from the sky, the celestial dragons were furious. The 5 elders ordered the Navy to redeem themselves and not let the celestial dragon nobles hold the Navy accountable. The frustrated celestial dragons pointed their swords at the 2 allied countries that offered tribute of gold from the sky. They will soon send representatives to the allied countries. Although they have dedicated protection, their strength is far inferior to yours, and your task is to kill them. This will also divert the Navy's and the traitors' attention, as there have been Navy scouts lurking around the outskirts of our territory these days. As Rocks spoke, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Yulu was about to speak when suddenly the system's voice appeared. Ding! Task check-in triggered. Please proceed to slay the evil celestial dragons. Task check-in successful. The system will issue rewards. Yulu was overjoyed as the system understood him the best. He also noticed that the system was becoming increasingly human-like. It could always trigger check-ins or distribute rewards based on what he was thinking or needed. All right, no problem. I will set off tonight. Yuru quickly and decisively accepted the task. He was already tired of Hive Island. He was just ready to go out for a stroll and conveniently kill a few celestial dragons. By the way, if you need crew members, you can select from the countries. There are quite a few people living in those countries who have potential. Rocks thought of Yuru not having any crew members and casually reminded him. Yulu nodded slightly and didn't take it too seriously. Rocks was right, but he didn't say it all. Generally, people living in the country wouldn't go to sea to become pirates, let alone the fearsome Rocks pirate crew. unless they were those who were pushed to a dead end and in difficult circumstances. Then you should get ready. After Rocks finished speaking, he stood up and left. Yuru watched Rocks until he walked far away before returning to his room. Rocks was indeed powerful, and Yuru's advanced observation Haki covered the entire island. However, it was only when Rocks reached the door that Yuru sensed his presence. From this, he concluded that Rocks' observation Haki was probably among the top tier. However, there was no need to worry. Surpassing Rocks was just a matter of time. After that, Yuru left the room and headed to Captain Shiki's ship. As soon as he boarded, countless gazes turned towards him. Lord Yuru, you have arrived. Lord Yuru, have you eaten yet? Lord Yuru, would you like a drink? It was lunchtime, and everyone was bustling around, greeting him warmly. Yulu waved his hand in response, smilingly declining. He arrived in front of Shurji's room and directly pushed the door open. A wave of the smell of roasted meat and fine wine hit him. Shurji was sitting on the bed, his upper body wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood still visible. At that moment, he was eating meat and drinking wine heartily. He looked like he was devouring his food, not at all like someone who was injured. Shurji was recovering quite well. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Yuluo smiled and said, picking up a jug of wine to drink. "Ah, it's you, Yuluo. This little injury will heal in a few days." Shurji was taken aback, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and looked at Yuluo, laughing. There was no guard on his own ship. He thought it was the crew coming to bring wine and food. Yuru looked at Shiki's lively appearance and didn't find it strange. People in the pirate world have this nature. Their ability to absorb and recover is astonishing. Moreover, for a strong person like Shiki, the so-called resurrection of life is not a problem. It's only been a day and a night, and he can already bounce around happily. By the way, where's Whitebeard? Yuru opened his mouth to ask, but outside, there was no sign of Newgate. Captain Rocks called him away. Shiki answered vaguely. Just as expected. Hearing this, Euler thought to himself, it must be to inform Newgate about training the crew. So how was it? After fighting me, did you gain anything? Since I returned yesterday, I feel my Conqueror's Haki has become more flexible. I estimate it won't be long before I can master Conqueror's Haki flow. Shiki, having eaten and drunk enough, said with some pride, showing no trace of the disappointment from yesterday. He had no feelings towards Euler. A top-tier powerhouse on the sea should have this level of composure. Really? That's great. Yuluo was somewhat surprised, not expecting that after the first battle. Shurji had 1 foot stepping into the threshold of Conqueror's Haki. This was a technique that was even more difficult than emitting armament Haki. The difficulty of wrapping armament Haki was simply child's play in comparison. However, it was merely a hint of the path and didn't amount to much. As for me, it seemed like I hadn't made any progress. Yuluo's lips curled up slightly as he thought of a good idea. With a flick of his right finger, the wine jug on the table exploded with a bang. "Ha ha, Yuluo kid, this is nothing." Shiki became increasingly pleased with himself and laughed heartily. However, his laughter suddenly stopped and his expression froze. This is the external application of Haki. It finally dawned on him, and Shiki's face changed dramatically. The smug smile vanished, replaced by shock. He was left dumbfounded, speechless. No words could describe it. I was puzzled, waking up and suddenly knowing how to do it. So this is the external application of Haki. Yuluo seemed to be possessed by an acting master, pretending to be surprised and mumbling to himself. Shiki came back to his senses, listening to Yuluo's annoying words, his mouth twitching fiercely. He looked at Yuluo with a resentful gaze, gritting his teeth but feeling helpless. This Yuluo was too good at acting. He couldn't believe that Yuluo didn't know this was the release of Haki. Suddenly, Shiki's fingers couldn't help but stretch a bit. In that moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Damn it, what was he showing off for? Now, he was getting slapped in the face hard. He had originally thought about teaching Yuluo the technique of Haki release. Well, sobi. I was being overly sentimental. Are you here to ask me to get on your ship? Shiki snorted coldly and called for more alcohol and meat. After all, he lost the duel, and he would agree to any requests made by Yuluo. No, you're overthinking it. I'm not interested in you. You have your own path to walk, and so do I. Yuru suppressed a smile and became serious, saying, I never had this thought. Someone like Shiki would only feel restricted by following me. Only like an anime can Shiki truly shine. That title of Sky Admiral was something Shiki earned himself. Is that so? Shiki was slightly surprised that Yuru actually showed interest in him. He was a bit behind Yuru, but his future achievements would definitely not be low. He really didn't know what Yuru was thinking. But this is better. Being below others isn't his style. All right, I'm off now. Yuluo glanced at the time and turned to leave. He still needed to prepare the eternal pointer later. This is the downside of not having a crew. He has to do everything himself. He has to retrieve the eternal pointer from Rocks, along with a whole bunch of other things. Yuru put everything into the system's inventory. When evening came, after greeting Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki, he set off. Yulu arrived at the seaside alone, with not a single boat on the water. This is also why Newgate is not suitable for this mission. Acting alone does not require a boat, as it is too troublesome for one person to operate a ship. Although Newgate is powerful, he is not flexible enough and cannot fly for long periods. Therefore, the only choice is to select Yulu, who is in better physical condition compared to Shiki. Yulu took out the Eternal Needle and confirmed the direction. Then, the Blue Lotus Core fire ignited, gathering into 5-meter-long blue fire wings. With a flap of the wings, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly passed over the sea. The target location for this mission's affiliated country was not particularly powerful. Among the more than 170 affiliated countries of the world government, it could only be considered above average. 3 days later, Yulu arrived at the kingdom of Godashing. At this moment, Yulu was high above the palace. He had already spotted the celestial dragon's ship while passing through the harbor. It was quite luxurious, to say the least. Using observation Haki, he covered the entire palace. Why is there only one? Yulu was somewhat confused, murmuring to himself. From the information he perceived, 3 celestial dragons had come this time, a father and a pair of siblings. One nice little family of 3. Currently, there was only one middle-aged celestial dragon in the palace. The other 2 were unknown, probably causing trouble elsewhere. After all, celestial dragons don't do anything good. Whatever. It's your bad luck. I'll just kill you first. Yuru smiled, a killing intent flashing through his mind as he descended downwards. There were many guards in the palace, clearly arranged to protect the celestial dragon. Surrounding them were some intelligence agents and combat personnel from the CP organization who were significantly stronger than the palace guards. However, they were still far inferior to Yuru. The palace itself was vast, with the celestial dragon's residence located in the central position. The level of luxury and extravagance was even more magnificent than that of the king's palace, which clearly showed how much the kings of these affiliated countries catered to the celestial dragons. Yuru moved at lightning speed and appeared in front of the palace where the celestial dragons lived. At this moment, the CP organization members spotted Yuru. Who are you? Don't you know that approaching here is forbidden? The members of the CP organization quickly surrounded Yuru. The commotion also attracted the palace guards. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Yulu smiled playfully and said. Just one sentence triggered the memories of the CP organization members. As intelligence agents directly under the world government, the most basic ability is to have a thorough understanding of information about various pirates. You are a member of the Rocks Pirates. The CP organization members turned pale with fear and fell unconscious before they could finish speaking. It was not just them. In that brief moment, Yulu's conqueror's Haki enveloped the palace, causing all who could not withstand it to collapse. Cleaning up the small fry was one aspect, and not having time to inform the Navy was another. Yuru stepped into the palace, and suddenly 2 white figures appeared ahead, dressed in white suits and cloaked in white capes. They are the superiors of Cipher Pol, Aegis 0, CP1, CP9, the highest intelligence agency. Officials directly under the world aristocracy of the Celestial Dragons, hailed as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. How about that? I believe I'm not wrong. Yuru did not stop his steps, approaching the 2 while muttering to himself. Among the entire organization of the world government, only CP0 could catch Yuru's eye. As for CP1, CP9, they were merely intelligence gatherers and could not make a significant impact. In the anime, Rob Lucci claimed to be the strongest of CP9 in 800 years. Seems like a joke. You are Yuru with a bounty of 1.5 billion from the Rocks Pirates. What are you doing here? The faces of the 2 CP0 members darkened, their bodies tense as if facing a formidable enemy. No one expected that Yuru, who gained fame after stealing gold from the heavens, would appear here at this moment. Moreover, this Yuru surprisingly knew so many secrets. Oh, I'm here to kill the celestial dragons. Yuru walked up to the 2 and casually said, You wish. Go die. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately erupted in anger and launched their attacks, covered in armed color Haki, directly at Yuru. Spear. Storm kick. The 2 members of CP0 used all their strength with a finger and a kick. Faced with the rumored monster Yuru, they could not afford to be careless. Bang. The 2 attacks froze, as if hitting an invisible wall. Boom. Immediately afterward, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending the two flying away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is that all the strength you have? It seems you're just small fry in CP0. Yuro walked straight over, swinging the blue Lotus Hellfire in his hand. The two fallen CP0 members showed expressions of fear. Before they could let out a scream, they were reduced to two piles of ashes. Yulu felt utterly bored, as he was simply too weak. After fighting against Zay, Fa, Shurji, and others, he found no interest in such strength at all. Deep within the palace, it was very quiet. Yurlo saw the celestial dragon lying on the ground. He appeared middle-aged, dressed in luxury, with a bubble-shaped headpiece on top. He really is weak and fragile. Yurlo scoffed at this, fainted by the conqueror's Haki. What was the difference between him and those weaklings? How could he still have the audacity to call himself a world noble? On the ground beside him lay a beautiful woman, covered in wounds, who had already lost her breath. Yuluo noticed that he was wearing the clothes of a royal member. It was very obvious that he was being treated as a sacrifice, offered to the celestial dragons. He would die under the torment and suffering inflicted by the celestial dragons. Yuro snapped his fingers, and the armed color slightly radiated outwards. The bubble helmet of Saint Algernon shattered. A scream echoed. The sensation of shock and pain jolting Saint Algernon awake. What happened? Where's my bubble helmet? Damn it, this filthy air. I'm actually breathing the air of a slave. After waking up, he shouted in anger, nearly choking himself. As a noble, celestial dragon, how could he breathe the air of a slave? If his fellow kin found out, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Then why not just stop breathing altogether? Yuluo's eyes narrowed, filled with coldness, and he spoke indifferently. The celestial dragons are truly detestable. You lowly commoner. It was not until this moment that Saint Arjun noticed Yuluo. Rage instantly clouded his mind, and he screamed frantically. Bang! Yuro directly unleashed a burst of energy. Before Saint Algernon could finish his words, he was blasted into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The pampered celestial dragon was simply no match. CP0, what are you doing? Hurry up and come here to kill this lowlife. Saint Algernon, stuck in the wall, showed a pained expression. However, his attitude remained arrogant, intent on killing Yuro. He kept referring to him as a lowlife, acting as if he was above everyone. Those two men in white have already gone to hell. No matter how loudly you scream, no one will come to save you. The voice of the celestial dragon was truly annoying, and Yuro couldn't help but dig into his ears. Who exactly are you? Who gave you the guts to kill my guard? Don't you know I am celestial dragon? Yuro's words brought him back to his senses. This person actually killed his guard, which was simply unforgivable. I am the one who robbed you of your heavenly gold. At the same time, I'm also the one who killed you. Yuluo said with interest, slowly walking towards Saint Algernon. You actually want to kill me? I'm a celestial dragon. Do you want to be hunted down by a marine admiral? If you want to live, let me go quickly. Saint Algernon looked at Yuluo in shock, his heart filled with rage. This commoner actually dared to try to kill him. This was a blatant insult to the celestial dragons. However, now he had brought up the marine admiral. Surely this would intimidate this commoner. After this commoner let him go, he would have to torture this commoner to death. Truly, this is what it means to be a celestial dragon, remaining so tough in such a situation. A bunch of idiots. Yuro was quite speechless and directly cursed to vent his frustration. In this situation, it was either sheer stupidity or having some backbone. Clearly, the celestial dragons leaned more towards the former. Slap! Slap! Yuluo came before Saint Algernon and slapped him across the face. You lowly scum, you're doomed. Stop hitting me. Please, spare me, don't hit me anymore. Saint Algernon, who had initially been tough, was directly beaten into begging for mercy. With a swollen face and bruises, he spoke indistinctly. Yuluo had a playful smile on his face. So even the celestial dragons can beg for mercy. Where did your bravado go just now? Where are the treasures on this list? Yuluo picked up a list filled with various treasures. It should belong to Saint Algernon. The treasures offered by the king to the celestial dragons. Although it pales in comparison to the gold in the sky, there are still a few good items. They are still in the king's treasury. Saint Algernon was truly frightened and answered honestly. Although he felt distressed about it, he wanted to live more than anything. The treasury. Take me there. Yuluo's eyes brightened, and he said decisively, a treasury of a member state. This is a good thing. It's probably not much less than gold from the sky. After all, it is the accumulation of a country's resources over many years. With such a vast amount of treasures, even someone like Yuluo, who regards money as dirt, couldn't help but be tempted. I don't know about Algernon, whose eyes were rolling, his face filled with unwillingness. Trying to muddle through. He traveled a long way just for these treasures. Those are mine. How could I give away the treasures that are rightfully mine? You'd better think carefully before you answer. Yuro's gaze suddenly turned cold. The blue lotus core fire ignited in his right hand. Ah, it's so hot. The scorching temperature instantly engulfed Saint Algernon. He felt dizzy, as if his body was about to melt. If this fire burned on him, Saint Algernon didn't even dare to think about it. I will take you there. I know where it is. Terrified of death, Saint Algernon completely surrendered. Come down. Yulu threw the Saint Algernon, who was stuck against the wall, to the ground. Saint Algernon's complexion was pale, and, after curling up for a while, he prepared to stand up, kneel, and lead the way. Suddenly, two bursts of energy struck, directly breaking his calves. Saint Algernon screamed in agony, the intense pain making him wish for death. Is it enough for me to lead the way? Why do you have to break my legs? He felt an endless humiliation in his heart. When had a celestial dragon ever suffered such pain? In that moment, he even wished for death. Yulu followed behind, while Saint Algernon crawled ahead. Saint Algernon led Yulu to the central palace. The treasury of this country was deep within the king's palace. He said tremulously, fearing further torment. Is that so? Yulu shot a cold glance. Yes, I swear it's really here. I absolutely did not lie. Saint Algernon's hair stood on end, and he repeatedly bowed his head in panic. His legs were already incapacitated, and he truly dared not be clever anymore. Otherwise, he would end up completely disabled next time. Let's go. Yulu could naturally tell that Algernon's saint was not lying. From beginning to end, he was releasing observation Haki. He could see everything happening in the entire palace. Inside the palace, there were many people lying haphazardly. They were all guards responsible for watching this place, knocked unconscious by Yulu's conqueror's Haki. Boom! Yulu arrived at the treasure vault and kicked the large door open with one foot. The violent gesture startled the body of Saint Algernon, causing it to tremble. Yulu quickly took stock of the items. In addition to a large amount of treasure, there were also some high-quality weapons and a few devil fruits. However, it was a pity that they were all zone-type fruits. It seems that the good stuff had all been offered to the celestial dragons. Yulu directly stuffed everything into his inventory. This inventory is essentially equivalent to a system space, and it's the kind that Yulu can use freely. After thoroughly looting the treasury, Yulu turned and left, carrying Saint Algernon, rushing towards the celestial dragon's ship at the harbor. From Saint Algernon, he learned that the other two celestial dragons, his children, looked down on living in a palace full of slaves and had stayed on the ship, waiting for Saint Algernon to return with their share of the treasure. After Yulu left the palace, some people gradually began to wake up. The streets outside the palace were empty. To avoid angering the celestial dragons, the king had driven all the citizens away. Yulu flew rapidly towards the ship of the celestial dragons. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard. It hurts. Let go of Elle. The voice was young and lacking confidence, seemingly belonging to someone not very old. You little slave, dare to defy the world nobles? A young yet venomous voice rang out, sharp and feminine. Yulu heard the noise and sensed it with his observation Haki. He immediately understood the situation ahead. Truly worthy of being a celestial dragon. Always able to cause trouble wherever they go. A flicker of disgust flashed in Yulu's eyes. In the open space of the harbor, a boy sat on the ground. His expression one of great pain, tears welling in his eyes. The wound on his leg was a gunshot wound, blood gushing out like a spring. See that? Dare to defy the celestial dragons. This is the outcome. Little bastard, did you hear me? Lusamari's expression was fierce and terrifying, a stark contrast to her appearance. She suddenly took 2 steps forward, kicked the wounded boy down, and stomped hard on his face. Damn it, let go of Al. The injured boy's companion was furious, brandishing a worn-out katana and charging forward like a madman. But it wasn't that easy. The boy had barely taken 2 steps before a guard kicked him away. With a thud, he flew out like a cannonball, crashing hard to the ground. Gripping the katana tightly, the boy struggled to get back on his feet. Let go of Al. His body trembled violently, yet he slowly raised the katana. You are nothing but lowly scum, my slaves. Don't you want to save him? Come on. Lusamari shouted fiercely, lifting her foot to stomp down on Al's head. She felt an unprecedented excitement, her expression twisting in delight. She took pleasure in torturing slaves. The more they struggled, the more excited she became. Ronnie, as he watched the descending sole of her shoe, Al felt death closing in, his heart filled with rage and fear. Despite his body writhing in agony, his injured leg wouldn't obey him. Al! The boy in the distance screamed, his pupils seemingly darkening. Just as Lusamari's foot was about to land, a faint buzzing sound filled the air. Two weak auras appeared, only to vanish in mere seconds. In an instant, Lusamari froze, her mind feeling hazy and disoriented, nearly fainting from the confusion of those few seconds. Interesting. Yulu was momentarily taken aback, surprised for a moment, and then felt a bit of joy. Conqueror's Haki. There is absolutely no mistake. This was Conqueror's Haki. Even though it was passively activated and the aura was very weak, Yulu's observation Haki clearly sensed it. He actually encountered a boy with the demeanor of a king, and there were two of them. Due to the aura being too weak, Rosemary Palace woke up and couldn't help but feel angry, preparing to lift her foot and stomp down again. With a bang, a scream erupted. Yulu released an invisible aura of dominance, and Ruth Marie was sent flying. She collapsed on the ground, curling up and silently howling in anger. Who is it? What kind of person? The only CP0 guard's expression changed drastically, shocked by the sudden turn of events. It was his greatest failure that a celestial dragon was injured right under his nose. Even if he killed the assailant, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Moreover, whether he could even kill him was another question. He activated his observation Haki, and, aside from the people present, he detected no other excess presence. On the luxurious ship, St. Gerald heard the commotion and hurried out. How dare someone harm the noble celestial dragon? CP0, what are you doing? Seeing Ruth Marie spitting blood on the ground, St. Gerald rushed over in anger. Talp, talp, a series of footsteps sounded, and Yulu suddenly appeared in front of them. Ouch! He casually threw St. Algernon in front of him. St. Algernon? The CP0 guard's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't St. Algernon in the palace? How did he end up in such a miserable state? I'm doomed. CP0, hurry and save me, kill this lowlife. St. Algernon clutched at the last straw, shouting hoarsely in desperation. In his eyes, Yulu was nothing short of a demon, not putting the noble celestial dragons in his sight. He even broke his legs. He truly feared that he would be killed by Yulu in the next moment. Let go of St. Algernon or else. Monster Yulu. The CP0 guard activated his armament Haki, taking a stance for attack, and immediately aimed at Yulu. If he could save the celestial dragon right now, his fate might be a bit better. This thought didn't go unnoticed. His pupils contracted sharply as he recognized Yulu at a glance. Why are you here? The CP0 guard trembled slightly, his tone somewhat unsteady. At this moment, a storm surged in his heart. It was actually a member of the Rocks Pirates. The CP0 and subordinate personnel in the palace were probably all annihilated. Thinking of this, the CP0 guard gritted his teeth and charged forward. If a celestial dragon was killed, he would be hunted down by the world government. Compared to the rumored monster Yulu, the consequences of failing his guard mission made him even more uneasy. Truly stubborn. Yulu's observation Haki sensed that after the CP0 guard recognized him, they felt fear and wanted to retreat. In the end, they still chose to attack. And their fear of the world government is deeply ingrained. Of course, to be more precise, it is the fear of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Yulu lightly threw a punch, and the incoming CP0 guard was instantly shattered. Chunks of blood and flesh fell to the ground, landing right in front of Algernon Saint. Please don't kill me. The bloody scene made him tremble both physically and mentally. The cruel reality shattered his hopeful fantasies. Why shouldn't I kill you? You've always wanted to get rid of me. Yulu summoned the black blade, pressing the blade against St. Algernon's face. His voice was as cold as the blade itself, causing St. Algernon to feel as if he had fallen into hell. You despicable pirate, not only did you injure me, but you also want to kill my father. Who gave you the courage? We are the great and noble celestial dragons. Let go of my father immediately, and we can spare your life. St. Gerald supported Ruth Marie, both of them holding their heads high, shouting with anger. What is happening? On the side, Al and Roni looked confused, their heads filled with question marks. Isn't the hostage in the hands of their savior the father of a villain? Why are these two villains still so arrogant? Unable to comprehend, Roni shook his head vigorously. He ran to Al's side, picked him up, and retreated to the side. You two bastards, shut up. St. Algernon's expression changed repeatedly, suddenly erupting in anger. I beg you two little pups, close your filthy mouths. He had now seen Yulu clearly, realizing he was someone who feared nothing. Threats involving the Marine admirals had no effect on him. As far as he was concerned, the so-called noble celestial dragons were nothing but worthless. As a cowardly person, he did not want to die. If he didn't want to die, he should come over and kneel. Yulu's voice was cold, his icy gaze fixed on the two. Beneath his indifferent exterior, he was utterly speechless. For heaven's sake, you two, get a grip on the situation. The guard is dead. What are you still shouting about? Truly deserving of the saying, like father, like son, with their stupidity being so alike, surpassing even the original. Bold, you wretched one. After St. Algernon's roar, the two had initially silenced themselves. However, as soon as Yulu spoke, Ruth Mary Pallas immediately erupted. She felt this was a direct insult to her. Shut up and come kneel obediently. St. Algernon's furious shout interrupted Ruth Mary Pallas. He trembled violently, for just a moment ago, the blade had pierced his skin. Father, you. St. Gerald and Ruth Mary Pallas looked at St. Algernon in shock. They never expected St. Algernon to say such a thing. Kneeling to a lowly pirate would strip them of their celestial dragon status. The two were momentarily torn, unsure of what to do. But thinking about not being celestial dragons, they became resolute in a certain idea. Distorted and perverse thoughts began to form in their minds. St. Algernon, we are celestial dragons. If anyone should kneel, it should be him. St. Algernon, kneeling to a lowly pirate, you are unworthy of being a celestial dragon. St. Gerald and Ruth Mary Pallas's eyes were fierce, their facial expressions severely twisted. Ah, you two dogs, I am your. This made St. Algernon furious, barking like a mad dog. You are even worse than beasts. The killing intent emerged from Yulu, and with a swift motion of his hand, St. Algernon's head fell to the ground. Thud, thud. The head rolled to the feet of the two, startling them into collapsing to the ground. He really killed him. St. Gerald and Ruth Marie stared blankly, murmuring. Yulu slowly walked towards the two, who were so frightened that they were almost paralyzed. At that moment, the system's notification sound appeared. Ding. Task check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. The task reward has been automatically granted to the host. The application skills of Conqueror's Haki entangled into Yulu's body, transforming into muscle memory. Is this how easy it is to complete a task just by killing a celestial dragon? Yulu was surprised for a moment, but quickly reacted. The task only required him to kill the celestial dragons, and there was no specification on how many. Without thinking too much, he prepared to try the Conqueror's Haki. However, before he could even feel it, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Task check-in triggered. The king's qualification is 1 in a million. Please recruit 2 young boys to become crew members. Task check-in successful. System rewards issued. As the voice fell, the system finally faded away. The sudden surprise left Yulu momentarily stunned. This system truly seemed to know him inside out. A young boy awakening the Conqueror's Haki, with a talent qualification of 1 in a million. Such a talent was something Yulu would definitely not miss. Yulu thought for a moment and casually threw out 2 fire ropes, binding Gerald Saint and Ruth Mary Pallas. The temperature was under his control, so it wouldn't burn the 2 celestial dragons to death. Benefactor, can I kill this female pervert myself? Suddenly, L, the boy who was shot in the leg, spoke up. Yes, with L injured like this, I want to be with L too. Ronnie, who was supporting L, was taken aback and looked at the injured L, also revealing a fierce expression. As soon as these words were spoken, Gerald Saint and Ruth Mary Pallas broke out in a cold sweat. Their lives were in Yulu's hands, and they could only pray inwardly that Yulu wouldn't agree. You two are quite unexpected. However, she is a celestial dragon. Have you thought about the consequences? Yulu was a bit surprised and did not answer directly. The idea of these 2 boys wanting to kill a celestial dragon was quite remarkable. However, wasn't this exactly the kind of people he needed? Talented and thoughtful, but just too weak. We must be a pirate, right? My name is L, and this is Roni. We are both orphans with no ties or burdens. If possible, we would like to join you on your ship. After a moment of silence, L and Roni finally made a bold decision. They were somewhat aware of the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. They feared that once Yulu left, they would be erased. Nevertheless, they still wanted to kill a celestial dragon. Otherwise, they could not resolve their deep-seated hatred. In their eyes, Yulu could freely slay celestial dragons. He must possess the strength to contend with their enemies. So the 2 of them unanimously decided to join Yulu's ship, seeking refuge while continuously growing stronger. You can join, but you'll have to do it yourselves. However, for now, you are still useful. So if you want to kill, you'll have to wait a month. Yulu nodded with a smile, and the young man took the initiative to speak up, saving him the trouble of wasting words. As for the 2 celestial dragons, he suddenly thought of a good idea. He planned to discuss it with Rocks after returning. Even if Rocks disagreed, it wouldn't be too late to kill them later. Yes, that's fine. We are willing to wait. Al and Roni nodded firmly without hesitation. After some thought, joining Yuro's pirate ship was far more important than killing the celestial dragons. Even if they couldn't personally slay the celestial dragons, they would still board Yuro's ship. Moreover, waiting for just a month was manageable for them. Haha, Al, Roni, you can start as trainee crew members. Yuro laughed heartily, and the presence of 2 crew members with kingly qualifications greatly improved his mood. All right, Captain. Roni supported El and came to Yuro's side. The 2 responded in unison. Captain, that's a nice title, haha. Yulu touched his chin, feeling quite good for the first time someone called him boss. Since both young men called him that. The task check-in should be completed, right? At this moment, Yuluo's thoughts were interrupted by a system prompt sound. Ding! Task check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Complete understanding of thunder breathing technique and 1 enhancement of the devil fruit. The rewards have been distributed. Please check them yourself. Yuluo's eyes lit up. My goodness, the system. The thunder breathing technique in Demon Slayer can be considered a combination of breathing and swordsmanship. The effect of using the breathing technique is similar to a secret art that enhances one's strength. Only by completely mastering the breathing technique can one's strength be permanently increased. Most importantly, the enhancement from the devil fruit is even more insane. His blue lotus earth heart fire is essentially a way to enhance the fruit, right? These 2 things have come at just the right time. If only every task could be completed this quickly. Yuluo showed a satisfied smile. The system was becoming more and more reliable. Not only did the tasks get completed quickly, but the rewards also matched his wishes. The recently acquired El and Roni had good talent and aptitude, but their strength was too weak. He was worried about not having powerful devil fruits and training methods to start from scratch. Unexpectedly, during a task reward, everything was revealed. Just then, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps on the street. Has someone woken up? Yulu gestured for El and Roni to step back, while he turned to face the street. A large wave of palace guards came rushing in. However, they stopped several dozen meters in front of Yulu. The soldiers closed in on both sides, clearing a path. Where's the audacious pirate, Lord Algernon? A lavishly dressed man stepped forward, shouting in panic and anger, followed by a strong-built man behind him. Here, take this. Yuro kicked the head of Saint Algernon away. Damn it, you actually killed Saint Algernon. The king stared at the head in front of him, his mind blank for a moment. It's over, all over. The celestial dragon is dead. Once he regained his senses, he was immediately horrified, his body falling back as he mumbled to himself. Damn pirates, just 1 step too late. The commander of the guards quickly supported the king, his face unusually dark, gritting his teeth in anger. After waking up and discovering that the celestial dragon was missing, he immediately organized the guards to pursue. He had initially held onto a glimmer of hope, but now it was completely shattered. The celestial dragon is actually dead. How dare this pirate do this? It's over now. What should we do? This gruesome head threw the guards into a panic. The celestial dragon they were supposed to protect was killed by a pirate. All of them, including the king, couldn't escape blame. Perhaps the crime didn't warrant death, but they would still be punished. Thinking of this, morale faltered, and they unconsciously stepped back. If you don't want to be punished, then get your act together. I have already notified the Navy. As long as we can hold on until they arrive, he won't escape. Seeing the situation, Commander Ivry handed the king over to his subordinates for safekeeping and shouted darkly. He understood the guards' reactions, so he absolutely could not let everyone retreat. Only by holding on until the Navy arrived to capture the murderer would they possibly avoid punishment. Ivry's words acted like a shot of adrenaline. Just hold on for a bit longer. Hopefully, the Navy will arrive soon. The guards visibly perked up upon hearing that the Navy was on the way. Only Ivry, standing at the front, furrowed his brows and stared at Yuro. Half of what he had told the guards was true, and half was false. It was true that the Navy was on the way, but he was also anxious about whether they could hold this person back. The Conqueror's Haki had knocked everyone in the palace unconscious. Although he didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, he understood some information. This should be something only a high-level Conqueror's Haki user could achieve. The strength of Conqueror's Haki corresponds to one's own power. Moreover, he felt like he had seen Yuro somewhere before. However, in this situation, he couldn't afford to be distracted by thoughts. No matter who he is, every second counts. Ivry tensed up, ready at any moment, muttering to himself. The Navy? They're on their way. Upon hearing Ivry's words, Yuro's gaze flickered, showing no surprise. In the Navy's code of conduct, protecting the celestial dragons comes first. However, incidents involving celestial dragons are rare, which is why the Navy primarily targets pirates. But once a celestial dragon is in trouble, the Navy headquarters will inevitably dispatch a general. Delay time? I don't have time to waste with you. Yulu chuckled lightly, a dark light flashing in his eyes. His imposing aura poured out, and black streams of energy appeared around his body. He released a hint of his domineering presence, enveloping all the guards. These black streams, are they advanced conquerors, Haki? Uvrit felt the pressure, as if facing a great enemy. Such powerful conquerors, Haki. Just releasing a hint brings such a sense of oppression. Wait, the black streams, advanced conquerors, Haki. Suddenly, Uvrit's mind overlapped with a certain figure. Monster Yulu. You are Yulu, one of the officers of the Rocks Pirates. Uvrit's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, he recognized Yulu, not expecting him to be an officer of the Rocks Pirates. Uvrit's face turned extremely pale. What is the point of stalling now? If this drags on, before the Navy arrives, the Grim Reaper will descend. The guards' faces turned deathly white upon hearing this, and they panicked. The infamous reputation of the Rocks Pirates is more terrifying than that of the Grim Reaper. Not to mention Yulu, the man who stole the nation's golden treasure. Ronnie, Al, let's go. Yuro's observation, Haki, sensed the emotions of Yefuli and others. He knew they dared not stop him anymore, unless they wanted to meet the Grim Reaper. Roni supported Al and obediently followed Yuro. Looking at the injured Al, Yuro frowned. You two, come here and kneel. Yuro noticed Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace. The fuses on both of them had moved to their necks. As soon as Yuluo's thoughts moved, it would cost them their lives. The two had just heard that this person was an officer of the Rocks Pirates. He was the one who had robbed them of the heavenly gold that rightfully belonged to them. This was the overlord among pirates, specifically opposing the world government. If the two of them disobeyed, they would definitely be cruelly killed. Gerald Saint and Ruth Mary Palace endured fear and humiliation, obediently kneeling before Yuluo, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground. Ronye, you two get on. Yuluo pointed casually and said, Ronnie and Al were taken aback, their mouths agape, at a loss for words. Boss, no way, a celestial dragon? Hurry up and ride on them. Let them carry you away. Yuluo patiently repeated a sentence. Hearing Yuluo speak for the second time, Ronnie and Al reacted. Al, I'll help you up. Ronnie nodded solemnly and helped Al sit up. After that, Ronnie quickly mounted another celestial dragon. Gerald and Ruth Marie were at a loss, allowing Ronnie and Al to sit on them. They had never endured such torment. The endless humiliation made their faces flush. They thought kneeling would be the end, but instead, they became mounts for others. They had always been the ones riding others. And this was the first time they were ridden by someone else. Let's go. Yuro walked away without looking back, stepping forward. Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace, carrying Roni and El, followed Yuro. They watched as the celestial dragons, who had just been bullying them, now became their mounts. This huge reversal made Roni and El feel secretly delighted. Suddenly, they thought, if they dared to kill celestial dragons, why wouldn't they dare to ride them? Behind them, Eve and the guard were already so shocked that they couldn't speak. The once lofty celestial dragons were now kneeling submissively, serving as mounts for pirates. It was unbelievable. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a scene in their lives. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Yuro arrived at the celestial dragon's ship. The ship was quite luxurious, comparable to Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Haha, not bad, not bad, this ship is now mine. Yuro looked at the giant ship docked in the harbor and couldn't help but exclaim. Such a large ship is rarely seen on the sea. Moreover, it belongs to the world aristocracy, the celestial dragons. The facilities and equipment on board are the most complete and advanced. Such a rare ship should naturally be claimed as one's own. Board the ship. Yulu waved his hand and felt very satisfied. After Yuluo and the others boarded the ship, they found that there were still some people left on board. Judging by their clothing and appearance, they should be slaves of the celestial dragons. They will temporarily remain on the ship in their original positions. After half a month, they will all be able to leave. Yuro is not interested in these people. Not only do they lack strength, but their talent is also insufficient. However, he needs them for now and has temporarily kept them on. In the future, he will dismiss them and let them regain their freedom. These people fear Yuro and do not dare to voice their thoughts. As long as Yuro does not kill them, it is fine for them to obediently follow orders. A rumbling sound arose. The enormous ship left the harbor and slowly sailed toward the sea. Yuro's departure eased the atmosphere. The pressure on the guards instantly disappeared. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sigh, this time we've probably gotten into trouble. Yvrit's chest heaved as he gazed at the sea with a complex expression. A celestial dragon had died this time, and 2 others had been taken away by Yuro. The world government and the Navy headquarters would definitely not let this go easily. Everyone in the guard, including the king, would face severe punishment. Brew. At this moment, Yvrit's transponder snail rang. Hello, this is Yvrit. It must be a call from a Navy. Yvrit saw a glimmer of hope. Our Navy G1 branch arrived first, and a general from headquarters will follow shortly. Report your location now. A stern voice came from the transponder snail. We are at the harbor of the royal city. The pirates just set sail on the Celestial Dragon's ship. Yvrit felt relieved and quickly explained excitedly. What? The pirates escaped? Were you not supposed to hold them back? The stern voice suddenly changed, lashing out with accusations. After all this, you couldn't hold them back? If I'm done for, you will be too. This isn't our fault. That person is Yulu from the Rocks Pirates. Faced with the Navy commander's scolding, Yvrit couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It really wasn't their fault. His group of guards couldn't stop Yulu at all. What happened to the Celestial Dragons? The voice on the other end grew heavy, urgently inquiring about the condition of the Celestial Dragons. The officers of the Rocks Pirates never cared about the Celestial Dragons. Yvrit hesitated, stammering. What exactly happened? Don't waste time. The Navy's voice was somewhat restrained, clearly aware that it was not good news. One Celestial Dragon is dead, and the other two have been taken away. Yvrit gritted his teeth and stated it directly. Stay put. Advance at full speed. Target the harbor. Be on the lookout for Celestial Dragon ships. A command was given, and the voice on the other end went silent. Yvrit let out a breath, feeling much more relaxed. The ensuing troubles would be left for the Navy to deal with. He hoped the general would arrive soon. Otherwise, the branch Navy wouldn't be able to hold out. On the sea, 8 warships were sailing at high speed. The land was already visible ahead. We've spotted the harbor. Hopefully, we make it in time. The commander of the G1 branch of the Navy squinted, pondering. Those involved in this operation had to give their all. He knew he was no match for Yulu. If he could just hold out until the general arrived, there might be a turnaround. Report, Commander. Celestial Dragon ships spotted. Just then, the Navy lookout waved and shouted. Target the Celestial Dragon ships. Surround them. The Navy commander tensed up as he felt a jolt. 8 warships adjusted their angles and sailed toward the Celestial Dragon ship in a fan-shaped formation. On the Celestial Dragon's ship, Yulu stood at the bow, watching the increasingly larger black dots. In fact, his observation Haki had already sensed the Navy. But it was just a branch Navy. There was no need to worry. Boss, look, 8 Navy warships. Roni, standing beside him, saw the black dots. He took out a telescope and was instantly shocked. No need to panic. This is nothing, Yulu said calmly. How is AI air? He then asked. The wound has been bandaged, and he is resting in the cabin. Ronnie's eyes were filled with admiration, fully believing in Yulu's strength. After they boarded the ship's doctor bandaged AI Air's wound. The doctor happened to know Yulu and told Ronnie and AI Air about his deeds. The two were filled with shock, feeling that they had followed the right person. At this moment, 8 warships approached. The pirates ahead heard the announcement. You are surrounded. Immediately release the Celestial Dragon and surrender your weapons. The Navy's loudspeaker was constantly shouting this message. Because of the Celestial Dragon, they did not dare to attack directly. The Navy officer kept a close watch on the young Yulu, staying alert at all times. He only hoped to delay Yulu, waiting for the main fleet's admiral to arrive soon. Are those people from the Navy branch? Yulu looked at the naval commander on the flagship, swinging his black sword to deliver a slash. His aura was only at the level of an ordinary vice admiral, likely from a Navy branch in the New World. This made Yulu feel somewhat disappointed. He had expected to witness the power of a fleet admiral. The sword energy slashed toward the Navy fleet's flagship. Damn it! The naval commander's expression changed drastically, not expecting Yulu to act decisively. He immediately shouted and unleashed all his strength, charging forward. His armament-covered fist collided with the sword energy. With all his might, the sword energy dissipated, but he was sent flying back. Such power from a casual swing of a sword. No wonder he could suppress Zephyr in a head-on clash with Garp. The naval commander looked at the wounds on his hand, secretly shocked deep down. How boring. Wasn't a fleet admiral supposed to come? Yulu, who witnessed everything, couldn't help but pout and mutter. He thought he would have a chance to fight an admiral, but instead, it was just an ordinary vice admiral. Withstanding his sword energy slash, this level of strength wasn't weak, but it was still far from enough to pique Yulu's interest. Now, only an admiral-level force could contend with him. Ronnie watched everything with admiration. Treating Navy admirals as opponents, no wonder he was his boss. That fierce sword energy slash made him grip his katana tightly, filled with infinite longing. I'll clear the way, he shouted, sailing at full speed, charging straight ahead. Yuro issued the order, and the helmsman quickly sprang into action, gradually increasing the ship's speed. "Commander, what should we do? They're speeding up and charging towards us." The naval fleet directly reported, anxiously. They had all heard of Yuro, so their reaction was not surprising. "All warships, target acquired, fire." The commander's military orders were issued, and the trained sailors immediately aimed at the target. Boom! Boom! Countless shells were fired, densely packed, falling towards Yuro's ship. Roni was completely stunned, and the helmsmen were trembling in fear. This reminded Yuro of a scene from his memory. "Fire fist!" Yulu leaped up and shouted loudly, faintly feeling a bit excited. The blue lotus heart fire ignited, surging forth violently, making the air become scorching and raising a layer of heat waves. Bang! Bang! Dark cannonballs were hit by the blue fire, exploding consecutively in the air. Intense shock waves swept through the air. The clouds in the sky were blasted open, creating a large hole. Yuro slowly returned to the ship, facing the Navy fleet. Roni was shocked, his mouth agape. When had he ever seen such a scene? Ready. The Navy commander opposite would not easily give up, planning to wear them down with cannon fire. However, how could Yuro do as he wished before he had finished speaking? Yuluo's thoughts stirred, and the lingering blue flames swept across the surface of the sea in one direction. Wherever it passed, the sea ignited, and the blue flames surged between two warships, rushing towards the distance. Flame of sand rise. The burning blue flames on the sea shot into the sky, transforming into two towering curtains of fire. This was a path of flames on the sea, stretching for thousands of meters with no end in sight. The ship of Yuro is sailing among them, and at least this group of branch navy can withstand it completely. Full speed ahead, ha ha ha. Yuro was quite satisfied. This fire punch, combined with the flame, should be worth at least 8 billion, right? 1 billion less than 9 billion. That's not unreasonable. So amazing. Ronnie shouted excitedly. The people on the 8 Navy warships were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They watched Yuro leave gracefully, breaking through the encirclement. In the New World, in a certain sea area, this steel bone Kong really is something. I'm about to retire, and all I get are troublesome matters. On a Vice Admiral-class warship, a man draped in a justice cloak complained unhappily. This man was tall and somewhat aged. He was Herman, a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Known as the Earth Tiger and also a great swordsman, he was supposed to be close to retirement, doing leisurely tasks across the seas. However, due to the situation with the Rocks Pirates, he was reassigned back to the Navy headquarters. Now, the safety incident concerning the Celestial Dragons had also fallen into his hands. Various troublesome matters made him want to retire immediately. However, in his position, Herman would still take on his responsibilities and obligations. Herman's adjutant, could only smile awkwardly. Probably only the 3 vice admirals would dare to criticize the admiral and the Celestial Dragons. If it were him, he wouldn't even dare to speak up. "How far is it from the royal city of Goda, Victory Kingdom?" Herman asked. If they arrived too late and something happened to the Celestial Dragons, it would be troublesome. "It's not far now. We should arrive in about an hour." The people from the G1 branch should have already arrived. The adjutant thought for a moment and estimated. "That's good. Let them hold the fort for now. If they can't hold on, they can delay. Let's hurry over," Herman said while pinching his chin, sounding quite reasonable. However, he was very frustrated inside. He wanted to see who was bored enough to trouble the Celestial Dragons. Just then, on the distant sea surface, a flash of blue fire suddenly appeared. It was 2 massive flames that blotted out the sky and extended into a fiery path across the sea. Even from a great distance, the Navy personnel could still feel the wave of heat approaching. This fire is really hot. It can even burn on the sea, and we can feel it from so far away. Moreover, it seems to be coming from the direction of the royal city's harbor. The sudden change stunned the adjutant, who couldn't help but exclaim, "That flame from the direction of the royal city." Herman gazed into the distance, his expression thoughtful. This blue flame was something he had never seen before. It felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Herman heard the adjutant's words, and images and phrases flashed through his mind. Blue flames, extremely high temperatures. Not good. It must be him. Yuro from the Rocks Pirates. Herman's enlightenment changed his expression. Yuro from the Rocks Pirates. At the harbor of Goda, Victory Kingdom. He absolutely would not believe this was a coincidence. It seems that the one who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons is this Yuro. The members of the Rocks Pirates are all ruthless villains. If the Celestial Dragons fell into his hands, they would be in grave danger. The adjutant, as Herman's aide, quickly realized the seriousness of the situation, his tone revealing urgency. In his understanding, Yuro was not easy to deal with, At least his strength was not on par. Even if the Earth Tiger Vice Admiral captured Yuro, the fate of the Celestial Dragons would still be uncertain. You all speed up and follow. I'll go ahead. Hermann recognized the gravity of the situation. After instructing his adjutant, he hurriedly took off through the air. Adjusting his direction, he sailed at full speed. Following the Earth Tiger Vice Admiral, the adjutant orderly commanded the warship to follow Hermann, who was getting farther away. I never expected to engage in battle in this way. As Hermann rushed forward, he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety about meeting Yuro. After returning to the Navy headquarters, the three vice admirals held a meeting. The meeting focused on discussing Yuro from the Rocks Pirates. The battle footage of Yuro has been played multiple times. Therefore, Hermann has a vivid memory of Yuro's abilities. Although he is accustomed to idleness, it does not mean he does not yearn for battle. Hermann is quite interested in this person referred to as a monster. With the assistance of Inchcan, the ships of Yulu sailed out of the encirclement, shaking off those warships until they vanished from sight. It was thought that this mission would end just like that. Yulu was preparing to arrange a training plan for Ronnie and Al. However, a powerful aura suddenly struck like lightning, directly piercing through his fiery barrier. Yulu reacted quickly and rushed out. Clang! The dual swords clashed, and the sword energy erupted simultaneously, an invisible sword intent sweeping in all directions. The two were evenly matched, stalemated in midair. The general suddenly made an appearance. Yuro smiled as he looked at the man in front of him. He had seen the photos of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters. Coupled with such a strong aura and combat power, it was undoubtedly Admiral Hermann, the Earth Tiger. As a righteous Navy, I will personally arrest you, Hermann said, becoming serious for once, his words dripping with justice. At the same time, his observation Haki sensed that Yuro's sword intent and sword pressure were slightly stronger than his. While the fighting spirit surged, he was secretly shocked. The strength of the monster Yuro was indeed formidable. He easily blocked this sword strike. Saying you'll arrest me is a bit too much. First, defeat me. Yuro did not take Hermann's words to heart, because it was simply impossible. The Navy's intelligence probably hasn't progressed since before. After a fierce battle with the Golden Lion Shiki, Yuro's abilities have improved significantly. Moreover, he has mastered the use of observation Haki and conqueror's Haki. With his current strength, he may not be able to defeat an admiral, but at least he can maintain an undefeated status. Of course, this is assuming that the admiral is as powerful as he imagines. Yuro leaned back and surged higher. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The black blade in his hand slashed out, and a massive black tiger roared forth. With an overwhelming sense of pressure, it lunged at Hermann. Good. Pirate Yuro, let's see the strength of a marine admiral. Hermann, seeing the black tiger formed from Yuro's sword energy, felt a surge of excitement. He had never lost to anyone in the matter of tigers. He was a user of the animal type ancient species cat fruit saber-toothed tiger form. Most of the sword techniques he developed were related to tigers. Tiger tooth slash. Hermann swung his blade, unleashing another fierce sword energy tiger, with long fangs protruding from its mouth, looking incredibly ferocious. The two giant tigers made of sword energy collided, exploding with a loud bang. The remaining sword energy shot out in all directions, and the rolling shockwaves rapidly expanded. Is this the strength of your marine admiral? Yulu sneered contemptuously and provocatively said. At some point, Yulu had developed the habit of taunting and mocking during battles. Even the Golden Lion Shiki remarked that he was particularly annoying in combat. You and I both know this is just the beginning. Hermann didn't care about that. He only wanted to capture Yulu. With that, whether the Celestial Dragon was dead or alive, his achievements would be enough to overshadow everything. In that case, let's settle this quickly. Yulu didn't waste any words and planned to end the battle quickly. Hermann wouldn't back down easily and was determined to catch him. However, to prevent the Navy from providing support, Yulu couldn't fight for too long. He needed to experience the admiral's strength while quickly finding a way to escape. The Yulu sword intent soared into the sky, erupting with a terrifying sword momentum. The advanced armed color Haki hardened and entwined, making the 1001 Nights even more profound and dark. Wave slash. A crescent-shaped black sword aura pierced through the sky, along with the sharp sword energy. It carried a tremendous impact. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space resonated with a thunderous sound. This was the external release of armed color Haki. Could it be that his strength had increased? Hermann squinted his eyes, murmuring in shock. Within the black wave slash sword energy, there was actually an aura of dominance. Having mastered the external release of armed color Haki for many years, it was impossible for him to misperceive. However, the information he had seemed to be somewhat off. At the Navy meeting, Zephyr had personally said that Yuluo's talent was monstrous and his combat power was formidable. However, the armed color Haki and observation Haki were somewhat lacking. At most, he could reach the pinnacle of mid-level. Otherwise, Zephyr wouldn't have been simply suppressed. But who could tell him what was going on with this advanced armed color? And how the hell did he master the advanced application technique of external release of armed color? Herman cast aside his distractions and focused entirely on facing Yuluo. Tiger Tooth Slash. This time, the Tiger Tooth Slash was even more powerful. It was also hardened and entwined by Herman's armed color Haki. Finally, the armed color was released, mixed with sword energy, slashing forward. Thousand Cutting Valley. This was not over yet. Seeing that Herman was serious, Yuluo continued to attack without holding back, giving Herman no chance to catch his breath. Dozens of black crescent sword auras, more powerful than the wave slash, followed closely behind, swiftly assaulting towards the Tiger Tooth Slash. The wave slash and the Tiger Tooth Slash collided in midair, instantly exploding apart. Dozens of black sword energy from Yuro shot towards Herman without any obstruction. You're still a bit lacking in external Haki. Herman snorted coldly. As a Marine headquarters admiral, he was completely unfazed by this situation. External Haki. His right hand was covered in Haki, turning pitch black. He suddenly pushed forward, and an invisible shockwave erupted. With a bang, dozens of black sword energy were directly dispersed. The strong airflow carried scattered sword energy in all directions. An admiral's strength is indeed not simple. Yuluo nodded and sighed. Herman's Haki was released freely and varied subtly. In terms of practical application, he was stronger than him by some margin. After all, he had only mastered the Haki release a few days ago. Is this what they call a monster? Herman's momentum continued to rise. He never expected that this Yuluo had actually mastered the Haki release. Just as the rumors said, he was not to be underestimated. Your Navy's intelligence is really lacking. I defeated the Golden Lion Shiki, didn't you know? Yuro looked at Herman's expression and immediately understood what was going on. Sure enough, the Navy's information was still stuck in the past. What monster Yuro was? He had to be captured today. Herman's pupils contracted as he made up his mind. He finally realized the immense threat Yuro posed. In a short time, he had surpassed the Golden Lion Shiki. If he missed this chance, there might not be another. He had to capture him quickly. If he escaped, it would be bad. Herman's thoughts aligned with Yuro's. To end the battle as soon as possible and achieve his goal. Such terrifying talent would soon surpass him. But for now, there was still some gap. This was a rare opportunity. Yuro, this time, you won't escape. Herman began to exert his strength and decisively activated the shave. His figure instantly vanished from his spot, a white trajectory shooting straight towards Yuro. He raised the long sword in his hand, coating it with armament Haki. Herman's strength had already reached its peak. Swordsmanship, Haki, physical techniques, and even devil fruit abilities all had been honed to a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure of incredible speed and appeared above Yuro. The long sword slashed downwards, crashing down like a bamboo, being split apart. The sound of air being torn apart was deafening. In Yulo's observation of the color of perception, it seemed as if a fierce beast was pouncing towards him. However, he also anticipated Herman's attack. He unleashed his armed color Haki with all his might, and the sword energy enveloped his black blade, directly blocking the strike. He wanted to test the extent of his swordsmanship and armed color. Clang! The two blades collided, and sword energy shot out in all directions. Both of them simultaneously released their armed color Haki. Two waves of invisible impact clashed together. Bang! Yulu and Herman were both knocked out at the same time. Yuro's body fell, stopping just before touching the surface of the sea. The immense impact struck the sea, creating a direct depression, and the waves began to roll outwards. Herman was also sent flying into the air, barely managing to stabilize himself with moonwalk. The clouds in the sky were shattered by the force of the impact, creating large holes. The Admiral's combat power is indeed formidable. Yulo's body was sore. The pain from the impact of the Haki was overwhelming. His entire body felt as if it was about to fall apart. This clash had made him understand the strength of the Admiral. Not to mention the other two, at least he had a grasp of this Earth Tiger Admiral. Herman's swordsmanship was not as good as Yulo's, but his Haki was slightly stronger. Strictly speaking, it could be considered top tier among the high ranks. But that wasn't all. The most important thing was that this Earth Tiger Admiral gained his reputation from his devil fruit abilities, not from physical combat, swordsmanship, or Haki. Therefore, Herman, utilizing his devil fruit abilities, would definitely be stronger than he was now. Facing such a powerful Herman, Yulo felt no fear at all. Don't forget, he was a man with primal strength. Suddenly unleashing an extremely powerful move was his trump card. My true strength is not just this. Yulu, you're still too inexperienced. Herman's face was twisted with fury, his voice filled with anger. He had thought he could at least suppress Yulu, but who knew they were evenly matched? Herman's figure moved swiftly, disappearing into the air. His form continuously approached, rapidly darting and shifting. Yulu tightly gripped the black knife, his observation Haki enveloping the entire area. It seemed to have the shadow of the six powers. He could sense Herman's presence, but couldn't detect his movement trajectory. Suddenly, a flash of blade light passed by, and Herman's attack came crashing down like a storm. Clang! Clang! Yulu unleashed the razor, and his figure began to move. The black blade in his hand swung continuously. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed over the sea. The figures of the two had become invisible, only two streaks of light continuously colliding in the air. A sharp sword aura emanated everywhere, with countless flashes of blades and shadows of swords unfolding. The speed was astonishing, yet the offensive power showed no signs of diminishing. As Yulu faced off against Herman, he was increasingly shocked. The speed of Herman's attacks was proving to be quite troublesome. Every time Yulu attempted to strike back, he found himself unable to land a hit, and now he was completely on the defensive. Amidst Herman's fierce assault, there was not only the technique of the six styles, but also the ferocity of a wild beast. It seemed that Herman had developed this fighting style by combining the six styles with his devil fruit abilities. It was no surprise, then, that someone who could become a Marine Admiral had some level of talent. The meteoric-like attacks made Yulu feel a growing sense of retreat. Clang! Clang! Each of Herman's strikes carried heavy power and incredible speed. This situation couldn't continue. Yulu unleashed his observation Haki, continuously using his black blade to block. After a series of blocks, he used a shave to evade and ease the pressure. Herman had maximized the use of his armament Haki. With each incoming strike, there was a tremendous impact, exhausting Yulu's defenses before he could block. It seemed that relying solely on this was insufficient to contend with an admiral. After a while of holding on, Yulu understood in his heart, to defeat an admiral, he would need to unleash even stronger power. Blue Lotus Hellfire. After blocking a strike, Yulu seized the moment to unleash a violent tremor, igniting blue flames all over his body. As the Blue Lotus Hellfire erupted, the surrounding temperature surged, creating a heat wave. Is it a natural type flame? Herman, moving at high speed, paused for a moment. Then he charged forward, intending to interrupt Yulu's technique. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Just as he surged forward, the raging blue flames erupted from Yulu, spreading wildly in all directions. In an instant, the heat wave engulfed Herman. Within the heat wave, Herman felt as if he was being consumed by raging fire. Soon after, the blue flames surged relentlessly, crashing over him like a massive wave. Wherever it passed, the air evaporated with a sizzling sound. The terrifying temperature made Herman's heart race, even as he sensed it with his observation Haki. He retreated rapidly, eventually escaping the sea of blue flames. The temperature of the blue flames was indeed horrifying. From a distance, Herman looked at the rampaging blue fire, his expression filled with shock. He gazed at the figure standing amidst the flames and muttered to himself. He knew this was Yulu's signature ability. At the Marine Conference, Karp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane had described the terror of these blue flames in person. Even so, it had only been hearsay. He had felt curiosity and surprise, but hadn't taken it seriously. When he had previously passed through the fiery barrier, he hadn't felt such high temperatures. Can the temperature of the flames be freely controlled? He wondered if this was the limit. Herman was filled with disbelief. Only now, experiencing the temperature of the blue fire firsthand, could he understand the feelings of Sengoku, Karp, Zephyr, and Crane. The blue flames were not insurmountable. With high-level armament Haki fully covering his body, he could resist the burning and move freely. However, under such high temperatures, he couldn't hold out for long. The moisture within his body was rapidly depleting, which would ultimately lead to exhaustion. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid confrontation. As the sea of blue flames gradually dispersed, Yulu's figure became visible. He looked at Herman from afar and laughed. "Admiral, what's the matter? Weren't you going to capture me?" Herman was furious, his face looking extremely grim. Roar! Roar! With a long tiger's roar, Herman activated his devil fruit ability. His entire body swelled. Fangs like swords sprouted from his mouth, and he transformed into a half-human, half-tiger form. This was the Zoan type, ancient species, cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger form. After transforming into this hybrid form, Herman's strength, speed, and recovery rate received a slight boost. He still held the long sword in his tiger-like hands, and all of his armament Haki erupted, dyeing both him and the sword black. Herman had to guard against Yulu's flames, and only armament Haki could provide any defense. On Yulu's left hand, the azure lotus heart fire rises. Sometimes, long-range mages are indeed quite appealing. Yulu looked at Herman, who was fully covered in Haki, and couldn't help but reminisce about the scene where the blue flames had driven him back. Then, he curled his left fingers, and a stream of blue flowing fire erupted from his hand. Rage of the Flame Dragon. It transformed into a gigantic blue fire dragon, roaring towards the sky, incredibly lifelike. With a flick of its tail, it charged toward Herman in the distance with a fierce roar. Seeing this, Herman stomped the air with his tiger claws, causing a rumble in the void. He shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, the Haki covering his body activated and burst outward. He collided directly with the blue fire dragon. With a loud boom, the fire dragon exploded, and blue flames surged through the sky, engulfing Herman. Amidst the heat wave, with Haki protecting him, Herman maintained his speed and charged out. The long knife in his hand was already poised to strike, wielding immense force as he swung it horizontally toward Yulu. "I've been waiting for you." Yulu's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of successful conspiracy. The black blades armed, color-hardened and intertwined, counterattacking against the incoming blade. Yulu raised 1001 Nights, the blade infused with Haki, and struck down like lightning. Boom! Yulu and Herman's Haki clash once again. This time, it didn't explode directly like before. Both of them are continuously unleashing their Haki. For a moment, the air is turbulent and the waves are rolling. Yulu's eyes flashed, and a surge of momentum erupted, with black air swirling around him. Facing him, Herman's pupils constricted sharply, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. This is the Conqueror's Haki. How can Yulu even use Conqueror's Haki? What is the Navy's intelligence department doing? He suppressed the shock in his heart and decisively unleashed all his power. The standoff between Yulu and Herman meant that whoever broke first would definitely get hurt. In this situation, Herman could only go all out. If he rashly withdrew his attack, all of Yulu's strikes would hit him. By that time, he would be the one suffering. The Black Conqueror's Haki swirled around the black sword. With a boom, Yulu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki with all his might, bearing down on Herman like a mountain. Between the two swords, the Conqueror's Haki coalesced into a sphere of energy. ZZZZ, ZZZZ. Black lightning erupted, sending Herman flying away. This was the combined impact of the wrapped Conqueror's Haki and the external release of armament Haki. Although it didn't injure Herman, it left him disoriented and looking quite ragged. Yulu seized the opportunity and charged out in one go. The razor was unleashed, transforming into a streak of black meteor, rushing straight towards the disheveled Herman. The advanced Conqueror's Haki rampaged through the entire arena without reservation. In an instant, it swept across all directions, filling the air with black currents. 1001 Nights was enveloped by the Conqueror's Haki, and its momentum reached its peak. Extreme Dragon and Tiger Hunt. Yulu unleashed 2 consecutive slashes, and the Black Dragon and Black Tiger roared out. They attacked Herman from both sides in a pincer movement. Just as Herman steadied himself, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. If he was hit by this move, he would definitely be injured. This Yulu was not human. He was a monster among monsters. At this point in the battle, Herman was shockingly astonished. Countless frustrations made him curse Yulu inwardly. This guy's strength was like an abyss, unfathomable. Whenever Herman suddenly became stronger and prepared to take down Yulu will still unleash even more terrifying power. What bad luck! It seems this time it's over. Herman's expression was grim. This was not what he had expected. This move, the Dragon Tiger Hunting Sword Chi Slash, combines the external release of armament Haki and the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Herman's observation, Haki, sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis. His half-beast form couldn't hold up. He had no choice but to transform into his beast form, which was also his strongest form. However, judging by the current situation, even if he transformed into his beast form, he could only suppress the current Yulu. Capturing him was still impossible. If Yulu had a trump card and his combat power surged again, Herman didn't dare to think further. He was filled with unspoken bitterness. Roar! The tiger roared into the sky, majestic and furious, the sound waves scattering the clouds. Herman's body continued to swell, completely transforming into a saber-toothed tiger. His body was 10 meters long, with saber-like fangs radiating a fierce aura. At this moment, Hermon's momentum was fierce, and his strength was pushed to the limit. He kicked off with his powerful tiger legs and lunged at Yuru. The two massive, thick tiger claws were covered in pitch-black armament Haki. The already hard and sharp tiger claws tore through the air. The two tiger claws struck towards the black dragon and the black tiger. In an instant, two waves of energy collided, causing violent fluctuations. With a boom, the black dragon and black tiger exploded simultaneously. Hermon's massive tiger body was flipped backward by the impact before stabilizing. Yuru, like a streak of light, maintained his speed and arrived in front of Hermon at that moment. Yuru swung the black knife down at Hermon, about to strike the saber-toothed tiger's head. Hermon's observation Haki had already predicted this. He suddenly raised his tiger head and met it with his fangs. At the same time, his armament Haki covered the fangs, the tips gleaming with a chilling light. Clang! The black knife and the fangs clashed, creating a sound of metal ringing. This strike did not land, and Yuru quickly retreated. What the hell? Is it really this intense? A dignified marine admiral can't win and resorting to poison gas. In the distance, Yuru stopped, his expression somewhat grim, internally greeting Hermon. The smell from the tiger's mouth was overwhelming, making it hard to describe. What's going on? Hermon felt a bit confused, thinking Yuru was acting strangely. After their fangs briefly touched, Yuru retreated far away, still looking very displeased. Hermon was puzzled. Was he really that strong? In his strongest state, he was confident he could suppress Yuru, but it shouldn't be this ridiculous. Suddenly, Hermon looked down at his fierce tiger body. Wait, could it be that Yuru was scared? Am I that brave? If Yuru could hear Hermon's thoughts, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't take Hermon down for so long, and yet he had the nerve to call himself brave. Yuru's expression slowly relaxed as he sheathed his black blade. His good mood was ruined, and he planned to end the battle. Hermon, witnessing this scene, hurriedly suppressed his earlier thoughts. In a moment when Yuru returned his sword to its sheath, a flash of sword intent surged forth, as if a slumbering beast had awakened. It vanished in an instant, but he couldn't be mistaken about it. Hermon felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but become tense. Just now, he had actually entertained such a terrifying thought. If he hadn't suppressed it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yulu once again placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. As the sword intent and sword energy began to coalesce, strands of green fire seeping into the knife sheath. The aura around him started to shift, seeming both present and absent, fluctuating unpredictably. Beneath this aura, the slumbering ferocious beast began to gradually awaken. Is there a killing move behind this aura? Hermon's heart tightened, his expression becoming serious, and his muscles instinctively tensed. The aura emitted by Yulu was not very strong in Hermon's observation Haki perception. On the contrary, it was somewhat obscure, fluctuating between strong and weak, unpredictable. It was precisely this unknown factor that made Hermon cautious. He suspected that this might be a stronger technique, a killing move that had never been used before. Very well, let me experience it. At that moment, the two locked eyes, and Hermon understood Yulu's intention. By this point, he had witnessed Yulu's terrifying capabilities. His combat power was significantly stronger than what the Navy's intelligence suggested. Hermon was very clear that Yulu was not to be captured. However, probing Yulu's true strength was also important intelligence. Roar. He let out a roar that seemed to pierce the heavens. His armament Haki erupted with full force, transforming him into a pitch-black, saber-toothed tiger. The entire body of the tiger exuded a strong impact. This was Hermon's strongest state of armament Haki externalization. In the saber-toothed tiger form, Hermon combined moonwalk and shave techniques. Shave. With a loud bang, the air exploded. Hermon vanished from his original position, turning into a massive black meteor rushing towards Yulu. The terrifying momentum was like a meteorite falling from the sky, with an overwhelming pressure. Just as Hermon charged forward, Yulu also made a move. The ferocious beast within him truly awakened. A pure sword intent soared into the sky, directly piercing through the clouds. The sword intent on Yulu continuously surged, and the sword momentum suddenly erupted. His legs pressed down, the air beneath his feet exploded, and a muffled, thunderous sound flashed by. Yulu disappeared without a trace, and there was no shadow of him in the sky. What? Hermon's eyes widened in shock. Such speed. He vanished completely. In his observation Haki, Yulu's presence was still there. Moreover, he was already in front of him. Hermon couldn't react in time. Bang! The invisible armament Haki burst forth, intertwined with Conqueror's Haki, directly breaking through Hermann's armament Haki. His massive body was hit and uncontrollably flew backward. Just as Hermann was about to regain control of his body, he felt something locking onto him. In an instant, Fur stood on end, and a chill shot up his spine. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed, almost imperceptible. Dragon flight. The crisp sound of sword being drawn rang out. The essence of the Godspeed sword draw manifested. A streak of azure sword light flashed past Hermann's abdomen. It directly pierced through the armament Haki and cut into his flesh. With a puff, blood gushed out, and Hermann felt intense pain. This was sword light. How could it be? Hermann quickly dispelled his beast transformation, reverting to his half-beast form, using his agility to stabilize himself. He touched the sword wound on his abdomen, looking at Yulu with a face full of shock. Yuro's figure appeared in the distance, with his back to Hermann. The blue flames on the black blade dissipated as Yulu flicked off the blood droplets from the tip of his sword. Hermann's shocked gaze did not make Yulu turn around. Sorry, a real man never looks back. Hermann's eyes were fixed on Yulu, filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Yuro's swordsmanship was so powerful. His own swordsmanship was not on par with his fruit abilities, yet he was one of the few great swordsmen on the sea. However, compared to Yulu, he was completely outmatched. He knew that among the great swordsmen, Yuro's swordsmanship was second only to Rocks. Amidst his shock, Hermann realized that blood was continuously gushing from his wounds. This couldn't go on. He had to recover quickly. Otherwise, if Yulu attacked again, he would surely be overwhelmed. As a Zoan-type ability user, Hermann's bodily functions were enhanced. Even in his half-beast form, his recovery ability was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. This was also why he had managed to maintain his physical condition despite his advanced age. Hermann immediately began to heal his wounds, but then a shocking scene unfolded before him. After the bleeding stopped, the healing effect was drastically reduced, as if something was obstructing it. Every time he tried to accelerate the healing, a burning pain surged through him. Damn it, it's the blue flames. Hermann's face darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. The sword Yulu was infused with the blue lotus earth heart fire. He didn't expect that this blue fire could hinder the healing of his wounds. He had been wary of the blue flames for a long time, yet he still fell victim to them. Yulu turned his back to Hermann, a smile appearing on his face. His observation Haki sensed that Hermann's aura had weakened. It seemed that this move, the sky-soaring dragon flash, had dealt significant damage. The burning effect of the green lotus earth's heart fire had also temporarily limited Hermann's recovery. However, Yulu was not at ease either. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his complexion had turned somewhat pale. This move, the sky-soaring dragon flash, was the ultimate secret of the drawing sword technique. While its power increased several times, it also consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. If he were not facing General Earth Tiger, he would not have been able to use this move, even against the previous Golden Lion Shiki. Yulu only managed to use the drawing sword technique. At this moment, the Navy warships arrived, rapidly approaching the area. 8 warships were behind, and 1 was in front. Ronnie, head out at full speed. Don't let the Navy surround us. Yulu shouted loudly, his voice somewhat weak. He had witnessed the general's combat power, as he had hoped. The urgent matter was to leave here quickly. Boss, the Navy's artillery is already locked onto us, Ronnie said with a bitter smile, his voice revealing anxiety. Yulu's voice was loud, and the crews of the 9 warships all heard it. They immediately turned all their turrets to aim at Yulu's ship. With just a command, countless shells would rain down. Just move forward at full speed. I will handle this. The blue lotus earth fire of Yulu wrapped around the black knife and slashed towards the sea surface. The flame line reappeared. A fiery path on the sea protected the ship, extending far into the distance. Hurry, rush out at full speed. Ronnie was filled with surprise and joy, quickly instructing the helmsman to accelerate and leave. Yulu ignored Hermann and prepared to return to the ship. Damn it, don't think you can escape. Hermann immediately tried to chase after him, but the pain stopped him in his tracks. The wound didn't injure his vital organs, but was more painful than he had imagined. As soon as he moved the muscles around the wound, the burning sensation would flare up. Even someone who had experienced countless pains like him was left gasping for breath. General, take care of yourself. Suddenly, Yulu turned around, his tone somewhat teasing, as if advising an old friend. Oof. Hermann snorted coldly, his expression extremely ugly. Even if he weren't injured, he wouldn't be able to keep Yulu. Moreover, with his combat power diminished, there was no way he could hold Yulu back. He knew this all too well, but watching Yulu walk away left him feeling somewhat unwilling. He had come with high hopes of capturing Yulu, and now this outcome, the huge sense of disparity, left him feeling unsettled. Yuro fell towards his ship, secretly on guard against Herman behind him, to prevent him from launching a sudden attack despite his injuries. If that happened, it would become tricky. Yulu thought of this and couldn't help but grip the black knife tightly. His current strength was at the level of a newly promoted general. The veteran general, Earth Tiger, was still a few notches stronger than him. Otherwise, he would have rushed in to finish off the opponent long ago. The reason he was able to injure Herman was due to his powerful swordsmanship, but such sword techniques consumed a lot of stamina. He could only perform a few moves before exhausting himself. Yulu wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Yulu was about to flee, so why wasn't General Earth Tiger pursuing him? In the distance, on the warship, the officer's expression changed, feeling very puzzled. However, Yulu was about to rush into the flames. The officer gritted his teeth, realizing he could wait no longer, and showed a determined expression. Even if it meant getting seriously injured, he had to stop Yulu. Otherwise, this operation would be a complete failure. He immediately covered his body with armed color Haki. With a loud bang, he shot out and charged forward. Don't be impulsive. Herman's thoughts were interrupted as his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized that his officer was charging towards Yulu and immediately exclaimed. In that moment of excitement, the burning sensation returned, and the blood that had stopped flowing began to pour out again. Herman had known his officer for over a decade and was extremely familiar with him. However, Yulu's strength was not as stated in the intelligence reports. And that was indeed the case. Yuru's reaction was incredibly swift. He leaned his body to the side, and the black sword slashed out. The lieutenant had just jumped off the warship and hadn't gotten far when he was struck by a sword aura infused with Haki. Boom! His body flew back and crashed heavily against the warship. Ugh, ugh. The lieutenant was covered in blood, staring in horror at Yulu. He wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. So strong, the soldiers on the warship were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The lieutenant was an elite vice admiral, second only to Zephyr in headquarters. With just one sword strike, he was sent flying back. Lieutenant, are you okay? Someone quickly reacted and rushed to check the lieutenant's injuries. No match. Yulu glanced over with a look of disdain, then turned and walked through the curtain of fire back to the ship. He was exhausted, and his combat power might have decreased. But it was not something a single lieutenant could withstand. Herman breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the lieutenant still alive. He struggled to control his injuries and returned to the warship. This is too much. Herman looked at the lieutenant's injuries, filled with rage. The bones in his chest were broken, and it would take at least a month to heal. Fire the cannons, and don't stop until it's done. Herman's deep voice rang out. 9 warships began bombarding Yulu's ship. He knew it would be futile, but it was damn satisfying. The naval headquarters had plenty of ammunition, and they bombarded Yulu fiercely. Herman felt a sense of relief, gasping for breath. The ship's doctor carried him and the lieutenant into the medical bay. The Navy soldiers on board were shocked to see the injuries of the general and the lieutenant. Given the situation, the mission had failed. The celestial dragons couldn't be rescued, and both the general and the lieutenant were injured. The justice-driven Navy soldiers watched helplessly as the enemy left, feeling furious. In contrast, some cowardly soldiers were filled with anxiety. Boom, boom. Countless shells hit the skyward curtain of fire, exploding all at once. The violent shock waves were blocked outside by the curtain of fire. On the sea route opened by the flames, Yulu's ship moved steadily forward. After a while, the naval fleet behind disappeared from the sea surface. It was only then that Yulu relaxed. He sheathed his sword, sitting cross-legged on the deck, fully focused on recovering his strength. Yulu didn't suffer any external injuries. It was just the overwhelming blue flames and the soaring dragon flash that made his body unable to cope. When Yulu closed his eyes to recover his stamina, he found that his mastery of the external application of armament Haki was meticulous. It seems that besides the system's rewards, combat can also quickly enhance one's strength. After a long while, Yulu murmured to himself and slowly opened his eyes. He cracked his joints and instructed the helmsman to adjust the course towards Honeycomb Island. Standing on the deck, he gazed into the distance, while in fact his mind was accessing the system. Yulu looked at the opportunity to enhance a devil fruit as a reward. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a devil fruit. This devil fruit was the one he obtained from the heavenly gold. Its variety was stronger than several in the treasury of the Goda Victory Kingdom. System, start the enhancement. Yulu's thoughts stirred, and he stared at the devil fruit in his hand with some anticipation. Ding! The system's voice announced, devil fruit enhancement in progress. And a faint white light appeared on the surface of the devil fruit. Ding! Devil fruit enhancement successful. It finally transformed into a completely white devil fruit, with patterns that appeared majestic and powerful. Congratulations, host. After system enhancement, the animal type ordinary species cat fruit white tiger form has been upgraded to the animal type phantom bee species cat fruit white tiger form. The system prompted the enhancement results, leaving Yulu pleasantly surprised. From the example of the flame fruit being enhanced into the azure lotus heart fire, Yulu had some speculation about the enhancement of the devil fruit. If ordinary flames can be enhanced into extraordinary flames, then ordinary species can also be enhanced into phantom bee species, and, at the very least, they could become ancient species. As expected, it did not disappoint Yulu. The true white tiger, one of the four sacred beasts of heaven, a divine beast of the four symbols, is a god of war and a god of slaughter, representing metal in the five elements, filled with the innate energy of pure metal. Roni, help Al out. Uridin looked back and shouted loudly. The mythical beast type, white tiger form, is no less than the mythical beast type, azure dragon form, that Kaido would have in the future. At this moment, Roni was supporting Al as they walked out of the cabin. Boss, you were looking for me? Al said, standing in front of Yuro with Roni. Do you two know my identity? Yuro looked at the two boys and suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yuro did not plan to reveal the devil fruit from the start. Although the awakening of Conqueror's Haki in both of them indicates that their talent is not weak, it is still far from enough. Without the determination to become stronger, even the best talent is wasted. Boss, I know this. Your name is Yuro, and you're an officer of the Rocks Pirates. I've heard people talk about you, the monster pirate Yuro, with a bounty of 5 billion, who has robbed treasures from the heavens. In a few days, it will also include the deeds of killing celestial dragons and repelling marine admirals. Roni and El were slightly taken aback, not expecting Yuro to ask this, but they still answered honestly. Witnessing the previous battle, Roni was exceptionally excited and spoke the first sentence. El, being more composed, supplemented Roni's words. Since you know my identity, do you know that in the Rocks Pirates, strength is paramount, and the competition among lower-level pirates is a fight to the death? Once you personally kill those 2 celestial dragons, you will be regarded as mortal enemies by the world government and the marine headquarters, and you will face endless pursuit. Both of you are too weak to follow me for long. So, if you're scared, you can disembark at the next island. Yuluo's expression was serious as he said earnestly. In fact, he would try to intimidate the two of them to see if they had the determination to become stronger. Boss, when not afraid, we won't get off the boat. Boss, we don't want to be trampled on anymore, so we will work hard to become stronger. Upon hearing this, Roni hurriedly knelt down, his eyes filled with longing and his tone unwavering. Even Al, who had an injured leg, knelt down with a thud, maintaining his composure as he spoke. He clenched his fists, and when he mentioned being trampled on, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The two of them had struggled at the bottom of society for over a decade and had never encountered a powerful person like Yuluo. Moreover, Yuluo had saved them, and they had already acknowledged him in their hearts. This was their only opportunity to change their fate, and Roni and Al would absolutely not let it slip away. As for the determination to become stronger, it simply meant enduring hardships. After wandering for over a decade, hadn't they already suffered enough? Good. You have ambition. You haven't disappointed me. Yuluo's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Roni and Al's decisive determination surprised him a little. Even Al suddenly knelt down, his wound reopening, yet he remained unfazed. Al, eat it. Yuluo finally took out the devil fruit and held it in front of AI Air. Both Roni and AI Air were present, but AI Air exuded a heavier killing intent, possibly related to his past experiences. With the white tiger's aura of slaughter, AI Air had to harbor murderous thoughts to unleash its full potential. Is this the devil fruit? Roni and AI Air stared wide-eyed at the white fruit. It was their first time seeing the devil fruit they had only heard about in rumors. AI Air noticed there was only one, and his gaze turned to Roni. If he consumed this devil fruit, what about Roni? Roni nodded vigorously, urging AI Air to eat it quickly. He felt no dissatisfaction. His dream was to become a swordsman. Therefore, he didn't particularly care about the devil fruit, as Roni believed Yuluo had prepared a surprise for him. Crunch! AI Air took the fruit and bit into it, finishing it in just a few large bites. Seeing this, Yuluo sighed. The fruits of system enhancement seemed particularly delicious. After consuming the devil fruit, AI Air felt a surge of energy spreading throughout his body, perfectly merging together. AI Air, your leg injury has completely healed. At this moment, Roni exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. He discovered that after AI Air ate the devil fruit, the wounds on his body had miraculously healed. AI Air's physical improvement genuinely made Roni happy. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed, stirring the winds and clouds, as if it came from the heavens above, carrying a heavy sense of oppression. AI Air transformed into a mass of white gas, emanating a sharp and fierce aura. Is it the innate metal energy? Yuro's eyelid twitched, and he felt surprised. The beast species, the white tiger form, indeed possesses remarkable power. It truly lives up to its reputation as the sacred beast, the white tiger. Al had just consumed the fruit, and the sharpness of the innate metal energy had already reached a level comparable to that of a sword's chi that can cut iron. This innate advantage could be supplemented with swordsmanship, but ultimately, the abilities of the beast species, the white tiger, would take precedence. Just like Whitebeard Newgate, although he could be considered a great swordsman, he primarily relied on the power of the tremor fruit. The innate metal energy flowed and transformed into a standing tiger man. It resembled a semi-beast transformation, but it still maintained a gaseous form and seemed somewhat unstable. Clang! Rose extended his finger covered in Haki and flicked it hard on the tiger man's body. The power of Yulu directly interrupted Al's control over the fruit's abilities. Ouch! That hurts! As the innate metal energy dissipated, Al's body became visible, rubbing his arm in pain. Boss, the holy beast white tiger is actually a phantom beast type. It feels so strong. Then, Al clenched his fist and said excitedly. After consuming the devil fruit, relevant basic information appeared in Al's mind. Understanding the classification of devil fruits made him realize the power of this particular fruit. Haha, of course, I wouldn't settle for ordinary things. Yuro was in a good mood and laughed heartily. This made Ronnie's eyes light up, and he looked forward to Yuro's arrangements for him even more. However, Yuro quickly changed his tone and sternly admonished AI Air, saying, "This is just the beginning. I can easily return you to your original form. You need to persist in honing your body and better develop your fruit abilities." At the same time, Yuro was surprised in his heart. Based on the force on his finger and the armed color, he initially intended to pierce through the innate gung metal energy. Unexpectedly, this innate gung metal energy was even harder than he had imagined, actually blocking the basic armed color. The gold attribute, innate gung metal energy, could be considered a unique form of armed color domineering. Boss, don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger. AI Air suddenly felt a hint of shame, but immediately became resolute. When he transformed into a tiger man, although he had not fully taken shape, the innate gung metal energy throughout his body made him feel that blades and swords were hard to injure him. Yet he did not expect Yuro to resolve him so easily. It seems that the boss's strength is indeed unfathomable, AI Air thought to himself, looking at Yuro with admiration. Ronnie, I see you've been holding that broken sword. Do you know swordsmanship? At this moment, Yuro turned to the side and pointed at the broken sword in Ronnie's hand. Since meeting Ronnie, he had always carried this broken sword. Boss, this sword is for self-defense, to protect me and AI Air. I only know some basic movements. I can't even call them techniques, Ronnie said, feeling excited when it was his turn, but immediately, Yuro's words made him lower his head and say, "Where did this sword come from?" Yolo then asked, "This sword is really too broken. The blade is covered with cracks." "I found this sword," Ronnie honestly replied. "I'll give you this sword, so you can practice your swordsmanship." With a clang, Yuro took out a brand new, exquisite dagger. The precise dagger he had obtained from the heavenly gold. Ronnie suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. He eagerly accepted the dagger, playing with it lovingly. For Ronnie, this was the best quality knife he had ever seen. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Yuro's finger pressed against Ronnie's forehead. System, impart the full technique of thunder breathing. Ding! The full technique of thunder breathing has been imparted. Yolo had previously consulted the system, which indicated that direct teaching was possible. He didn't have time to teach Ronnie slowly, so the system's direct transmission perfectly aligned with Yolo's thoughts. The complete understanding of thunder breathing provided a thorough analysis of everything, detailed to an unparalleled extent. This way, Ronnie could practice alone without needing him to spend time guiding him, and if there was anything he didn't understand, he could come back to ask for help. The system is truly becoming more and more user-friendly. Yulu withdrew his finger, praising the system with satisfaction. Boss, thunder breathing technique? Ronnie looked at Yulu in shock, and a method of cultivation unexpectedly appeared in his mind. He was overjoyed. In addition to the thunder breathing technique, there was also a swordsmanship cultivation method. Thinking of this, unknowingly, as he breathed in and out, Ronnie began to operate the breathing technique. Zila Zila. Ronnie's breath was steady, and a faint Zila sound emerged, with blue electric arcs flashing all over his body. Even though it was relatively weak, it truly existed. This was the thunder breathing technique, which included a unique breathing method as well as a swordsmanship cultivation method. I have provided you with the accompanying analysis. Just follow the cultivation above. Yuru looked at Roni and began to explain. He was not surprised by Roni's condition. The full version of the Breath of Thunder was something anyone could start with. Yes, boss. Roni responded enthusiastically, exchanging a knowing smile with Al. After finishing what needed to be done, Yuru let the two familiarize themselves with their abilities. And so, Yuru's ship sailed across the sea. Because Yuru had hung the Rocks Pirates' Jolly Roger on the ship, no pirates in the New World dared to recklessly confront them. Sailing on the sea felt dull and uninteresting to Yuru. However, things were anything but calm in the New World. Yuru of the Rocks Pirates encountered Admiral Herman of the Navy. During their battle, he injured Admiral Herman and left in style, a piece of news that spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Yet, the incident where Yuru killed a celestial dragon and kidnapped another went completely unnoticed, as if it had never happened. Hive Island. Rocks Pirates. Rocks was alone in the conference room, holding a newspaper. Haha, has he already managed to hold his own against an admiral? This kid really surprised me. He didn't expect to run into that old guy Herman. It seemed Yuru's strength had indeed improved. Rocks slammed the newspaper down on the table, stood up, and laughed heartily. This was certainly a surprise, and one he unexpectedly enjoyed. After Yulu boarded the Celestial Dragon's ship, he contacted Rocks through the Den Mushi, informing him about the mission and the plan to bring back 2 Celestial Dragons. At that time, Yulu had not yet encountered Admiral Herman, and after repelling Herman, he did not contact Rocks. Therefore, Rocks only learned about this matter after seeing the newspaper now. Given Yulu's progress, my plan is not far off. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and the conference hall fell into silence. Rox's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his expression became ferocious. At this moment, Rocks had already regarded Yulu as a key member. Yulu's displayed talent and strength already have quite an influence. Previously, when Yulu's bounty was issued, many pirates came seeking to join the Rocks Pirates. Now, with the feat of injuring an admiral, who knows how many more pirates will want to join. At that time, the power of the Rocks Pirates will undoubtedly reach new heights. Those 5 old geezers think they can cover up the news of the Celestial Dragon's death like this? Thinking of this, Rocks snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of brilliance. The only ones capable of covering up the death of a Celestial Dragon are those 5 old men at the pinnacle of power. Rocks felt extremely displeased about this. If the news of slaying a Celestial Dragon were added, the pirates on the sea would undoubtedly become even more invigorated, and the Rocks Pirates could cause an even greater uproar, also bringing shame to the Celestial Dragons and the world government. However, it is evident that the 5 elders are not fools. They have used strong measures. The Navy headquarters has lost face, becoming a shield to cover their incompetence and failures. Such cover-ups will only lead to a more intense backlash. Rocks sneered to himself, excitement shining in his eyes, even causing his body to tremble. When Rocks saw the newspaper, the members of the Rocks Pirates were also thrilled. Lord Yulu actually encountered Admiral Herman of the Navy. The two had a fierce battle, and after repelling Herman, Lord Yulu left in style. Lord Yulu truly deserves to be one of our Rocks Pirates officers. Such powerful strength. Lord Yulu has made significant progress. He is indeed a monster. Not long after Yulu defeated Shiki, this wave within the pirate crew had not yet subsided when even more explosive news arrived, causing an uproar among the pirates. It was truly shocking. They had already recognized and even admired Yulu, and this news filled them with awe towards him. After all, that was Admiral Herman, one of the strongest forces of the Navy headquarters, and very few on the seas could repel him. Yulu is just too abnormal. It hasn't been long since he repelled an admiral. Shiki the Golden Lion looked at the newspaper, smacked his lips, and found it hard to smile. Gurura. It seems Yulu's strength has improved quite a bit, but I've long been used to this kind of thing. Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily, appearing to have no reaction. But deep down, he was still somewhat shocked. This speed of progress is indeed monstrous, as if he treats training like drinking water. Even if he were to unleash his full power now, he could only injure an admiral. The kid Yulu has only been out for a short time, and his strength has already caught up with him. If Yulu makes another breakthrough, he might surpass him, becoming second only to Rocks. Comparing people can be infuriating. Sigh. It's better not to compare. Shiki was shocked for a moment and shook his head, sighing. Shiki, you've mastered the external use of Haki, and you've made progress in your battle with Yulu. Your current strength should be enough to stand against an admiral without losing, right? Newgate came back to his senses and looked at Shiki thoughtfully. All along, Shiki's strength had always been slightly below his. He wouldn't believe that Shiki gained nothing from such an all-out battle. Ha, of course. I'm the Golden Lion Shiki. Upon hearing this, Shiki immediately laughed proudly, quickly putting Yulu out of his mind. I won't compare myself to that freak Yulu, but I can compare myself to you, Newgate. We've both mastered the external use of Haki, and I'm not inferior to you now. Besides, I've touched the threshold of Conqueror's Haki, and it won't be long before I surpass you, huh? With that thought, Shiki's mood brightened, and he looked at Newgate provocatively. However, Shiki didn't know that Newgate had already begun to master Conqueror's Haki. From Shiki's gaze, Newgate could guess what he was thinking. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, arrogant Shiki, this is all you amount to. On the other side, Wang Ji and Kaido looked grim after seeing the newspaper. They had just reignited their fighting spirit. But Yulu's achievement in repelling an admiral felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them. The two began to doubt their lives again, feeling completely at a loss and on the verge of tears. Yuru, you monster, please leave some room for survival. The world government, Mary Geos. It seems calm, but is actually in chaos. Herman reported the news about the celestial dragons, and all the celestial dragons were furious upon hearing it. They don't care about the life or death of a marine admiral. Daring to kill a celestial dragon is unforgivable. Even worse is making the celestial dragons kneel and beg for mercy, treating them as mounts. This is a provocation and insult to the world's nobility. Such a person deserves to be tortured to death. The family of Saint Algernon was also jointly boycotted by a group of celestial dragons, believing they have disgraced the dignity of the celestial dragons and lost their qualifications as celestial dragons. Countless celestial dragons demanded that the 5 elders must kill Yuru. Otherwise, they would convene a meeting of the celestial dragon families. Under pressure, the 5 elders resorted to harsh measures to suppress negative news and preserve the dignity of the world government and the celestial dragons. Subsequently, the 5 of them held a meeting with representatives of various celestial dragon families. Only after discussing a satisfactory response plan did the various celestial dragons gradually calm down. After the meeting, a large number of CP1, CP9 members quickly rushed to the New World. Even the directly subordinate celestial dragon CP0 took action as well. On the other side, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Steelbone Kong held a meeting of admirals, including Earth Tiger Herman, Flying Dragon Quincy, and Snow Leopard Alot. Herman was bare-chested, with thick bandages wrapped around his abdomen, and he was honestly smiling bitterly. Just now, the 5 elders called, and Steelbone Kong was even angrier. There's nothing to be done. The actions of the 5 elders and those celestial dragons are infuriating. They suppressed all their negative news, placing the Marine's face in front. Even if the Marine loses all its face, they cannot offend the dignity of the celestial dragons. Are they using the Marine as a shield? Herman, the matter of the celestial dragon being killed has been suppressed by the 5 elders. However, the fact that you were repelled has already spread across the seas. If you could capture Yuru, there wouldn't be so many problems. Steelbone Kong was furious, nearly losing his sanity, venting his anger towards Herman. What is the intelligence department of the Marines doing? They didn't even know that the monster Yuru defeated the Golden Lion Shiki. Steelbone Kong thought of the intelligence department and was about to explode with rage. As a key focus of the Navy, intelligence on Yuru's combat strength is of utmost importance. Since the Sky Gold battle, Yuru has been ranked just below the admirals in the Navy's records. It now appears that Yuru's displayed combat strength is truly only second to that of an admiral. In reality, this strength caught them off guard when it manifested. The failure to update combat intelligence in a timely manner has led to serious consequences. The previous oversight in the Sky Gold incident had not yet been rectified. Now, yet another admiral has been repelled by pirates, failing to rescue the Celestial Dragon, resulting in the death of the Celestial Dragon. While the 5 elders might manage to suppress the incident regarding Sky Gold, they are powerless to do so regarding the death of a Celestial Dragon. Marshal, this time it was my fault for not being able to capture Yuru, Herman admitted. However, Yuru is indeed powerful. His swordsmanship is so strong that it can break through Haki and directly injure the body. And that blue flame can actually hinder wound healing, causing lingering pain even now. I even suspect that this is not all of his power. Herman recalled the encounter, still feeling a lingering fear as he spoke helplessly. He stood up and unwrapped the bandage around his abdomen, revealing a gruesome wound. Herman had only just managed to alleviate the burning sensation before the meeting, and now the wound was just beginning to heal, making it appear as if it were brand new. Yuru's methods. Quincy and Alo were taken aback. exchanging glances with expressions of shock. Having worked with Herman for many years, as animal-type ancient Zoan saber-toothed tiger users, they had witnessed Herman's vitality and recovery firsthand. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would have healed and scabbed over long ago, yet it was only just beginning to heal now. Does that blue flame have this kind of effect, capable of hindering the body's recovery? The Dragon Admiral and the Snow Leopard Admiral exchanged a knowing glance, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes. Steelbone Kong showed a look of astonishment upon hearing this, but inside he felt a sense of shock. The miraculous power of the blue flame had already been evident from the incident where Crane was knocked unconscious by the flame dragon. Steelbone Kong had never underestimated the monster Yuro's blue flame. What truly shocked him was Herman's last statement. It has to be even stronger. As the Navy's marshal, despite being deeply shocked, Steelbone Kong's expression remained incredibly grim as he muttered to himself. Herman's words were certainly not baseless conjecture. As a Navy admiral, he would not easily speak without reason. Moreover, Yuro had indeed brought them a series of unexpected surprises and shocks. First, he emerged suddenly, then suppressed Zifa, demonstrating strength just below that of an admiral. And now he had injured Herman, showcasing power capable of contending with an admiral. Who knows if Yuro still has hidden strengths? And the possibility of suddenly unleashing overwhelming power against an admiral next time cannot be ruled out. Sigh. With these thoughts, Steelbone Kong sighed, feeling a bit restless and harboring a bad premonition. Yurlo's progress is astonishingly fast. By the next time, it might just be his turn. Mashadkong is the call from the five elders to capture Yurlo. Herman knows that the call just now came from the five elders, which made Steelbone Kong so angry. And he's a bit curious about what happened. Can we capture him? Don't forget, the Navy is facing not just one person, but the entire Rocks Pirate crew. Of course, there will definitely be some action, but the specifics have not been confirmed by the five elders. Steelbone Kong's face was filled with rage as his fist slammed hard on the table. To maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons, the five elders are using the Navy as a shield. Now that the Navy wants to counterattack, they're directly rejected by the five elders, who tell him not to act rashly and to wait for orders from the world government. Steelbone Kong feels that being a marshal is truly too suffocating. He wishes he could just take down Yurlo right now. However, facing the entire Rocks Pirate crew, he also lacks absolute confidence. Just thinking about this makes Steelbone Kong grit his teeth in anger. Herman frowned. He couldn't understand why they weren't counterattacking immediately in response to such a grave incident. But he quickly let it go. The world government's decision left even Marshal Kong helpless, and he couldn't interfere, so he simply chose to ignore it. It's better to recover from his injuries quickly and wait for orders to act. My injuries are not serious. I can recover in a few days. If there's an operation, I want to be part of it too. Herman became serious. He must participate in any operation against Yurlo and the Rocks Pirate crew. The failure of this rescue operation is inherently related to him. Therefore, he won't miss the opportunity to make up for his mistakes before the world government issues its orders. The three of you should stand by for a while. The bounty on the monster Yurlo has been raised to 2 billion. Additionally, let Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa hurry up and train to rapidly increase their strength. Any decisions they make will be rejected by the five elders. With the meeting reaching this point, there is nothing more to discuss. After Steelbone Kong arranged everything, he let the three admirals leave. Steelbone Kong rubbed his forehead and sighed repeatedly. The events of this period have left him feeling exhausted. Before Yurlo appeared, the Rocks Pirate crew had not launched large-scale operations for a while. After obtaining the consent of the five elders, the tasks of the three admirals have become idle, allowing Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and the resourceful Tsu, the strongest and most talented generation of the Navy, to take on the heavy responsibility of confronting the Rocks Pirate crew. They managed to complete their missions against the small-scale actions of the Rocks Pirate crew each time. During this period, they had frequent skirmishes with the crew's officers, which allowed their strength to grow significantly in a short time. According to Steelbone Kong's plan, if this continued for a while, Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa would definitely be able to break through to the admiral level, and the Navy headquarters would greatly increase its combat power. But who could have predicted that Yurlo would suddenly appear and join the Rocks Pirate crew, leading to large-scale actions once again? This directly struck the Navy hard, resulting in Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Tsuru experiencing a complete defeat for the first time, even losing the Heavenly Gold. Steelbone Kong's dreams were dashed. The Rocks Pirate crew was becoming increasingly powerful, and relying solely on Sengoku and the others was insufficient, forcing him to recall the three admirals. Now it seems that even the three admirals are somewhat stretched. Only if Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa all reach admiral-level strength can the Navy surpass the Rocks Pirate crew. Sigh. I hope this training will greatly enhance their strength. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, in a secret training facility, this Yurlo has progressed so quickly. Sefa, board-chested, looked at the newspaper in his hand with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "He has indeed become much stronger. Even Senior Hermann has suffered losses." Garp, holding a large bag of donuts, couldn't help but exclaim. During their previous encounters, Zifa had used all his strength but was still suppressed, and in his interactions with Yurlo, although they did not engage in a real battle, he could still feel the pressure. In such a short time, he was able to injure Admiral Hermann head-on. They had experienced Hermann's strength. His stamina during battles seemed inexhaustible, and they had been thoroughly suppressed from beginning to end. Although they did not lose, it was difficult to confront him directly, yet Yurlo had managed to injure him. Garp, train seriously. Stop talking nonsense. We cannot lose to pirates, Sengoku said sternly as he looked at Garp. He knew Garp was training seriously, but he couldn't help but remind him. Sengoku, don't worry. We are the Navy. How could we lose to pirates? Garp said nonchalantly while munching on a donut. Yulo's strength has greatly increased, allowing him to compete with the admirals. But so what? He is not standing still either. When he encounters Yulo again, he will definitely give Yulo a surprise. Sengoku felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this and found it quite speechless in his heart. He just wanted to know where Garp's optimism came from. He keeps saying that the Navy won't lose to pirates, yet the Navy has been losing continuously lately. Sengoku, Garp, stop talking nonsense and hurry over train, Zifa said, putting down the newspaper without looking back. He knew he didn't have the talent of Yulo, so he could only train harder. All right, Sengoku, Zifa, let's train. Even Zifa spoke up, and Sengoku was glaring at him. Seeing this, Garp stuffed all the donuts into his mouth, rubbing his fists and shouting. Thus, Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa continued their intense training, making their strength even greater. They all realized the gap between them and Yulo. If they didn't want to be left behind by Yulo, they had to put in efforts several times greater than usual. As a result, during training, the intensity kept increasing, yet the three of them still enjoyed it. Currently, the Navy had lost all face on the seas, and pirates became increasingly rampant, especially the Rocks Pirates, whose power was growing stronger. Only through hard work and a qualitative leap in strength could they eradicate the Rocks Pirates. In the waters of the New World within a few days, Yulo's ship approached Honeycomb Island. On a certain island near Honeycomb Island, Yulo released the Celestial Dragon slaves from his ship. Many slaves, after learning about Yulo's identity and deeds, requested to join Yulo's ship, wanting to become his crew. Yulo refused these requests without hesitation. They had become slaves to the Celestial Dragons, indicating that their strength was certainly inadequate and their talent was unremarkable. Yuro has no interest in these people. Staying on the ship is of no use. For now, he only recruits elites, and to become his crew, one must first meet the strength requirements. As for the so-called cannon fodder, sorry, Yuro does not need them. At least not for now. However, considering the daily needs of the ship, Yuro decided to keep the helmsman, the cook, and the ship's doctor, while the rest all disembarked. Ronnie and Al, through continuous practice over the past few days, have initially mastered their fruit abilities and thunder breathing. They're in high spirits, and even their originally frail bodies have become a bit more robust. The luxurious ship cuts through the waves, and Hive Island comes into view. Captain, is this Hive Island the base of the Rocks Pirates? Al gazes into the distance, where Hive Island and the gigantic skull appear. Hive Island is known as the paradise for pirates, and that massive skull-shaped building is the symbol of pirates. Anyone who sees this scene for the first time cannot help but feel shocked. We've finally arrived. It's indeed grand. Ronnie clenches his fist, his expression filled with excitement. The harbor on the coast of Hive Island is even larger than the harbor outside of Goda's Victory City. There are so many pirate ships docked in the harbor that they are almost too numerous to count. Now that they have reached Hive Island, their pirate journey is finally about to begin. Hee. Yuro stood at the bow of the ship, smiling but not speaking. At that moment, some pirates near the harbor of Hive Island, with sharp eyes, were the first to spot Yuro's ship. The pirates living on the shore were like cannon fodder, with no training tasks and spending their days idly. In the blink of an eye, many pirates had gathered at the harbor. Hey, look over there. A big ship is approaching. There really is a ship. Who's so bold to come directly to Hive Island? By the way, does anyone think the pattern on the ship looks like the Celestial Dragon's emblem? That is the emblem of the Celestial Dragons, but it's flying our pirate flag. As Yuro's ship drew closer, the pirates on the island finally recognized him. Look, it's Yuru. Yuru is back. Ha ha. Yuru is back, sailing a celestial dragon's ship. And Yuru encountered and injured an admiral. That has a navy admiral. Truly a monster. Yuru, his progress is just too abnormal. Naturally, Yuru was met with overwhelming cheers, mostly from old crew members, with some from new ones. But without exception, they were all admirers of Yuru. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the luxurious giant ship docked. And Yuru was the first to step down, followed closely by Roni and Ayer. Yuru waved to the pirates and was about to head towards the central skeleton castle. Just then, a boisterous laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, Yuru, you've given me quite a surprise. You injured that old geezer Hermon, which is a real slap in the face to the Navy and has boosted the prestige of my Rocks Pirates. A gentle breeze blew, and Rocks appeared directly in front of Yuru. For this secret mission, Rocks only intended to kill a celestial dragon, and that was his goal. As for the pursuit by the Navy admirals, Rocks wasn't too worried. Although Yuru couldn't match an admiral, escaping shouldn't be a problem. However, what he never expected happened. Yuru actually confronted the admiral head-on and even managed to injure him before leaving in style. This truly surprised Rocks. The sudden appearance of Rocks silenced the pirates. They became increasingly in awe of Yuru. After all, this was Captain Rocks. Among the returning cadres, Yuru was the first to be personally welcomed by Rocks. Hey, Captain Rocks, I was almost exhausted myself back there. Yuru had a smile on his face and joked. However, he felt a chill in his heart and was shocked. When Rocks appeared, he didn't even see him clearly. His speed was so fast that it surpassed Herman by quite a bit. Gulalala, Yuru kid, you made quite a bit of progress this time. In the distance, Whitebeard appeared and came to Rock's side. He laughed heartily and looked at Yuru with appreciation. Kekaki, Yuru kid, I bet you didn't know that your bounty has risen to 2 billion. Right after that, the golden lion, Haki, slowly descended from the sky and handed a bounty notice to Yuru. Huh, 2 billion? When did this happen? Yulu was taken aback for a moment. After taking the bounty notice, he saw that it had indeed been raised to 2 billion. These past few days on the ship, he had been enjoying the sea breeze all day and had not paid any attention to the news from the sea at all. Yuru felt that what he did was just routine operation. Ha ha ha. Kid Yuru, this is still considered less. Jean Shiki said helplessly and irritably. Looking at Yuru's calm demeanor, Shiki couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. If it were Shiki, the increase in the bounty would excite him immensely. In contrast, Yuru remained calm and showed no emotional fluctuation at all. Truly, without comparison, there's no harm. In fact, Yuru had already guessed that the bounty would increase. What he did was rub the Navy's face in the dirt, and it would be unreasonable for the bounty not to rise. Gulalala, Kid Yuru. That's how the Navy is. If they can't catch you, they raise the bounty. Whitebeard Newgate said nonchalantly. He had seen this kind of thing many times, and the Navy was just like that. For those with low bounties, the Navy couldn't be bothered to act, or they didn't have enough manpower. So bounty hunters would step in, and the Navy would just pay the reward. For big pirates like them, the Navy simply couldn't catch them. But they had to do something, so they could only raise the bounty. Yuru listened to Shiki and Newgate, showing a helpless expression as he rubbed his forehead. After they arrived, it was a back-and-forth exchange between them, leaving Yuru unable to interject. Whose bounty has increased anyway? Why are you two even happier than I am? Just as Yuru was about to speak, Rock's voice rang out. Ha! An increase in bounty is a good thing. It's the Navy that loses face and we gain prestige. Rocks slowly walked over, interrupting the conversation among the three. He had important plans ahead and didn't have time to listen to their idle chatter. Hee. Shiki and Newgate weren't fools. They naturally understood Rock's meaning and awkwardly scratched their heads. Unlike Rocks, who regarded Yuru as a subordinate and cared about his talent and strength, they saw Yuru as a friend. The progress in Yuru's strength and the increase in his bounty genuinely made Shiki and Newgate happy. Let's go talk on the ship. Yuru could see the seriousness in Rock's eyes and thought that Rocks must have something to discuss. It didn't matter. Rocks was slightly surprised, glanced at the luxurious ship, and said, For Rocks, it didn't make a difference where the meeting took place. Let's go up. There are plenty of fine wines on the Celestial Dragon's ship. Yulu smiled and said, turning around to lead the way ahead. The Celestial Dragons are really extravagant. This ship is about the same size as my Moby Dick. As Yulu's words fell, Newgate finally noticed the luxurious ship at the harbor. Previously, his gaze had been fixed on Yulu, completely oblivious to it. Now, just a glance brought him a visual shock. Newgate's ship was also enormous, but in terms of luxury, it was slightly inferior to the one before him. He had spent countless fortunes to acquire the current Moby Dick, while Yulu had killed a celestial dragon and obtained a ship that was not inferior to Moby Dick. If he had known this, he should have done the same as Yulu back then and directly killed a celestial dragon to seize a ship. Ha ha ha, Newgate. It doesn't matter about the ship. What's important is the fine wine. Shiki patted Newgate on the shoulder, shifting the topic to wine. His tone carried a hint of teasing, as it was the first time he had seen Newgate at a disadvantage. As for Shiki, he truly meant what he said. He didn't care about ships. After all, if he wanted, he could use an island as a ship. Under the awed gazes of the other pirates, Yulu, Rocks, Shiki, and Newgate entered the luxurious room of the big ship, while the pirates gradually withdrew their gazes and slowly dispersed. Roni and El followed Yulu back onto the ship, tactfully starting their training on the deck. Euro led the three of them into the room, and as soon as they entered, they saw two celestial dragons trembling in the corner. These are celestial dragons. Shiki and Newgate were taken aback, feeling somewhat confused. Weren't you supposed to kill the celestial dragons? Why are there still two lying here? I killed one and left these two. Euro pointed at the celestial dragons and briefly explained the situation. Gerald Saint and Ruth Mary Palace saw Euro pointing and were immediately startled, their faces filled with fear and unease. Over the past few days, Euro had been very idle on the ship, often coming over to play with the two of them, and they felt like they were going to be driven crazy. Now, one person wasn't enough for him, and he actually called over 3 strong men. It felt like they were going to be played to death. Good job, Euro. After Yulu finished speaking, Rocks slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with excitement. The purpose of this assassination of the celestial dragons was to utterly disgrace them and the world government. This would boost the reputation of the Rocks Pirates, making them even stronger before launching their revenge against the Navy. Rocks began to think of a way to spread the news of this event through the underground news agency's newspapers. However, to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons and the world government, the 5 elders took action to destroy all the information and cover up the truth of matter. Rocks had already prepared other methods, but unexpectedly, Yulu returned with 2 living celestial dragons, which meant his plan could continue. Is there a photo of the assassination of the celestial dragons? Rocks immediately asked, a sinister smile on his face. The 5 old men are deliberately covering up the truth. The more you try to hide it, the more I will spread it. Upon hearing this, Shiki and Newgate suddenly understood. They both knew the truth of the matter, and Rock's question made his intentions clear. Of course, I have photos of their heads being severed, begging for mercy on their knees, and being used as mounts. Yulu took out the camera phone bug and smiled gently. However, immediately after, Yulu's words surprised the 3 of them. But I think these will no longer be useful. Yuru looked mysterious and enigmatic. Not needed? Shiki and Newgate were taken aback, but Rocks seemed quite interested upon hearing this. Although Yuru knew he had a plan, he had never disclosed the specific details. Could it be that Yuru had thought of an even more effective plan? With these 2 living celestial dragons, there was naturally no need for anything else. Compared to the truth that the Gorosei were desperately trying to cover up, these 2 celestial dragons would undoubtedly create a more explosive effect. Yuru's mouth curled into a slight smile as he looked directly at Rocks. For a more explosive effect, Rocks rested his chin on his hand, his eyes shining with light as he pondered. Just as Yuru said, bringing about an even more explosive effect was part of his plan. However, how could these 2 celestial dragons create an unprecedented sensation in the sea? If you ask me, just kill them. Shiki thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. He felt that besides being killed, what else could the celestial dragons do? If they were killed, it wouldn't necessarily provoke a more intense and explosive reaction than the photos Yuru mentioned. Newgate furrowed his brow, deep in thought. That's right, just kill them. Upon hearing Shiki and Newgate's words, Rocks suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Shiki and Newgate were stunned. After all that time, it was so simple. Isn't that what they just said? What are you 2 thinking? Are we saving the celestial dragons for the new year? Yuru looked at the somewhat confused Shiki and Newgate and joked. The celestial dragons want to kill, but it's not just a casual kill. In an instant, Yuru changed his tone, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Rocks and Yuru locked eyes, and at that moment, their expressions synchronized. A killing filled with ritualistic significance. Yuru and Rocks spoke in low voices. However, Shiki and Newgate's voices were thunderous, deafening. The 2 of them trembled slightly, their pupils constricting, and they instinctively exchanged glances. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck through their minds, and an idea surfaced simultaneously. Shiki and Newgate's expressions shifted, while Yuru and Rock's gazes turned cold. and the four of them couldn't help but look towards the corner of the room. A strange atmosphere enveloped the entire space. The four piercing gazes fell upon Gerald Saint and Ruth Mary, who were already scared out of their wits. The two huddled in the corner, their eyes filled with fear. Trembling violently and sweating profusely, the celestial dragons hadn't trained, possessing the physical quality of ordinary people. Thus, Gerald and Ruth couldn't hear Yuro and the others' conversation. Yet, they knew from the four pairs of glowing green eyes that Yuro and Rocks certainly had no good intentions. Yuro, Rocks, Shiki, and Newgate stared at the two living celestial dragons. Suddenly, they smiled, their expressions synchronized with a sinister grin. In the gaze of the celestial dragons, the four burly men with glowing green eyes suddenly revealed a chilling smile for no apparent reason. The two pampered and intellectually challenged celestial dragons, having never encountered such a scene, were directly frightened and moaning without reason, their heads pressed against the floor, wishing they could burrow underground. "This is my plan, to publicly behead the celestial dragons." Yulu withdrew his gaze and looked at the three people in front of him, casually saying, "Gulalala." As expected of Yulu, this approach is explosive. Newgate raised his cup and drank heartily, the alcohol surging through his chest, his gaze filled with passion. While he was not a person who craved bloodshed, that was only towards ordinary people. As for the celestial dragons, whom he considered worse than pigs and dogs, Newgate, like everyone else, absolutely despised them. A good deed that could bring shame to the world government and the celestial dragons was something Newgate could not wish for more. Hiss. Ha ha ha. Publicly executing the celestial dragons. Just hearing about it is exciting. Shiki took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke, feeling extremely exhilarated. After a brief moment of shock, he felt a stirring deep within, imagining that scene, and found himself somewhat impatient. This approach would indeed generate a greater response and would not affect the upcoming plans. Locke's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he remained silent for a long time. After Shiki and Newgate finished speaking, he agreed with Yulu's proposal. "Yulu, good idea. Let's go with your plan," Locke said with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. He had not considered the method proposed by Yulu, but his goals were very clear. Since Yulu's suggestion could better achieve his objectives without affecting his plans, he certainly would adopt Yulu's proposal. That much open-mindedness was within Locke's capability. Next, Locke laid out the entire plan for revenge against the Navy. Yulu, Shiki, and Newgate were all involved, discussing the plan with Rocks and finalizing all the details. Creak, the door opened, and Rock stepped out first, followed closely by Yulu, Shiki, and Newgate. Roni and Al stopped their training, watching the four leave. Suddenly, Rocks halted, looking at the two with great interest. Roni and Al instinctively made eye contact with him, feeling as if they were falling into an abyss. A not bad, newcomers worth cultivating. However, Rocks quickly withdrew his gaze and laughed heartily as he disembarked. The terrifying pressure was overwhelming. Just his gaze was so intimidating. Only then did Roni and Al breathe a sigh of relief, gasping for air. "Gulalala, you two are still far from being able to meet Captain Rock's gaze." Newgate laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased, and offered a reminder. Yuro nodded secretly beside him. After all, Ronnie and El were just starting out, and letting them experience the pressure from a strong opponent would be beneficial for their future training. However, what Yuro did not expect was that the stress response displayed by the two under Rock's pressure was slightly better than he had anticipated. In fact, this was true. Rock's strength was not only in his combat prowess, but also in the overwhelming aura he exuded. In the entire Rocks Pirates, aside from the cadre members, no one could maintain their composure during a stare-down with Rocks. The reason Ronnie and El did not faint was due to their possession of Conqueror's Haki and Rock's deliberate control. After Rocks left, he immediately called back the cadre members who were training outside. 3 days later, the cadres returned one after another. In the open space beneath Skull Castle, where gatherings were usually held, all the crew members of the Rocks Pirates had gathered. Such a large assembly meant that all the crew had arrived. Something significant must be happening. Don't you think they are going to attack the allied nations? Whether it was the captain or the crew. Everyone was experiencing such a situation for the first time, and various speculations arose among the crowd. The pirates whispered among themselves, discussing eagerly, and even before the meeting began, they were already brimming with excitement. On the steps in front of Skull Castle, Captain Rocks stood at the forefront, with the cadre members standing firmly on either side. Among the cadre members, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and others, although they knew something major was about to be announced, were still in the dark about the details. Except for Yuro, Shiki, and Newgate, The other cadres stood solemnly in place, their hearts filled with confusion. They had been instructed by Rocks to train on the islands. But after just a few days, they were urgently called back. Now that they had just returned to Hakanosu Island, they were convening a meeting without knowing the reason behind it. Cough, cough, quiet. With everyone gathered, Rocks took a step forward and signaled softly. As soon as he spoke, the sound of chatter abruptly ceased, and the pirates all fell silent, the venue quieting down. In their hearts, Rocks held great authority, and no one dared to defy him publicly. All the pirates stood upright, their expressions serious and their eyes solemn, gazing at the row of figures on the platform. Without further ado, this meeting would announce a significant action. A slight smile appeared on Rock's lips as he felt an immense sense of authority from the reactions of the crowd below. In the past few days, you have all seen that Cadre Yuro has captured a celestial dragon ship, and there are 2 living celestial dragons aboard. Those are the celestial dragons who reside in Mariewa, who consider themselves the nobles of the world. As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates below were instantly shocked, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. Countless pirates wanted to exclaim in surprise, but, hindered by Rock's authority, they forced themselves to hold back. On the platform, Silver Axe and the others were equally shaken. No wonder a full crew meeting was called. It turned out to be related to the celestial dragons. Moreover, it involved 2 living celestial dragons. Although they despised the celestial dragons and wished to kill them as quickly as possible, in reality, the celestial dragons, who lived in Mariewa and regarded themselves as the world's nobles, rarely ventured out. The cadre of the Rocks Pirates could hardly attack Mariewa, could they? They were all wanted by the Navy, and approaching Mariewa would lead to interception by the Navy. Furthermore, although the cadre members were strong, they were not at that level. Even if a celestial dragon occasionally went out, they would be surrounded by CP0 guards and protected by the Navy. If they encountered danger, a Navy admiral would likely intervene. This resulted in pirates on the high seas having very few opportunities to encounter celestial dragons. No wonder they faced Admiral Fujitora. It turned out they had captured a celestial dragon, which was incredibly fortunate. Silver Axe, John, and the others could not help but glance at Yuro, feeling a tinge of envy. All pirates despise celestial dragons, and Rocks even more so. In their eyes, this was a tremendous achievement. They were seasoned pirates, and although they had pursued celestial dragons before, they had never touched a single hair on one. In the vast Rocks Pirates, only Rocks had ever killed a celestial dragon. Yuro joined the Rocks Pirates for less than 2 months. Not only is he exceptionally talented with rapidly improving strength, but he has also made remarkable achievements during missions, earning the attention of Rocks. Now, he has even captured a celestial dragon and confronted an admiral head-on. With such accomplishments, Yuro's prestige and status have already surpassed theirs. At this point, Silver Axe and the others looked at Yuro with eyes that shifted from envy to heaviness. They felt the pressure of competition had increased, with the talents and strength of Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate making them feel inferior, and now, with the emergence of the monster Yuro, his talent and strength were daunting. While the other officers were weighed down by their thoughts, only Jem was deep in contemplation, with a glint of insight in his eyes. At this moment, he understood that Yuro had not simply encountered Herman by chance. Rather, he had been pursued by Herman after taking action against the celestial dragon. As for why there were no signs of the world government and Navy's actions regarding Yuro capturing a celestial dragon at sea, Jem could not know. However, that no longer mattered. The unprecedented full crew meeting and the significant action mentioned by Rocks would overshadow all rumors. Sure enough, Rox's voice resonated with a buildup of intensity. So I have decided. As soon as Rocks began to speak, the pirates were jolted, perked up their ears, and listened attentively. Silver Axe, Jem, and the others all focused their gaze on their captain, Rocks. Yulu saw their reaction, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The more they longed to know now, the more shocked they would be later. Publicly execute a celestial dragon. Rocks suddenly drew his long knife and shouted powerfully to the sky. The deafening roar swept across the entire Hive Island, and those 7 words echoed in the ears of all the pirates. Silver Axe, Jem, and other cadres' pupils constricted, leaving them utterly shaken. Publicly executing a celestial dragon is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. They had already suspected that, given Rock's personality, these 2 celestial dragons wouldn't survive. What they didn't expect was that Rocks would actually go for a public execution. He was truly a madman. The pirates below were momentarily stunned, and after a brief shock, they erupted into excitement. This was about to kill a celestial dragon, or rather a public execution. So thrilling, I can't wait. If it's a public execution, The world government and the Navy would definitely not sit idly by. Come on, bro, what are you afraid of? We're the strongest pirate crew. The pirates blushed, bouncing with excitement, and intense discussions arose one after another. Don't underestimate them, just because they are crew members within the Rocks Pirates. They are all pillars of strength compared to other pirate crews in the New World. The world government and the Navy might be feared by other pirate crews, and perhaps they were afraid when they were alone in the past. But after joining the Rocks Pirates, every task they undertook involved dealing with the Navy. Having witnessed the strength of the Rocks Pirates, they were no longer afraid of the world government or the Navy. On the high platform, Rock's serious face revealed a confident smile as the corners of his mouth turned up. His observation, Haki, kept a constant watch on the pirates. Upon hearing about the public execution of the celestial dragons, they all became excited and impatient, with none feeling timid or wanting to back down. When recruiting crew members, Rocks had very strict conditions. They had to have killed Navy personnel, and they needed to be either powerful or possess great potential. Only after being personally intimidated by Rocks could they become official crew members. Thus, none of these pirates were anything but desperate individuals. Since they had killed Navy personnel, they already looked down on the Navy. Deep down, Rocks was filled with an unprecedented confidence. This was the Rocks Pirates, unafraid of the world government or the Navy. Most importantly, wherever his sword pointed, his crew would charge. This was the authority of Rocks. In contrast, Silver Axe, Gem, and other cadres were both shocked and worried. They were certainly not afraid. The crew below was fearless, let alone the powerful cadres. However, their different positions led to different thoughts. Those who could sit in cadre positions not only had strength, but also outstanding vision. Publicly executing a celestial dragon seemed fresh and exciting to those below. Silver Axe and the others also despised the celestial dragons, and they had to admit that this was indeed satisfying. However, doing so would slap the world government in the face. Executing a celestial dragon would also insult the prestige of the celestial dragons. When it comes to matters concerning the celestial dragons, the world government would not take it lightly. From when Yulu captured the celestial dragon and repelled Admiral Tiger, the news only reported the repulsion of the admiral, omitting the capture of the celestial dragon, which was telling. At that time, if the world government became furious, the Navy might come out in full force. Although the Rocks Pirates were unafraid, they would still pay a painful price. Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, Gem, and others exchanged glances, their thoughts swirling in their hearts. Each had their own ideas and remained silent about this operation. On the surface, they showed no dissent, but internally, they resisted. Within the Rocks Pirates, Rocks held great authority and was the absolute leader. When Rocks spoke at the general meeting, it was equivalent to finalizing the matter. Even if the cadres had opinions, they couldn't change the outcome. Moreover, questioning Rocks' decisions in front of the entire crew was tantamount to seeking death. Offending Rocks' authority was unacceptable, even for the cadres. Euro's peripheral vision had been focused on these cadres, and naturally, he noticed their shifting gazes. As expected, the hearts of the cadres were not united. Each with their own hidden agendas, they were not as reliable as a group of united sailors. The dissolution of the Rocks Pirates was thus anticipated. Ahem, everyone, please calm down. Seeing that the pirates had finished their discussions, Rocks raised both hands and pressed them down, clearing his throat. Instantly, the square fell silent. All crew members' eyes gathered on the platform. This is the most significant operation in the history of the Rocks Pirates. Each fleet has different responsibilities, and I will assign tasks to the cadres shortly. I hope you all prepare well, and there must be no mistakes. Rocks scanned the crowd and shouted loudly. Pausing for a moment, the pirates couldn't help but clench their fists, excitement evident on their faces. 7 days from now, we will publicly execute the celestial dragons. As Rock's voice fell, a surge of killing intent erupted, piercing through the clouds before dissipating. This shocking scene seemed to foreshadow the beheading of the celestial dragons. In an instant, the pirates below went completely wild. Now, this is exciting. Killing those damned celestial dragons. With Rock's announcement complete, the square turned into chaos. The entire crew prepared for battle. It was unclear which delusional pirate shouted in excitement, but all the pirates rubbed their fists together, raised their weapons, and resonated with fervor. Under the sky and above the sea, Hive Island shimmered with cold light, and the fighting spirit surged among the pirates. The more fearless they became, the happier Rocks felt. Let's head to the conference hall. Rocks smiled with satisfaction and turned to enter Skull Castle. Euro and other cadres followed closely behind, taking their seats one by one at the large conference table. The mobilization for this operation was already complete, and next came your specific tasks. Rocks crossed his hands and spoke with a serious expression. The others did not interrupt and listened quietly. They could tell that this operation was imperative. Yuru, Haki, and Ugate, who were already aware of the plan, showed no change in their expressions. From the earlier full regiment meeting, the public execution of the celestial dragons was about to sweep across the seas, and the world government and navy would undoubtedly send a large number of scouts and spies as soon as they learned of it. To ensure the operation went smoothly 7 days from now, the execution site would be on Hive Island, our headquarters. Rocks scanned the crowd and stated the location of the execution. This was also a detail he had discussed with Yuru, Haki, and Ugate to announce first. After the earlier full regiment meeting, even though the other cadres had their doubts, they understood that the execution was unavoidable and adopted a participant's mindset. However, when this was said, Silver Axe, Jemu, and others who were listening intently were taken aback, caught off guard. According to their conception of the operation, the execution site should be chosen on an outer island, preferably far from Hive Island. After all, Hive Island, as the headquarters, was the foundation of the Rocks Pirates. Many people's small fortunes and even their assets were hidden there. Captain Rocks executing a celestial dragon here. Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Greed made John hesitate for a moment, and after a brief contemplation, he tentatively asked a question. He valued wealth as life itself, with half of his fortune hidden on Hive Island. Seeing someone ask, Silver Axe and others also turned their gaze towards Rocks. Just as John had asked, they too felt it was inappropriate. After all, this was their headquarters, and if they were to engage in a fierce battle with the Navy, wouldn't Hive Island be reduced to rubble? In that case, even if the operation succeeded, it would feel pointless if Hive Island was destroyed. There's no need to worry. I know your thoughts. If we were to place the execution site on an outer island, no matter how we deploy, it wouldn't be as secure as Hive Island. The spies of the world government and navy would be able to approach very easily. Secondly, if the whole regiment is deployed to the outer island, Hive Island's defenses would surely be weakened, and the concerns you have would still come pass. However, you can rest assured that while the execution site is on Hive Island, it doesn't mean our defenses are as well, Rock said with a smile, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Rocks was well aware of the cadre's little concerns. After this statement, the cadres pondered for a moment and then suddenly realized. The CP organization intelligence agents of the world government and the Navy spies still had some capabilities. When facing Hive Island, the crew would be extremely familiar with it, and the defenses would be tight, leaving them only able to scout the periphery, which would seem inadequate. If it were an outer island, the Rocks Pirates crew would be equally unfamiliar with the world government and Navy spies. In this situation, the spies of the world government and Navy would find it relatively easy to gather intelligence. It seemed that Rocks placed considerable importance on the execution of the celestial dragons. I see. In that case, there are no worries, John nodded, indicating he had no objections. Haha, I told you. Captain Rocks would never let the Navy come knocking at our door. Golden Lion Haki suddenly laughed in agreement while puffing on a cigar. Indeed, it was quite convincing, making it seem as if he truly had no idea. The cadre stopped talking and continued to listen as Rocks detailed the specific operational arrangements. Jemu sat at the end, appearing to listen intently, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. Haha, that's right. Executing on Hive Island, the Navy spies will surely be useless. Steelbone Kong will have to come to me for intelligence, and if that happens, I might be able to make a big profit. The meeting continued until the evening before finally concluding. The cadres left one after another, and the pirates in the square had long since dispersed, preparing for the operation 7 days later. When Yuru left, he exchanged a glance with Rocks before walking out of the conference hall with Haki and Ugate. The Navy should prepare to face Rocks' revenge. In the empty and silent conference hall, a mysterious smile appeared on Rocks' face, and his eyes sparkled in the glow of the setting sun. The underground world, also known as the Dark World, was not controlled by the Don Quixote family in this era. Instead, it was Rocks' collaborator who, under Rocks' influence, became the puppet master of the underground world. The intelligence that Rocks usually obtained came either from spies within the pirate crew or from the underground world's channels. At this moment, in a pitch-black room where one could not see their hand in front of their face, a dim yellow light flickered on when someone pushed the door open. Under the dim light, a lean, shifty-looking sharp man slowly opened his eyes while sitting at a large desk. Master Gashier, a letter has been sent from above. The man approached the desk and respectfully handed over the letter. Gashier was slightly surprised, but reached out to take the letter. It had been a while since Rocks personally wrote to him. The intelligence provided during this time was delivered through intermediaries. Could it be that there was something important this time? With a puzzled heart, Gashir opened and read the entire letter. Damn, what a madman. Does this Rocks fear death? Is he trying to send me to impel down? Moments later, he stood up in anger and violently tossed the letter aside. Is this a public beheading of the celestial dragons? The man trembled, grabbing the letter and immediately turning pale, exclaiming, Master, if we spread the news of the public beheading of the celestial dragons, it will definitely attract the attention of the world government and the Navy. The man's heart was filled with shock, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Gashir fell silent, his expression extremely dark. Although he was the king of the underground world, he was ultimately still beneath the surface. Compared to the world government and the Navy, he was still a small fry. They could cause trouble without much consequence, as the world government and the Navy would turn a blind eye. However, if they spread the news of the public beheading of the celestial dragons, they would surely face the wrath of the world government and the Navy. But if they did not act, the strength of the Rocks Pirates was not inferior to that of the world government and the Navy. Have them print newspapers and disseminate it across the seas. Then we will prepare to relocate our base. Gashir's expression changed, his heart conflicted, but finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. The world government and the Navy could be evaded, but it was better not to offend Rocks, who knew if there were spies placed by Rocks around him. All right, let's get to it. The man was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and went down to take action. There were many news agencies in the pirate world, but only 2 covered the entire sea. The publicly recognized news agency was controlled by the world government, while the underground world had its own news agency operating in the shadows. However, the underground news agency typically engaged in intelligence trading. After all, the information that was publicly available had already been disseminated by the world government's news agency. Thus, the newspapers circulated by the underground world were few, but contained information concealed by the world government. Yulu slaughtered and captured the celestial dragons. But not a word was mentioned in the world government's newspapers. Rocks contacted Gashil, wanting the underground world to spread the news, but received a reply stating there was insufficient information. Gashil indicated through the din mushy that the underground world had indeed caught wind of the situation. However, related personnel, photos, and footage could not be gathered at all. This was enough to show that the 5 elders had used brutal and forceful means to destroy all evidence and witnesses. Because of this, Rocks wanted the underground world to handle the dissemination of the public execution of the celestial dragons. Such an extreme insult to the celestial dragons would never be spread by the world government's news agencies. Thus, Rox's purpose could not be achieved. As for wanting to rely on word of mouth, that would take an eternity. 7 days was not enough. At present, only by utilizing the power of the underground world could the news be spread across the entire sea in a very short time. As for the underground world being targeted by the world government, what does that have to do with Rocks? The underground world printed a large number of newspapers in one day. With frenzied operations, it took another 2 days for the newspapers to be distributed throughout the sea. In an instant, the sea was in turmoil, from the world government and the Navy at the top, to various royal nobles and pirate crews in the middle, down to common citizens and slaves. Everyone looked at the newspapers in fear, as the strength and arrogance of the Rocks Pirates once again terrified the world. In Mariewa, the world government seat, the endless palace complex was usually calm and peaceful. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed as the central massive building collapsed. A huge cloud of dust rose, forming a mushroom cloud, as if a great explosion had occurred. This is infuriating. Damn Rocks, who does he think he is? How dare he? A furious voice came, filled with boundless killing intent, dissipating the mushroom cloud. A blond old man in a deep red suit, his fists covered with armament Haki, radiated an aura of killing intent. At this moment, he was furiously enraged, his eyes glaring with rage, with endless anger having no outlet for release. As he roared in fury while destroying the entire palace, in his left hand, he tightly clutched a newspaper, which clearly printed the words about the public execution of the celestial dragons, along with photos of 2 living celestial dragons. This newspaper was particularly glaring in the old man's eyes, as his gaze pierced like a needle, fixated on the name Rocks. Rox's actions were extremely arrogant and reckless, daring to publicly execute the celestial dragons. Yulu's previous killing of a celestial dragon has yet to be accounted for by Rocks, and now this audacity has gone beyond merely disrespecting the world government. Publicly beheading a celestial dragon not only eliminates the celestial dragons, but also undermines the authority of the world government that has been established for 800 years. This is a public execution of the world government on the high seas. Over the past 800 years, this is the most humiliating incident the world government has faced. Thinking of this, The old man's anger became difficult to suppress. Hook? The old man gritted his teeth, his face flushed, hair standing on end, letting out a low growl that shattered the newspaper into pieces. He clenched his black fist, and a murderous aura surged wildly around him. Calm down. Two figures flashed and appeared on either side of the old man, their powerful hands pressing down on his shoulders to restrain him. The immense force interrupted the old man's Haki, and his killing intent gradually dissipated. Just as the old man calmed down, two more figures appeared amidst the ruins. When will you change your hot-tempered nature? The elder in a white robe on the left retracted his hand. He understood the golden-haired elder's personality and spoke without any blame in his tone. It was just that this perfectly fine palace was destroyed in his fit of rage, and the four of them had to teleport out in haste. Oomph. The golden-haired elder snorted in anger and stepped away. Moments later, in another palace in a conference hall, the five elders sat around a circular conference table, each with a sullen expression, filled with rage. We must properly handle the public beheading of the celestial dragons by the Rocks Pirates. Otherwise, not only will the various families be unable to account for it, but that esteemed individual will also likely blame us. The elder with glasses spoke solemnly after a moment of contemplation. The impact of this incident is extraordinary. It is the most difficult situation he has faced since becoming one of the five elders, and it must be treated with caution. Indeed, this matter has spread across the seas, and everyone is watching our actions. Our subsequent response directly concerns the reputation of the world government among the member states and the public. The elder with a long beard, sitting at the side, had a glint of intelligence in his eyes and was the second to speak. In this situation, we must choose to take action. Otherwise, the authority and prestige of the world government will suffer significant blows, potentially leading to severe turmoil. Another elder said, and the five fell silent again. They knew very well that if the world government chose not to act, it could threaten their rule. The celestial dragons are an essential part of the world government. All descendants of those who established the world government 800 years ago. Protecting the celestial dragons is an obligation they must fulfill. If they abandon the celestial dragons in their time of need, the member states will inevitably feel sorrow for the dead and unrest will ensue. However, our plan has just begun, and if we choose to act, it will likely delay our plans. At this moment, the elder in the white robe voiced his concerns. It is inevitable that the world government will take action, and it is also inevitable that the plan will be delayed. Adjustments during the implementation period are unavoidable. We have long been prepared, as long as the final result is as we wish. The elder with glasses spoke in an enigmatic tone, seemingly having made a decision. I say there's no need to delay. We can eliminate Rocks this time. The golden-haired elder's temper flared as he slammed his hands on the table. It was evident that he was not as sharp as the other four. Don't underestimate Rocks. If you're that easy to deal with, he would have been eliminated by the Navy long ago. Why would we have to go this far and make sacrifices to formulate this so-called plan to deal with him? The elder, who had never spoken before, directly retorted, having long since lost patience. His earlier rage was one thing, but now he was calmly analyzing during the meeting while only one person was making a ruckus. This rescue is unlikely to succeed, since Rocks dares to publicly execute. He must have made ample preparations. Furthermore, he surely has his reasons for doing this, but we do not know. However, this is no longer important. Let the Navy mobilize all forces. After all, it must appear grand for the world to see, to have credibility. The elder with glasses had a glint of wisdom in his eyes, and the reflective lenses made him appear even more mysterious. The spacious conference hall was particularly quiet at this moment. In the brief conversation among the five elders, they made the best choice regarding the event that shook the seas. After the highest operational orders were issued, the five continued to sit in their seats deep in thought. The five elders knew that even if the entire Navy was mobilized, they could not save the celestial dragons. Moreover, the celestial dragon families had already stripped them of their identities. They had become a disgrace to the celestial dragons. And even if they returned to Mariehua, they could not escape death. Whether it was the Rocks Pirates or the world government and the Navy, two celestial dragons were bound to die. They were the tragic sacrifices. However, the member states on the seas were unaware of the underlying secrets. What they wanted to see was the world government and the Navy's seriousness regarding this incident. Thus, knowing the outcome, the world government still had to deploy troops for rescue, at least to maintain an appearance of seriousness, so that the member states would remain compliant. Currently, the Rocks Pirates alone had already put the world government and the Navy in a difficult position, if further chaos arose among the member states. The situation would be very unfavorable for them. Previously, due to Yulu's appearance and the incident involving the theft of gold from the heavens, they discovered that the Rocks Pirates had been quiet for a while, with many newcomers rapidly growing stronger. Coupled with the powerful veterans, the upper echelon of the Rocks Pirates had already begun to show signs of suppressing the Navy, not to mention the unfathomable Rocks himself. The five elders had never underestimated Rocks. After all, he was someone they all feared. However, they had underestimated the Rocks Pirates, whose powerful newcomers were continuously emerging. Thus, they formulated a plan to completely eliminate Rocks. The earlier concealment of the news regarding Yulu's killing of the celestial dragons was precisely because it would affect the implementation of their plan. What the five elders did not expect was that Rocks played a more ruthless hand, forcing them to prioritize the greater situation, delaying the plan and dispatching the entire Navy. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the news of the public beheading of the celestial dragons spread across the seas, and naturally, the five elders received the news, while the Navy headquarters had long been aware. Upon receiving the news, Steelbone Kong summoned the three admirals, and the four gathered in the marshal's office. Each of them held a newspaper, silently scanning the contents, the atmosphere exceptionally tense. Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow, his expression dark. He found it hard to understand why the five elders had not issued orders after Yulu's previous killing of a celestial dragon. However, the nature of this incident was extremely serious, and he suspected they would have to send troops, which was precisely why he had summoned the three admirals. As expected, a moment later, the din mushy rang. Bring. Hello, this is Kong. Steelbone Kong's expression tightened as he connected the transponder snail, his voice heavy and succinct. The three admirals on the other end felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively sat up straight. Steelbone Kong, you must have seen the newspapers. Rocks intends to publicly execute the celestial dragons. The world government and the celestial dragons authority cannot be infringed upon. The Navy must immediately prepare all forces to rescue the celestial dragons. The voice from the transponder snail was that of the old man in white robes, who will be stationed at the Navy headquarters. Steelbone Kong and the three admirals were slightly taken aback, and Steelbone Kong soon asked in a deep voice. He had suspected that this would lead to a Navy mobilization, but he had not expected a full-scale deployment. As the fleet admiral, he naturally had to consider the Navy's situation. If all forces were dispatched, the Navy headquarters would be left unguarded. Better to be safe than sorry, he thought. Although the Rocks Pirates were dominant, there were still pirates at sea who were not afraid of the Navy. If someone were to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, the Navy headquarters would not be able to withstand it. You need not worry about that. The world government will send someone to temporarily take charge, the old man in white robe said casually, having already made arrangements. Understood, we will act immediately. Steelbone Kong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately responded honestly. Dispatching others to guard the Navy headquarters while they launched a full-scale attack left him somewhat displeased. However, Steelbone Kong did not dwell on it further. As the fleet admiral, he prioritized the bigger picture, and now was not the time to sweat the small stuff. After all, when it came to the duty and responsibility of protecting the celestial dragons, the Navy was at the forefront. Steelbone Kong, you should understand the purpose of this operation. The old man in white robe's words stunned the three admirals, leaving them puzzled. Rest assured, I understand. Steelbone Kong's mind was clear. It was indeed as he had suspected. When the Gorosei gave the order, he had already had some inkling of it. After all, he was the fleet admiral and had a discerning mind. As soon as the words fell, the transponder snail was disconnected. Fleet Admiral, what do the Gorosei mean? Is this not a rescue operation for the celestial dragons? Admiral Quincy asked, his eyes flickering as he furrowed his brows in confusion. As the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters, he had the authority to know about such matters, and Quincy was not shy about it, especially given his straightforward personality. The other two admirals, Herman and Elot, silently pondered, having guessed part of the situation. Sigh, with the celestial dragons in Rock's hands, we basically can't rescue them. Steelbone Kong, as fleet admiral, was well aware that even with a full-scale deployment, they might not be able to defeat the Rocks Pirates. Since victory was uncertain, the chances of rescuing the celestial dragons were even slimmer. Therefore, it was very clear that the Gorosei's initial intention was not to rescue the celestial dragons. From the perspective of the Gorosei, it was likely to utilize the Navy's mobilization to stabilize the fluctuating sentiments of various affiliated nations. Admiral Elot raised his head and picked up on Steelbone Kong's line of thought. Additionally, a confrontation between the Navy and the Rocks Pirates is inevitable. I think the Gorosei also wants to use this opportunity to gauge the current strength of the Rocks Pirates. Admiral Herman's eyes flashed with insight, recalling Yuro's blue flames, which still lingered in his memory. He was the only one of the 3 admirals who had interacted with Yuro, and he felt that the Rocks Pirates had changed since Yuro became an officer. The current world government and navy were still operating under the impression of the Rocks Pirate strength from several months ago. After several months of expansion, Yuro's influence had attracted many pirates, including some strong ones. Officers like Silver Axe and John had certainly made progress over the past few months. Such intelligence could not be obtained solely through spies and informants. It had to be verified through direct engagement in battle. The best example was Yuro. The actual combat strength didn't match the intelligence records at all. At this point, Quincy had already realized the situation, and Steelbone Kong stood up, followed closely by the 3 admirals. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the usual alarms of Marineford suddenly rang out. This is a Level 1 battle readiness alarm. The alarm echoed throughout the Navy headquarters, and countless soldiers looked up in disbelief. They had just received the underground newspaper, and the highest battle readiness alarm sounded, indicating the gravity of the situation. The admiral and the admirals are really quick to react. We just received the news, and the entire army is on alert. Speaking of which, how dare Rocks openly execute the Celestial Dragons? Isn't that too audacious? Enough talk, let's gather quickly. This isn't something we should be discussing. Our duty is to eliminate pirates. The soldiers at the Navy headquarters were somewhat gossipy, feeling shocked but not daring to speak too much. As the guardians of maritime order, the Navy was much more disciplined than the pirates. Amidst the whispers, all Navy soldiers quickly assembled. At the Navy training ground, Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa had also received the news and stopped their training. These troublesome celestial dragons really know how to create issues for the Navy, Zifa said, gripping the newspaper in his hand, his tone filled with anger. Naturally jealous of evil, he had no good feelings toward the celestial dragons. After all, the actions of the celestial dragons were not much different from those of pirates. Speaking of which, Rocks really knows how to stir things up. It hasn't been long since the last incident, and now another wave of trouble. Garp, having stopped training, munched on a donut while looking at the contents of the newspaper, expressing his amazement. Like Zifa, he despised the celestial dragons. Seeing them being executed did not ignite his sense of justice. If it were innocent civilians at sea, he would undoubtedly be filled with righteous indignation. You two have had enough. This is something to discuss privately. Protecting the celestial dragons is ultimately the Navy's duty and responsibility. Upon hearing their words, Sengoku couldn't help but remind them. Just as he finished speaking, the alarms sounded, and the 3 of them were taken aback simultaneously. Although they had just seen the newspaper, they had not received news of a deployment, and their training schedule was not yet complete. They thought they would continue training. Haha, this is the first time I've heard the alarm for full military readiness since I joined the Navy. Zifa's mood flipped in an instant, rubbing his fists together and laughing heartily. This alarm meant a full-scale deployment, and a battle was inevitable. Last time they suffered a major defeat and lost the Sky Gold. This time they were determined to avenge their shame. This is a full-scale deployment against the Rocks Pirates. Garp put down his donut, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with battle intent. He still vividly remembered the unfathomable nature of Rocks and Yuro's blue flames. Time was of the essence. Although they had not completed their training schedule, they had made significant progress, and this would be a perfect opportunity to test their training results. Sengoku's eyes flickered as he put on his coat. He felt an inexplicable sense of worry. However, the urgent situation left no room for him to dwell on it. He promptly headed to the assembly point with Garp and Zifa. In front of the Navy headquarters, Crescent Bay Square, Navy soldiers assembled, fully armed and ready to go. On the platform, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was addressing the crowd, with the 3 admirals standing on either side. All forces deploy. Rescue the Celestial Dragons. Destination, Hive Island. Target, Rocks Pirates. With a command from Admiral Sengoku, the Navy soldiers sprang into action. Buzzing, dozens of warships launched from Crescent Bay, the sound of horns echoing across the sky. At that moment, 4 figures flashed by, and Sengoku and others appeared on the platform. Admiral Kong, 3 admirals, we are here. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru all greeted respectfully. The 3 admirals smiled and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. We need to set off quickly. I'll inform you of the specifics on the way. Admiral Kong's expression was serious, his tone revealing authority. The 8 of them then leaped down, their figures soaring towards the warships. Dozens of warships sailed out of Crescent Bay, advancing rapidly in grand formation. in a certain sea area of the New World. This is one of the few territories of the Roger Pirates. On the deck of the pirate ship, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Barrett sat together. Recently, the actions of the Rocks Pirates have become more frequent, all targeting the world government. Does Rocks think that his pirate crew can now compete with the world government and navy, and has begun to take action? Rayleigh and Jabba spoke one after another, exchanging glances that revealed their seriousness. As Roger's right-hand men, they were constantly thinking about what was best for Roger. The tyrannical rule of the Rocks Pirates was the only obstacle preventing Roger from becoming the Pirate King, especially since Rocks wants to overthrow the world government. He's been burning, killing, and looting all over the sea. Except for a few individuals, they're all brutal killers. Such a pirate group is no longer a pirate crew. They're practically terrorists. I don't know if they can contend with the world government. But ever since that Yulu joined, the strength of the Rocks Pirates has increased significantly. Yulu's strength and achievements have excited the pirates even more. It is said that Newgate guy even personally trains his crew. Roger was unusually silent, not knowing what to think, while the youngest Barrett expressed his opinion. When Yulu was mentioned, a fighting spirit couldn't help but emerge in his eyes. He happened to be absent from the ship during Rayleigh's battle with Yulu. During this time, Yulu has gained considerable fame, and if given the chance, Barrett truly wants to experience it for himself. Captain Roger, Vice Captain Rayleigh, this is the latest news we've received. Haha, the Navy has actually mobilized their entire force. It seems the 5 old guys are very angry. At this moment, a pirate rushed over, and upon reading the news, Roger burst into laughter. The entire Navy mobilized? This is enough for Rocks to drink a pot of tea. Jabba was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, it is the first time the entire Navy has mobilized. Even if the Navy mobilizes, it doesn't necessarily mean they can save the Celestial Dragons. However, this is a rare opportunity. We can take this chance to understand the strength of the Rocks Pirates. Rayleigh pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his face. And Barrett nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh. The Navy's purpose is probably just as you think. You're right. For now, we should focus on the battle situation. And if there are any changes, we can take action. Roger stood up, looking out toward the horizon over the sea, which was in the direction of Hive Island. At the same time, Bondi Wald and Baroric Ladefield, 2 sea pirates who had bowed to Rock's power outside the New World, were also rushing to the New World. They wanted to witness an unprecedented battle between the Navy and the pirates. 3 days had passed since the Navy's mobilization. There was only 1 day left until the public execution. During these 3 days, the sea had become increasingly turbulent, and the New World was gathering storm clouds. The public execution of the Celestial Dragons by the Rocks Pirates and the Navy headquarters mobilizing their entire force was spreading wildly across the seas. Although the Rocks Pirates and the Navy headquarters had yet to meet, a storm was brewing like never before. This so-called storm had rumors in the underworld. A once-in-a-century event that could be encountered but not sought. Countless strong individuals from the sea were flocking to the New World, and in just 6 days, the New World became the center of this storm. At this moment, on Hive Island, the Rocks Pirates, one of the parties involved in this storm, were making their final preparations. I made it clear what the final arrangements are. After the meeting, act immediately. Rocks, sitting in the main seat, instructed seriously. There aren't many things that can make the mighty Rocks take seriously, and this plan happens to be one of them. He was determined to succeed. Silver Axe, John, Jim, and others were also serious and prepared. Facing the full force of the Navy headquarters as cadres of the Rocks Pirates, they had certain responsibilities to bear. Additionally, I mentioned before that there would be some personnel adjustments. Each cadre responsible for guarding Hive Island assigned me 1 captain and their crew. Afterward, Rocks slowly scanned the cadres with calm eyes. Silver Axe and the others were taken aback, their eyes flickering slightly, and they quickly realized what the personnel adjustments were about. They thought of the deployment Rocks had just assigned. Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Yulu, and Lin Kaido would be stationed at the forefront, while the rest of the cadres would guard the main base at Hive Island. After this deployment plan was announced, Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji Jim, and others naturally had no objections. The forefront could be considered the first line of defense, and they would have to face the full force of the Navy headquarters directly. If they fought head-on, the losses would be heavy. Secretly, they all had their own selfish motives and did not want their own strength to be diminished. Now, that such a good thing has fallen on their heads, without having to face the pressure of the front line, they only need to guard Hive Island, which was exactly what they desired. Moreover, after this period of development, the Rocks Pirates knew that their strength was not as good as Shiki and Yuru, and their potential was not as great as Lin and Kaido. So, how could Rocks personally lead them to guard the most important first line of defense. In the blink of an eye, their thoughts turned, and they all nodded in agreement. A mere captain and their crew meant nothing to them. Compared to the cost of defending the first line and facing the full force of the Navy headquarters, these were trivial matters. Furthermore, although Rocks and the others were extremely strong, it was still somewhat too much to engage in a full confrontation with the Navy headquarters. From this perspective, it was reasonable for them to guard Hive Island, and with so many crew members under them, it made sense to allocate a small team to assist Rocks. After all, compared to the two sides, it was still Rocks who needed a large number of crew members. Sitting in the main seat, Rocks crossed his hands under his chin, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. After a moment, the meeting ended, and each cadre left to carry out their deployments. Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and others returned to their ship and began assigning tasks. However, the cadre Gem had a deep expression on his face as he returned to his ship and entered his room, not coming out again. After a while, a captain from Gem's ship entered with a wine jug, seemingly nonchalant. "Captain, I'm here." The person put down the wine jug and sat down opposite Gem. Gem began to recount Rock's words to him. "Captain, do you mean for me to temporarily follow Rocks?" After hearing this, the person pondered for a moment and asked. Gem was not sharing this just for him to listen. He knew what was on Gem's mind. "That's right, if you follow Rocks. You can report back to me promptly if anything happens." Gem smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with this decision. Even during the meeting, when Rocks mentioned personnel adjustments, he already had this idea. After all, he was different from Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and others. Although Silver Axe and the others had their own little calculations, they all had one premise: they would not betray Rocks. However, Gem was different. He had already betrayed Rocks and secretly reached a deal with Admiral Steelbone Kong, continuously providing intelligence to the Navy. Therefore, his thoughts were different from those of Silver Axe and the others. Since Rocks requested personnel adjustments, he would send a captain he had dragged down with him. If he could gain any useful intelligence and make a big profit from trading with Steelbone Kong, wouldn't that be wonderful? Okay, I understand. The man's eyes flickered subtly, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up, even though he was somewhat reluctant. He agreed. Gem was his captain, and he dared not disobey that order. "What are you afraid of? Just use your head. In such a chaotic fight, who will notice you? If it really comes to a battle with the Navy, you just hide your strength and target the weak. That way, the strong won't be able to find you." Gem was also perceptive. He quickly noticed the hesitation in front of him and impatiently offered some advice. In fact, he was just sharing the experiences he had accumulated over the years. The captain was right. "Thank you for the reminder, Captain." The man, who was anxious just moments ago, suddenly felt enlightened upon hearing Gem's words, displaying an expression of understanding. If he could truly obtain useful information, the benefits would surely be considerable for him. Gem painted a big picture with his words and waved his hand, signaling the man to leave. "Captain, rest assured," the man exclaimed joyfully, swearing an oath before turning to leave. This was the reassurance he had been waiting for. He had always received generous rewards for helping Gem relay messages. Now, with Gem's reminder and promise, he felt fully motivated. Gem sat alone, revealing a greedy expression that matched, if not surpassed, John's. After some arrangements on Hive Island, various officers sent out their teams to the harbor where the fleet was docked. The sound of horns buzzed, and 3 massive flagship vessels slowly sailed out of the harbor. Led by Yulu's ship, the 3 vessels headed towards the entrance of the New World, a route the Navy had to pass through. The 3 large pirate ships sped across the sea, with the Rocks pirate flag flying from the masts. Rocks, along with the officers and various captains, gathered on Yulu's ship, while the remaining crew members were spread across the other 2 ships. On the wide deck, Rocks scanned the captains, his imposing gaze making everyone hold their breath. When he saw the captain sent by Gem, a flicker of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Yet he remained expressionless as he finished his assessment. However, Yulu noticed this, and his eyes darted as he glanced at the man. "Is it him?" Gem's subordinate. Yulu thought for a moment and then remembered. After discussing the plan with Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki, Rocks shared all the information about the cadres and team leaders in the crew with Yulu to help him understand the situation. As for the ordinary crew members, there was no need to mention them. The person he and Rocks were paying attention to was the captain under Cadre Gem. Although he wasn't the strongest, he was the most trusted by Gem. The other captains sent by the cadres were all weak and low-potential individuals who were not valued, while Gem, on the contrary, sent his trusted subordinate. Although there was no way to prove anything at the moment, it was at least worth noting. Let us wait and see the show. Yulu looked at the group of cadres, his eyes flashing with brilliance, secretly thinking. This so-called personnel allocation was also something they had discussed. Since it was determined that the traitor was one of the cadres, all suspicious cadres would be kept at Hive Island. Rocks wasn't a fool. He understood their little schemes, which just happened to satisfy their intentions since they wouldn't be needed for this operation anyway. He could also use this opportunity to test them and see if he could uncover the Navy's traitor. Now, the traitor could only obtain information through the subordinate captain they sent. If certain individuals took action under Rock's nose, they would definitely expose themselves. Of course, this was just an auxiliary plan. The primary focus was on the revenge plan against the Navy. The pirate ship sailed for a while before reaching the front line of the sea. The ship slowed down and drew a bit closer. At that moment, Rock's transponder snail rang. He went into the cabin to answer it and came out in less than a moment. As Rocks walked, he subtly nodded to Yulu, Haki, and Ugate. Was the real action about to begin? Yulu, Haki, and Ugate exchanged knowing glances, their fighting spirit rising. This left Lingling and Kaido looking confused. But they didn't show it. The people on the other two ships stood still, waiting for orders. Let's go ahead and scout the waters in front. Rock shouted as he looked around. Yes, Captain. The people on both sides responded, starting to prepare their weapons. The ship of Yulu continued to sail forward, and soon the hull behind disappeared from view. The captains were filled with confusion as the ship's speed increased, heading towards the edge of the New World. Didn't they say they were just going to scout? This distance is too far. One of the captains, under James, noticed something was wrong and muttered to himself. However, Rock said nothing and could only observe silently. Shiki, Yulu, let's begin. At this moment, Rock spoke up, looking at Yulu and Shiki with a light laugh. Ha ha ha, I can't wait any longer. Shiki exclaimed excitedly, and as he laughed, the entire ship began to float. In no time, they reached a high altitude, moving much faster than on the sea. What's going on? Why is the ship flying? Idiot, that's Lord Shiki's ability. The captains were astonished at the sight and began to discuss among themselves. Watch me. Yulu exchanged a smile with everyone, then stretched out his hand and threw out two compressed blue flames. The next moment, the tail section of the ship opened up, revealing two metal cannons, from which the blue flames erupted, generating tremendous propulsion and causing the ship's speed to skyrocket. While this speed is too fast, we're getting farther and farther from the defensive line. Where are we going? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just follow the captain and the officers. The sudden acceleration caused several weaker individuals to stumble, and the rest were puzzled, murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, Jem's subordinates suddenly changed their expressions, realizing that the situation had changed. Boys, I think you all know that the Navy headquarters has mobilized its entire army, right? Locks observed this, a slight smile appearing on his lips, and then shouted to everyone. With that shout, all the pirates fell silent. This operation to behead the celestial dragons was just a ruse to draw the tiger from its den. Now that the Navy headquarters was weakened, we're going to take down their stronghold. Locks looked at everyone with a half smile and revealed the true objective of the operation. The pirates were stunned, but quickly reacted, shocked and energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Ha! Attacking the Navy headquarters is even more exciting than publicly beheading the celestial dragons. Who would have thought this was our real mission? The current Navy headquarters is vulnerable. Captain Locks is formidable, playing with the Navy like a cat with a mouse. Uh-huh. The crowd was pumped up, rubbing their fists and shouting. Seeing this, Locks and the others turned and entered the cabin of the ship. Inside the room, Locks, Yulu, Shiki, Newgate, Lin, and Kaido sat in a circle. After Locks explained, Lin and Kaido finally understood. At the Navy headquarters, Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, his fighting spirit ignited. Meanwhile, Locks, Yulu, Shiki, and Newgate released their observation Haki, covering the entire ship. No movement would escape their notice. The captain is right. I'm glad I came. Outside the cabin, Jem's subordinate wore a serious expression, his eyes darting around. Such important intelligence, if they didn't know and didn't trade it to the Navy, this source of income would likely be cut off. Fortunately, Captain Jem sent him here. He had to find an opportunity to inform Captain Jem. He stood still, his thoughts racing, trying to blend in with the others to conceal himself. After a while, as others continued to chat happily, he noticed no one was paying attention to him and casually slipped to the corner at the back of the ship. After looking around cautiously, he carefully took out a din mushy and quietly dialed it. Brew, what's going on? The din mushy connected, and a soft voice came through. Captain Jem, it's like this. This person crouched down facing the ship's deck and spoke softly. At this moment, inside the room, Yuro's lips curled into a smile. Locks, Newgate, and Shiki also began to chuckle. In the second half of the Grand Line, in the New World waters, dozens of steel behemoths advanced across the sea like a torrent, causing pirates to retreat in their wake. A massive flagship was surrounded in the center with Steelbone Kong. The three admirals, Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Tsuru standing atop it. At the current speed, they would reach Hive Island in about half a day's time. Steelbone Kong gazed deeply in the direction of Hive Island, his justice cape flapping in the wind. As the highest leader of the Navy, he needed to be especially cautious and calm at this moment. If they encountered the Rocks Pirates, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, so he remained vigilant. Sure enough, a soldier rushed over. Marshal Kong, generals, according to the scout's report, there is a defensive line set up by the Rocks Pirates in the middle of the route between the Grand Fleet and Hive Island. About half a day's travel from the fleet's position. Captain Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lin, Officer Yuro, and Newcomer Kaido are responsible for guarding the defense line, while the other officers are stationed at Hive Island. After delivering the news, the soldier hurriedly retreated. It's coming soon. This time, we must capture that Euro guy. Upon hearing this, Carp and Zifa exchanged glances without thinking much and rolled up their sleeves. Admiral Herman gently touched his abdomen, clenching his fist involuntarily. It was the scar left by Euro, which only healed the day before their expedition. Rocks is too arrogant. He thinks he can stop us with half his fighting force. Admiral Quincy, straightforward by nature, frowned in anger. Their Navy's top brass was fully mobilized, yet Rock's defensive line had only half the officers. Did he really think that was enough to contend with them? Such a defense was completely redundant. Why did Rocks arrange it this way? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, a sense of inexplicable worry resurfacing. Although his voice was not loud, everyone heard him and fell into deep thought, especially Steelbone Kong and Crane, which made them even more doubtful. The former, being a naval admiral, is an old rival of Rocks, while the latter is also resourceful and can be considered the strategist of a navy. At that moment, as everyone was deep in thought, Steelbone Kong's den mushi rang. He regained his composure, and his expression changed slightly. This was his secret den mushi. The three admirals, Sengoku, and others also looked over. Hello, it's Kong. Steelbone Kong answered the den mushi in a low voice. He didn't hide much, as those present were all trusted individuals. The public beheading of the Celestial Dragons was false. The real plan was to raid the naval headquarters. Rocks had already taken his elite team towards the naval headquarters, and with Shiki's float fruit ability, it wouldn't take long. Jem got straight to the point, without any small talk, and hung up the den mushi after speaking. Being on Hive Island, he was as steady as an old dog, wearing a proud smile. He thought no one had noticed, but little did he know he had already been exposed. The reason he wasn't eliminated immediately was to prevent him from secretly reporting to the Navy. By this time, Rox's plan had already succeeded. What? Steelbone Kong's expression changed drastically, shock evident on his face. The three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Crane were also stunned. Sengoku finally understood where his inexplicable worry came from. A ploy to draw the tiger away from the mountain. The real objective is to raid the naval headquarters. The current naval headquarters is understaffed. If Rocks really attacked, it would be over in no time. Truly, Rocks is worthy of his reputation, a master strategist. Return immediately. Steelbone Kong's face was grim, just about to shout, but was interrupted by Crane. Admiral Kong, is this information reliable? The orders are from the Gorosei. It would be better to contact them first. Let's have the world government's people investigate. That would be safer. Steelbone Kong. Her eyelids drooping as she spoke in a low voice. She hadn't personally participated in this matter and only learned about it upon arriving on the warship. So Crane's thoughts were rational at this moment. Indeed, for safety's sake, it's best to contact the Gorosei first. The fleet slowed down and advanced slowly. Steelbone Kong stopped speaking, nodding after listening to Crane. He had indeed been a bit impulsive. It was better to inform the Gorosei about the orders. Moreover, according to the Gorosei's information, there were indeed 2 celestial dragons on the ship that Euro stole. He was also a bit confused about the current situation. Although Jim's previous information had been accurate, who could say for certain this time? It was better to let the world government's intelligence personnel confirm the authenticity of the information first. Even if Rocks did attack the naval headquarters, the world government wouldn't just sit idly by. Thinking of this, seeing that everyone had no objections, Steelbone Kong dialed the den mushi. On Euro's side, the ship, propelled by dual abilities, had already come into view of the naval headquarters. Rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, Yuro, Lingling, and Kaido stepped out of the room. Everyone looked down from a distance, where they could vaguely see the crescent bay was empty. "Ready, lads?" Rocks drew his long knife, holding it high above his head, and shouted, "Captain Rocks, we're just waiting for your command. Come on, ha, I can't wait any longer." The pirates were all invigorated, filled with excitement, and eager to clash their swords. Attacking the naval headquarters was something they had never dared to think about before, but it was about to happen now, which made them extremely excited. Although the naval headquarters was understaffed compared to the past, this actually gave them great confidence. At that moment, in the office building of the naval headquarters, two imposing men were seated. Army Marshal Lucius, whose strength wasn't much. A CP0 member in a white suit looked at the man who was surveying the surroundings and gave such an evaluation in his heart. No wonder the naval headquarters is more imposing than the army. Army Marshal Lucius, draped in a green cloak, said enviously, their army couldn't compare to the Navy. They were just a medium-sized military organization under the world government, and the only top-tier combat power was this marshal. Their main responsibility was to protect the Red Line. And all the soldiers were locals who had hardly ever been out to sea. Now, witnessing the naval headquarters, he truly felt the gap. However, this time they had a mission, a special deployment task to temporarily guard the naval headquarters. Alongside him was a high-ranking CP0 member, possessing the combat strength of an elite rear admiral. Who would dare to come here and make trouble while the naval headquarters went to attack the Rock Pirates? After Lucius turned around a few times, he mumbled something and lazily sat down. Just then, the den mushy of the man in white suddenly rang. He glanced at Lucius, stood up, and walked outside to answer the den mushy. Victor called Lucius. A stern voice came through, tinged with urgency. And the face on the den mushy was that of an elderly man in white robes. The old man knew about CP0 secrecy, so he said such a thing. "Yes," Victor replied succinctly, returning to the room and sitting beside Victor. "Oh." Lucius was surprised and was about to make a joke when he saw the den mushy and swallowed his words, becoming serious. He hadn't expected it to be one of the Gorosei, almost offending them. What a miscalculation. Steelbone Kong sent word that Rocks would raid the naval headquarters. "I've already sent someone to verify. Do you have any abnormalities on your side?" The old man in white directly asked, his voice extremely grave. If this information is accurate, then the naval headquarters would be in danger, and more importantly, the face of the world government. Hearing this, Lucius and Victor immediately stood up. Lucius's heart trembled. If it weren't for the Gorosei being present, he would have shouted out loud, "This isn't real, this isn't real." He kept praying in his heart. It was hard-earned to be able to go out to sea. He hoped it wouldn't turn into a tragedy. Victor also looked shocked. If the Rocks Pirates came, even 10 of him wouldn't be able to hold them off. The two thought of this and hurried outside, unleashing their observation Haki, only to find no abnormalities, which relieved them. Phew, nothing. The two exchanged glances, letting out a sigh of relief. But just as they spoke, the sunlight suddenly became blinding, and they instinctively looked up, their expressions instantly turning to horror. The clouds in the sky suddenly parted like a canyon in the air, and a streak of sword energy shot down, slicing through the office building. With a loud bang, the entire office building was split apart, collapsing under the powerful impact, with debris flying everywhere. Lucius and Victor, caught off guard, were blown away by the sudden gust of wind. At the critical moment, the two used moonwalk to stabilize their bodies. However, Victor's den mushy had already fallen into the ruins. At this moment, the den mushy kept ringing, and the old man in white even started to roar. "Hello. Hello," Victor Lucius responded. "What's going on? What happened? Damn it." The old man in the white robe kept asking, but there was no response at all. Remembering the loud noise just now, the old man in the white robe realized that the Rocks Pirates had indeed come. The news was accurate. Rocks had arrived. He helplessly put down the den mushy and shook his head at the four elders. "The Navy headquarters must be protected. We five haven't acted in a long time. It seems we have to take action this time." The elder leading the 5 elders pushed up his glasses, his voice revealing deep resignation. They really never expected that the commotion caused by Rocks was actually a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. But it was understandable. Anyone in their position would prioritize the authority and prestige of the world government. "We should have acted long ago. This time we must eliminate Rocks." The hot-tempered blonde elder rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. They were in high positions and usually did not act lightly. But now with the Navy far away in the New World, they had no choice but to act. Rock's strength was unfathomable, and with the likes of Urich, Haki, and Whitebeard, even if they acted, it would only be to defend. It wouldn't be enough to defeat them. The long-bearded elder calmly analyzed with an ordinary expression. Notifie-t-il bon kong? Let the Navy return at full speed. The people from Hive Island are not to be feared. The real threat is all here. We must hold Rocks back until the Navy returns. He won't be able to escape. Also, gather the CP organization members and the troops from the science department, and head to the Navy headquarters at full speed. The glasses-wearing elder squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and quickly issued a series of combat orders. Rock's actions were unexpected, but this was also an opportunity. Since Rocks came, we must eliminate him at all costs. The other 4 elders exchanged glances, and there were no objections. The next moment, the figures of the 5 vanished from their original positions. At the Navy headquarters, the remaining soldiers quickly gathered together. Something is coming down from the sky. The soldiers on high alert exclaimed in shock. Sure enough, something was coming from the sky. Was it going to attack? Lucius and Victor stared solemnly at the giant ship descending. The pirate flag on the mast was both eye-catching and flamboyant, making everyone unable to look directly at it. You guys drop down and start fighting. Rocks had a fierce expression as he pointed his long knife. The pirates stared at the Navy headquarters, and they couldn't help but go wild. What does my slash feel? Not so good, right? The golden lion, Haki, jumped down first, his face full of arrogance, his laughter echoing through the Navy headquarters. Following closely were Rocks, Whitebeard, Urij, Lin, and Kaido, each descending in succession. All the captains and a large number of crew members armed with weapons followed closely behind. Rocks, this is the Navy headquarters. Why don't you quickly retreat? Victor's face was ugly as he looked at the pirates in front of him, shouting due to his duty, but inside he was extremely nervous. Lucius, seeing the situation, couldn't help but tremble. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Rocks, Whitebeard, Haki, and Urij for top-tier combatants. They would be crushed to dust. Just you two? A bunch of rabble. The surprise attack on the Navy headquarters was for revenge against the Navy. Rocks had a fierce expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent. No matter whether they were Navy personnel or not, since they encountered them, they would undoubtedly die. Rocks, are you not afraid that the 5 elders will come? Lucius, who had the strength of a general but was rather timid, brought up the reinforcements. He hoped Rocks would retreat upon realizing the difficulty, so he could save his own life. However, being from the army, he knew about the Rocks Pirates but didn't understand them well. I couldn't ask for more of those 5 old guys. Before they arrive, I'll take you 2 down. Rocks sneered, his expression turning cold, and a murderous aura filled his words. You guys go kill Rocks. With a loud shout, a large number of crew members rushed forward, engaging in battle with the Navy soldiers. The sounds of clashing weapons, gunfire, and shouts intertwined into a chaotic scene. Lucius and Victor, seeing that the strong opponents had not yet made a move, did not dare to act rashly. At this time, only passive defense could possibly buy time, waiting for the world government's reinforcements. Otherwise, just relying on the 2 of them, if they took the initiative, they would be finished in no time. They wanted to passively defend and wait for rescue, but Haki couldn't hold back any longer. Ever since losing to Urij, he had been eager to find someone to fight and validate his strength while venting his emotions. Immediately, with a whoosh, Haki charged forward. A trajectory flashed through the air, moving so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In an instant, Lucius and Victor's tense nerves exploded. Lucius was fine. With the strength of a general, his muscles were tense, ready to face the golden lion Haki at any moment. Victor's strength was slightly weaker, only at the elite rear admiral level, and he was horrified, his hair standing on end, cold sweat pouring down. Sure enough, clang! At the moment of crisis, Lucius raised his fists, his dark armament Haki blocking Haki's Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood. Ha, your strength is not bad. Just haven't heard of you before. Haki laughed wildly, holding his ground while covering his foot with armament Haki and kicking towards Lucius's chest. Humph. Lucius saw this and suddenly retreated, his face as dark as coal, feeling extremely displeased. He had initially planned to introduce himself to prove he was not a nameless person, but Haki's words had directly broken his defense. Haki leaped after him, swinging his dual blades, sending sword energy shooting out continuously. Faced with the golden lion Haki, Lucius did not dare to be careless, and under the pressure of the situation, he unleashed all his strength. With the assistance of observation Haki and armament Haki, Lucius activated his 6 powers, dispersing Haki's sword energy. The 2 figures twisted and turned, unleashing various moves, battling fiercely. Bang, bang. Wherever they went, the air exploded and shockwaves swept through. Hiss! Victor, still shaken, felt as if he had been reborn after a disaster, taking a deep breath. He watched the battle in the distance, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, his strength was not strong, and Shiki disdained to fight him. Otherwise, if it were him, he would have been defeated by now, and the outcome would be needless to say. Clang! But at that moment, the sound of a blade being drawn pulled Victor's mind back to reality. He instinctively looked over, only to see Urij holding a black sword, staring at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Instantly, Victor felt a chill envelop him, as if he were in an icy cold pool. No way. I missed a strong enemy. Instead, I encountered a grim reaper. Victor's heart raced with terror, and in a moment of crisis, he decisively turned to flee. That was Urij, a monster capable of injuring Admiral Herman. If he made a move, death was certain. Victor had no choice. Can he escape? Yuro's sinister smile whispered softly, as Victor's fleeing figure grew smaller in his sight. In an instant, the sword intent surged. The sword energy entwined with the black blade, and a sharp sword force emerged, drawing the attention of Rocks, Newgate, and others. The black blade suddenly slashed out, the sword energy striking fiercely, transforming into a ribbon that rushed towards the distant Victor. The sword energy sliced through the ground, as if crossing space, and after several breaths, it was almost within reach of Victor. Having run a distance, Victor felt fortunate that Yuro had not yet caught up. The next moment, a wave of energy surged from behind. His observation Haki sensed the danger, but it was too late. The sword energy, now so close, was something he knew he couldn't evade. Havoc Victor let out a furious roar, intending to fight to the death. He fully activated his armament Haki, turned around, and braced himself for the strike. The sword energy struck his chest with a loud bang. The armament Haki shattered like paper. Boom! Victor was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Under the powerful impact, the ground could not withstand the burden and exploded into a large pit. Ugh! Victor curled up, blood marks visible on his chest, deep enough to see bone, blood gushing out. 6 powers iron block. He still had a breath left. Yuro was somewhat surprised to see that he was not dead after experiencing the color of observation. According to his estimation, this sword chi strike was enough to kill him. But he quickly understood. He was proficient in the advanced 6 styles and could sense that after breaking through the armed color, this person had also activated iron block. This was something Yuro had overlooked. He had only accounted for the armed color Haki, and the defensive iron block, one of the 6 styles, was indeed unexpected. Despite Yuro being skilled in the advanced 6 styles, he had never used iron block. Firstly, his current strength did not require defense in battle. No attack could kill him, especially with armed color Haki. Secondly, there were rumors about iron block being quite harmful, starting with the 6 styles and ending in iron block, which made Yuro feel uneasy. However, it seemed that the rumors were not entirely true. This person had used iron block to avoid being killed by his own sword chi. Not only did it block the sword chi, but it also allowed him to barely keep one breath alive. Although he was about to die, it had nothing to do with iron block. It was due to excessive blood loss. Yuro's expression was a bit strange as he looked at Victor and swallowed hard, unable to hold back his laughter. This person's death should have nothing to do with me. If anything, blame the iron block. Indeed, it started with the 6 styles and ended with an iron block. What a significant impact, truly not deceiving me. Gulalala, Yuro kid, you made progress too quickly. Whitebeard Newgate walked over, patting Yuro on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Newgate was somewhat shocked. Yuro's current strength was not weaker than his own, having witnessed the entire process. Newgate genuinely envied Yuro's talent. Not bad, Yuro replied, casually, accustomed to this kind of situation. He truly didn't know what else to say, so he just brushed it off with this one sentence. Otherwise, if he spoke too much, that guy Shiki would always say he was showing off. Rocks remained silent, nodding to himself. Yuro's growth was exactly what he needed. However, Kaido, who had previously clashed with Yuro, felt a hint of bitterness deep down. When will the great Kaido, stop being suppressed by others? On the other side, Shiki also noticed. Despite having his suspicions earlier, he couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter how much he improved, that kid Yuro was always a step ahead. Lucius's face was as dark as water, not showing any signs of a shock. Yuro's combat power was unexpectedly strong. Victor couldn't even block a single move. Fortunately, it was Shiki who attacked me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Suddenly, Lucius felt a bit fortunate. Fighting Shiki was indeed quite enjoyable. After fighting for so long, the two were evenly matched, and he didn't feel any life-threatening crisis. As long as they continued to stalemate, he could wait for the world government's reinforcements to save his life. avoiding the fate of Victor, who had perished on the spot. But what he didn't expect was that Shiki, being evenly matched with him, only wanted to play longer. Shiki, don't waste time. Don't forget we still have things to do. Standing still like a sharp sword, Rocks calculated that the time was about right. This surprise attack was primarily to take revenge on the Navy, and, secondarily, if he had come all this way, he had to gain some benefits. Gulalala, Shiki, can you do it or not? If not, let me take over. Newgate laughed heartily, joking without holding back. Newgate, you bastard, don't underestimate me. Shiki, who was enjoying the battle, suddenly became furious. The speed of his dual blades increased. Now, Lucius narrowed his eyes, feeling the pressure in every move. This golden lion Shiki was truly cunning. He had hidden a bit of his strength. Don't underestimate me. Come and die. In a fit of rage, Shiki suddenly exploded. He didn't want Newgate to look down on him. And besides, Rocks had also spoken. Let's end the fight quickly. The dark-armed color on the blades of Sakura Tin and Dry would seem to flow. Clang! A flowing Sakura slash directly sent Lucius flying into the air. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. Following that, dozens of golden slashes tore through the sky, heading towards the airborne Lucius. Lucius was shocked. Shiki's strength exceeded his expectations. The previous evenly matched exchange was merely Shiki hiding his true abilities. What? As he stabilized himself using the moonwalk, he felt a fierce airflow approaching. In a panic, he looked closely and saw a barrage of slashes coming at him. The shock on his face disappeared, replaced by sheer horror, tears welling up in his heart. We were having such a comfortable fight. Why did your strength suddenly skyrocket? Can't we play together anymore? Newgate underestimated you. Why don't you duel him instead of venting your frustration on me? The fear flashed by. After all, he was still a Marine Admiral. Even if Lucius felt aggrieved, he couldn't show it. The power Shiki unleashed left him feeling a sense of disparity. He had thought he wasn't weak and could match Shiki, but it turned out he was Navi. The golden sword energy slashes arrived in an instant, numerous and dense, leaving him no time to evade. He had no choice but to unleash his armed color and directly clash with the six styles. Bang, bang, boom. After taking 3 hits head-on, a gap appeared in the connection, and the remaining golden slashes struck Lucius with a whoosh. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the office building, where the walls exploded, creating a large hole and sending debris flying. So trashy, ended in 1 hit. Shiki, carrying his dual blades, feigned surprise on his face. His gaze subtly glancing at Rocks, Newgate, and Euro, as if intentionally showing off. Euro held his forehead, feeling speechless. Shiki was too good at pretending. Could it be that he learned from him? Lucius's strength, although at the Admiral level, was not as strong as Shiki's. He should have just stepped into the Admiral rank, making him a bottom-tier existence. At this level of combat power, it was not a problem for Shiki to crush him, but to defeat him in 1 move was mostly impossible. Even if he and Whitebeard were slightly stronger than Shiki, achieving that would also be very difficult. Once one reaches the level of an Admiral, battles cannot be resolved in just a few moves. Even the era's overlord, Rocks, was merely at the peak of Admiral-level strength. If it weren't for Shiki suddenly exploding with power and using his Conqueror's Haki to send Lucius flying, catching him off guard with a swift attack, Lucius would likely have been able to dodge. That person's injuries won't be fatal. Let's deal with him quickly and head inside. Rocks released his observation Haki to sense the situation of that person, and, seeing Shiki so eager, he let him go. Cough, cough. Lucius coughed as he leaned against the wall, standing up with several new wounds on his body. Although the wounds weren't deep enough to threaten his life, they hurt enough to make him grimace. Ha, state your name. Shiki asked with great interest, pointing his sword at Lucius in a cocky manner. As for Rocks, Whitebeard. In Euro, Shiki didn't care what they were up to. Army Marshal, Lucius. Lucius's expression turned serious, and his mood became heavy. He felt like this was the end for him. Since he was going to die anyway, he wanted to leave a loud name behind. He didn't want to be an unknown ghost. What? With this level of strength, you call yourself an army marshal? In front of me, Shiki. You're just a fraud. Go die. Shiki was furious. He had kindly allowed him to leave a name before dying, but this guy didn't know how to appreciate it. Although Shiki didn't understand what an army was, how could a marshal of the world government's secret organization be so weak? Did he really think he was a fool? Immediately, Shiki was filled with rage and charged over aggressively. I really am an army marshal. Lucius announced his title, feeling somewhat relieved, but Shiki's words left him dumbfounded. He had successfully stated his name, yet Shiki didn't believe him. Just because I'm weak and can't defeat you, you call me a fraud? Why don't you go ask the Gorosei? I'm an army marshal appointed by them. Lucius's face turned red, feeling extremely stifled. His body began to tremble, and he even forgot the pain from his wounds. When had the army marshal of the world government ever faced such doubt? It was a tremendous humiliation. Huh! Lucius shouted in anger, disregarding his chest injuries, and charged directly at Shiki. Heh! An unknown brat, showing some blood. Shiki's words contained both mockery and praise. But all Lucius heard was unknown brat. Even if he died, he wanted to vent this anger. Lucius unleashed all his power, fearlessly charging forward, but in the end, he was still weaker than the golden lion Shiki. At first, he could barely defend himself, but now he was being completely overwhelmed, and before long, he was finished. Thus, the dignified army marshal, a defender of the Navy headquarters, was killed by Shiki of the Rocks Pirates. Until his death, Shiki never believed that this person was a genuine army marshal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rocks, Whitebeard, and Yuru entered the office building of the Navy headquarters. Lingling and Kaido remained outside to observe the situation as per Rocks' orders. Inside the office building, the three split up. Whitebeard rummaged through the Navy headquarters warehouses to see if there were any good items. Rocks headed to the confidential archives of the Navy headquarters, where he could find the information he had always wanted to know. Yuru mysteriously smiled, releasing his observation Haki to cover the Marine headquarters, locking onto the offices and residences of the Fleet Admiral and the three admirals. Rocks, Whitebeard, and Yuru, all masters of observation Haki, acted swiftly. Before long, the three emerged, beaming with smiles, looking as if they had returned with great rewards. Whitebeard carried several large sacks, showed them to Rocks, and then handed them to a trusted person to be taken to the ship. As for Rocks, he appeared empty-handed and headed to the Marine headquarters secret room, with what he obtained remaining unknown. Yuru, on the other hand, stored everything he collected in the system's item inventory, which Rocks and Whitebeard did not pay much attention to. What treasures did you find? Show me. Shiki, who had nothing to do, hurried over upon seeing the large sacks, rubbing his hands as he asked. Just because Shiki didn't participate in the looting didn't mean he didn't need or wasn't interested in the items. In fact, he needed quite a lot of things to establish his pirate crew. However, he was currently in high spirits, and besides Rocks, Whitebeard, and Yuru were not the type to greedily take a share. Shiki, watch your mouth. Who do you think you're talking to? Whitebeard, with a glare, stared at Shiki as he slammed the Tsongyun. He suddenly felt that, after fighting Yuru, Shiki's mouth had become much more venomous. During this time, the thought of wanting to beat up Shiki had become more frequent than before. Yuru looked at Shurji and couldn't help but sneer at his greedy demeanor, which was almost on par with John's. We'll talk about this when we get back. You won't lose a single cent that belongs to you. This includes Lingling and Kaido. The same goes for you. Locke's expression turned serious as he said with authority, not forgetting about Lingling and Kaido. The two, who had always been on the sidelines, were so moved by this that they almost cried. So you finally noticed us. Otherwise, we would have been treated as air. Ever since they boarded the ship, the two had not taken any action, and they could hardly interject in conversations. The six of them looked around. The battle had already ended, and hundreds of soldier corpses lay scattered across Crescent Bay Square. Limbs and broken bodies were everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers, and a heavy smell of blood permeated the air. The bodies of Victor and Lucius were covered in terrifying sword marks, looking gruesome and horrifying. At this moment, Locke stepped forward, walking through the sea of corpses to the outer edge of Crescent Bay. Ha! Those five old geezers actually made a move. Locke drew his long knife, and his usually unfathomable presence suddenly emanated. He gazed at the distant sea, as if something extraordinary was about to appear. Five old geezers. Yuru stood behind Rocks, startled by what he heard, thinking he must have misheard. At the same time, he activated his observation Haki, but sensed nothing. Rock's style of doing things was not one to make such jokes. Yuru observed Newgate and found that their reactions were quite similar to his own. It seems that only Rocks sensed this. Is this the top-tier observation Haki? Indeed, it is powerful, as the coverage range of advanced observation Haki is far from comparable. Yuru's thoughts surged, and he was secretly shocked. Could it be the five elders of the world government? Beside him, Shiki's eyes flickered as he had some suspicions, but couldn't help but speak up to confirm. This coincidentally asked the doubts of the crowd, who all turned their gazes towards Rocks ahead. Who else could it be but them, the highest authorities of the world government? A fierce battle was about to ensue. The five old men were not weak, all possessing the strength of marine admirals, with two of them even being slightly stronger. Without turning his head, Rocks spoke, his voice reaching everyone's ears. Five admirals' combat power. Whitebeard, Shiki, Lin, Kaido all felt a chill in their hearts and nodded cautiously. Suddenly, a row of indistinct black spots appeared on the distant sea. At this distance, only with advanced observation Haki could one sense the 5 auras. Although these 5 auras were not as strong as rocks, they still instilled fear in ordinary people, not inferior at all to Whitebeard or Shiki. The 5 elders on the distant warships also sensed them, and the 5 immediately activated their Soru, transforming into trajectories rushing towards Crescent Bay. Gulalala! I must have a good time. It's been a long time since I fought against Admiral-level power. Whitebeard swung his Tsong Yun Xie, his body and consciousness cautious. Yet his momentum was not lacking at all. Fighting against Admiral-level combatants required caution. This was not fear, but a commitment to give it their all. Kekiki. So this is the 5 elders? Let me see how they compare to the admirals. Whitebeard's momentum was imposing, and Shiki naturally did not show weakness. He drew his Sakura, tin, and dry wood, the cold gleam of the blade reflecting the battle intent in Shiki's eyes. His strength had already allowed him to strike down marine admirals after mastering the external application of armament Haki. After his battle with Euros, he had improved in all aspects, with the Conqueror's Haki being the most significant, having touched the threshold of its entanglement. After his injuries healed, Rocks had personally said that Shiki's current strength was already capable of taking on an admiral head-on. Shiki licked his lips, his blood boiling. Only a true admiral could verify his strength. Lucius, who died at his hands, was merely a warm-up, barely stepping into admiral-level strength. How could he possibly be a marshal? Just look at the imposing 5 elders to know. A gust of wind swept by, and the 5 elders arrived in an instant, standing suspended in the air. Their gazes swept across the Marine headquarters, where half of the office building had collapsed, and the bodies of soldiers lay everywhere. Even the 2 they had sent, Lucius and Victor, had perished on the spot. This was the Marine headquarters, the strongest organization of the world government, considered the face of the world government. Now it had been turned into ruins, with heavy casualties among the Marine soldiers. If this news got out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Marines' reputation and authority would undoubtedly plummet, and the ferocious pirates at sea would inevitably cause a riot. The severity of this matter was no less than the consequences of publicly executing a celestial dragon. Rocks, you are truly reckless. The Marine headquarters is not a place for you to run rampant. The faces of the 5 elders were grim, anger burning in their chests as they shouted sternly. Despite their seething anger, the 5 did not easily strike. Every person present, including Rocks and his officers, was not to be underestimated. The 5 old men had arrived quite quickly. They were originally planning to make another trip to Mary Geos. Now that they were here, it was just right. After all, they were all celestial dragons, and it didn't matter who they killed. Rox's momentum was like an abyssal beast, his eyes revealing a fierce light, truly terrifying. His fierce words hinted at the message of killing the 5 elders. Euro's gaze was deep as he stared at the 5 elders. The 5 old men before him looked quite aged. Therefore, these 5 old men should be the older generation of the 5 elders, not the ones from the original anime, decades later. With just your half strength, you won't need to go back after coming here. The words were filled with provocation, and the furious blonde elder felt an endless killing intent rising in his heart. Apart from Rocks, they feared no one. But even Rocks had to face the challenge this time. As long as they could eliminate Rocks, the remaining subordinates were not worth worrying about. Paying a heavy price would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, the row of warships accompanying the 5 elders had all landed. A large number of CP organization members and a few soldiers from the science division charged toward the pirates. CP truly lived up to being the secret organization of the world government. While none of its members were strong, there were also no weak ones. With their strength at a medium level, the soldiers of the science division should not be underestimated in terms of armament. Although their individual strength was not strong, they wore various strange battle suits and gadgets that enhanced their capabilities. Kill them, you bunch of rabble. Rocks was confronting the 5 elders when Newgate shouted loudly, issuing the combat order. Euro and Shiki looked down on them, showing no concern for their appearance at all. This group of CP members and the scientific team appear to have considerable strength, but they were still somewhat lacking when it came to taking down a crowd of pirates. They were all elite crew members selected by Rocks for the assault on the Navy headquarters. Although there were not many of them, there were more than 20 captains, and the rest were all seasoned crew members. As expected, as soon as Whitebeard spoke, the pirates immediately charged forward. The frenzied momentum and fierce aura were far beyond what the 5 elders could compare to, instantly overwhelming the morale of the opposing side. The 2 sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle, with the sounds of gunfire and clashing swords ringing out, creating a scene of intense carnage. Hee, just a bunch of scraps. Rocks scoffed, slowly raising his long knife, and his aura began to rise. The 5 old men were extremely cautious, and upon seeing this, their expressions changed. Not good, Rocks is about to strike. The 5 old men exchanged glances, and the bespectacled elder nodded gravely. They had already discussed their strategy for battle on the way here. This exchange of glances was precisely to initiate their strategy. In the next moment, the blonde elder and the bespectacled elder shot forward, charging at the poised Rocks. This was the strategy of the 5 old men. At least 2 of them needed to restrain Rocks, so that the other 3 could hold off Whitebeard, Haki, and Yulu. After all, Yulu and the others had the strength of admirals. Each one could become a variable. Only by restraining all of them could they buy time. Boom! At this moment, Rocks completed his build-up, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and he shot forward like a cannonball, launching himself at the 2 elders charging at him. In an instant, the 3 of them collided fiercely in mid-air, their movements capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, erupting with earth-shattering might. Yet, Rocks alone was actually locked in a fierce battle with the 2 elders, unable to gain the upper hand. This was truly the strength of an admiral. And what shocked Yulu and the others the most was that Rocks was handling the fight with ease, clearly not yet exerting all his power. Even facing 2 admiral-level powers, Rocks did not have to go all out. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to surpass Rocks. Yulu thought with a silent shock as he observed. Just then, the long-lost system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Task activated. Admiral-level power, terrifying as it is. Please host defeat 1 or more of the 5 elders in battle. Task completed. System rewards issued. Yulu's expression was strange. Ever since he injured the general, he had been clocking in daily, and the triggers for his tasks had noticeably decreased. Of course, this was also related to him staying on Hive Island, focusing on training without stepping outside. However, now that a task had been triggered, Yulu would only work harder. Those 5 old men were likely in serious trouble. At that moment, looking at the distant battle, Newgate's big sword was also eager to strike. He gripped its Song Yun Chia tightly, and a white aura appeared on the blade as he activated the powers of the Tremor fruit. Garara, let me see the strength of the 5 elders. Newgate bent his legs, his momentum suddenly exploding as he locked onto an old man. Such a blatant provocation was self-evident. Boom! The ground shattered, and a powerful force erupted. Newgate's towering figure shot straight into the sky, looking down from above with a constant smile on his face. He arrived above the long-bearded elder, decisively swinging down the Song Yun Chia, the white aura shaking violently. A fierce pressure descended from above, causing the long-bearded elder's expression to change suddenly. Feeling a sense of shock, what a strong sense of oppression. With a monstrous physique and destructive power, Newgate was indeed formidable in battle. He sensed the threat and acted without hesitation. Immediately, he covered himself with armament Haki and unleashed a fierce blow of flowing cherry blossom Haki. Crack! Crack! Boom! The 2 forces collided in mid-air, creating white cracks in the air, and then with a bang, the uncontrollable airflow surged wildly. Newgate and the long-bearded elder separated upon contact, both retreating from the impact and landing on the ground at a distance. They sensed each other's strength and gazed at each other from afar. Urokit, why don't you choose first? As the battle unfolded, Haki, who had been watching, decided to take action. Haki, haha, don't get knocked down. Yulu crossed his arms and joked without reservation. He had a mission to complete, so he could afford to be the last one to go up. Maybe he could even pick up some scraps. Haha, I can't wait, I'm going up too. Haki ignored this, as he wouldn't care about such things at this moment. Rocks and Whitebeard started battling it out one after another, and the elderly man in the deep red suit, seeing Haki about to launch an attack, actually took the initiative and struck first. He transformed into a streak of red light and dove down towards Haki. Damn it, didn't T see that coming? This old man doesn't T play fair. Seeing that he was beaten to the punch, Haki's mood soured, and he spat out his cigar. Lion's Might, Water Vortex. Haki flicked his dual blades, his brows furrowed, and activated the powers of the float fruit. The water surface below rippled, and a massive lion's head emerged from the sea, opening its mouth wide to bite at the elderly man in the suit. Armament Haki, release. The elderly man faced the water lion's head, blocking his path, but his speed did not diminish in the slightest. His fists, hardened and wrapped in armament Haki, suddenly unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Buzz! Buzz! The invisible Haki surged forth, causing the air to emit mournful cries. Crash! The sound of water exploding echoed as the sea lion's head shattered. Water splashed down from the air in large quantities. Whoosh! But at that moment, a golden crescent slash had already reached the elderly man's front. The elderly man, rushing forward at high speed, couldn't help but be shocked, yet he remained calm. This golden slash came unexpectedly, but that was all. He pivoted in midair, using the Six Styles moonwalk to gain leverage and flip. Six Style, Gale Foot, slash technique. His right foot gathered power and rapidly rubbed against the air, creating a white slash formed from air currents and energy. This slash, utilizing the Six Styles body techniques, was not as pure as one produced by Sword Intent, but was still quite powerful. The elderly man's right foot struck the golden slash, a continuous surge of power erupting, causing the golden slash to shatter. With a bang, as his right foot shattered the slash, his offensive did not decrease at all, and he drew a slash in response. The elderly man sneered internally. How dare you use a slash to ambush me? I'll return the favor with a slash of my own. Ha! Turns out you're a master of body techniques. Shiki bent over and laughed heartily, crossing his dual blades to block the slash. In the next moment, the elderly man appeared right in front of Shiki. As he landed, Shiki wasted no time and activated the powers of the Float Fruit. Lion's Might, Earth Vortex. This time, chunks of earth and stone rose from the ground as 3 lion heads surrounded the elderly man. While the elderly man was destroying the lion heads, Shiki charged forward rapidly. Once the lion heads were shattered, the two became entangled in close combat. One side wielded sword energy, while the other had powerful body techniques. Both attacks were imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Clang! Clang! The famous swords Sakura Ten and Drywood clashed against the elderly man's fists and feet, sparks flying. As the attacks and defenses interwove, the surrounding air trembled and the ground heaved, littered with traces of destruction. The fierce battle had erupted, and the originally stationary Yulu, Ling Ling, and Kaido had long retreated to the side. Only the old man in the white robe remained in the air, keeping a watchful eye on the three, with both sides staring each other down. Under the gaze of the white-robed elder, Yulu was unconcerned, while Ling Ling and Kaido remained vigilant at all times. However, amidst their vigilance, their eyes were filled with desire, a thirst for battle, a longing for the power of the admirals. Ling Ling, Kaido, do you two want to give it a try? Suddenly, Yuluo's eyes turned, and he thought of an excellent idea. Looking at these two dim-witted fools, simple-minded and physically strong, without real power, wanted to seek out some challenge. Why not let them try first? He would have the opportunity to observe the strength of the Gorosei and Rocks. Once this was said, Ling Ling and Kaido were indeed taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. Ling Ling's current strength was nearly at the peak of a vice-admiral, yet she had been unable to break through, being at the bottom among the officers. Kaido was a bit weaker, only having the strength of an elite vice-admiral, roughly comparable to Zifa during the time of the gold heist. After all, he had yet to acquire the ability of the fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. They thought Yuluo was going up, but unexpectedly, he was giving them the chance to test their skills. They wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. It was the perfect time to hone their own abilities. Moreover, with their abnormal physiques and extraordinary self-healing abilities, even if they were injured, it wouldn't be fatal, and they could recover in no time. All right, let's give it a try and witness the power of an admiral. Such opportunities are rare. Ling Ling and Kaido exchanged glances, pondering for a moment, then spoke with rising battle intent. If we can't win, we can just retreat. Yuluo remained calm and slightly nodded, exuding a strong aura. He had not been in the group for long, but his strength was impressive. In front of those weaker than him, Ling Ling and Kaido, he still had to maintain his composure. The two were determined and stepped forward, ready to take action. Yuro stood in the back, his expression plain, but he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With the strength of just the two of you, you want to witness the power of an admiral? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. It's just that you haven't experienced the power of an admiral. If you had ever seen the horror of an admiral's strength, you wouldn't make such a decision. However, you can indeed witness the power of an admiral, but the cost is a bit steep. The remaining old man in the white robe looked at Ling Ling and Kaido, feeling somewhat puzzled. What do these two weaklings stepping forward mean? Could it be that they want to attack me? The old man in the white robe shook his head and laughed. He hadn't fought in a long time and was a bit too nervous. These two had some strength, but they hadn't reached the admiral level and were completely insufficient before him. Surely, they weren't that foolish to dare attack him. However, Just as the old man in the white robe was lost in thought, shaking his head and laughing, Kaido below suddenly made his move. His sturdy and powerful body swung the kanabo towards the old man's forehead. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. The kanabo was covered in armament Haki, with dark, sharp spikes glinting coldly. Kaido wouldn't release armament Haki, but with his physical prowess, the sheer pressure emanating from him was fierce. As Kaido attacked, Lingling followed closely behind, slicing fiercely with her long sword. Nation's might. A massive sword energy burst through the air, reaching the old man in the white robe at the same moment as Kaido's strike. Nanny? The old man in the white robe was startled as the attacks approached suddenly. They really did attack. This was not what I expected. The reaction of a strong admiral was incredibly swift. He hurriedly released his armament Haki and barely blocked the 2 waves of attacks. However, he was still forced back a few steps, ultimately caught off guard. These 2 fools are simply courting death. After the initial shock came endless fury. Being provoked by 2 weaklings was no different than being humiliated. It seemed they truly had a screw loose. If that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. On the contrary, Kaido, who had been knocked back, returned to Lingling's side. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, their meaning clear. They hadn't expected to force the admiral's strength back 2 steps. Now, Lingling and Kaido's confidence surged. They attacked again, launching themselves forward straight at the old man. Below, Yuru couldn't help but cover his eyes. Even Shiki and Newgate, who were fighting in the distance, turned their heads at the commotion, surprised to see how fierce Lingling and Kaido were being. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Lightning flames. Lingling and Kaido flanked their target, their momentum even more ferocious than before. Kaido's massive kanabo, accompanied by his energy, charged again, while Zeus and Prometheus floated beside Lingling, transforming into lightning and flames, which she unleashed. You overestimate yourselves. The old man in the white robe's gaze darkened as he allowed the 2's attacks to approach, his own power surging within. He had seen the confident smiles on their faces just moments ago. He didn't care where their foolish confidence came from. His current thought was to shatter that confidence brutally and make them kneel in surrender. The strength of a mere vice admiral must make them deeply aware of the fact. The power of an admiral cannot be insulted. The thunderclap, 8 trigrams, and the thunder flame struck simultaneously at both sides of the old man's face. The blindly confident Lingling and Kaido watched intently, hoping to injure the old man. However, their thoughts were utterly ridiculous. It's over, it's completely over. Yuru stood below, shaking his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself. But his expression was one of glee. Lingling and Kaido, one wanting to have a child with him, and the other having previously provoked him, surely wouldn't blame me for messing with him a bit, right? The old man in the white robe chuckled coldly to himself, looking at their expectant faces, thinking he must deliver a harsh blow to let them know their differences. With this thought, the old man in the white robe trembled, and the armament Haki within him erupted. An invisible barrier seemed to surround him, blocking all the attacks of thunder and flames. Bang, bang, then with 2 loud explosions, the fierce impact dispersed the 2 attacks. What? Unscathed? The attacks were deflected. Lingling and Kaido's eyes widened, their bodies unstable and nearly falling. As the unexpected scene shook their minds, they couldn't understand why this was happening. Just moments ago, they had pushed the old man in the white robe back 2 steps. Before they could think any further, a gust of wind rushed in, and both broke out in a cold sweat. The old man in the white robe had disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Kaido in the next moment. Let me try my finger spear. A finger covered in armament Haki was pressed directly against Kaido's abdomen. How is this possible so fast? Kaido's expression froze, his heart filled with horror. His observation Haki had not sensed anything. With a piercing sound, the finger shot out, white power mixed with dark armament Haki, directly piercing through Kaido's waist, leaving a glaring blood hole as blood gushed out. Kaido let out a scream, his body flying backward and landing awkwardly on the ground. In just a few breaths, this was enough for Charlotte Lingling to come out of her delusions. Is this level of power truly the strength of a general? Lingling's mind was occupied by shock, and it was only then that she realized how foolish her earlier thoughts were. Without time to think further, witnessing Kaido being pierced through the abdomen, she felt the urge to retreat. But it was not so easy. The old man's speed did not give her any opportunity. Storm foot slash. The old man in the white robe spun around, delivering a side kick that was even more swift and powerful than the finger spear. Lingling knew she couldn't dodge in time and had no choice but to cover her main body with armament Haki. Bang! The powerful slash hit Lingling's chest. Thanks to her armament Haki defense, her body was not pierced, but the violent impact was not mitigated. Lingling immediately spewed blood, her whole body like a cannonball, crashing into the Navy headquarters office building. The intense commotion drew the attention of Haki and Whitebeard, who couldn't help but look back again. They were not surprised by what they saw, only feeling it was a bit tragic. After fighting with the two old men for hundreds of rounds, they naturally understood the gap. Lingling and Kaido were not fools, enduring their injuries as they returned to Yuro's side. They feared the old man in the white robe would continue to strike. If that happened, they would truly be finished. How does it feel? Yulu had a smile that wasn't quite a smile as he asked the two. They were clearly no match for him. The strength of the old man in the white robe was definitely not weak among the generals. If he continued to attack, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand even 10 moves. Lingling and Kaido were panting heavily, covering their bleeding wounds, with a look of fear on their faces. Yulu chuckled without saying a word. He was already aware of the approximate strength of the old man in the white robe, as well as the battles between Shurji and Newgate. Compared to the General Herman, their strength was only stronger, not weaker. The only two remaining old men had been locked in a fierce battle with Rocks until now, never gaining the upper hand, making it difficult to assess their strength. At that moment, a loud shout came. Rocks, facing two opponents, do you still dare to be distracted? Yuro looked up and happened to see Rocks glancing this way. The hot-tempered old man with golden hair roared, while the old man with glasses seized the opportunity to launch a series of fierce attacks on Rocks. Lingling and Kaido were still a bit weak. They only exchanged one blow with the old man in the white robe before being severely injured. Rocks withdrew his gaze. Haki and Newgate could still pay attention, let alone him. Faced with the fierce attacks from the two old men, Rocks would not go easy on them. His aura suddenly became even more ferocious and brutal, like an ancient ferocious beast. Rocks began to counterattack, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, evading the incoming attacks. The next moment, he appeared above the golden-haired old man, swinging his long knife down violently. Damn, so fast. The golden-haired old man cursed inwardly, realizing through his observation Haki that Rock's speed was at its peak. He activated his armament Haki, covering and wrapping around his hands to cross and block. Boom! A tremendous force pressed down, and the golden-haired old man lost control, falling a distance before stabilizing himself. His arms trembled slightly, and his face revealed shock. This guy's strength has increased. After fighting for so long just now, his arms weren't even numb. The old man with glasses had an unusually serious expression, gripping the knife handle even tighter. As the golden-haired old man was knocked down, he pounced forward. Rock's movements became increasingly fierce, forcing the old man with glasses to retreat step by step. He couldn't hold on by himself. The golden-haired old man shook his arms and immediately joined the attack. The two of them had previously teamed up without gaining the upper hand. Now that Rock's strength had increased, even with both of them attacking with all their might, they were still being suppressed. Boom! Boom! The three powerful auras intertwined, armament Haki clashed, and sword energy slashed and flew in all directions. The thick clouds in the sky were swept away by the air currents, and wherever the three battled, the sea and ground continuously exploded. The remaining old man in the white robe looked grim. They were very wary of Rocks. Sending two old men to fight was not intended to defeat him, just to hold him off. But unexpectedly, Rock's strength was such that even the two old men were being pressed down. This couldn't go on. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Moreover, besides Rocks, Haki and Newgate were also equally powerful. The old man with a long beard and the old man in a suit were evenly matched against them and couldn't free their hands in a short time. They relied on him to deal with Yuro first, then join forces against Rocks. Originally, he was about to make a move, but was delayed by the two weaklings. With a metallic sound, the old man took out a famous sword from his white robe. At the same time, a sword intent surged from the old man in the white robe. Under the influence of this sword intent, his aura became more oppressive. Lingling and Kaido were stunned. Their eyes filled with disbelief. They never expected that the old man in the white robe was not only powerful in physical skills, but also had impressive swordsmanship, judging from his sharp sword intent. It turned out he was a great swordsman. Yulu squinted his eyes slightly and teased with a smile. Such a fierce sword intent is not weaker than that of the golden line Shurji. The old man in the white robe hit himself quite well. Even he didn't notice it. Yulu, the injuries of Herman were caused by your swordsmanship, right? Let me give it a try. I want to see the swordsmanship that can injure a general. The old man in the white robe drew his famous sword, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and his voice was filled with killing intent. A cold gleam flickered at the tip of the bright blade. Yulu had already gathered intelligence on his combat power. He knew about Hermon's wound, which was difficult to heal due to the blue fire. Therefore, in his view, Yulu's strength relied entirely on the blue fire. As long as Yulu used swordsmanship to confront him, he was confident he could defeat Yulu. Upon hearing this, Yulu immediately understood and couldn't help but smile, feeling underestimated again. This old man was indeed very confident, thinking he could defeat me without using the blue lotus heart fire. However, this made Yulu even more excited, and he couldn't hold back from making a move. Yulu Void reached out, and a beautifully crafted famous sword appeared in his right hand. Zizi. Arcs of electricity danced along the long blade, revealing it to be Raikiri, the top-tier great sword. This sword? The old man in the white robe frowned, seeing that Yulu had not taken out the black sword. Feeling disrespected, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. Slash. He immediately shouted in anger, swinging the famous sword in his hand to unleash a white sword energy. Then, he charged towards Yulu along with the attacking sword energy. Trivial techniques. Yulu chuckled, finding it somewhat amusing. The slash was a standard move for swordmasters, especially since the old man was a great swordmaster. He actually treated the slash as a one-sword style technique. Yulu raised his hand, and with an arc of electricity, the sword energy shot straight up. It easily broke through the white-robed elder's slash. Immediately after, a sharp sword intent erupted from Yulu's body. This sword intent spread out like the conqueror's Haki, radiating in all directions. The clouds in the sky parted, and sword marks appeared on the ground. Nearby, Lingling and Kaido found numerous tiny marks appearing on their skin, and both were greatly alarmed, quickly retreating to a distance. Such sharp sword intent, how is that possible? The white-robed elder rushed closer, but his expression suddenly changed, filled with disbelief. He looked at the tiny sword marks on the back of his hand, and his mind began to shift dramatically. The terrifying sword intent was just like the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki. It could cause tangible damage without using any sword techniques. Although it didn't necessarily represent the strength of swordsmanship, this innate will alone was enough to instill fear. This sword intent swept across the surroundings, leaving traces in its wake. A terrifying talent for swordsmanship. The other four elders changed their expressions repeatedly, also sensing the sword intent. Among them, the white-robed elder had the strongest swordsmanship, originally intending to let him win quickly and then support the other four. Now it seemed that wouldn't be possible. The white-robed elder's battle would be quite intense. Damn it! The two elders surrounding Rocks cursed under their breath with dark expressions. They couldn't hold on much longer. Rocks' explosive power exceeded their expectations. Once Rocks broke free from them, he would inevitably deal with the other elders, and if all five were defeated before the Navy returned, their efforts would be in vain. With such a cadre, the destruction of the world government is just around the corner. Facing the two elders, Rocks did not hide his ambition and laughed triumphantly. As one of the strongest in the seas, and the only one present with mastery over advanced observation Haki, he felt things more deeply than others. Yuro's sword intent is powerful, but it's still far from being able to deliver a substantial attack. In the history that can be checked, there have only been a few individuals, and the sword intent has become a tangible mark, entwined with the technique of Conqueror's Haki. It seems that this kid Yuro has learned the technique of Conqueror's Haki. Rocks is quite pleased and somewhat surprised at this moment. On the other side, Shiki Newgate and the old man with the long beard, as well as the old man in a suit, have completely different attitudes. The two old men look extremely grim. They understand the situation on the field, and anyone's powerful strength is unfavorable to them. Gulalala, old man, you're losing focus. Newgate, while surprised, is still on guard against the long-bearded old man. Seeing him look at Yuro, Newgate seizes the opportunity and cuts down with a vertical strike from Sonya. The long-bearded old man hurriedly blocks it. Yuro is amazing. Shiki, after being momentarily shocked during the battle, quickly regains his composure. At the same time, he's thinking about how to consult Yuro properly after returning. The materialization of sword intent is the realm that all great swordsmen dream of, but few achieve it. Now this person is right beside him. Perhaps he could reach it too. Since the battle has already begun, Yuro will not hold back. While everyone is in shock, Yuro has already engaged in a fierce battle with the old man in the white robe. Let me show you the true one-sword style, Kichigai Valley. Yulu unleashed Ji's signature swordsmanship, with countless lightning sword energies overwhelming the sky, enveloping the white-robed elder and cutting off his escape route. The famous sword in the elder's hand danced wildly, launching numerous slashes, while his figure continuously retreated. Bang! Bang! The sword energies collided with each other, and the sound of explosions echoed across the sky as a curtain of sword energy appeared all around. Yulu unleashed the razor, transforming into a flash of lightning that pierced through the rain of sword energy, directly pursuing the old man in the white robe. If the old man in white escaped, who would Yulu fight next? In an instant, the lightning reached him, and the tip of thunder cut appeared, stabbing towards the old man's chest. The old man in white lay down, his famous sword sweeping upward. Clang! The two blades met, and the sound of clashing metal resonated, sharp sword energy bursting forth. Thundercut was swept aside, and Yulu's arms danced wildly, the cold gleam of the sword energy mixed with electric light, slicing through the air. The old man in white adjusted his posture, his expression serious yet unhurried. Clang! Clang! Although he was continuously retreating, every sword he swung was able to block the incoming thundercut. The two moved swiftly across the ground, leaving cracks everywhere they passed. Yulu's close combat swordsmanship was surprisingly formidable. The old man's gaze was grave as he seized the opportunity to dart away. Yulu is young and strong. If this continues, I won't be able to withstand him. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Yulu frowned, not giving the white-robed elder a moment's respite. A sharp sword energy transformed into a giant thunderbolt tiger, appearing out of thin air in the sky, magnificent and imposing. Roar! The thunderbolt sword tiger let out a roar, lunging at the white-robed elder. The elder's eyes narrowed. The tiger's fangs emitted an astonishing sharpness. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but don't underestimate me. The white-robed elder's hand gently brushed over the blade, his sword intent soaring to new heights. His true intention was the same as Yulu's before, to gauge his opponent's combat strength. After all, Yulu's sword intent was substantial, forcing him to be extremely cautious. This battle depended entirely on him. One blade style, shadow slash. With a soft chant, the blade light flashed rapidly. The white-robed elder remained in place, yet the sword energy had already sliced through the thunderbolt giant tiger. The extreme tiger-hunting thunderbolt sword energy was severed in two, dissipating into the air in an instant. Meanwhile, the shadow slash sword energy had not consumed much power and continued to move at incredible speed, as if it had torn through space, heading straight for Yulu. Oh, this is interesting. Yulu raised an eyebrow in surprise, feeling a bit unexpected. This move, shadow slash, piqued his interest. He soon calmed down, realizing that this old man in white was truly making a great effort to defeat him, clearly possessing such strong abilities. He pretended to retreat step by step to test his own strength. Hee, it's all in vain. The strength I used was merely what I wanted you to see. Deep in his heart, Yulu scoffed at this. He gripped Reich with his right hand, turning the blade upwards. The domineering aura of Luiying flowed through the blade of Reich, transforming into an invisible shockwave that burst forth like an air cannon. In an instant, a massive amount of air currents gathered in front of Yulu, forming a vortex of air. Under the propulsion of the air vortex, Luiying's impact was no slower than that of Shadow Slash. With a loud bang, the sword energy and the domineering aura collided, causing a continuous humming sound between heaven and earth, and the turbulent air currents exploded outward, causing the ground to crack widely. Yulu and the old man in white robes moved quickly, retreating to create some distance. Ha! This Shadow Slash is not bad. What other tricks do you have? Yulu moved his wrist, his eyes filled with anticipation. He noticed that the old man in the white robe had a somewhat different swordsmanship. The Shadow Slash just now was extremely fast, the sword chi sharp, and even though it was just a simple swing, it lacked that overwhelming momentum. Yulu's observation of the color of the world was remarkably similar to his sword-drawing technique, sharing a kindred essence. Arrogant. The old man in the white robe snorted coldly, his expression slightly unsightly, feeling that Yulu was underestimating him. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yulu, his eyes flickering incessantly. He already had a good understanding of Yulu's swordsmanship, but the outward manifestation of his arm color left him in shock. Yulu's mastery of external release was surprisingly sharper than his own. Moreover, the swordsmanship that was no less formidable than his own made it difficult for him to win, even without using his abilities. If Yulu were to use his abilities, the hope of victory would be even slimmer. Damn it, I miscalculated. The old man in the white robe's expression grew darker, filled with anger and anxiety as he gritted his teeth. In their original plan, Yulu was seen as a breakthrough point, but his strength exceeded their expectations. For a moment, the old man was indecisive, instinctively glancing towards the other 4 battlefields. Whitebeard and Ugate's tremor fruit abilities were vast and overwhelming. The ground where he fought with the old man with the long beard had collapsed and exploded, with air currents swirling chaotically. The entire Navy headquarters was affected, with half of the office buildings shattered and the other half trembling and collapsing. The long-bearded old man used advanced techniques of the 6 styles and released armament Haki to stalemate with Newgate. It looked like a tie, but in reality, he was mostly on the defensive with only a few flanking attacks. The destructive power of the tremor fruit was catastrophic, forcing the long-bearded old man to avoid its sharp edge and engage in guerrilla warfare. The battle between the Golden Lion Shiki and the suit-clad old man was also quite intense. Shiki's swordsmanship and float fruit abilities were not as aggressive and expansive as Newgate's. The suit-clad old man fought fiercely against Shiki without holding back. Their figures darted through the air, constantly switching battlefields and creating chaotic air currents. The blades of Sakura Ten and the Withered would collided with the fists and feet infused with armament Haki. Sword energy shot out, Haki surged, and various impacts erupted, leaving the clouds in tatters and the sea churning. The Earth Lion and Water Lion occasionally roared in the air, but were soon shattered. Shiki and the suit-clad old man were evenly matched in attack. However, due to the float fruit, Shiki's movements were extremely agile. The suit-clad old man's moonwalk was relatively less nimble, making him feel led around by Shiki. Most critically, Rocks, who was fighting the 2 old men, had gained a significant power boost and now held absolute advantage. In terms of physical skills, Haki, or swordsmanship, his enhanced combat power was enough to overwhelm the blonde old man and the bespectacled old man, who were already struggling. At this rate, they would either be defeated or exhaust their stamina. Defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, no one noticed that the battles between the pirate crew and CP organization members were also nearing their end. Although the CP organization members outnumbered the pirates, they lacked elite combat power. Under the leadership of various captains, the pirates were quickly dealing with them. The old man in the white robe's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Their world government side was completely at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lingling and Kaido observing from afar. It dawned on him that there were still 2 members of the Rocks Pirates not engaged in battle. Although they were a bit dim-witted and their strength was not on par with an admiral, they could certainly be considered top tier among those below admirals. The strongest guards of CP0, the humanoid weapons from the science department, were taking too long to arrive. The old man in the white robe gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, unable to hold back a curse. In fact, they were already on their way, but given the current situation, the old man felt like every second was an eternity. Ugh! The old man's eyelids drooped, his voice hoarse and low, his breath turning violent, resembling that of a ruthless villain. He unleashed all his strength, pushing his internal energy to its limits, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed firmly on Yulu. The current situation was grim. The old man decided to make a desperate move, hoping for a chance of reversal. The old man's momentum sword, with a sharp sword intent mixed with a violent conqueror's Haki. The ground around him crackled with red, arc-like energy, blasting the soil into the air. High-level conqueror's Haki? Perception from observation Haki sensed the change in the old man's aura, causing Yulu's eyes to narrow, heightening his vigilance. As a member of the 5 elders of the world government, the highest authority in the real world, he was undoubtedly a king. It was only natural for him to awaken conqueror's Haki, and Yulu was not surprised. This included the other 4 elders and the fleet admiral and 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Most of them likely possessed conqueror's Haki as well. However, unlike pirates, who were reckless, their conqueror's Haki was never easily revealed due to the presence of the master of the Void Throne. After all, conqueror's Haki, known as the qualifications of a king, could be considered a desecration to the kings of this world. But what of high-level conqueror's Haki? It still fell a bit short compared to mine. Yulu smirked coldly. In the next moment, an overwhelming might suddenly swept across the battlefield. Yuru stood in place, his clothes rustling in the wind, as a stream of pitch-black air surged towards the white-robed elder's crimson conqueror's Haki. The black air spread out like a storm, obscuring the light of Marineford and plunging it into darkness. Not far away on the battlefield, the pirates had defeated their enemies and were drawn to the commotion. This was Yuru's conqueror's Haki. And that old man, he also had conqueror's Haki, The oppressive pressure was so heavy that some were struggling to breathe. All the pirates were incredibly shocked. This overwhelming Haki made most of the crew feel uncomfortable. "You can't handle it. Quickly retreat," shouted an old captain at the forefront. Braving the pressure. Boom! The two streams of conquerors' Haki collided, the black Haki standing firm like a mountain, while the fiercely aggressive red Haki was momentarily held back. Crackle! Where the Haki intertwined, red and black lightning surged, and under the pressure of the two energies, the ground cracked and collapsed, creating a ravine that split Crescent Moon Square in half. The clouds above also parted, rolling upwards on both sides like a sky canyon. Ugh! One sword style, shadow slash. The white-robed elder let out a low roar, his sword covered in armament Haki, transforming into an afterimage as he charged at Yuru. He swung his long sword continuously, unleashing wave after wave of slashes towards Yuru. At the same time, Yuru was not to be outdone, like a bolt of lightning. He leapt up, Thousand Cuts Valley. The thunder cut crackled with black lightning, enveloped in armament Haki, swinging in Yuru's hand, as a torrent of sword energy wrapped in electric light clashed with the shadow slash. Bang! Bang! The continuous sounds of explosions echoed throughout Marineford, as the slashes scattered into tiny sword energies. On the ground and walls, wherever they passed, there were traces of sword scars, with sword energy lingering and refusing to dissipate. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the wind sliced through the air as Yuru and the white-robed elder's blades clashed fiercely above the ravine. Clang! The collision of the two blades darkened the heavens and earth as the air swept and spread in all directions. "Ha, old man, not bad at all." Yulu looked at the old man in the white robe before him and couldn't help but tease him. On the contrary, the old man in the white robe had a piercing gaze, filled with a mix of murderous intent and sword intent. With a low growl, he was determined to defeat Yulu. The old man's famous sword buzzed, and his sword intent surged instantly, with a large amount of sword energy brewing along the blade. In an instant, a suppressive situation was formed, and faced with the countless sword energies, Thundercut couldn't help but tremble slightly. The electric sword energy of Yulu is being gradually extinguished by the sword energy of the old man in the white robe. Seeking one's own suffering, Yulu sneered. The old man in front of him really was something else. The old man's sword intent and conqueror's Haki were not as strong as Yulu's. Yet he still wanted to use sword energy to suppress him. In such close quarters, unleashing sword energy could easily injure oneself if not careful. However, since he had chosen to do this, Yulu decided to play along with the old man. He wanted this old guy to know that even without the blue Lotus Earth's heartfire, his swordsmanship was not something that could be defeated. With a thought, Yulu's mind stirred, and the electric light suddenly blazed. Under the impetus of the sword intent, sword energy surged continuously. The two remained suspended in midair, showing no signs of holding back, as the sword energy continued to be unleashed. Gradually, it accumulated, swirling around the two, creating an astonishing spectacle at first glance. At this moment, a force of energy emerged between the dual blades, forcefully pushing Yulu and the old man in the white robe back 2 steps. The sound of the sword chant resonated, striking at their hearts, causing both Yulu and the old man in the white robe to wince in pain. This force of energy transformed into a vortex of sword energy, spinning between the dual blades, quickly reaching a size of over 10 meters. The extremely sharp sword energy spread towards Marineford, and those engaged in battle in the distance felt a chilling aura rushing towards them. This sharp sword energy was incredibly dangerous. The long-bearded elder fighting against Newgate was deeply wary of this sword energy. Seeing the old man in the white robe at the center of the vortex, he couldn't help but feel concern for him. Gulalala, it seems he can't handle Yulu. Newgate used both his fists and the chogun to attack. Observing that despite the old man's desperate efforts, he still couldn't manage Yulu, his words filled with satisfaction. However, in the glances he cast towards Yulu, there was an undeniable shock hidden within. My goodness, Yulu really can fight. Shiki can't fall behind. As a great swordsman, Shiki was extremely sensitive to sword energy. Just the spreading sword energy made his heart race. However, this also ignited his competitive spirit, making him fight even harder in battle. This Yulu was truly underestimated. Even the blonde, bespectacled elder, who had been suppressed throughout the battle against Rocks, couldn't help but feel anxious. They were indeed getting old. As the battle continued, they could clearly feel their stamina waning. Although they could still hold on with great effort, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. They had originally hoped that the old man in the white robe could quickly extricate himself to support them, but they didn't expect Yuluo's strength to far exceed their expectations. Those two old fools still dare to be distracted. Rox's gaze was icy, and the blade energy suddenly surged forward. The two elders snapped back to reality and quickly joined forces to defend. At that moment, the sword energy vortex reached its limit, directly breaking apart Yuluo and the old man in the white robe. Boom! Boom! The vortex spun rapidly, transforming into two massive sword energies that slashed towards the sky and the earth. The space seemed to freeze, with only these two sword energies spanning between heaven and earth. Crack! Crack! The sword energies struck the ravine, causing the ground within 100 meters to completely explode and collapse. Boom! The deafening roar raised a massive cloud of dust, and the Crescent Plaza of Marine Headquarters completely caved in, no longer existing. Along with Crescent Bay, it crashed into the sea. At this moment, on the warship at sea, the communications officer, holding a transponder snail, stood with his mouth agape, stunned. Hello, speak up. What's the situation now? Inside the transponder snail, Steelbone Kong's anxious voice came through. Everything's gone. What do you mean gone? Clarify. After a moment, the communications officer snapped back to reality. The plaza and Crescent Bay of Marine Headquarters have all collapsed into the sea. What? Steelbone Kong was furious, wishing he could rush back immediately. This was a Navy's main base. How could it just disappear like that? They were supposed to ambush the Marine Headquarters, but it turned into the destruction of the Marine Headquarters. With Crescent Bay and the plaza submerged, Steelbone Kong wouldn't believe that the office building remained intact. All the documents and files were gone, and the military supply warehouse must have been looted clean. All of this, the Navy's years of accumulation, was destroyed in an instant. Steelbone Kong clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking. As the marshal, he felt his heart bleed. Perhaps the Navy's combat power had not been lost, but the infrastructure and operational conditions had returned to square one. Sengoku, Karp, Zifa, and Crane were all furious, filled with a sense of justice and indignation. The Rocks Pirates were too arrogant. Zifa was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth as he spoke. At this moment, he still believed in justice. In his heart, Marine Headquarters was a place filled with justice, sacred and inviolable. The actions of the Rocks Pirates had shattered his bottom line of justice. The Navy had suffered 2 defeats and planned to use this full-scale attack to test the Rocks Pirates while boosting the Navy's reputation. They didn't expect Rocks to be so cunning, employing a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, leaving the Navy dizzy and confused. Then, taking the opportunity, they ambushed Marine Ford and destroyed the Navy's main base. Even if they could eliminate Rocks this time, the Marine Headquarters would suffer heavy losses, making operations difficult for a long time. This was simply outrageous. They had to avenge their past disgrace and capture Rocks and his crew. Karp suppressed his anger and vowed with utmost determination. On the other hand, the 3 admirals felt furious, yet mixed with a hint of selfishness. That damn Rocks. I'm about to retire, and all my retirement savings have been squandered by you. The 3 appeared calm on the surface, but were filled with grief and anger inside, cursing Rocks fiercely. However, the 3 were unaware that their cherished savings had all fallen into Yuluo's pockets. Sengoku and Crane remained silent, unsure of what to say given the current situation. The large fleet was racing at full speed, hoping that the headquarters could hold out until they returned. What's the situation on the battlefield? Steelbone Kong controlled his emotions and immediately asked anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shuddered and quickly woke up. Compared to the losses at Marine Headquarters, the situation of this battle was crucial. The Gorosei had personally intervened, with 2 of them facing off against the Golden Lion Shiki and the Whitebearded Newgate. Rocks was being besieged by the 2, who were barely able to hold their ground. The last of the Gorosei couldn't handle Yuluo and was in a deadlock with him. The large-scale collapse earlier was caused by the uncontrolled sword energy from the Gorosei and Yuluo. The communications officer's tone revealed shock, and his voice trembled as he spoke. What? The crowd was astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. Had the Rocks Pirates cadre grown to this level? The Navy had diverted a massive amount of resources to train Sengoku and the others secretly, training them to reach the strength of an admiral for this full-scale expedition. If it were just Yuluo, they might still accept it, but how could Shiki and Newgate have such power as well? How had they all progressed so quickly? Steelbone Kong turned to the 3 admirals, his gaze filled with inquiry. The 3 admirals exchanged glances, their eyes flickering slightly, and silently shook their heads. Damn it. In this situation, the Gorosei won't last long. Steelbone Kong cursed softly, his face dark as water, while everyone furrowed their brows, considering their strategy. Currently, Yulu, Haki, and Newgate were roughly evenly matched with the three elders. However, the two elders fighting rocks had already begun to retreat steadily, and defeat was only a matter of time. The current speed of advance had already reached the limit of the warships. Even so, it would still take half a day to return to Marine headquarters. Zephyr spoke in a low voice, addressing the current issue. Everyone fell silent, pondering. At this speed, by the time they returned, the food would be cold. At this moment, Sengoku was deep in thought, realizing that if rocks could fly there, why couldn't they? Marshal Kong, we have a solution. Sengoku suddenly raised his head and said loudly. Speak quickly. Steelbone Kong understood Sengoku's wisdom very well. It's very simple. Just ask Admiral Kaido to carry the vanguard over. Sengoku glanced at Admiral Quincy and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Once this idea was voiced, everyone was enlightened, and Steelbone Kong nodded repeatedly. Then, Quincy transformed into a wind god pterodactyl, carrying Steelbone Kong, Hermon, and Aylet, and they soared away. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane stayed behind with the Navy's large fleet. Having learned their lesson this time, they could not let the fleet encounter problems again. In a new world, near Hive Island, the Roger Pirates had been lingering there, keeping a close watch on the situation. Originally observing from a distance, the Navy's intelligence had reported that Rocks and his crew had launched a surprise attack on Marine headquarters. Marineford, Rocks, Whitebeard, and the other most formidable figures were all absent from Hive Island. Thus, the Roger Pirates dared to venture deep into enemy territory. Captain Roger, Senior Rayleigh, Senior Jabba, are we going to attack Hive Island? The young Barrett asked, his muscular limbs brimming with battle intent, rubbing his hands together. Although he was looking forward to Yulu's presence, the strength of Silver Axe and John on the island was equally formidable. Naturally combative, Barrett was not picky at this moment, just eager for a good fight. Shut up, whether we fight or not is still up in the air. Jabba glared at Barrett, signaling him to be quiet. Rayleigh remained silent, watching Roger at the bow of the ship. After a moment, Roger put away the din mushy and turned back to the three. No need to fight, let's head back. As soon as Roger finished speaking, Barrett jumped up high. The five elders were personally stalling for time. Garp and the others were guarding the large fleet, and Steelbone Kong, along with the three admirals, were racing back to Marineford at full speed. Roger explained to Rayleigh, Jabba, and Barrett, including some details. By the time they get back, it'll be too late, right? Barrett said with some disappointment, quickly grasping the key point. It seemed they still had a fight. Barrett, have you forgotten that Admiral Quincy S. ability is the ancient wind god pterodactyl? Rayleigh said with a teasing tone, causing Barrett to become even more dejected. Quincy S. speed should allow them to make it back in time. Even if he exhausted his strength, Steelbone Kong, Hermon, and Ayla were still there. They should be able to turn around and suppress Rocks and his crew, but capturing them was still uncertain. Jabba stroked his chin and shared his insights. Even if the large fleet rushed back, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee a capture. Rocks was too well hidden. Who knows what his true strength is? Rayleigh sighed gloomily, still not optimistic about the Navy. Barrett seemed silent, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. None of this matters. There are only two outcomes. The world government and the Navy pay a huge price to capture Rocks and his crew, and of course, everyone is happy. If they expend all their strength and still can't capture Rocks, they need to seriously reflect on it. Our cooperation intentions might be reconsidered. Roger laughed heartily, sweeping away all worries and feeling extremely pleased. No matter what the final outcome was, they were bound to profit. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged looks, nodding in agreement. Roger was right. If the five elders and the entire Navy, with such an unprecedented lineup, still couldn't capture Rocks, it might indeed require a coalition to jointly eliminate Rocks. Long before the news of Yulu injuring an admiral spread, Roger had expressed his willingness to cooperate with the Navy, but Steelbone Kong had decisively rejected it. Let's withdraw from this sea area. Since we aren't attacking Hive Island, let us go attack elsewhere. It's time to expand our territory by occupying the surrounding islands of Rocks Pirate crew. Roger laughed heartily, raising his hands and shouting boldly. The next moment, a loud shout drowned out Roger's voice. Finally we can fight, Barrett exclaimed excitedly, changing his previously silent demeanor. At this moment, at Marine headquarters, Marineford, amidst the ruins, the battle between Rocks and the two elderly men, the blonde and the bespectacled one, grew increasingly relaxed. After a prolonged resistance, the stamina of the two elders was nearing its limit. In this disadvantageous situation, Rock's attacks could no longer be fully defended against, and wounds began to appear on their bodies. "You old fools, let us see how long you can hold out." Rocks continued his assault, a cold smile appearing on his face. The two old men gritted their teeth in silence, desperately resisting the attacks. Step by step, they could not help but retreat, blood dripping from air. The other three elders, seeing their companions in an increasingly dangerous situation, could only feel powerless anger. Caught up in the entanglement with Yulu, Haki, and Whitebeard, the three could not break free and were helpless. The blonde elder and the bespectacled elder became slower in their defense, making Rock's blade seem even swifter in their eyes. Just as the blade was about to fall, a warship suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Boom! With a sound of breaking wind, a white trajectory soared from that warship, shooting towards the shore. In an instant, the white trajectory blocked Rock's blade and pushed the two elders away. This was a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit and a white long robe. Facing Rocks, his calm face revealed a hint of seriousness. With a loud bang, the armed fists collided with the sharp blade, and a strong force rebounded, causing the white-clad man to stagger back to the side of the blonde and bespectacled elders. The two were closing their eyes to recover their stamina, struggling to keep up with Rock's continuous attacks. Seizing the opportunity, they activated the Six Styles' ultimate move, Life Return, to quickly regain their strength. Otherwise, relying solely on the white-clad man would be insufficient to withstand Rocks. Oh, an Admiral's strength from CP0? In such a large CP0, there's only one Admiral. Why not bring a few more? Rocks mocked with a sneer, displaying the aura of a conqueror. 3 Admiral-level powers might be somewhat tricky. However, those two old men were at a disadvantage and not at their peak. If it came down to a fight, Rock's strength would still not be inferior to the 3. Hee. Rock's truly boastful. Lest 3 capture you. The blonde old man and the old man with glasses had nearly recovered their strength and stood up with cold smiles. The man in white stood alongside the two, and their 3 powerful auras intertwined. Watch out! The 3 of them glared fiercely, shouting in unison as they charged at Rocks. Who? Here it comes. That's good. The 3 elders in battle felt a weight lifted off their hearts. With the addition of the man in white, they couldn't say they would definitely take down Rocks, but at least they could contend with him. They no longer had to face the previous situation of being beaten back without the power to fight back, even facing life-threatening danger. In contrast, Yulu, Haki, and Newgate reacted completely differently. The strongest shield, CP0, indeed possessed the combat power of a general. Yulu and the old man in the white robe briefly clashed blades before separating. Then he glanced over, raising an eyebrow. He had seen many great commanders in battle, but this was his first encounter with CP0. However, being called the strongest must mean they had substantial strength. Just as the rumor suggested, the CP0 organization was deeply hidden. It was known to have the strength of a great commander, but the specifics were unknown. Immediately, Yulu focused on the battle. The situation with Rocks was none of his concern. 3 great commanders were nothing to worry about. At least from Yulu's observation, Rocks was still fighting, with his Haki released and Conqueror's Haki swirling, and he hadn't even made a move yet. His unfathomable strength was evident, and so far on the sea, apart from the person among the flowers, perhaps only Rocks could single-handedly confront 3 great commanders. After being surprised, Haki and Newgate quickly threw themselves into the fight. The moving warship finally reached Crescent Bay, where a group of bizarre, almost human-like soldiers emerged from the ruins, charging towards the distant pirates. These soldiers had various mechanical weapons on their limbs. They were humanoid weapons from the Science Division, mechanically modified to enhance individual combat capabilities. As expected, the capabilities of these humanoid weapons were somewhat unexpected. The pirates were caught off guard in battle against them. Except for the capable captains, the crew suffered some injuries. What the hell? Are they human or ghost? These mechanical weapons were quite troublesome, spewing fire and electrifying people. Faced with unfamiliar opponents, although they weren't defeated, they struggled to hold their ground, and the captains couldn't help but curse. The physical quality of these soldiers was just at the level of ordinary crew members, and some were even inferior. However, with the addition of mechanical weapons, they compensated for their physical shortcomings and overwhelmed the pirate crew in individual combat capabilities. This operation perfectly illustrated how technology alters strength, and Yulu couldn't help but reflect upon it. The observing Ling Ling and Kaido also took notice. Ling Ling saw their attacks, with flames and lightning reminiscent of her own, frowning in extreme displeasure. With a slash from her sword, she charged in, and Kaido, clutching his wound, followed with his kanabo. They were being brutally beaten by the old man in the white robe, forcing them to silently watch the fight. With a belly full of anger. Can't beat the great commanders, but can't we deal with you strange little minions? Kaido endured the pain from his wound, his robust body crashing through and sending a humanoid weapon flying. What is going on? That has some serious durability. Kaido felt a tingling pain in his arm and couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, he didn't think too much and continued to vent his frustrations. Ling Ling's flames and thunder continuously surged towards the humanoid weapons, but they were surprisingly blocked, which infuriated her. Legwell, taking advantage of the gap in attacks, she unleashed another slash, determined to release her pent-up anger. But suddenly, two figures sprang out from among the humanoid weapons. With a clang, the two figures joined forces to block her strike, causing both to stagger back, leaving deep footprints on the ground. How is that possible? Ling Ling was slightly surprised. These two didn't seem strong enough to block her attack. Their mechanical arms seemed to be made of sea prism stone. Kaido leaned closer, pondering and speaking in a deep voice so that it's sea prism stone. Ling Ling's expression shifted as she looked at the two in the distance. Their mechanical arms were indeed different from the other soldiers, and there were no visible marks on the surface. No wonder they dared to take her head on. She had thought they were quite strong, but it turned out they were just relying on the hardness of the sea prism stone. From the footprints on the ground, it was evident that their bodies weren't in great shape either. Ling Ling, I'm not a devil fruit user. Let me handle them. Kaido, despite his rough demeanor, considered that Ling Ling was a devil fruit user and proactively stepped forward. Let us do it this way. I'll take care of the minions, and you deal with them. Ling Ling didn't refuse and decisively accepted, turning to change the battlefield. She was a devil fruit user, and sea prism stone specifically countered her. Encountering it would render her powerless. Although Ling Ling was much stronger than those two humanoid weapons in battle, as long as she came into contact with sea prism stone, no matter how powerful she would be at their mercy. At her young and beautiful age, she hadn't had enough children yet, so it was safer to be cautious. Ling Ling controlled her flames and thunder, her sword radiating energy as she fought fiercely alongside the pirates. Thunder 8 trigrams. The two, seeing Ling Ling move away, immediately wanted to chase after her, but were intercepted by Kaido. The three were forced into a fierce battle, with Kaido pressing the two down with his kanabo. The only advantage they had, the sea prism stone mechanical arms, were rendered completely ineffective. The old man in the white robe noticed this scene during the fight, his face turning red with anger. This wave of humanoid weapons had finally provided some advantage, only to have it shattered in an instant. Hey, old man, what are you thinking? Take this. Yulu muttered something deliberately, and Leash's blade suddenly jerked upwards. The sword energy, emanating with electric light, struck towards the opponent's throat. The old man in the white robe, with his observation Haki, was always aware of Yulu's attack. He leaned back to dodge the electric sword energy. Taking advantage of his body's inertia, the old man performed a few backflips and created distance between himself and Yulu. After a full burst of energy, the old man was panting heavily, clearly showing a decline in stamina. In contrast, Yulu remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. The old man's moves had all been used, yet Yulu had blocked them all, appearing completely at ease. The old man's stamina was truly lacking, and the time was almost up. Yulu watched the old man panting and knew that his stamina was running low. He thought to himself that since the attack on the Navy headquarters and the subsequent battle, quite a bit of time had passed. During this time, a CP0 general had already rushed over. Steelbone Kong and the three admirals should also be hurrying back. Yuru won't fight endlessly. That would fall into the trap of the world government. Old man, stop pretending. You've used life return. Your stamina should have recovered a bit. Moments later, the standoff was interrupted, and the aura around Yuru began to change. The old man in the white robe had an ugly expression, his mouth muscles twitching violently, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was indeed secretly recovering his stamina, but being exposed by Yuru left him speechless. He had risked everything in this battle, not letting any opportunity slip by. Then take another move from me. Yulu ignored the old man's reaction, and at this moment his aura changed. The sharp sword intent surged, and the domineering colors might condensed into the sword intent, not exploding over a large area, but rather concentrating at one point. The two wills fused into one, creating a strong sense of crisis. Yulu spoke without reason, indicating there was no need to toy with him. This should be his ultimate move. Indeed, he was a monster. The old man in white felt a shiver in his heart, and subconsciously became tense. Bang! Yulu unleashed the razor, and the air was shattered, transforming into a streak of black lightning that shot towards the old man in white robes. With a whoosh, Yuro appeared above the white-robed old man, covered in armed color, with the flickering electric light of Reich, and fiercely slashed down at the old man. The electric sword aura tore through the air, causing a stinging sensation on the white-robed old man's face. While he remained vigilant, doubts filled his mind. Although this sword aura was strong, it did not make him feel threatened. Could it be that Yuro was just bluffing? As thoughts flowed, the white-robed old man charged forward, unleashing his domineering aura and swordsmanship to the fullest. In the air, the airflow raged, with white sword energy and black electric sword energy approaching each other from above and below. Hee at that moment, a cold laugh sounded, and a smirk appeared at the corner of Yuro's mouth. The extremely condensed sword intent activated the Conqueror's Haki, and two streams of black energy flowed from Yuro's hands to wrap around Reich, enveloping the blade. In an instant, Reich's aura surged explosively, with black electric arcs crackling. The condensation of the Conqueror's Haki made the sharp sword intent particularly piercing, adding a heavy pressure like a mountain. Suddenly, the blade of Reich, in the old man's observation Haki, carried an overwhelming might akin to Mount Tai. What is this? The Conqueror's Haki is entwined. The white-robed old man was taken aback, letting out a horrified roar as the domineering and fierce attack grew larger in his pupils. Damn it, I have to go all out. The attack was right before him, and he couldn't care less about anything else. The old man roared in fury. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. Even if he didn't resist, he couldn't dodge it. Boom! The two blades crossed in midair, colliding, causing a loud explosion as the air burst and the airflow rolled back, wreaking havoc across the heavens and earth. A mass of black energy appeared between the two blades, flashing with black electric arcs. At the moment of collision, the old man felt the oppressive weight of a mountain pressing down on him. The concentrated Conqueror's Haki, focused into a single point, could not be resisted by even the strongest defense. Bang! The old man was struck by the gigantic force, his body plummeting towards the ground, and even his consciousness became momentarily hazy. What is going on with this Yuro? He actually has the Conqueror's Haki entwined. The terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki faded in an instant, and the four old men glanced over, witnessing an unbelievable scene. Among them and the Rocks faction, this was the first instance of someone using the Conqueror's Haki entwined. They seldom used Conqueror's Haki, so among the five, although they had a high level of strength, they had not mastered advanced application techniques. From what they knew, only 3 people could use the Conqueror's Haki entwined, including Rocks. Even Haki and Whitebeard probably had not mastered it yet. However, the current Yuro not only controlled it freely, but also wielded immense power. The strike with the Conqueror's Haki entwined directly sent the white-robed old man plummeting like a kite with a severed string, with blood spraying out and leaving a red trail in the air. At the same time, Haki, Whitebeard, and Rocks also noticed it. Gulalala, what a kid Yuro is. What a Conqueror's Haki entwined. Whitebeard Newgate was stunned. He was genuinely shocked. He had only recently mastered the Conqueror's Haki entwined and knew how difficult it was to achieve. After over a year of training, he finally succeeded, but Yuro had quietly mastered it without a word. After so many years at sea, his innate talent was exceptional. However, compared to monsters, he truly paled in comparison. Jekakek, as expected of Yuro, truly surprised me. Golden Lion Shiki, separating from the suited old man, laughed unexpectedly, feeling happy for Yuro. Deep inside, however, he felt anxious, his emotions slightly complicated. His strength was progressing, and so was Yuro's. He never expected Yuro would get ahead of him and master the Conqueror's Haki entwined first. Unbeknownst to him, Yuro's strength had been leading him since the last great battle. Ha 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 ha! In another battlefield, Rocks was in high spirits, laughter echoing endlessly. He activated the flowing cherry blossom Haki, enhancing his might even further. And as his swordsmanship and Haki combined, his combat power grew fiercer with each battle. Even with the addition of CP0's generals, Rocks fought 3 against 1 and still maintained the upper hand against the 3 generals' combat power. The white-clothed man and the 2 old men could only cooperate to fend off and search for opportunities to counterattack. Just as the white-robed old man was about to hit the ground, Yuro unexpectedly struck again. Ing! Reich seemed to sense Yuro's will, trembling slightly and emitting a sword chant. Reich, let's see if we can take him out with one sword. Yulu gently caressed the blade, murmuring to himself as the sword intent surged. Boundless sword energy coalesced, and on the pitch-black sharp blade, a chilling gleam flickered. Azure dragons chant flowing water. Hey! Yulu lightly stepped into the air, his figure becoming blurry, as if merging into the atmosphere. In an instant, Yulu vanished from sight, and within everyone's line of sight. A blue sword energy dragon coiled imposingly in the air. The blue sword energy dragon, with its aura dispersing, caused the surrounding air to tremble, resembling a sword's chant and a dragon's roar. The massive sword energy dragon stirred the air, charging straight towards the old man in white robes. Damn pirates, stop right there! Under everyone's attention, Yulu's sword technique struck again, its might surpassing before. Even a fool could tell what he intended to do. The golden-haired old man's expression changed drastically, letting out an angry roar, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Seeing his old friend in a life-and-death crisis, the golden-haired old man made up his mind to rush over. How could Rocks allow him to succeed? He flashed in front of him and unleashed a powerful blow. With a bang, one strike blocked the golden-haired old man, forcing him to stumble back. A poker-faced dog and two old fools. You're not going anywhere. Your opponent is me. Rocks sneered, his top-tier conqueror's Haki locking onto the three of them, crushing forward. He would never let the golden-haired old man rescue the old man in white robes. Rocks would rather see the 5 elders dead. Moreover, under his offensive pressure, the golden-haired old man was too occupied to care about others. It seemed he felt despair deeply enough, thinking that my strength was only this much. Oof. Rocks coldly snorted, releasing his conqueror's Haki, enveloping it with a fierce aura as he charged at the three. This was top-tier conqueror's Haki. The golden-haired old man and the bespectacled old man unleashed their advanced conqueror Haki, resisting Rock's overwhelming and suffocating presence. The suited man had not awakened conqueror's Haki and could only stand slightly behind. We can't worry about that much. Focus on holding Rocks back. Trust him. The calm, bespectacled old man scolded as Rocks charged forward. Like the golden-haired old man, he wanted to save the old man in white robes. But the situation did not allow it. They were powerless. Furthermore, Rocks seemed to have become even stronger, which put immense pressure on him. The golden-haired old man appeared unwilling but could only nod. The three began to fight Rocks. The long-bearded old man and the suited old man were also thoroughly entangled with Shiki and Newgate, unable to break free. All this happened in the blink of an eye. And the sword energy dragon was now mere inches away from the old man in white robes. In another moment, it would devour the old man in white robes, severely injuring him even if it didn't kill him. As the sword energy dragon charged, the old man in white robes regained his composure. However, the impact from Yulu's previous strike was immense. He had yet to release the force from his body, and now he wanted to dodge but couldn't move. The sword energy dragon reflected in the old man's pupils grew larger and larger. Damn it, move. Move, damn it. The descending old man in white robes felt a bone-chilling coldness, his hair standing on end with cold sweat. But he was unwilling to give up. His face contorted in rage, his heart roaring as he summoned the last of his strength to break free from the mountain-like impact. The deafening sword chant and dragon roar surged forward, sharp sword energy hitting him head-on, leaving the old man's white robe covered in sword marks. Move, damn it! The sword energy dragon was upon him, and under the threat of death, the old man in white robes fought for his life, letting out a furious roar to the heavens, blood spraying from his teeth. At the last moment, with a crack, it was as if shackles shattered, and he regained control of his body, suddenly feeling reborn. Summoning his last bit of strength, he stepped forward and leaped upward, narrowly avoiding the sword energy dragon. Ha ha! I dodged it! I dodged it! The old man in white robes, in a disheveled state, was utterly exhausted, his voice hoarse as he laughed maniacally, showing signs of madness. Having lived to this age, he had never encountered such a situation, his heart racing as if death itself had descended, and he was still filled with lingering fear. The other 4 old men were constantly watching their old friend. Seeing him safe and sound, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, the sword chant and dragon roar resounded through the skies once more, accompanied by Yulu's voice. This ends here. These simple 4 words sounded like a magical incantation, captivating hearts and minds. The sword energy dragon moved, changing its trajectory. The massive dragon head lifted, its body twisting, creating a fierce wind. The exhausted old man in white robes had no strength to resist, feeling the sharpness behind him, even unable to turn around in time. In an instant, as he turned, he was engulfed by the sword energy dragon, its massive body passing by, the the sharp sword energy slicing through. The silence of Marineford was shattered by the sound of blood splattering. The sword energy dragon completely pierced through the old man in white robes, slowly dissipating, revealing Yuluo's figure. He stood in the air, his expression calm, eyes indifferent, moving his right hand slightly. The Reich spun and was gently flicked to the side. The blood staining the blade of Reich dripped slowly from the tip. Behind Yuluo, the old man in white robes wore a horrified expression, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if frozen in time. With the blood dripping from the blade of Reich, the old man in white robes plummeted heavily to the ground. The impact from the fall created a deep pit in the ground, debris and dust flying everywhere. The already ravaged Marineford showed even more cracks, hinting at a collapse. The stunned pirates, along with the remaining humanoid soldiers, seemed to feel the earth shake, snapping back to reality. Did you feel that? The ground is trembling violently. This insignificant matter was overshadowed by the fact that Yuluo's cadre had severely injured the 5 elders. Yuluo's sword energy dragon actually raised its head in the end. Incredible. The captains and crew members were utterly shocked, forgetting the weapons in their hands, exchanging glances and murmuring. In contrast, the scientific department's soldiers were dwindling, and upon seeing the 5 elders defeated, they directly lost their fighting spirit. Some soldiers even trembled in fear, the might of the sword energy dragon leaving them in awe. Is this Yuluo's strength? Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were dumbfounded, the scene in their minds lingering. Charlotte Linlin was merely shocked, while Kaido felt bitter and powerless. Together, he and Linlin struggled to withstand a blow from the old man in white robes, yet Yuluo single-handedly defeated him with ease. Moreover, Kaido was clear that this was not Yuluo's full strength. He had not used his abilities from start to finish. The 4 old men had never anticipated such a turn of events. The old man in white robes had already dodged. Yet who would have known that the sword energy dragon would suddenly raise its head and turn back? Ah, you're dead. Seeing his old comrade severely injured and fallen, the hot-tempered, golden-haired old man felt a surge of anger flooding his mind, going berserk. What kind of monster is this Yuluo? The elderly man with glasses was equally furious, but he was much calmer than the blonde elder. However, his face was flushed with anger, and it seemed he was struggling to contain himself. The other 2 elders had grim expressions, their moods extremely heavy, and they even felt a hint of despair. They had originally planned to rely on the white-robed elder to quickly deal with the others and then support them. Unexpectedly, the white-robed elder was the first to be severely injured, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unknown if he was alive or dead. Even though they tried their best to confront Yuluo, they realized at this moment that they had still underestimated him. Aside from Rocks facing 3 opponents alone, Yuluo's ability to defeat the white-robed elder before Shiki and Newgate was enough to demonstrate that his strength was superior to that of Shiki and Newgate. Even Shiki and Newgate, when facing any of the 5 elders, could contend and even gain the upper hand, but defeating them was impossible. Within the Rocks Pirates, Yuluo's current strength was second only to Rocks. Shiki and Newgate, fighting with all their might, felt as if their eyes were about to pop out, and their hearts were struggling to cope. The shockwave of the Conqueror's Haki had not yet dissipated when an even more explosive force hit them. Shiki and Newgate exchanged glances filled with resentment, wanting to say something to Yuluo, but found themselves unable to speak. Euro, can't you be a little more low-key? We are in the midst of battle, not watching your personal show. Let's focus on fighting for a while. However, Euro's strength spurred Shiki and Whitebeard, igniting their competitive spirits. During the battle, Shiki and Whitebeard exerted themselves to the fullest, their fighting spirit reaching new heights, and their combat power actually grew stronger as the battle progressed. The originally evenly matched sides began to shift, with Shiki and Whitebeard subtly gaining the upper hand. After entering a berserk state, the blonde elder directly abandoned defense and launched reckless attacks against Rocks, caring little for his injuries. The suited man noticed this and looked at the bespectacled elder, who sighed and nodded solemnly. The bespectacled elder knew that the blonde elder was fighting desperately. At this moment, the balance of power had tilted toward the pirates. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to hold out until the Navy arrived to justify the price they had paid. Rocks were all in. The 3 surrounded Rocks, attacking wildly, their faces turning ferocious and terrifying. They were almost at their limit, and before the Navy could return, they could only struggle desperately. Risking their lives was worth it. Compared to their earlier cautious defense, their all-out offense was clearly more effective, significantly reducing Rock's pressure. Although the 3 sustained injuries, These minor wounds had little effect on them amid the clash of attacks. Huh, now that is more like it. With the resolute fighting spirit of the three, Rock's own fighting spirit surged, and he finally felt the pressure. A maniacal grin spread across Rock's face. They had already reserved victory in this grand battle. In the face of Rocks, even if the three risked their lives, the outcome would not change in the slightest. The blade gleamed with sharpness. The top-level conqueror's Haki erupted like thunder in a clear sky. With a sinister smile on his face and red light in his eyes, Rocks boldly charged at the three. Rocks clenched his left fist and swung it at the three, a domineering shockwave bursting forth. This move utilized the external application of armament Haki, known as flowing cherry blossom Haki. With a loud bang, the combined attack of the three was blocked by an invisible barrier. They were not surprised, but became even more frenzied. Once their offensive stopped, they would surely be injured, so they continued to attack. However, Rocks was faster, using both hands. The long sword wrapped in Conqueror's Haki slashed forward, its crimson sharpness bursting forth, directly breaking the trio's assault, with the nearest blonde elder being struck down. Rock's Conqueror's Haki was more ferocious than Yuro's. The impact of the top-level Conqueror's Haki smashed the blonde elder to the ground, embedding him brutally into the earth. Suddenly, the overwhelming and terrifying force was unleashed. Whether it was Conqueror's Haki or armament Haki, both were of the highest caliber. The bespectacled elder's expression changed dramatically as he watched Rock's combat power explode, instantly sending the blonde elder flying. The ground shattered, dust scattering, making it impossible to see the blonde elder, who was likely gravely injured. The bespectacled elder and the suited man immediately felt the pressure increase. Rocks would not stop his assault just because the blonde elder was injured and absent. Sword energy slashed, flowing cherry blossom Haki, and Conqueror's Haki pressure followed one after another. The bespectacled elder and the suited man struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating continuously, their bodies already covered in wounds. Calm and composed, Rocks raised his long sword again. The Conqueror's Haki swirling around, intending to injure another person. Not good. The retreating bespectacled elder's pupils constricted sharply, his expression changing drastically, filled with panic. If this strike landed, he wouldn't fare any better than the blonde elder. Seeing the Conqueror's Haki entwined and the long sword descending, the suited man gritted his teeth and bravely stepped in front of the bespectacled elder. Six Styles' secret technique, life burn. The suited man's gaze was resolute, and he let out a roar as his aura suddenly surged. A large amount of white gas appeared, enveloping the suited man as he boldly faced the swirling Conqueror's Haki. The bespectacled elder's heart trembled, and he raised his left hand slightly, wanting to pull back the suited man, but ultimately retracted it. Life burn was a forbidden technique among the Six Styles, consuming the user's life to temporarily enhance physical functions for a surge in power. The more life burned, the stronger the surge. Conversely, the less burned, the weaker it became. The suited man burned his life, and if facing other enemies, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but against Rocks, no matter how much life he burned, he was unlikely to escape death. The bespectacled elder's expression was complicated. There was no turning back, so he quickly retreated to a distance. The blade wrapped in Conqueror's Haki violently struck the suited man. Had it been high-level Conqueror's Haki, he might have been able to withstand it, but it was top-level Conqueror's Haki. Bang! The white mist surrounding the suited man, after holding for a few seconds, finally collapsed under the burden and dissipated. Boom! Rock's long sword flicked, and the tangible impact of Conqueror's Haki sent the suited man flying into the air. In the next moment, a sinister grin appeared on his face as the sword energy flowed along the blade, and he vanished from his spot. With a soft sound, a flash of sword light passed through, and a faint sound echoed as the weak suited man's head was severed from his body. Clatter! A rain of blood fell from the sky as the suited man crashed to the ground, his head rolling far away before finally stopping. Aside from the sounds of battle, everyone was silent, burning life to enhance combat power. Yuro looked at the man in the suit with great interest. However, his Six Styles were only at an advanced application level, and he had not yet encountered such forbidden techniques. Rocks, you bastard! The old man with blonde hair had just stood up when he witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger. Although the identity of the man in the suit was not as significant as that of his old partner, the old man in the white robe, he had fought alongside him, willing to burn his life to protect the old man with glasses. Moreover, as an admiral-level combatant, each one was extremely precious to the world government and difficult to cultivate. Losing an admiral-level combatant was not only a matter of face, but also a significant loss of combat power. Rocks had killed the man in the suit, and then directly turned to look at the old man with glasses. "Rocks, how dare you?" The old man with blonde hair staggered as he suddenly saw this scene, roaring with rage. Facing Rocks alone, the old man with glasses would definitely not be able to withstand it. Immediately, the old man with blonde hair endured the pain and soared into the air to charge forward. At that moment, a gust of wind came, and a flashing blade tip stabbed at him from the side. The old man with blonde hair had no time to dodge and instead threw a punch. Clang! The arm-color fist collided with the blade tip, causing the old man with blonde hair to retreat a few steps. "Ah, Yuru, dare to block me? You're seeking death." Yulu's sudden arrival drove the blonde old man to lose his reason. If he couldn't rush over in time, the bespectacled old man would be in grave danger. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. No matter how strong Yulu was, he had to fight his way over at all costs. Without saying a word, the blonde old man charged forward, hammering away with all his might. It looked impressive, but in reality, it was chaotic and unstructured. Yuru glanced at Rocks, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Following that, he moved agilely, responding with ease. Rocks' terrifying strength likely surpassed that of an admiral. Facing 3 opponents, he had already killed one, and the blonde old man could clearly sense that their offensive had weakened significantly. Such a noticeable cost, even if he wasn't heavily injured. Would he be far from it? Haki and Newgate were shaken, as the fierce battle had finally claimed a life, a powerful admiral. Rocks was able to suppress 3 opponents single-handedly, which was already absurdly strong. Suddenly erupting, he injured one and then forcefully killed another. Truly invincible. Was Rocks' strength an endless pit? He then looked towards Yuru, who was engaged in combat with the blonde old man. Yuru and Rocks had already defeated their opponents, while Haki and Newgate were not willing to fall behind. The long-bearded old man and the suited old man felt a wave of despair wash over them as emotions of hopelessness began to spread. The two had been searching for an opportunity to escape, but Haki and Newgate were too troublesome to shake off. In the end, not only did they fail to escape, but their focus wavered, allowing Haki and Newgate to exploit their openings. In a battle of equal strength, Haki and Newgate began to suppress them. The bespectacled old man, facing Rocks alone, let out a slow breath, his eyes filled with determination as he gripped his long sword, facing Rocks fearlessly. "Old man, it's your turn." Rocks pressed forward step by step, his Crimson Conqueror's Haki spreading along his right hand and enveloping the sword. The aura emanating from him was like that of an ancient beast, the red light in his eyes locking onto the bespectacled old man. The bespectacled old man's eyes were dull. He had already resigned himself to death, seeing no hope alone. Since he was bound to die anyway, he intended to make Rocks pay before he did. Just as the bespectacled old man was about to burn his life, Rocks halted, his momentum dissipating. His speed? Faster than expected. Rocks felt a stir in his heart, his expression returning to normal as he looked towards the horizon of the sea, raising an eyebrow and murmuring. As the captain of the pirate crew, Rocks decisively turned back to the ground, no longer paying attention to the bespectacled old man. "Haki, lower the ship. It's time to go." Lingling, Kaido, get the crew on board quickly. Rocks slashed with his sword, eliminating the remaining humanoid weapons and swiftly issuing commands. "Haha, old man. I'll definitely cut you down next time. Gwahaha. Let's leave the outcome for another day." Haki and Newgate decisively retreated after forcing back their opponents and moved to Rock's side. The massive ship slowly descended as Lingling and Kaido organized the pirates to board quickly. Haki and Newgate stood ready, preventing any sudden attacks from the old man. The sudden shift in the situation jolted the blonde old man's mind awake. Seeing Rocks, Newgate, and Haki all retreat, only Yuru remained entangled with him. "Come help me, capture Yuru." The blonde old man felt a surge of anger, awakening the 3 old men. Then, their previously chaotic attacks began to connect in an orderly fashion as they desperately clung to Yuru, fearing he would escape. The long-bearded old man and the suited old man felt a sense of relief upon seeing Haki and Newgate retreat. They clearly understood the situation, despite their extremely grim expressions. They did not pursue. With CP0's suited man dead, the white-robed old man severely injured and unconscious, and even the soldier from the science division wiped out, only the 2 of them remained, the bespectacled old man and the blonde old man. Given Rock's strength, it was impossible for them to delay until the Navy arrived. Even if Rocks and his crew were to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The bespectacled old man was drenched in cold sweat, still shaken, as if he had just returned from the brink of death, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. It must be said that Rock's killing intent made him feel like he was facing certain death. Did we, the five of us, come here in person only to face defeat in the end? Rocks was an unfathomable powerhouse, perhaps only that certain individual could defeat him directly. And the new officer Yuru was a humanoid monster, a threat second only to Rocks. If they couldn't deal with him this time, they would surely face endless troubles in the future, a deep sense of powerlessness spreading in the hearts of the three. Come help me, capture Yuru. Just then, the old partner's roar echoed in their ears, deafening and piercing their minds. The three old men jolted, their bodies shivering as they regained their senses. The fear on their faces flickered away. They had been caught in a trance. If it weren't for the blonde old man's timely shout, they might have missed a great opportunity. They looked at Yuru, who was engaged in battle, then glanced at Rocks, only to find him indifferent, his expression chillingly calm. The long-bearded old man and the suited old man instinctively looked at the bespectacled old man, their eyes filled with inquiry. Rock's calm demeanor and his disregard for the situation made the two extremely cautious. The bespectacled old man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded, making a significant decision. Yuru's strength is indeed formidable, but with the four of them attacking together, if Rocks doesn't intervene, he doesn't believe Yuru can withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, the three rushed forward, their figures turning into afterimages, charging from three directions. Captain Rocks, are we really not going to help? Whitebeard Newgate's expression was serious, his palms sweating. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in anger. If it weren't for Rock's words, he would have charged in long ago. Shiki and Newgate couldn't help but worry about Yuru. After all, it was the combat power of 4 admirals, while Rocks was just one. Don't worry. Yuru doesn't intend to fight to the death. He wants to test his limits. Rocks was perceptive, a smile appearing on his face as he watched Yuru with a glimmer in his eyes. Shiki's mind turned. This also aligned with Yuru's character, being arrogant and seeing no rivals. Soon, his anger subsided, and he quietly observed the battle alongside Newgate and Rocks. The 3 elders' figures drew trajectories in the air, getting closer to Yuru. Adding the golden-haired elder, the 4 formed an encirclement from the east, south, west, and north. Come on, haha. Yuru's observation Haki sensed the approach of the 3 and became excited, unable to help but laugh wildly. Did he really think he was Rocks? Yuru so arrogant. You will pay the price. The old man with golden hair saw the opportunity and swiftly retreated. His face darkened as he shouted angrily. Facing the 4 of them attacking, Yuru's arrogant reaction infuriated the golden-haired old man. However, this was not the time for impulsiveness. He couldn't take down Yuru by himself. They needed to strike simultaneously to have a sure chance of capturing Yuru before Rocks could react. The 3 old men arrived in an instant, their figures not pausing at all as they entered Yuru's predetermined range. Yuru's eyes shone brightly, his fighting spirit rising fervently. Facing the combined strength of the 4 generals, Yuru felt his blood boil, his mind stirred, and he was fearless. He wanted to experience the combined power of the 4 generals. Although their combat power had decreased significantly, whether due to injuries or fatigue, they were still not to be underestimated. It was a perfect opportunity to test his limits and earn rewards for completing his mission. If he could defeat a few more, the rewards would surely be even greater. Yuru, come and die. The 4 elders launched their attack, roaring in unison as they charged forward. Boom! For powerful energies erupted, forming a square shape that surrounded Yuru in the center. Bang! Bang! The air exploded, and the airflow surged violently, creating a vortex of wind. The 4 elders unleashed their fierce assault. 3 domineering fist prints and a flash of cold blade light attacked him. Captain Rocks, can Yuru withstand this? The combat power of the 4 generals is formidable, and it's still not too late for them to strike. This astonishing scene made Shiki and Newgate unable to sit still. If it were one of them, they would be seriously injured or worse. Their fate wouldn't be any better than that of the white-robed elder. Why are you 2 so anxious? Just look at Yuru's composure. Just watch the battle quietly. Rocks said with a smirk, as if he were the one being besieged. Hearing this, Shiki and Newgate had no choice but to obediently observe, their bodies always ready to rush in if Yuru was in danger. The captain and crew on the ship were also shocked, eagerly hoping that Yuru could deliver a surprise. Where did Yuru get this confidence? Kaido stood behind Lingling, his eyes filled with astonishment, muttering to himself. Yuro's perversion and strength are absolutely recognized by Kaido, and he has fully accepted it. However, when faced with the attacks of the four elders, he couldn't convince himself that Yuro could withstand them. Haha! The wait is finally over. Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Open for me. Accompanied by Yuro's wild shout, his robes moved without wind, and the long-accumulated momentum surged into the sky. The Azure Lotus Earth Fire appeared out of thin air, transforming into a vortex that rapidly expanded, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. With a wave of heat sweeping through the sky, under Yuro's powerful compression, the Azure Lotus Earth Fire burned intensely, directly neutralizing most of the Elder's full-force attack. Not good. Retreat, retreat. The glasses-wearing Elder's face changed dramatically. Without time to make any decisions, he had to withdraw immediately. The other three were the same, instinctively avoiding its sharp edge. But it was too sudden, and it was too late. The surging Azure Fire vortex directly engulfed the four of them, expanding several dozen meters, wrapping them all up. Damn it, we miscalculated. The azure flames, the terrifying temperature. The silent Marineford echoed with the struggling voices of the four elders in everyone's ears. Lord Yuro is so powerful. All four old men's attacks were neutralized, and they were swallowed up. Even the temperature of the air began to rise. The crew on the pirate ship witnessed Yuro's might, able to withstand the four elders with one strike. Moreover, from the elders' voices, it seemed that enduring Yuro's azure flames was not pleasant at all. All the crew members were shocked, their eyes revealing awe, each feeling that Yuro was simply extraordinary. The previously anxious Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate also had their worries dispelled. Gururala, I almost forgot. Yuro's flame ability has truly terrifying temperatures. Whitebeard Newgate patted his head and laughed relaxedly for a while. Since the start of the great battle, Yuluo has not used flames, relying solely on swordsmanship and Haki. This made Newgate almost forget that Yuluo still had a trump card to unleash. This trump card is, of course, the nature-type Devil Fruit, the ability of the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire, which has such a high temperature that even he is quite wary of it. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. So that's what it's called, and it's quite fitting. The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes sparkled as he pondered over it, feeling that this name is excellent. Yuro's blue flame ability left a deep impression on him. It was how Yuro managed to defeat him. The so-called Blue Lotus Earth Fire is one of the strongest trump cards. In the entire Rocks Pirates, including Rocks himself, no one would deny the power of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. A faint smile hung on Rock's face as he silently watched the distant battlefield. The vast blue fire whirlpool rapidly spun and expanded, engulfing the four elders. At the moment, they were submerged by the blue fire. The intense burning pain made the four elders feel like their minds were about to shatter. It was as if they were enveloped by the flames of death. Driven by this mental agitation, the four elders subconsciously erupted, fully activating their armed color Haki, completely covering their bodies. This was barely enough to withstand the burning, but the high temperature and the evaporation of moisture within their bodies consumed almost all of the little stamina they had left, and their current state was far from comfortable. The blue fire whirlpool spread outwards, passing over the four elders, forming a continuous and unending swirling vortex of flames. Yuro and the four elders were surrounded in the center of the vortex, invisible to outsiders, while the crew watched anxiously as their observation Haki extended in. However, as they got closer, a scorching heat wave hit them, and the crew couldn't withstand it, having to retreat. Only Rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, along with Lin and Kaido, could sense the battle situation at the center of the vortex. As the vortex passed, the four elders appeared, looking disheveled and in dire straits. Their clothing was tattered and torn, and their skin appeared slightly charred. Even the elder with the long beard had most of his beard burned away. The four of them, still shaken, retreated directly to the edge of the fiery vortex, distancing themselves from Yuro. We were too careless, neglecting the obvious, the glasses-wearing elder lamented inwardly, wanting to retreat even further, only to realize he had reached the end of his retreat. This Yuro was indeed troublesome. If it weren't for their depleted stamina, they would have surely taken him down just now. The elder in a suit let out a low growl, veins popping on his neck, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But deep down, he also felt a wave of fear. If they ended up like the elder in the white robe, completely exhausted and unable to use their Haki, being consumed by the blue lotus heart fire, what would their fate be? The elder with golden hair and the long-bearded elder remained silent, their expressions dark as they awaited the glasses-wearing elder's decision. The four of them, eager to attack, had overlooked Yuro's seemingly useless signature blue flame ability. Last-ditch effort. In a flash, the glasses-wearing elder's thoughts raced, forcing himself to make a decision. This operation had yielded nothing, and they had suffered heavy losses. If Rocks wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. He didn't want to give up just like that. The lone Yuro in front of them still had a chance if they worked together. The other three elders nodded solemnly in agreement, preparing for the worst. Boom! 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 Just as the four were ready to make their final effort, the light in the heavens suddenly darkened, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The four looked up in shock to see that the clear sky had been replaced by rolling dark clouds, with blue lightning weaving through the layers of clouds. The sudden thunderclouds were overwhelming, leaving the onlookers outside the vortex in stunned silence. Boom! Crackle! Pop! It sounded like a thunderclap. The roaring noise echoed, deafening. A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, crackling and piercing through the air. The distant crew members looked at this scene, grand and imposing, their spirits shaken. Ha, this feels great. Yuro spread his arms, laughed wildly at the sky. As the lightning columns descended and merged into his body, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Breath of thunder. Open! Yuro shouted loudly, his entire aura skyrocketing, his robes billowing as his might swept across the entire arena. Countless arcs of electricity erupted, piercing through the azure fire vortex and shooting outward. The pirates on the ship, along with Lingling and Kaido, watched the earth-shattering scene, feeling the power of the thunder god descending. Their eyes went blank, expressions frozen, completely stunned. Damn it, this kid Yuro actually had a trump card. After recovering from his shock, the Golden Lion Shiki cursed and exited the group chat. What about letting others live? Whitebeard Newgate continued to laugh, though his laughter was less hearty than before. Rocks, well-versed in many things, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He knew a few secret techniques to enhance combat power. He just didn't know if this technique would have any side effects. Yuro was his trump card, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. However, since it had already been unleashed, it was best to observe the changes and later inquire about the situation with Yuro. In the center of the azure fire vortex, the four elders felt a deep sense of Yuro's suddenly increased momentum. The terrifying, oppressive force, akin to the Conqueror's Haki, instantly intimidated the four of them. Secret techniques are secret techniques. How could he possibly? The golden-haired elder was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief, exclaiming in shock. The long-bearded elder and the suited elder also bore expressions of incredulity, as if they had seen a ghost. All the secret techniques of the sea had long been erased by the world government, along with the lost century. The only place where secret techniques existed was deep within Mariewa, among the flowers of Panga City. Even they, the five elders, could not directly practice secret techniques. The six-style forbidden technique of life burning was passed down by that esteemed individual. Damn it, let's go. The glasses-wearing elder cursed, suppressing his shock and amazement as he charged straight toward the vortex entrance. The other three elders followed closely behind, soaring into the sky at the fastest speed. Originally, the four had little confidence, only able to fight desperately. Now that Yuro had used a secret technique, his momentum increased so much that his strength went without saying. Who knows how strong he had become? Fleeing was the best option. Revenge could wait. There would be plenty of time in the future. Thinking of running? Can you escape? Suddenly, a boisterous voice rang out as Yuro, surrounded by intertwining lightning, coldly gazed at the four elders attempting to flee. Boom! The azure fire vortex stirred, its might rising to another level. It began to shrink rapidly, the central space contracting quickly, once again surging toward the four elders. Charge out with all your might. At this moment, there was no time to consider anything else. The glasses-wearing elder's face turned red, veins bulging, and with a roar, he charged upward with all his strength. The other three elders also let out low growls, straining to push upward. However, Yuro would not allow them to escape. The four elders quickly soared, instantly surpassing Yuro, heading straight for the vortex entrance. Too late, too late. In Yuluo's eyes, brilliant electric sparks flickered, and the thundercut lay across his chest as his left hand gently brushed over the blade. The edge of the thundercut began to pulse with electric light, growing frenzied and chaotic. Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Sealed. Before the words fell, the mouth of the azure fire vortex instantly closed. The only gap sealed shut, transforming the azure fire vortex into a confined space of flames. The intense heat could not escape, flooding the entire space, with the temperature doubling compared to before. All of this happened in an instant, leaving one unable to react. As the mouth of the azure fire vortex closed, it was accompanied by a thunderous roar like a clap of thunder. Breath of Thunder, 7th form. Azure Fire, Thunder God. The azure fire surged explosively, and the lightning crackled and surged, the two responding to each other as they both erupted simultaneously. Yuluo's figure, only to reveal a blue-green divine dragon, intertwining blue fire and lightning, stretching across the sky. The blue fire vortex also dissipated in an instant between heaven and earth. Yuluo's move, the blue fire thunder god, was much more powerful than the previous blue dragon's roar. The usually silent Rocks finally spoke, his words filled with acknowledgement of Yuluo. Golden Lion Haki and Whitebeard Newgate were taken aback by Rocks' words, rarely falling into silence. Rocks was indeed unfathomable. He had been observing Yuluo's every move without speaking. But now, he took the initiative to speak and confirm the power of this move, undoubtedly affirming Yuluo's strength. Haki and Newgate fixed their gazes on the battlefield, their observation Haki constantly monitoring. The much stronger that Rocks mentioned was not just a slight difference for the two of them. After all, the gap between Haki and Newgate and Rocks was evident. They were not on the same level. They were eager to see just how powerful Yuluo's ultimate move really was, facing the combat power of the four admirals. Although they were not in peak condition, if they were to defend with all their might, it would still be formidable. Yuluo, just how far can you go? The azure blue dragon's light reflected in the eyes of the two, shining brilliantly and dazzlingly. Roar! The azure blue dragon spiraled into the sky, with blue flames and lightning swirling, its body dozens of meters long, yet its speed was incredibly fast. Just like lightning streaking across the sky, it flashed by in an instant, a blinding light bursting forth, causing everyone to squint their eyes, feeling as if the entire sky was filled with flashes. It was at this moment that the azure blue dragon devoured the four men, its dozens of meters long body sweeping past the four elders. A series of painful cries echoed through the sky. Clang! Immediately after, the sound of a sword being sheathed marked the end of this move. As the dazzling light dissipated, the group of pirates below slowly opened their eyes. The terrifying aura from before rendered their observation Haki useless. It wasn't until they opened their eyes that the pirates could see the outcome of the battle in the distance. This is too terrifying. Those four old men seem seriously injured. This move is so powerful. If it were us, we would definitely be dead. You idiot. Has your brain short-circuited? Lord Yuluo casually used a move, and we would all be finished. Why would we need this move? The many pirates on the ship, coming back to their senses from a shock, began to exclaim in amazement and discuss among themselves. Standing at the bow of the ship, Kaido wore a stunned expression, his jaw almost dislocating, still completely unaware. Only the intertwining blue fire and lightning, like a fleeting moment, the azure blue dragon replayed continuously in his mind. Next to him, Charlotte Linlin looked extremely shocked, her mouth silent, but deep down, her heart was in turmoil, because her eyes betrayed her. The solar-like brilliance was even more intense than her desire to have children. The crew members standing near Linlin noticed such a gaze and instinctively moved back a bit, silently praying in their hearts. Of course, not for themselves, but for their excellent Lord Yuluo. In the distance, the energy in the air had dissipated, but the surrounding space still lingered with heat, and blue lightning arcs occasionally crackled. High up in the sky, Yuluo had already sheathed his thundercut, with air currents continuously rushing in, his robes billowing as he looked down at the four elders, exuding an air of disdain. The four elders below were in terrible shape, each one looking disheveled, covered in blood, with no intact skin left. Especially on the chests of the four men, there were horizontal scars, flesh and blood completely cut open, exposing their stark white bones. The four gasped heavily. The tremors deep within their souls still had not dissipated. It was as if they were being choked by death, unable to break free for a long time. Suddenly, the golden-haired elder could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Having endured a blow from the conqueror's Haki, he was already heavily injured. Now, with the added pressure, the golden-haired elder's body reached its limit and could no longer withstand it. He fainted from his injuries and fell down, while the other three elders, seeing this, endured the intense pain and hurriedly caught him. The three of them were physically exhausted, blood gushing from their chests, a wave of fatigue washing over them. Unable to hold on, they descended directly placing the unconscious golden-haired elder beside the elder in white robes. Everything that happened was clearly visible to the pirates on the ship, as well as to Lingling, Kaido, Shiki, Whitebeard, and Rocks. Oh my goodness, what a thunder god of blue fire, a divine hammer that takes down four at once. Simply powerful to the heavens. Shiki, the golden lion, stretched his neck, his face still showing a look of shock, completely unconcerned about his image. He muttered incessantly, never once closing his mouth, and the cigar that had just been lit fell to the ground without him noticing. This technique, the thunder god of blue fire, was so fast that even his observation Haki could not fully capture it, indicating just how incredibly swift it was. Moreover, its power was equally fierce. If he were to take it head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. If he was already exhausted, he would definitely have been done for. Gulalala. This kid Yulu truly lives up to the name of a monster. Whitebeard Newgate tightly gripped his Tsongyun cut and, after a moment of distraction, burst into hearty laughter. The disheveled appearance of the four elders pleased Newgate, and he was both shocked and delighted by this move and Yulua's strength. As he sensed the might of the thunder god of blue fire with his observation Haki, he felt more anticipation than surprise. He looked forward to how much damage this thunder god of blue fire could inflict on the four elders. Even though these four elders had little stamina left and their strength had significantly diminished, they were still the combat power of admirals, working together. It shouldn't be too hard for them to withstand, right? Newgate had already gauged it to what he thought was the maximum possibility. Unexpectedly, even so, he still underestimated the thunder god of blue fire and Yulua's strength. In an instant, all four elders were hit, and without exception, their injuries were severe, and, judging by their state, they had already put up their full defenses. Newgate had to admit that Yulua's strength had surpassed his by quite a bit. If he were in Yulua's position, facing four admirals whose stamina was depleted and strength was waning, even if he exerted all his effort, he would likely only be able to hold his ground, let alone gain an upper hand, much less overwhelm them. Ha ha! Rocks laughed wildly. Yulua's immense power and the miserable state of the Gorosei brought him immense joy. Slaughtering the celestial dragons and destroying the world government, Rocks saw endless hope. Suddenly, Rocks' laughter came to an abrupt halt, his gaze staring into the distance, his brow furrowing. The speed of their advance was quite fast. It hadn't been long. Yet they were not far from their destination. It seemed that Quincy had sacrificed his dignity. Yulua, that's enough. Retreat immediately. Rocks called out to Yulua in a low voice, his eyes flashing. Steelbone Kong and the three admirals had long entered his observation Haki's sensing range. The wind god Pteranodon, with its top-notch speed, would reach them in no time. Facing Steelbone Kong and the others now would likely lead to entanglement, which would not be favorable for them. The pirates that had come this time were all elites from the ship. For Rocks, losing even one was a loss. And with the three elders still conscious, if a real battle ensued, they would all become ticking time bombs. Yulua, standing in the air, gently nodded in response and then descended. Rock's decision was not without reason. He must have sensed that the Navy was returning. After all, just before the battle began, Rock's observation Haki had already sensed the Gorosei approaching, while Shiki, Yulu, and Newgate had not. At this moment, the bold Newgate had noticed the situation with a keen eye, his face growing serious and silent. On the contrary, Shiki, fired up, began shouting, "What do you mean, retreat immediately? Captain Rocks, such a great opportunity to kill those 5 old geezers." Shiki's hands gripped his weapons tightly, sharpening them. But upon hearing Rock's words, he suddenly froze. His face was filled with confusion, and he was somewhat unclear about the situation. Retreating was certainly necessary, but was it really so urgent? They could easily kill these 5 defenseless old men and then retreat, couldn't they? Shiki, you fool. Do you need me to explain this? It must be the Navy that's about to return. Newgate sneered at Shiki without holding back. Before Rocks spoke, Newgate had already noticed Rock's subtle expression. With a little thought, one could guess the general situation. Even Yulua, who was far away, could quickly figure it out, while Shiki, standing next to Rocks, was still foolishly unclear about the situation. As one of the combat powers of an admiral and a cadre in the group, he surprisingly lacked the intelligence of a cadre. Other than the golden lion Shiki, there was hardly anyone else. All right, sure enough, upon hearing Newgate's words, the killing intent radiating from Shiki immediately subsided. Shiki was not stupid, just slow to react. He could still distinguish the urgency of the situation. Before coming, Yulua, Shiki, Newgate, and Rocks had devised a plan to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters while also reaping some benefits. They had to retreat before the Navy returned. So they only brought a few elites and never thought of engaging in a full-scale battle with the Navy. Even the Gorosei appearing in person was beyond their expectations. Fortunately, with Yulu and Rocks, the 5 aging combat powers did not stir up much of a storm. The world government was not simple. If the Gorosei were to die, someone would take their place. In the time to come, they still had to prepare for other matters and had no time to deal with them. Rocks had already made plans in his heart, and after speaking, he turned and boarded the ship. Haki and Newgate exchanged glances, appearing helpless. Rock's words still carried great authority. Yuru walked over with a smile on his face, his thoughts swirling inside. He felt there was some truth to what Rocks had said. 40 years later, the next generation of the 5 elders would definitely be stronger than these 5 old men. In the insights of the great swordsman of Yuru, the ability to subdue the cursed sword Kichiro indicates that his swordsmanship is definitely superior to that of the old man in the white robe. If the 5 elder stars were to die today, the world government would surely be enraged. Once the new elder stars take their positions, eager to establish their authority, they might end up causing a major conflict. It also seems that Rocks has some schemes in mind, requiring some preparation time. It appears that the Battle of God Valley is approaching. Haki, Newgate, you go ahead. I'll take care of the aftermath. Yulu remained calm, approached the two, and said with a faint smile, "Gulalala, ha-ha." Haki and Newgate exchanged smiles, patted Yulu on the shoulder, and then leaped onto the ship. Haki activated the float fruit ability, and the large pirate ship slowly ascended into the air, leaving Yulu standing alone on the ruins. Among the 5 elders, the old man in a white robe and the old man with golden hair fainted, leaving only the old man with glasses, the old man with a long beard, and the old man in a suit, who were not seriously injured but were not feeling well either. The 3 sat cross-legged on the ground, urging the return of life to try to stabilize their injuries quickly, but they were incredulously finding that the wounds could only be stopped from bleeding. Whenever the energy prompted the wounds to heal, a burning and numb sensation would come, obstructing the nourishment of the energy. After a while, the injuries had not stabilized, and their physical strength had not recovered. The 3 had gloomy expressions, staring at Rocks, Haki, and Newgate as they boarded the ship, feeling helpless and deeply unwilling. Rock's decision not to kill instead ignited a strong hatred and killing intent in the hearts of the 3. Unfortunately, their physical strength was dwindling, and they could only watch helplessly as Rocks and the others left. Otherwise, they would have charged at them long ago. Suddenly, Yulu's voice drew their attention. "Yule guys, isn't this feeling unpleasant?" Yulu, standing on the ruins, revealed a cold smile and provocatively mocked. "Yulu, you bastard!" The 3's faces darkened, their eyelids twitching with anger, gritting their teeth as they spoke, feeling that no matter how they cursed, it wouldn't be enough. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder why Yulu had not retreated yet. "I want to waste words with you. The Rocks Pirates always follow through on their promises. If we say we will publicly execute the celestial dragons, then we will. However, the location has changed." As Yulu's voice fell, a green fire spread from his left hand, transforming into a long whip that shot into the pirate ship's cabin, pulling down 2 celestial dragons. A series of terrified screams erupted as the 2 celestial dragons fell, crawling on the rubble under Yulu's control. Just as the celestial dragons realized they had landed safely and were about to humbly beg for mercy, a furious roar suddenly echoed. "Yulu, you have gone too far." Yuru's words and actions dispelled the doubts of the 3, all of whom were sharp-minded and quickly understood Yuru's intentions. "Cough, cough, you bastard." The suited elder, infuriated, suddenly stood up and pointed at Yuru, but immediately spat out blood as the previously stopped bleeding wound reopened, filled with endless resentment and rage. The suited elder could only sit down and continue to channel his life force to recover his injuries and stamina. "Saints of the 5 elders." A sudden voice caused the celestial dragons to look up in disbelief. They were clearly in the hands of pirates, yet they could see the saints of the 5 elders. "Saints of the 5 elders, are you here to save us?" "We're going to be saved. We're going to be saved. Ha 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 ha." Immediately, 2 celestial dragons, as if grasping at hope, incoherently begged for help, and for a moment, they seemed a bit deranged. Like flies, they flailed about, completely unaware of the current situation of the 5 elders. The suited elder and the long-bearded elder clenched their fists, their joints cracking with tension, their bodies trembling with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. The bespectacled elder at the forefront, his voice caught in his throat, struggled to close his eyes. The state of the 3 of them could not save the celestial dragons. They could only watch helplessly as the celestial dragons met a tragic end before their eyes. Originally, the impact of the Rocks Pirates' surprise attack on the Navy headquarters would overshadow the public execution of the celestial dragons. The significant blow from this failed operation would put an end to the turmoil faced by the celestial dragons. However, Yuro's actions caused the two major events to overlap. With the celestial dragons dying before their eyes and the five elders standing by without intervening, the pressure on the five elders' minds skyrocketed as news returned to Mariewa. Yulu's actions are truly heartless. It's really annoying. Even dogs are more obedient. Yuro dug in his ear, a look of impatience on his face, and pulled out right to slice down. Puffed, puffed. The barking cries of the two celestial dragons suddenly stopped. The area around Yuro suddenly fell silent. Bang, bang. One strike. Two lives. Two headless corpses fell to the ground, collapsing on the ruins of Marine headquarters, Marineford. Clang! Wright sheathed his sword, and Yuro suddenly raised an eyebrow. The Navy? They return a bit late. This pterosaur of the wind god belongs to Admiral Quincy. He's quite the fighter. In the distance, a massive dark shadow was rapidly moving across the horizon, already within Yuro's observation range. Yuro released his observation Haki and instantly sensed the aura of the fierce beasts, each one possessing the combat power of an admiral, stronger than the five elders. Among them, there was a strong and oppressive presence, emanating the aura of an ancient fierce beast. However, it fluctuated between strong and weak, very unstable. It must be Admiral Quincy, transformed into a wind god pterodactyl, who had been traveling at high speed for a long time, leading to excessive physical exhaustion, making it difficult to maintain his beast form at this moment. Yulua's expression returned to calm as he glanced at the five elders, showing no signs of abnormality. The remaining three elders were struggling to recover from their injuries, too preoccupied to focus on anything else, seemingly unaware that the Navy was about to return. Yuluo didn't have time to linger. He wasn't confident enough to think he could contend with Steelbone Kong and the three generals. With a whoosh, Yuro's body transformed into a blue stream of fire, shooting up into the sky. Seeing Yuro leave, the five elders let out a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. At this moment, their combat power was almost non-existent. As long as Yuro remained, they were on edge, fearing he would unleash a massacre. This operation had resulted in heavy losses for the Rocks Pirates. For the world government, they posed a serious threat. The voice of the bespectacled elder was heavy, his expression still far from relaxed. As the leader of the five elders, he had to maintain an air of authority at all times. The strength of Rocks was unfathomable, and Yuro was the next Rocks. The old man's glasses were nowhere to be found as he gazed in the direction Yuro had departed, his eyes filled with wariness. The elder with a long beard and the one in a suit furrowed their brows, deep in thought, unable to suppress a sigh, feeling a profound sense of defeat. The five elders had been in power for over 30 years, and the Rocks Pirates were the most formidable enemy they had encountered. Moreover, the Rocks Pirates had certain peculiarities. Most pirate crews harbor thoughts of threatening the world government, but their strength is usually mediocre, making it easy to eliminate them. A very few pirate crews possess great strength, but harbor no dangerous thoughts, only plundering the seas without directly confronting the world government. In such cases, they do not pose a threat to the interests of the world government, and only symbolic punitive measures are taken, without extermination. Only the Rocks Pirates managed to rally nearly half of the strong ones on the seas, making them the strongest pirate crew. Captain Rocks, being one of the D-Clan, aspired to slaughter the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. Now that Rocks was this powerful, if another Rocks were to appear, the two strongest combat powers together could match the strength of 6 admirals. Coupled with the high-ranking officers of the Rocks Pirates, such as Whitebeard and Haki, they would be at a disadvantage in high-end combat power. As the 5 elders were filled with worry, the returning Navy was seething with rage. Once the Navy entered Yuro's perception range, proficient in advanced Kinbunchika Haki, they naturally sensed Yuro as well. What infuriated them was that only Yuro's presence remained. The auras of Rocks and the others were completely undetectable. Damn it, we rushed at full speed and still arrived a step too late. Hermon's face was filled with unwillingness. His angry voice squeezed out from between his teeth as he instinctively punched the back of the wind god Pteranodon. His injuries had just healed, and he was waiting for this great battle to vent his anger, only to have gone back and forth without even seeing a shadow. In an instant, feeling pent-up frustration, he couldn't help but vent with a punch. Hermon, you idiot! The massive body of the wind god Pteranodon trembled, Quincy quickly steadied himself and angrily scolded. A punch from an admiral's combat power was no mere tickle. Quincy was struggling to hold on and didn't want to take an unnecessary punch, wanting to return home. Roar! The wind god, Pteranodon, let out a roar, venting its dissatisfaction, yet its speed did not decrease at all as it rushed towards the Navy headquarters. I'm so damn tired. Sacrificing dignity aside, I'm exhausted like a dog. This operation must end with some compensation, and I'll make sure to beat Herman up. However, what Quincy didn't know was that all the treasures of the Navy headquarters had been plundered clean. Even his hidden stash had fallen into Yuro's pocket. At this rate, there would be no compensation or pension, and probably no salary either. Rocks and the others were truly cunning. We were made to dance in circles. Admiral Alot remained relatively calm, gritting his teeth as he spoke, exuding a cold aura. The Navy's full-scale assault was invigorating, and to the countries at sea, it appeared magnificent. But the final outcome was that they had been played by pirates, and even their stronghold, Marineford, had been turned upside down by them. Having served in the Navy for over 50 years and been an admiral for 30, he had never experienced such a humiliation. Marineford had been destroyed, and even the near-retirement old generals felt their faces were dimmed. The 5 elders, CP0's generals, the army marshal, and the powers of the 7 admirals had not been able to stop Yulu, Haki, Whitebeard, and Rocks. Yulu had grown too quickly, and Rocks was even more unfathomable. It was unexpected that he could fight 2 at once. Admiral Sengoku stood against the wind, his hands behind his back, clenched into fists. The communications soldier, who had just arrived from CP0, had been knocked out by the aftermath of the battle, leaving Sengoku unaware of the changes that had occurred. He couldn't understand how 7 admirals' strength had failed to even hold anyone back. Sengoku had fought Rocks a few times before. While Rocks had always held the upper hand, it had never been this terrifying. However, what he didn't know was that Rocks had been hiding his strength all along. At this moment, their kin Bunchiko Haki sensed Yulu moving quickly. From high above, they could vaguely see a blue trajectory. Not good. Yulu is trying to escape. He has detected us. Herman's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. He was the one who least wanted Yulu to escape. The scar from the blue fire sword on his abdomen was deeply etched in his mind, constantly reminding him of his desire for revenge. Yulu's strength was formidable. He should send Alot to pursue him and see if he could catch him. We'll head back first and find the 5 elders to understand the specific situation. Now that things had developed to this point, Sengoku's thoughts were clear, and he remained very calm, not letting anger cloud his judgment. During the time the communication soldier was unconscious, something must have occurred that prevented the 5 elders from even being able to keep Rocks behind. They needed to understand the specific situation from the 5 elders before making further decisions. He was not a combatant, but the Navy's marshal, leading the entire army. Furthermore, Quincy was running low on stamina, greatly reducing his combat power. Neither he nor Herman could engage in prolonged aerial combat. Only Alot, with the power of the snow fruit, could catch up to Yulu and battle him in the air. All right, I'll pursue. If he is alone, I'll give it my all. Alot replied without any objections, nodding seriously, his tone grave. If it had been the previous Yulu, he might have underestimated him. But after this battle, Yulu had proven his strength by directly confronting the 5 elders, enough to demonstrate that he had reached admiral-level power. Furthermore, in his impression, Yulu's fruitability, the terrifying blue flames, was perfectly suited to counter his own abilities. In a real fight, this Yulu would be quite troublesome. After Alot finished speaking, he soared into the air, his body elementalizing into a blizzard, rushing away into the distance. Meanwhile, the wind god Pteranodon Quincy, Sengoku, and Herman continued their journey to the Navy headquarters. The sight of Marineford loomed larger and larger in the eyes of the 3. Quincy's flying speed lived up to the name of the wind god Pteranodon. After a moment, the Navy headquarters was almost within reach, but during that moment, Sengoku felt it dragged on for an eternity. Is this really the Navy headquarters? Steelbone Kong and the other 2 looked down at the ruins below, finding it hard to accept, their hearts tightening. The entire Front Island, where was the naval headquarters, let alone the remnants of walls. The large naval office building had been reduced to rubble, and all they could see was a wasteland. If they weren't absolutely certain they hadn't taken a wrong turn, and the residence area of Marinvando's back island hadn't suffered any damage, the 3 would really start to doubt whether this was indeed the naval headquarters of Marinvando. The Rocks Pirates were simply robbers, utterly despicable. Herman trembled slightly, his eyes filled with anger, his eyebrows seemingly ready to ignite. The naval office building, Crescent Bay. and the square were symbols of the naval headquarters, and in the hearts of countless headquarters soldiers, they were akin to their second home. He believed any soldier who saw this scene would react in the same way. Steelbone Kong, as the admiral, felt his pupils constrict sharply at the sight of the naval headquarters ruins. He struggled to control his emotions and couldn't help but let out a low roar. He had painstakingly managed the naval headquarters for decades, pouring half his life as blood into it. Now, in just a moment, it had returned to a state of liberation, riddled with wounds. It had suffered a tremendous humiliation, the greatest disgrace the naval headquarters had faced in its hundreds of years of existence alongside the world government. During Steelbone Kong's tenure, such a disaster had struck. Although he couldn't control it, as the admiral, this was his dereliction of duty, and he couldn't escape blame. Roar, roar, roar. Faced with the ravaged naval headquarters, even Quincy, transformed into the wind god Wyvern, couldn't help but roar in anger. It seemed as if he heard a faint sound nearby, causing the 5 elders to become instantly alert. The 3 old men, completely still, instinctively looked around. The scene was just caught by Hermann, who was looking down from above. Admiral Kong, it's the 5 elders. Hermann was still puzzled about why the naval headquarters was so eerily silent when he suddenly sensed movement. He immediately observed carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Quickly, Quincy, let's go down. Steelbone Kong's mind jolted. Following Hermann's gaze, his eyes focused. Sure enough, it was indeed the 5 elders, but the situation didn't look optimistic. In Steelbone Kong's observation with Kinbunchika Haki, there were only 3 faint auras, and among those 3, there were 2 unfamiliar auras mixed in. The 5 elders were 5 lords. Why were there 2 auras missing in his perception? Before Steelbone Kong could think more, the wind god Wyvern dove down and landed in an instant. Among the 3 old men, the one in a suit looked around but didn't notice anything. Even now, they could barely manage to use their Kinbunchika Haki, making it difficult to detect Steelbone Kong, Hermann, and Quincy, who were high in the air. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, howling from above, sweeping over the 3 decrepit old men sitting on the ground. What's going on? Where did this strong wind come from? The long-bearded old man jolted, his relaxed body tensing up again. The aura of the wind god Wyvern meant that Kong and the others had returned. The bespectacled old man closed his eyes, his tones stripped of despair. But his voice remained flat. It was too late to come back now. Nothing could change the outcome. Steelbone Kong and Hermann quickly descended, the wind god Wyvern shrinking. Quincy reverting from his beast form. Lord 5 Elders, what on earth is this? Steelbone Kong, leading Hermann and Quincy, stepped forward toward the 5 elders, his voice anxious. But before he could finish speaking, as he reached the side of the 5 elders, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Hiss, what is going on? Steelbone Kong, Hermann, and Quincy gasped in shock. The gaping wounds on the chests of the 3 old men were horrifying, and the 2 old men next to them were in even worse condition, completely unconscious and gravely injured. In disbelief, Steelbone Kong and the others instinctively looked around, and the bodies of CP-0 generals came into view on the nearby ground. This made the 3 shudder and exchange glances, shock filling their pupils. Counting the army admiral, 2 of the 7 generals had died in battle, 2 were gravely injured and unconscious, and the remaining 3 were also seriously wounded and unable to fight. Could it be that Rocks had a backup plan? Otherwise, how could Rocks, Whitebeard, Haki, and Urge have accomplished this? The 3 temporarily suppressed their confusion and approached the 3 old men, wanting to stabilize their injuries. The priority was to rescue the 5 elders. The 3 Zoan-type users were also proficient in life return and had some skill in healing injuries. No need to waste your effort. This wound cannot recover in a short time. The energy we used is enough for the wound to heal completely, but the burning and numbness are obstructing the wound from absorbing the energy. To recover from the wound, we must extinguish the flames and lightning. Otherwise, it would be futile. The 3 old men shook their heads, refusing the healing assistance, fully aware of their own injuries. Hermann heard this and felt a sense of DJVU flames burning. Is it Urge? He murmured, slightly lowering his head in thought, then suddenly realized as he looked at his abdomen. Hermann's eyes widened as he raised his head, disbelief flooding his expression as he blurted out, Urge. Steelbone Kong and Quincy, upon hearing this name, immediately felt it was impossible. The injuries of the 3 old men were identical. How could Urge have simultaneously injured 3 general-level combatants? However, the words of the 5 elders shattered their understanding. That's right. It was indeed Urge. Compared to your burning sensation, we also felt numbness, which came from Urge's lightning ability. It is also a secret technique that temporarily boosts combat power. The bespectacled old man opened his eyes, glancing at Hermann, his tone unruffled, as if already accustomed to it. Urich's swordsmanship was incredibly powerful, and the fact that this lord was gravely injured and unconscious was thanks to Urich. He also mastered the Conqueror's Haki, and his overall strength was already greater than Whitebeard's. I conservatively estimate that with Urich's strength, he could take on 2 fully powered generals simultaneously. The long-bearded old man's expression was grave as he pointed to the old man in the white robe, his tone heavy. Then, the 3 old men detailed the techniques Urich used during the battle and the progression of the fight, continuously emphasizing Urich's threat level. The more steel-boned Kong, Hermann, and Quincy listened, the more horrified they became, feeling as if their understanding had been ground into the dirt by Urich. Urich, Hermann gritted his teeth, and after the extreme shock, an endless regret surged within him. Not long ago, Uro only managed to injure him, but now he has grown to the point where he can single-handedly confront multiple powerful generals. His strength has progressed so rapidly that it is simply astonishing. Had Hermann known it would come to this, he should have disregarded his injuries and pursued Uro, no matter the cost. But now, Uro has already grown stronger, and it is too late to say anything. Steelbone Kong's face was extremely grim, dark as the bottom of a pot, as he listened to the words of the 5 elders, remaining silent beside them. As the fleet admiral, his inner regret was no less than Hermann's, if not more. However, he suppressed it fiercely, not showing it outwardly. General Hermann was called back to the New World only after Uro's rise. When he first faced Uro, Uro's strength was already impressive. Steelbone Kong, on the other hand, had seen Uro from the moment he first appeared on the sea, though they were adversaries. To put it nicely, apart from the later 3 generals, Steelbone Kong and Karp had watched Uro grow. It may sound quite ironic, but that is the truth. It's not that the Navy's intelligence is incompetent. Rather, Uro's talent is simply astonishing. As the fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong's experience and knowledge are top-notch. Yet his enemy, Uro, far exceeded his experience and understanding. Besides Steelbone Kong, the somewhat weak Quincy listened with a dark expression to the battle reports from the 5 elders. Aside from disbelief, he had no other emotions. The most important and threatening one was still that guy Rocks. After the bespectacled elder and the long-bearded elder finished discussing Uro, the suit-clad elder, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. However, after starting, the 3 elders fell silent again, not immediately picking up the conversation. For a moment, the atmosphere became oppressive. Steelbone Kong's heart jolted, and he instantly perked up. This was his old rival. He had already thought of it. In their previous encounters, Rocks had been hiding his strength. After a few breaths, the bespectacled elder and the long-bearded elder remained silent, and the suit-clad elder sighed. I told you. Rocks faced 3 opponents and maintained the upper hand, severely injuring one of the adults. And, in the end, a CP0 general was killed in a single blow while burning his life force. The suit-clad elder said, his eyes flashing with deep apprehension. Steelbone Kong's breathing became heavy, goosebumps rising on his skin, yet he remained oblivious. But throughout, Rocks had been relaxed and at ease. This was not his true strength. As for just how strong Rocks really was, perhaps only he himself knew. When the suit-clad elder finished his last sentence, his voice trembled weakly. Once his words were completely out, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. So it's just the 3 of you, what about Alot? After a moment, the bespectacled elder suddenly asked, how could such a significant rescue operation be without a general? As soon as these words were spoken, Steelbone Kong and the other 2 were completely stunned. It was then that they thought of the poor Alot. Oh no, Alot went to intercept Uro. Steelbone Kong's pupils constricted sharply, and his face turned as pale as paper. Everything was going terribly wrong. Quickly call the snail, have Alot come back. The bespectacled elder's expression darkened as he urgently urged. Buru Buru. Quincy quickly took out the snail phone. The ringing continued for several minutes, but was never connected. No need to dial anymore, it's too late. Seeing this result, the bespectacled elder could only close his eyes and silently pray. If it's just Uro, Alot might have a chance to escape. But if the Rocks Pirates have other cadres lying in wait, then he can only hope for the best. Damn pirates, Rocks, Uro. Steelbone Kong's emotions were on the verge of collapse, his eyes bloodshot, and his low, hoarse voice carried a strong, killing intent. Ever since Uro joined the Rocks Pirates, everything had spiraled out of control. The Navy felt like mere decoration when faced with Rocks and his crew, like a joke. This had become a knot in Steelbone Kong's heart. Only by eliminating the Rocks Pirates could he find peace. Only then could the situation at sea return to normal. For this goal, Steelbone Kong was even willing to sacrifice the dignity of the fleet admiral. In the ruins of the Navy headquarters, the 6 men fell into a long silence. In the distant sky, a streak of azure fire was swiftly darting through the air, leaving a long trail behind. At first glance, it looked like a meteor falling from the sky. Buru buru. The snail phone rang, and Yuro slowed down to answer the call. Ha ha ha, Yuro. How's the cleanup going? A cheerful voice from Shiki came through the other end of the line. Since I proposed a plan, how could it not go well? Yuro responded easily, as the blue fire wrapped around the phone bug to prevent it from being blown away by the strong wind. Gulala, if it weren't for the time constraint, I really wanted to see the reaction of the 5 elders. A burst of shouting and scolding followed. And then came the hearty laughter of Newgate. As soon as Yuro heard this, he knew that Newgate must have snatched the transponder snail from Shiki's hands. I'll catch up with you in a while. You go ahead. Suddenly, he noticed that the residual heat of the blue flames behind him was being extinguished by an external force. It turned out to be him. How interesting. Yuro unleashed his observation Haki and instantly sensed the situation. Behind him, a chilling coldness was rapidly approaching. This cold aura was identical to that of one of the Marine admirals on their way. Yuro, what's wrong? Who's chasing you? On the other side, Rocks, having guessed the situation, took over Shiki's Den Mushi. Yuro is the person he values the most. Even though he believes in Yuro's strength, he can't help but ask a question. The general of the Snow Leopard, Alot, has come after him alone. Captain Rocks, I can handle it. Just follow the plan and wait for me for a moment, and I will be able to return. After saying this, Yuro hung up the phone bug without continuing to say any more nonsense. Given the strength he has shown, he is deserving of this much trust. On the other side, after hanging up the phone bug, Rocks said nothing. Indeed, Yuro can handle it as a general. In the distance behind him, a large area of blizzard raged. An Alot howled forward. Fully elementalized, he moved closer to Yuro, aided by the high-altitude airflow. Where he passed, the cold blizzard swept through, the residual heat dissipated, and small droplets of water condensed, turning into a torrential rain. Suddenly, Alot's eyes brightened. Yuro's speed had actually slowed down, and he even picked up the phone bug again. In an instant, the distance closed in, and Yuro entered Alot's attack range. Even if he has discovered me, this is a good opportunity. Alot's gaze turned into a chilling glare. With a whoosh, the blizzard swept in, and the fierce wind howled as his speed surged. In the blink of an eye, the range of the blizzard completely enveloped Yuro. The cold air of the blizzard swept over, and the small water droplets in the air quickly froze into hail, being swept toward Yuro by the icy airflow. The large area of cold swept through, and the elementalized blue flame was blown back and forth by the cold air, causing the emitted temperature to drop. Nature's blizzard, indeed a formidable ability. Yuro deliberately slowed down, feeling the fluctuations of the blue fire and Alot's abilities. A strange smile on his lips. He had never seen the ice fruit and was unaware of its specific abilities. However, the chill from the blizzard was already quite impressive. Strictly speaking, Yuro's blue lotus core fire had transcended the realm of fruits. The cold emitted by the blizzard reduced the temperature of the blue fire slightly, and achieving such a result was already remarkable. This was not only due to the nature-based abilities, but also Alot's development of the devil fruit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the fierce howling of the cold wind, there were numerous sounds of slicing through the air as hail fell from the sky. Ha ha, this is great. Suddenly, Yuro turned around, his speed surged dramatically, and the previously subdued blue fire boiled back to life. Fire Fist. Yuluo's right hand was surrounded by blue flames, and he struck backward, unleashing a torrent of intense heat as the blue lotus earth fire burst forth. Instantly, the surrounding cold air was directly dispersed. The icy airflow melted away, transforming into a rolling warmth. With a loud bang, the blue fire fist collided with a large amount of hail. The high and low temperatures entangled and neutralized each other. Hiss, hiss. The fusion of ice and fire produced a large number of small water droplets, with water vapor rising into the sky. One side was blue, the other side was snow white, clearly distinguishing the two halves of the sky. The clash of positive and negative forces fought fiercely, with ice and snow eventually falling into a disadvantage, while the blue lotus earth fire maintained its might. After completely melting the hail, it rushed straight towards the nearby source of ice and snow energy. Wherever the fire fist passed, the flying snow melted completely, engulfed by the intense heat, swiftly sweeping away. AI Lot, fully elementalized, transformed into a small blizzard, continuously releasing cold air. Whoosh! The wave of air surged in, suppressing the cold air, followed by a rush of heat. AI Lot's released cold air was effortlessly dissolved by the heat wave. Hiss hiss. AI Lot's heart sank as the elementalized blizzard body was struck by the boundless heat wave, showing signs of melting. Not good. AI Lot's expression changed, cursing inwardly, and he did not hesitate to soar upwards. Small flurries of snow surged and changed trajectory, instantly reaching the sky. The magnificent blue fire rushed forward, disappearing into the horizon. Above, the rising water vapor slowly thinned and dissipated. Indeed, Yuluo's blue fire ability was extraordinary, perfectly countering his ice and snow ability. Moreover, it seemed that the counteraction exceeded the norm. The elemental flying snow quickly gathered, transforming into a figure, which was the general AI Lot, his expression constantly changing, sometimes looking grim and sometimes conflicted. Although he knew that Yuluo's blue fire had an extremely high temperature, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart after truly experiencing it. According to the information about the snow fruit, even if it was countered by the burn fruit, it shouldn't be to this extent. For some reason, when the blue fire approached him, his instincts told him that he should never confront it. Even when he prepared to defend, the fleeting sense of dread seemed to come from the snow fruit. This was an unprecedented situation. He had trained on a volcano for years to mitigate his weaknesses. Those were the most nerve-wracking days. And even the magma's counteraction was about the same. What kind of ability was Yuluo's blue flame? The flames of the burn fruit definitely did not reach this temperature. The unknown high-temperature flames were truly uncomfortable. This was going to be a tough situation. The natural type, snow fruit, surely meant the arrival of the Navy, General AI Lot. Yuro smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, his gaze penetrating through the thin mist as he spoke. The 3 admirals of the Navy, this was the second admiral he had encountered. From Yuro's experience, this one was slightly stronger than Herman and appeared relatively younger. It was reminiscent of the 3 admirals 40 years later, where Akiji was younger than Kizuru and Akainu. However, his strength seemed a bit lacking, a dignified Navy admiral resorting to sneak attacks. Before Alot could respond, Yuro's tone shifted, filled with provocation and sarcasm that was evident in his words. In a hazy mist, Alot noticed that Yuro recognized him and was about to speak. However, Yuro didn't give him a chance to respond and directly mocked him. Oof. Alot's face darkened, and he opened his mouth to argue. But it seemed the truth was as it was. He had no choice but to swallow his words, letting out a cold snort while glaring at Yuro with a gloomy expression. It was indeed true that he had ambushed, and Yuro had seen through it and retaliated. In their brief initial confrontation, Alot found himself at a disadvantage against Yuro. To eliminate this threat, he admitted to the sneak attack, but to say his strength was lacking, that he could not tolerate. This damn brat, you are indeed strong but too arrogant. Alot gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent, a chill emanating from his body. If it weren't for Yuro keeping him in check, he would have rushed in to unleash his attacks. Nevertheless, Alot remained highly vigilant. Being able to single-handedly confront one of the 5 elders, his combat power was not inferior to his own. Arrogant? That is the truth. I have this strength. Yuro laughed contemptuously and said firmly, exuding an invincible aura. Since injuring the Tiger Herman, he had gained the strength to rival a general. And now he effortlessly wounded the 5 elders. Although Alot might be younger, he was not much stronger than the 5 elders. And with the extreme restraint of the blue fire, it would be even easier to deal with him. Such confidence. Being overly arrogant will come at a cost. Alot wore a disdainful expression, remaining vigilant against Yuro while not allowing his momentum to falter. Snow flow slash. In the next moment, a storm of wind and snow erupted as Alot extended his hands, overlapping them horizontally in front of his chest, to prevent a prolonged battle. The Rocks Pirates came to support Yuro, and he chose to strike decisively. Whoosh! The wind and snow raged in the air. Swirling cold snow gathered in the palms of his hands. The icy snow continued to compress, emitting a chilling aura, its temperature much stronger than before. Arrogant brat. Let's see if he can take this move. A sinister cold laugh echoed as Alot drew his hands, and the compressed snow erupted, unleashing a long blade of ice and snow over 10 meters in length. The icy blade surged forward fiercely, stirring the airflow violently, resembling a snow blade while containing a rich coldness that was no less than true ice. Crack, crack. Impurities in high-altitude air were frozen into ice blocks, and the biting cold surged violently towards Yuru. Not far away, Yuru's expression changed as the overwhelming coldness approached, invading his body through the pores of his skin, making him feel a chilling sensation that surprised him. To become a Marine Admiral, he must have some remarkable qualities. This level of coldness was not inferior to freezing. The alote in front of him had likely already awakened the potential of the snow fruit. If it were any other admiral in combat, alote would indeed be difficult to deal with. But unfortunately, he was facing Yuru, who had the advantage over him. With a thought, Yuluo's heart stirred, and the green lotus earth heart fire began to operate, boiling green flames bursting forth from his body, completely dispelling the cold energy within. What snow flow slash? Just a trivial skill. Yuluo's expression was disdainful, and with the restrained cold fire, he could easily perform a move that could achieve victory over a stronger opponent. Dance of the Flame Dragon. Yulu's figure remained motionless, and the surging blue flames soared into the sky, instantly dispelling the surrounding cold. As waves of heat surged in all directions, the blue flames spiraled upward, reaching more than 10 meters before finally stopping, transforming into a blue fire dragon. Roar! The blue fire dragon was lifelike, twisting its body several times, sending heat waves radiating outward, its roar echoing, causing the surrounding cold air to flee. Amid the deafening roar, a massive wave of heat surged forth, obliterating the cold air attacking Yulu, completely melting it away. Even the overwhelmingly powerful snow flow slash, over 10 meters long, lost a third of its might under the roar of the blue fire dragon. Alote, holding some expectation, couldn't help but feel his spirits plummet, his expression growing darker. The terrifying blue flames had an overwhelmingly strong, restraining effect. Alote lowered his head, his eyes beginning to flicker. If this continued, he would feel utterly stifled. The observation Haki of the Marine Admiral was not weaker than Yulu's Haki. It was not just for show. Yuru and his two attack moves used almost the same energy, yet they were severely countered by the azure fire. Just a wave of scorching heat diminished the ferocious coldness of the snow flow slash. As expected, he was right. This was indeed the situation. After the azure fire dragon let out a roar, its massive body twisted and spiraled down in one breath. The enormous dragon head, fierce and menacing, opened its fire pit-sized mouth and charged straight at the incoming snow flow slash. Roar! The thunderous roar echoed as the azure fire dragon's fangs clashed against the snowblade. Sizzle! Sizzle! The clash of azure fire and ice created a large amount of steam that swirled upwards, under the mutual cancellation and extinguishing. Both the fire dragon and the snow blade rapidly depleted, their forms becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, with a bang, under the erosion of high temperatures, the snow blade exploded first, and the azure fire dragon broke through the snow flow slash, still maintaining a momentum with its 7-meter-long body. Alote was already mentally prepared, but this scene still made his heart race. 6 Styles Gale Kick. Armed Haki activated, his right calf turned pitch black and hard as he executed a spinning flying kick, delivering a white slash. Whoosh! The white slash, like a bamboo splitting, directly cleaved the azure fire dragon in two, not far in front of Alote. The subsequent force slowly dissipated. In the next moment, the air surged violently, and a fleeting shadow rushed past, enveloped in piercing cold, heading straight for Yuru. In general, the abilities of the natural system are usually external moves. To reduce Yuru's counter effects against him, Alote chose to engage in close combat. In this scenario, the fire ability faced significant limitations. 6 Styles Finger Gun. In an instant, Alote's figure arrived before Yuru. His pitch-black right index finger, entwined with white mist, gathered unparalleled power as it shot towards Yuru's chest like lightning. Armed Haki combined with 6 Styles martial arts, unafraid of the azure core fire. The fierce energy pierced through the protective flames. The next moment, it struck Yuru, and Alote couldn't help but feel overjoyed. However, Yuru remained calm and composed, showing no change in expression. Clang! Just when Alote's fingertip was 3 fingers away from Yuru's chest, a sound of clashing echoed. Alote's right index finger was forcibly held back, unable to advance even a fraction. Despite the powerful projection of armed Haki and energy, Yuru's body stood unmoved. Armed Haki externalized? Come again. Alote's expression tightened, secretly astonished. Then, he made a quick decision, extending his left index finger with clean and swift movements. Meanwhile, his right index finger continued to unleash force. If one strike didn't work, he'd try again. However, it wasn't that easy. Overly cautious Alo was so focused on the azure fire that he overlooked other aspects of Euro. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed in, and Euro's right index finger, unbeknownst to wind, shot out and swiftly met Alot's left index finger. So fast, so strong. Alot's pupils constricted sharply. His eyes widened in shock. It was then he realized that although close combat favored him and he had taken the initiative, it also exposed a flaw. Bang! The tips of their index fingers made contact, resulting in a loud explosion, and the white energy collided, causing the air to shatter. Energy waves rampaged, and the air surged and spread, scattering the clouds within a radius of several thousand meters. Top! Top! A series of hurried footsteps echoed as Alo retreated, utilizing moonwalk to step in the air, each step causing explosive bursts of air. Cough, cough, cough. Advanced 6 styles application? Alo stabilized himself, his internal energy surging. Coughing as he looked at Euro, his eyes filled with shock. He wasn't unaware that Euro could use 6 styles martial arts, but Euro's advanced application of 6 styles left him incredulous. His own mastery of 6 styles was merely advanced. In terms of power, Euro's 6 styles were undoubtedly stronger than his. Instantly, Alot's thoughts of winning in close combat were crushed at the very beginning. Is this what they call a monstrous genius? Ha. Snow Leopard General, are you surprised? Yulu smirked mockingly, looking at Alot with a very provocative gaze. No matter who he faced, his opponents couldn't escape a moment of shock and awe. Over time, the emotional changes of his opponents became a kind of twisted enjoyment for Yulu. Alot fell silent, his expression constantly changing, his thoughts tangled and unclear. Such a good opportunity. If he let Yulu slip away, he felt a deep sense of regret just thinking about it. Weighing the pros and cons, he released his observation Haki to sense the surroundings, confirming that only Yulu was present. He secretly made up his mind that even if it meant being heavily injured or disabled, he would eliminate Yulu right here. In contrast, Yulu checked the time and grew a bit impatient. Rocks and the others were waiting for him, and they couldn't afford to delay too long. During this time, the battle at Marine Ford and the informants hidden in the residential area and all over the sea must have already spread the news to the New World. They needed to hurry back to avoid any disturbances at Hive Island. He chuckled. Hey, old Admiral, why are you dragging this out? If you're not going to fight, I'll just leave. Yulu looked at Alot with a contemplative and lurking expression, sneeringly teasing him. Although his own strength was very powerful, he knew that a general could still block a direct retreat. If what Alot said was true, that he came to kill him, even if he wanted to leave, he would be entangled. It would be better to ask him seriously like this. Sure enough, a sinister and hoarse voice rang out, and a chilling, murderous intent suddenly spread, colder and more piercing than the cold itself. You want to leave? Yulu, you can't go anywhere. This is your burial ground. Alot, who had made up his mind, slowly raised his head, his expression becoming grim and terrifying, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The murderous intent mixed with coldness, and Alot's momentum was rising. The extreme cold and snow were uncontrollably emanating from within his body. As he moved to kill, this is quite interesting. The calm Yulu couldn't help but furrow his brows, the corners of his mouth curling up in a strange arc as he murmured to himself. The distance between him and Alot was considerable, yet he could still sense the icy and pure murderous intent. It seemed that Alot was indeed intent on killing. The rising aura within him was becoming increasingly massive, indicating he was ready to fight to the death. However, Yulu was also somewhat puzzled. Did Alot not know about his victory over the 5 elders? Coming here so eagerly to seek death, knowing he was no match, truly commendable courage for a Marine Admiral. But what Yulu didn't know was that Alot indeed didn't know. Since you want to kill me, then come and try. If you can't kill me, then you'll be the one to die. Yuluo relaxed his furrowed brows, moving his neck as he coldly said. The other party was determined to kill him at all costs, and since he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't hold back either. Moreover, if he didn't kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Just then, the system's voice interrupted, catching Yuluo off guard. Ding! Task check-in triggered. Eliminate Navy Admiral. Snow Leopard Alot. Achieve the first kill of an Admiral and receive a special reward. Task check-in successful. Rewards will be automatically distributed. Yuluo secretly curled his lips. It might take some effort to slay a Navy Admiral, but just thinking about it was exciting. The system's prompt came just in time, making Yuluo even more motivated. The special reward that appeared for the first time, along with the reward for defeating the 5 elders, was enough to take his strength to the next level. Yulu couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, the light in his eyes incredibly fierce, with a gaze filled with the ferocity of a beast, locking onto Alot. Truly arrogant. Alot erupted with rage, a low growl reverberating as his body elementalized, transforming into a flurry of snow that spread in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of howling winds filled the air, the cold wind biting sharply, as the flying snow blanketed everything, a blizzard raging where the eye could see. The entire space where both sides stood seemed to transform into a world of snow, with frigid coldness sweeping through, enveloping everything in a chilling white mist. The sound of cracking ice echoed continuously, and the clouds not far above even solidified into ice blocks. In this icy and snowy world, Yulu stood proudly and independently, impervious to the intense cold. Changing the natural environment, is the fruit awakening? Yulu raised an eyebrow, muttering in surprise to himself, his eyes filled with interest. It wasn't because of Alot. He had anticipated that the fruit would awaken. Rather, it was the abilities of the fruit reaching the awakened level, which meant its power had increased exponentially. The snow fruit is a lower-tier freezing fruit, but after awakening, its abilities acquired freezing characteristics while retaining the toughness of snow. Countless cold air currents formed a hurricane, fiercely blowing in from all directions, and before it even got close, a bone-chilling cold invaded Yulu's internal organs. The blue fire inside his body burned, preventing the cold from running rampant. Yet Yulu's clothes began to crystallize. Blizzard impact. A light shout rang out in the air, and snowflakes around Yulu gathered into a ribbon, swirling with a chilling aura, as if the ocean were surging violently. Ha! The power of awakening is indeed remarkable. But in front of me, it's still a bit lacking. Yulu's laughter was wild, with a hint of seriousness on his face, as the long-accumulated battle intent finally erupted. This large-scale ice and snow domain could barely be considered a minor natural disaster. If it were Haki or Newgate, dealing with it would be quite tricky. However, Yulu's blue flames just happened to counter it. Although he had not yet awakened, the high temperature was undeniable. Boom! Yulu's body was boiling with blue flames, radiating heat all around him. Before the flames even appeared, a wave of heat surged forth, instantly dispersing the biting cold. In a vast expanse of icy land, a scorching area emerged. Great flame ring. The blue lotus core fire cheered and leaped out, swirling around Yulu's body and spreading outward in a vortex of blue flames. All the white cold air and falling snow along the way melted away, replaced by heat, expanding the realm of fire and warmth. Bang! The roaring blizzard crashed against the blue flames with a loud bang, the sizzling sound ringing out continuously as white mist rose up. The white mist formed a circle, like a wall of fog, separating the flames from the cold snow. Swish! Swish! 8 streams of blizzard, bolstered by the environment, surged forth endlessly, coming one after another. Suddenly, Yulu's observation Haki caught several sounds of breaking air. The elemental body of Alot flickered around Yulu, while below, the 8 blizzard streams surged upward, striking down again with 8 slashes of blizzard flow. Yulu's observation Haki sensed everything outside and let out a cold snort. Emperor of Flames. The azure fire vortex spun joyfully, with the flames and temperature surging explosively, expanding the vortex even further. 8 blizzards, with no power to resist, shattered with a loud bang, and the incoming cold snow became disorganized, automatically dissipating in place. Immediately after, Yulu raised his right hand, palm up, high above his head. The azure fire vortex blazed with intensity, endless flames rising up, rapidly spinning and gathering upwards. The 8 snow blades that attempted to attack were directly evaporated by the high temperature as the flames surged upwards. Alot's figure flickered, transforming into a gust of wind and flying snow, quickly retreating to a distance. From using his awakening ability to create an icy world to the snow, flow, slashes, and blizzards, he gained no advantage from this round of attacks. Yulu broke his move, and the counterattack had already formed. Alot had to perfectly block this move. Otherwise, the icy environment that was advantageous to him might be shattered. This was a domain he had created with great effort, using all his stamina to unleash his fruit ability. Ice and snow what? Alot was gathering energy, ready to launch another attack, when he suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. Through his observation Haki, he sensed a large amount of blue fire rising and gathering in the distant white mist. The already high temperature was rising at a frantic pace. Alot focused his gaze. Aided by his observation Haki, and the light of the fire behind the mist became increasingly larger, causing his heart to beat faster. The blazing blue fire continuously gathered in Yuro's palm, forming a blue fireball. As the flames crazily converged, the blue fireball grew larger and larger until it completely enveloped Yuro, the high temperature compressing continuously, causing the blue fireball to undergo a qualitative change. A terrifying wave of heat erupted, directly dispersing the white mist, and the hazy light of the fire became clear in an instant. An enormous blue fireball appeared in this icy world, coming into Alot's view. Yulu raised his right hand, dragging it over his palm, his whole body bathed in flames, resembling a fire god descending from the heavens, looking down upon all. The massive azure fireball was like a sun, and just from a distance, the boiling flames on its surface instilled fear and dread. Yulu's tall figure, under the blue sun, appeared incredibly small, yet exuded an invincible aura. Even in a world of ice and snow, my fire still shone brightly. The white mist completely dissipated, and Alot's pupils reflected the blue sun. Such a strong energy fluctuation, how is this possible? Alot's mind trembled, his face showing horror as he muttered in disbelief. His observation Haki, as soon as it approached the blue sun, was instantly shattered by the terrifying energy fluctuation. The energy contained in this level of attack was even stronger than his awakened ability. Moreover, such a high temperature hadn't affected the environment, forming a natural domain. This indicated that Yulu's devil fruit had not yet reached the level of awakening. Both were nature-type fruits, so why was Yulu's fruit so much stronger than his? At that moment, a series of faint sounds brought Alot back to reality. His mind jolted, and he quickly checked the situation, his face changing drastically, followed by a series of changes that made his expression extremely unpleasant, as if he had eaten something disgusting. Because his awakened domain was slowly melting away. The cold air and snow within it were also gradually dissipating. In his own awakened domain, he had felt invincible against the massive blue sun. If the awakened domain broke, his only advantage would be lost. And how could he contend with Yulu, whose fruit, Haki, and physical skills were not inferior to his, and even stronger? The awakened domain was nothing like this. Admiral, prepare to receive this gift. As the ice and snow domain melted, the time to strike had come. Yulu shouted coldly, his chilling, killing intent seeming to turn scalding. Boom! The blue sun moved, Yulu's right hand dropped, and a massive fireball erupted and burned, crashing down towards Alot. With this strike, the boiling blue fire suddenly became agitated, and a scorching heat wave pierced through the blizzard, continuously sweeping in all directions, causing the melting speed of the ice and snow domain to accelerate sharply. Not good. Alot cursed inwardly, his observation Haki sensing danger, and he instinctively tried to dodge the attack, but found there was nowhere to hide. Before the blue sun, he felt incredibly small. As long as he was within range, he couldn't evade this attack. Damn pirate, Yulu, you won't get away with this. Sixtile's secret technique, life burning. Alot's face twisted, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he screamed madly. He had to stabilize the ice and snow domain. It was his only advantage. In his normal state, if he took this attack head-on, the ice and snow domain would break, and he would suffer significant injuries. Now, activating life burning would instantly boost his combat power. Although it would come at a great cost compared to the former, this was the least disadvantageous option. Burning his life force greatly increased his power, allowing him to stabilize the ice and snow domain while withstanding the blue sun, ensuring he would suffer the least injury. Alot's robe billowed, his skin began to redden slightly, and white smoke emanated from his body as a tremendous life force surged in, transforming into his own strength. Whoosh, whoosh. The eerie cold air and flying snow once again swept through the domain, halting the melting of the ice and snow. However, the cold air could only stabilize the domain. Blocking the blue sun was still somewhat unrealistic. Swish, swish. Alot's aura became nearly double in strength. Yet he still dared not confront the sun-like blue fireball directly and had to retreat straight back. He certainly knew it was futile. This was just buying himself time to counterattack. The speed of the blue sun was closing in on him, and although the fireball was massive, its speed was not slow at all. Snow wall, snow wall, snow wall. Alot activated his physical strength, retreating while using a large amount of cold snow power to create countless defensive barriers. One after another, countless snow walls, under the blue sun's domineering impact, crumbled without exception. However, Alot was not willing to give up. Having reached the edge of the domain, he suddenly slammed to a stop. He couldn't retreat any further. If he went outside, the ice and snow domain would be wasted. He braced his legs firmly, his face flushed as Alote's muscles tensed tightly. Armament Haki release. Alote roared, the veins on his neck and forehead bulging as he forcefully pushed both palms forward, meeting the armament Haki with the incoming force. With a bang, the invisible impact of the released armament Haki struck the surface of the blue sun, merely creating ripples without shaking the blue sun at all. Realizing the Haki impact was ineffective, he directly concentrated the armament Haki, forming an invisible wall before him. Boom! The blue sun collided with the invisible barrier, producing a thunderous roar, and a massive amount of sparks erupted. However, to the colossal blue sun, these were merely insignificant. As expected, upon crashing into the invisible wall, the blue sun paused momentarily, and Alote felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Then, without losing momentum, it directly crushed forward. Under the mountain-like immense force, Alote's body was oppressed, and his limbs and joints cracked. Ugh! Alote gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging, veins protruding, and his roar slightly trembled, even with life burning activated. Facing such a massive force, he found it difficult to withstand. He had underestimated the situation. The invisible armament Haki barrier held against the blue fire without breaking. However, the impact generated by the rapidly descending massive fireball was something he might not be able to endure. If he continued to hold on, his bones and blood vessels could very well burst. Immediately, Alote released his grip, withdrawing the armament Haki defense. Boom! The blue sun ruthlessly crushed down, the scorching heat wave pounding against Alote's body. Dome snow house. Snow cave. Alote burned his life force frantically. A few strands of hair turned grayish-white as he mobilized all his strength for defense. In the vast ice and snow domain, countless cold winds and snow surged towards him. The howling cold winds rampaged, trying to block the blue sun, but the effect was minimal. A large amount of snow enveloped him, continuously compressing and stacking, eventually transforming into two semicircular snow shields that protected Alote. The blue sun crashed down, and the blazing flames surged, engulfing Alote. With a bang, the blue sun, containing high temperatures, erupted magnificently in the sky, resembling a volcanic explosion. An endless sea of fire, accompanied by scorching heat waves, surged and rolled, instantly sweeping through the entire ice and snow domain. The barely maintained ice and snow domain shattered with cracking sounds, and the might of the blue flames remained undiminished as they surged uncontrollably into the outside space. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, blue fire filled the area, the scorching temperature roasting it into an endless fire domain. After defending, Alote was swallowed by the blue sun. The moment he came into contact with the flames, the dome snow house and the snow cave began to dissolve rapidly. The blue lotus earth fire's restraint against snow was truly beyond reason. Even if his strength increased greatly and he activated all his fruit abilities to compress ice and snow to the extreme, he could only withstand it for a few breaths before his defenses were broken. In the sea of flames, Alote activated the 6 tiles iron block and covered himself from head to toe with armament Haki. The armament Haki provided some effective defense against the scorching of the blue lotus core fire, but the high temperature was still relentless. The moisture in his body instantly evaporated in large amounts, causing a significant drop in his stamina, and even the effect of burning life was affected. As the blue sun exploded, the surging flames engulfed Alote completely, accompanied by a violent heat wave. The barely maintained armament Haki was directly interrupted by the fierce impact. Without the protection of armament Haki, the iron block defense technique of the 6 tiles was not very effective. Although it could withstand the impact, it could not endure the burning of the flames. Fortunately, when the blue sun exploded, it transformed into an endless sea of fire. He staggered forward, enduring the burning of the flames as he moved outward. However, what he did not expect was that this sea of fire seemed boundless, even in his near-exhausted state. He could not see an end. Alote certainly did not realize that this sea of fire spanned a radius of 1,000 meters, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape at his current speed. Yulu was surrounded by flames, the fire dancing around him. Yet it could not harm him in the slightest. It's almost over. Yuru's observation Haki sensed the low spirit of Alote on the other side of the sea of flames. Alote's lips were curled up, as if something was making him feel happy. In the raging sea of fire, Yuru moved, slowly walking towards Alote. Tap, tap. apart from the sound of the flames burning. It was only Yuro's footsteps, which could be heard very clearly in the inferno. As Yuro moved, the flames in his path seemed to encounter a master, swaying and bowing in submission. Alode's body trembled as he sensed Yuro's arrival. An abyss-like fear surged over him, and his breathing became rapid. He stopped his attempt to flee, turning around with great difficulty to face Yuro, who was approaching slowly like the Reaper of Hell, making his body hair stand on end. The cold and pure killing intent struck deep into his mind, as if it had imprisoned his soul. He wanted to resist, but found that his limbs no longer obeyed him. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Alode, was like this. Yuro stepped in front of Alode, looking at the disheveled admiral with a disdainful expression. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, he was easily defeated in Yuro's hands. It couldn't be blamed on Alode's weakness. Rather, Yuro was simply too strong, and his abilities just happened to counter Alode's. Leading to this spectacle, a true admiral in 3 moves, 3 seconds of true manhood. Alode was in tatters, with no part of his skin intact. In fact, some parts of his body had been directly elementalized due to the scorching flames. Yulu stood before him, those sarcastic words striking like a heavy hammer deep within his heart. Alode trembled, crawling up from the abyss, and a glimmer of light flickered in his dim eyes. Pirate Yulu, you monster, everyone has underestimated you. But so what? A pirate like you will be met with the justice of the Navy's ultimate move? Ha! A sinister smile spread across Alode's face as he lowly roared, as if delivering his last words. However, suddenly, he let out a furious roar, and the glimmer in his eyes transformed into intense killing intent. With a whoosh, a cold wind swept by. Alode suddenly erupted, elementalizing into a blizzard, charging towards Yulu before him. Even if he had no strength left to fight, he would risk everything for one last struggle. It would be either Yulu's death or his own. Naive. Yulu snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes, his expression as calm as still water. Since he dared to stand in front of AI Luot, he must be capable of dealing with various tactics. If he couldn't win in peak condition, it would be strange for him to achieve anything in a severely injured and weakened state. Yuro lightly waved his hand, unleashing his armed color Haki. The weakened Alode crashed into an iron plate. Thoof! Alode spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his elemental state was instantly, causing him to be thrown out. Yuluo's killing intent was intense, his eyes slightly narrowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he aimed to take his life while he was ill. After slaying Alode, he still had to hurry to regroup. 6 Styles Finger Gun Fire Dragon Strike. Yulu activated the 6 forms of body technique, his right index finger surrounded by white mist, with strands of blue fire and G on top. With a whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot, a streak of blue-white light rushing towards Alode. Not good. Alode's face changed dramatically as he sensed Yuluo's killing intent, silently cursing in his heart. He hurriedly adjusted his flying body, trying to dodge Yuluo's lethal move. However, fate was not on his side. At this moment, Alode's body was simply too weak. He exerted all his strength to make a difficult adjustment, but the speed of his retreat only slowed slightly, and the scorching, sharp gusts of wind were already howling in. The figure of Yuluo appeared before him, with a calm and unruffled face, and his eyes radiated a chilling light, resembling an ancient ferocious beast. The blue flame surged on his right index finger, surrounded by white mist, carrying an overwhelming momentum that fiercely thrust toward AI Luot. The finger was already close at hand, and AI Luot had no strength to resist. Yuluo's killing intent enveloped him, and his pupils suddenly constricted, a sense of dread sweeping over his entire body. Alode, who had no power to resist, was overwhelmed by Yuluo's fierce assault, his mind going blank. Thoughts of being a naval admiral, of awakened abilities, and of eliminating pirates were all cast aside in that moment. All that remained was an endless fear, the fear of death, the fear of falling into an endless abyss. In Alode's eyes, Yulu was the grim reaper guiding him, and in his instinctive fear of death, he made futile attempts to resist. No, don't come any closer. Alode's eyes were filled with panic and fear as he instinctively reached out to block. Before he could finish his thought, Yulu swung his left hand, brushing aside Alode's outstretched arm. At the same time, with his right hand, he pointed his index finger, unleashing a stream of blue-white flame energy that shot out with incredible force. With a bang, the sound of impact and the sound of blood spraying erupted simultaneously, as the unstoppable blue-white flame energy pierced directly through Alote's heart. In one strike, a fist-sized wound opened up in Alote's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The piercing pain stimulated his brain, and Alote, trapped in the abyss of fear, instantly regained his awareness. "Monster," he muttered weakly, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he looked at Yulu. He felt his life slipping away rapidly, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. In the end, without a sound, Alote opened his mouth, staring blankly at Yulu. As his life drained away and his consciousness faded, his body fell down. Yuro's figure flashed as he activated the sixth style, shave, turning into a streak that swept past the falling Alote. Then he paused in midair, left hand holding the lifeless body of Alote. TSK, Admiral, was it unjust to die? Yulu glanced at the corpse and shook his head with a playful tone. He knew very well that he was restrained by the blue fire, yet he still took the risk to touch it. Then he noticed that the blue fire had a strong restraining effect on him. Not only did he not retreat in the face of difficulty, but he also vowed to bravely eliminate Yulu without fear of death. If it were another general without the disadvantage of being restrained, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But this Alote had never gained the upper hand from the start. He was completely suppressed. Making such a decision under these circumstances was not just ordinary courage. It was simply extraordinary bravery. Puffed. Yuru thought it over carefully and couldn't help but laugh a little. Is this the level of intelligence of the admirals at the Navy headquarters? Knowing they can't win, yet still being self-righteous, always clinging to a sense of luck, thinking that as long as they put in a bit more effort, defeating Yuru wouldn't be a big problem. If he had rushed to meet up with everyone before the mission triggered, Alote would have wisely slipped away, and he could have remained unharmed today. But in the end, congratulations to Alote for successfully getting himself killed. Yulu calculated the time and realized he needed to rush to meet up. With a thought, the sea of fire in the sky vanished without a trace. The heat in this area also disappeared in an instant, and the high temperature in the air returned to normal. In the now calm sky, the clouds floated back in as if nothing had ever happened. Yulu determined the direction. His feet transformed into blue flames, and propelled by the fiery jet, he flew past with the corpse of Alote towards the rendezvous point. Whoosh! In the sky, a streak of blue light flashed by, and Yulu's figure vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, not far away, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Quincy was repeatedly dialing the phone bug, but there was no response from Alote. Steelbone Kong, Herman, Quincy, and the five elders all fell into silence. Then, the five elders said it's too late. Steelbone Kong and the other three prepared to first take the five elders to the island's logistics for treatment before letting Quincy transform into the wind god pterodactyl to chase after Alote. Otherwise, Steelbone Kong felt uneasy relying solely on Quincy. Five elders, let us take you. Not good. Steelbone Kong's face turned dark as he controlled his emotions and spoke to the three elders. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Marshal Kong, are you all right?" Herman and Quincy asked with puzzled looks, feeling a bit anxious. They were waiting to settle the five elders and quickly support Alote. But unexpectedly, Steelbone Kong suddenly stopped. How can they not be anxious? Time was extremely precious. The sooner they went, the lower the danger for Alote would be. Steelbone Kong, what's going on? What happened? The three elders sitting on the ground noticed this scene and frowned as they asked. Steelbone Kong was usually very steady. Something that could make his face change so drastically and even cause him to shout would not be a trivial matter. Alote is in crisis. As Steelbone Kong spoke, he quickly took out 3 white life cards from his pocket. These cards represented individual lives in the pirate world. They shrink when weakening and return to their original size when healthy again. The 3 life cards he took out belonged to the 3 admirals under him, second only to him at the Navy headquarters. Only these 3 pillars of the Navy were worthy of Steelbone Kong carrying them with him. This is the life card of the 3 admirals. Alote is likely in grave danger. Steelbone Kong quickly drew out Alote's life card, which was much smaller than the other 2 cards, even less than half the size of Herman and Quincy's cards. This situation indicated that Alote's body had weakened to the extreme. 5 elders, Steelbone Kong, let us hurry and provide support. If we don't hurry, it will really be too late. Herman and Quincy's expressions changed as they saw Alote's life card and urgently pleaded for support. As fellow admirals who had worked together for many years, they still had some bond. Moreover, since the enemy was a pirate, it was even more their duty. The military base of the Navy headquarters had already been reduced to ruins. If anything happened to Alote again, the losses would be catastrophic. The three elders sitting on the ground glanced at the life cards, their eyes flickering as they exchanged glances. At this moment, the usually steady Steelbone Kong also showed an anxious expression, filled with worry deep down, even regretting his decision. AI Luo was one of his subordinates and one of the strongest forces of the Navy headquarters, crucial for dealing with the Rocks Pirates. Such admiral-level strength played a vital role and absolutely could not be lost. 5 elders, we're going. Seeing the 5 elders silent and not knowing what they were thinking, Steelbone Kong could no longer hold back and directly decided to initiate the chase. Now time was life. The reason for consulting the 5 elders was out of respect for them. Since the 5 elders were hesitant, he might as well take charge. As a marshal, he had some weight, and it was also about rescuing a Navy admiral, so the 5 elders could not say much. However, before Steelbone Kong could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted. Look at the horizon. What is that? Admiral Quincy caught a glimpse and suddenly spoke with suspicion. Steelbone Kong was about to scold them in anger when he instinctively looked up at Quincy's words. And Herman and the 3 elders also directed their gazes towards the horizon. They saw at the distant skyline, the clouds parted, revealing a blue sun hanging in the sky. Juxtaposed with the real sun, one yellow and one blue, creating a strange sight. Although this blue sun seemed to compete with the bright moon, the phenomenon at such a distance was enough to indicate its real size, comparable to an island at sea. Steelbone Kong, the 5 elders, and others, well-versed in the world, naturally analyzed the reason behind it. What on earth is that? Quincy looked at the blue sun in the sky, wishing he could transform into the wind god pterodactyl and fly up to see it clearly. Why does it feel somewhat familiar? Herman found it, rubbing his chin in thought, but couldn't recall. Steelbone Kong's gaze fell upon it, and for some reason, looking at this blue sun made his heart race with an ominous premonition. Sigh, looking in this direction, it should be the direction Yulu fled. The bespectacled elder shook his head dejectedly and sighed. The long-bearded elder and the suited elder also couldn't help but sigh, tightly clenching their fists. The situation was as they feared. If they could successfully escape, it would be fine, otherwise it would all be too late. As soon as the bespectacled elder finished speaking, Herman felt a shiver run down his spine, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. This is the blue flame ability of the pirate Yulu. Herman concealed his apprehension and said solemnly, "No wonder it feels somewhat familiar. It's just Yulu's ability." Quincy was stunned upon hearing this. The name Yulu sent a shock through his mind, and before he could speak, an exclamation rang out. "Not good. Quick, quick, let's hurry over." Steelbone Kong's heart trembled, and his expression changed dramatically as he repeatedly urged them to hurry, his tone filled with urgency. Indeed, the ominous premonition had come true, confirmed by the current situation. Steelbone Kong stepped forward and quickly took action, followed closely by Quincy and Herman. At that moment in the sky, that blue sun suddenly exploded, transforming into a vast sea of flames. The 3 elders turned their heads, and Steelbone Kong and his companions did not stop their actions. However, even if the 3 elders did not stop them, Steelbone Kong halted, his steps suddenly coming to a stop. Marshal Kong quickly chased after it. "Why did you stop? Marshal Kong, what happened?" Quincy and Herman surpassed Steelbone Kong and noticed he had stopped, realizing something had changed with him. They couldn't help but urge anxiously, "It's too late, we can't make it." Steelbone Kong's eyes were bloodshot, and his trembling voice contained a violent killing intent. AI Luot has already fallen. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a cloud of ashes fell, causing the life card to disappear. This. Quincy and Herman stood frozen in place. Even though they were mentally prepared, it was still hard to believe. "You Luo, Rocks, and the pirate crew, I will eliminate you all." The oppressive Steelbone Kong had a sinister expression, and his violent killing intent was unleashed without reservation. With a loud bang, Steelbone Kong threw a punch, and the ferocious momentum surged forth with the blow. The calm sea suddenly became turbulent, the violent punch energy wreaking havoc and shattering the tranquil atmosphere. In the high-altitude domain, a spaceship was sailing, which was the group of rocks. Has the Blue Lotus Hellfire of Officer Yuluo become this powerful? Such a large fireball was almost like a miniature sun, even from so far away. I felt its overwhelming presence. According to Officer Shiki, it seemed that a Marine Admiral was pursuing Officer Yuluo. So what if it's an Admiral? Facing Officer Yuluo, they would be finished in no time. The pirates on the ship were discussing the earlier sighting of the Azure Sun, being at such a height. What they saw was even more shocking than those on land. They were all members of the pirate crew and naturally understood Yuluo's abilities. The moment the Azure Sun appeared, Some sharp-eyed pirates recognized it. Inside the cabin, Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, and Linlin were sitting together drinking. Yuluo is so popular. It's hard to believe I was mentioned just because of something I said. Hearing the discussions outside, the Golden Lion Shiki puffed on a cigar, looking gloomy as he muttered complaints. Of course, the main reason was that Yuluo's strength was way ahead of him. Haha, I say, Shiki. Wait until you surpass me before trying to compete with Yuluo. Newgate laughed heartily, finding Shiki's reaction amusing, loud enough for everyone outside to hear. Newgate, what do you mean? Are you saying I can't compare to you? Upon hearing this, Shiki became furious, throwing down his cigarette butt and angrily retorting. Newgate just smiled and remained silent, letting Shiki vent his frustrations. Right now, Shiki couldn't even surpass Newgate, yet wanted to compete with the freak Yuluo. I'm still ahead of you. There's no way to overtake me. Dream on. Once Shiki started to argue, he couldn't stop, saliva flying everywhere. Thankfully, Newgate was magnanimous and ignored Shiki, changing positions to continue drinking. Newgate often teased Shiki, but when it came to retorts, Shiki would go on endlessly. Kaido, bare-chested and wrapped in blood-stained bandages, silently drank his alcohol. With his super-strong physique, Kaido's injuries had stabilized. But the lingering pain kept him immersed in the battle that had just occurred. The few exchanges where he was brutally beaten contrasted sharply with the rampaging Yuluo, making Kaido realize that in a real high-level battle, he didn't even qualify to participate. Charlotte Linlin was similar, though she was slightly stronger than Kaido, possessing peak Vice Admiral strength. This battle allowed her to make some progress, unlike Kaido, who had suffered for nothing. But the one they were most concerned about was Yuluo, his invincible figure lingering in their minds. Where's that kid Yuluo? Why hasn't he come back yet? At this moment, Shiki was tired of arguing, took a big gulp of alcohol, still mumbling. Hearing Shiki's words, Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, snapping back to reality from her thoughts. Indeed, with Yuluo's strength, escaping that Alote shouldn't be too difficult, right? Linlin's words revealed a profound trust, seeming to hold Yuluo in high regard. It was this inner acknowledgement that left Shiki and her somewhat puzzled. Yuro was intercepted by a vice admiral on the way, but there was nothing to worry about. After all, his strength was evident. In the battle against the Five Elders and others, his combat power had truly dominated the scene. However, it had been quite some time, and he wasn't trying to kill Alote just to shake him off. By this time, Yuro should have returned, looking at that green sun. Such a terrifying move should have easily allowed him to escape the Vice Admiral. Gulalala, Shiki, Lingling, what is there to worry about? Yuro's combat power, aside from Captain Rocks. Who else can stop him? Whitebeard remained calm, drinking boldly without a hint of worry. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, he had once fought against the three admirals. In any battle with an admiral, Whitebeard might only be able to hold his ground. However, Yuro, one-on-one against an admiral, could not only shake off entanglements, but even kill an admiral. It was not impossible. Whitebeard was right. Yuro should be back soon. Even Kaido, who had been silent, showed great trust in Yuro through his words. Who would worry about that monster? They just felt he was too slow. They had finished their cigars waiting for him. Shiki, with a proud pout, sarcastically complained, subconsciously reaching for a smoke, only to realize he had none left, unable to hold back a complaint. Captain Rocks, the strongest, had always maintained a cold authority, but at this moment he suddenly smiled slightly. The pirate ship sailed high in the sky, and in the distance, a streak of green light was flying rapidly toward them. Someone was approaching quickly from behind. The pirates on the ship were drinking and celebrating, but upon seeing this scene, they looked up and became vigilant. Being high up made movement very inconvenient, so the pirates could only stand ready. When the green light got closer, they discovered who it was. Everyone, don't be nervous. It's Yuro's subordinate, not an enemy. Many sharp-eyed crew members, with good observation Haki, were the first to spot Yuro and immediately shouted to alert everyone. It's really Lord Yuro. Lord Yuro has returned. Haha, even the Navy admirals can't stop Yuro as subordinate. Hurry up and prepare more food and drink for Lord Yuro to replenish his energy. Seeing Yuro return safely, the pirates cheered, their voices rising one after another. Inside the cabin, Captain Rocks had a smile on his face. The next moment, the outside noise reached Rocks and the others' ears. Kekiki, speaking of Yuro, he really arrived at the right time. Shiki's gloomy expression changed, bursting into a joyful laugh. Gulalala, with Yuro back, everyone is here. Whitebeard reached out, putting the wine jug back on the table and gulping down the last sip. Let us go. Let Esco welcome Yuro. Rocks stood up directly, wearing a faint smile, stepping out first, followed by Whitebeard, Shiki, Lingling, and Kaido. The five of them walked out of the cabin onto the deck, and the pirates made way upon seeing this. "Everyone, I'm back." With a shout, the streak of green fire arrived in an instant, landing in the open space on the deck. Boom! The green fire scattered, revealing Yuro's figure before everyone. With a clap, Yuro swung his arm, casually tossing Aralot's corpse at his feet. How did Yuro bring a corpse back? This body is in a terrible state, burned beyond recognition. Among so many pirates, there are a few who aren't very bright, while the majority of the crew stared at the body in silence. Even Newgate and Shiki, who were about to burst into laughter, were startled by the corpse. "Yuro, whose dead body is this?" Shiki asked, pointing at the corpse with a tone of uncertainty. In fact, he already had an answer in his mind, but couldn't help but confirm it. If it was really as he thought, Yuro would indeed be impressive. "You mean this corpse is Admiral Aralot? He had been persistent, wanting to eliminate me, fighting desperately, and since I couldn't shake him off, I just killed him directly." Yulu nodded in realization, casually stating in a tone devoid of any fluctuation, as if speaking of something trivial. Upon hearing this, Shurji felt a shock in his heart. It was indeed as he had thought. This corpse was Alot. The mighty Navy Admiral, the Snow Leopard, was killed just like that, and the body lay right before them. Newgate's spirit jolted, his expression somewhat helpless. Whatever he thought would happen had indeed come true, and Yulu had accomplished it. It was easy to think about, but to truly achieve it still required strength. Newgate, Shurji, Kaido, and Lingling all stared at the corpse, their eyes glinting with intensity, their hearts filled with astonishment. Rest assured, he couldn't be more dead. Yuro saw that no one was speaking, so he kicked Alot's corpse a few times. Newgate, Shiki, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. After all, he was a Marine Admiral in life, and it's one thing to be killed without a complete body. It's another to kick the corpse after death. Indeed, Yuro is something else. We haven't even killed an Admiral yet, and you're already showing off at the Admiral's body. Isn't this a bit excessive? There was a moment of silence, and the pirates stared in awe, swallowing hard. Although they were not surprised that Yuro had killed an admiral, it was the first time they had seen a Marine admiral's corpse in all their years as pirates. Moreover, Yuro was one of them, known to be the second person to kill an admiral besides Rocks. Ha ha, Yuro did well. If you don't want to be left behind, you need to train harder. Rocks spread his arms wide, palms up, looking up and laughing heartily, shedding his cold authority and showing off his wild nature. He approached Yuro, patted his shoulder a few times, and nodded with a beaming smile. Then, he turned to Newgate, Shiki, and the others, said a few words, and walked into the cabin, not even glancing at Alot's corpse beneath his feet. Rock's departure lightened the atmosphere a bit, and what he just said also implicitly confirmed the situation. My goodness, it really is the corpse of an admiral. If you didn't know better, you might think it was just a small minion. This Alot was a dignified Marine admiral, a top-tier powerhouse. Who could argue otherwise? Unfortunately for him, he ran into Yuro, the cadre. One person severely injures the five elders and kills a Marine admiral. Yuro's strength seems limitless. Seeing Rocks leave, the scene suddenly became lively, and the crew was invigorated, finally expressing the words that had been stuck in their throats. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the crew, Yuro's name echoed through the air. All right, everyone sit down. I'm going to accelerate." Yulu smiled and waved his hand to signal. He had already joined the fleet, and now they needed to speed up to return to Hive Island. Upon hearing this, the crew's loud cheers gradually subsided, and they obediently settled down. They could still distinguish the urgency of the situation. However, they remained incredibly excited and whispered among themselves after sitting down. With a wave of his hand, Yulu summoned the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, which attached itself to the metal pipe at the stern of the ship. Boom! The compressed azure fire erupted, generating immense thrust, and the pirate ship suddenly surged forward at several times its original speed. Propelled by the flames, the pirate ship soared through the sky, cutting through the wind and disappearing into the distance. Yuro, Shiki, Newgate, Kaido, and Big Mom returned to the cabin. As soon as he sat down, Yuro grabbed some meat and started a feast. After a series of intense battles, he didn't feel tired, but his stomach was growling for sure. "Yuro kid, you just took down a big general. How come you're this hungry?" Shiki smirked, playfully picking his nose and speaking with a teasing tone. Recently, for some reason, seeing Yuro become stronger and stronger, Shiki couldn't help but think about how to make Yuro suffer a setback. "Damn you, Golden Lion, go discuss yourself." Yulu didn't even turn his head, cursing with a dark expression, and kicked Shurji over. With a thud, Shurji fell hard. looking embarrassed and angry as he got back up. Yulu, it was just a joke. Yuro let out a cold snort, ignoring them, and took a big gulp of wine. Ah, refreshing. Then, Yuro wiped his hands and mouth clean, savoring the moment with a satisfied sigh. Meanwhile, the golden lion Shiki was so annoyed that his teeth itched, and he sulked back to his seat. Gulalala, Yuro, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already taken down a major general. I really can't see through you anymore. Your strength seems like an endless abyss. Whitebeard Newgate, seeing that Yuro had finished eating, burst into hearty laughter, filled with admiration. On this vast sea, there are many strong individuals recognized by Newgate, such as Golden Lion Shiki, Sengoku, the Buddha, Carp, and Roger. However, the only one who could earn Newgate's genuine admiration, besides Captain Rocks, was Yuro. Apart from Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, and Linlin couldn't help but perk up their ears, eager to hear Yuro's response. The extraordinary strength displayed by Yuluo is evident to anyone with discerning eyes. This is not Yuluo's limit. They are also very curious about Yuluo's strongest abilities. It's just killing a general. No one can escape death. As for that old man, Alot, I was merely escorting him on his final journey. Yuluo's mind was racing, coming up with a humble response that was also quite impressive. As for my strength, let's have a spar when I have time to go back. As for the second sentence, Yuluo didn't take it seriously and just mumbled something vague. However, Newgate was taken aback, his mouth opening and closing without saying a word. Although he enjoyed fighting and feared no one, he realized that a battle with Yuluo would reveal Yuluo's true strength. Yuluo kid, are you kidding me? Newgate estimates that with 60 of Yuluo's strength, he should be able to easily defeat him. Shiki, Lingling, and Kaido exchanged strange glances at Newgate. The three of them felt that this was not about letting Newgate experience Yuluo's strongest power, but rather about letting Newgate feel what it's like to be beaten by a monstrous genius. Everyone fell silent for a long time, and no one spoke. Finally, breaking the silence, Shiki returned to the main topic. Captain Rocks, now all 5 elders are in Marineford. Why don't we take this opportunity to cause a ruckus in Mariewa? Shiki thought for a moment and still asked the question that was on his mind. He had this idea during the battle, and regarding this issue, he had also asked Rocks before Yuluo returned. However, at that time, Rocks did not answer directly, but prepared to wait until Yuluo came back to discuss it. Now that Yuluo has returned, Shiki couldn't wait to know the answer. I want to ask too, this is a great opportunity without the protection of the 5 elders. Who can stop us in Marineford? Kaido, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up in a deep voice. Even though he was injured at the moment, it did not change his combative nature. Newgate and Charlotte Lingling had nothing to ask, waiting for Rock's answer. Yuluo, holding his wine cup, also remained silent, his eyes flickering slightly. Hee, do you understand the world government? Have you been deep into Mariewa? Rock sneered, putting down the wine jug and scanning the group. The Navy, the face of the world government, is ultimately just an external force. Has the world government, which has lasted for 800 years, really not build up its own foundation? What about that Army Marshal and the CP0 members, all of whom are powerful figures at the Admiral level? Have you seen them before? We all know to leave people behind to guard when we raid the Navy headquarters. The 5 elders are not fools. Since they dare to leave Mariewa, they're not afraid of us launching a sneak attack. Rocks said a lot, leaving the others stunned, and after pondering carefully, they began to understand. Urich looked at the awakened Shiki, Kaido, Linlin, and Whitebeard, shaking his head inwardly. The thrill of destroying the Marine headquarters had gotten these guys high. However, luckily, Rock's words had snapped them back to reality. To be honest, the world government is just a fade. These celestial dragons are quite cunning and have hidden themselves very well. After 800 years of rule, only the 5 elders and the CP organization are exposed to the public's view. This led Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, and Linlin to mistakenly believe that this was the entirety of the world government's power. Little did they know, deep within Mariewa, there exists a mysterious figure known as the King of the Celestial Dragons, who is the true ruler of the world government. As everyone came to this realization, Urich's eyes flickered slightly, deep in thought and silent. Rocks had said so much, emphasizing the depth of the world government, yet never mentioning that figure. As a descendant of the D-clan, aiming to overthrow the world government, Rocks had dominated the New World for over a decade, investigating the secrets of the world government everywhere. Yuro would never believe that Rocks didn't know about the mysterious existence deep in Mariewa. The reason he didn't speak of it was purely to prevent any changes, an existence that even he feared would inevitably cause unrest among people. This surprise attack had already successfully concluded, and Yuro, along with Shiki, Newgate, and others, had celebrated with drinks for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. In the cabin, Yuro sat cross-legged on the bed. Before resting, he prepared to claim the rewards for the 2 mission check-ins. He had been too busy fighting earlier to have time to claim them, so he thought it would be fine to wait until after the mission was over to collect them. Yulu had a premonition that this reward would be extraordinary and might require some adjustment. Immediately, Yulu closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the system. System. Claim reward. The next moment, with a sound, the system responded. Ding! Host has severely injured the 5 elders. Mission check-in successful. Rewards obtained. Top-tier physique. Rewards obtained. Top-tier observation Haki. Rewards obtained. Top-tier armament Haki. Rewards obtained. Top-tier conquerors Haki. Rewards obtained. Top-tier 6 powers martial arts application. As the system's prompt sound fell, a warm current flowed into Yuluo's body. It coursed through his limbs and bones, enhancing his various abilities, while a cool sensation entered his mind, making him feel clear-headed. After a moment, the warm current and coolness dissipated, but the feeling of becoming stronger remained. Yulu clenched his fists, activated various abilities, and after carefully sensing everything, a smile spread across his face. His top-tier physique, according to the system feedback, was comparable to Kaido's at his peak. In addition to the vast and powerful vitality and stamina, there was also a pure and rich life force. The body's self-healing ability and stamina recovery speed were significantly more effective than those of awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users. Such a physique in battle could be considered as indestructible as a cockroach. Of course, the likelihood of this situation occurring in Yulu was extremely low. Next was the application of top-tier 6 powers martial arts, which complemented the top-tier physique. Without either, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. However, in Yulu's case, the top-tier physique and martial arts coexisted, making him nearly invincible in this regard. Most importantly, the top-tier 6 powers martial arts included the secret techniques of the 6 powers. Techniques like the life burn used by CP0 admirals and Alo were also part of it. However, even if Yulu knew about life burn, he wouldn't use it. After all, this technique leaves the user exhausted and is damaging to the body. There were still many other secret techniques that were much more reliable than life burn. Yuro cleared his mind and continued to feel the Conqueror's Haki, trying to operate the 3-color Haki. Just a trace of Yuro's Haki leaked out. In another room, Rocks, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. In his abyss-like gaze, 2 sharp glimmers flashed. Even that slight presence was sensed by Rocks. After all, his observation Haki had reached a top-tier level and had been honed for many years. Top-tier Haki from that Yuro kid? Not bad, really fast. Rock smiled slightly, softly murmuring to himself, before closing his eyes again. He had to admit that Yuro's speed of progress even surprised him. Ha ha ha! Yuluo laughed heartily after experiencing it. Is this the feeling of top-tier, 3-colored? His mind returned to his brain, his eyes sparkling with meaning. Yuluo's strength surged dramatically, and the first person that came to mind was Rocks. Given his current strength, he should be very close to Rocks. The top-tier 3-color Haki that Rocks possesses should be at this level, right? However, Yulu would not underestimate himself. Rocks had never demonstrated his devil fruit ability from beginning to end. If one were to say that Rocks did not have a devil fruit ability, Yulu would not believe it. Instead, he possesses a devil fruit ability that he has never revealed and has been hiding all along. According to Yulu's speculation, this is the most likely scenario. Having adapted to these rewards, Yulu suddenly came to his senses as the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Host has slain a Marine Admiral, achieving the first kill of an Admiral. Task check-in successful. Received special reward. 1 Earth Reincarnation designated card. Rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself. After issuing all the rewards, the system's work was completed and fell silent. Earth Reincarnation. This reward left Yulu momentarily stunned. His expression changed, and he muttered in surprise. He had some impression of this Earth Reincarnation, which come from the world of ninjas, a type of summoning forbidden technique. However, what does this designation mean? And it seems that the Earth Reincarnation designated card is also a one-time item. Open the system item bar. Check the Earth Reincarnation designated card. Yulu directly issued the order and relevant information appeared. A one-time special item, Impure World Reincarnation designation card. Designated target, Elode, in a state of death. After using this item, through the medium of Impure World Reincarnation, The user's consciousness is retained while their memories are erased, possessing all of their abilities from before death, and will obey the host. System prompt. Alote's corpse is the best medium for reincarnation, capable of eliminating side effect limitations. Yulu understood and was stunned on the spot after learning the details. Truly, as expected of the system, this special reward is even rarer and more precious than the rewards for completing tasks, and it's also very practical. I like this. Does the general act as a henchman? Yulu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The special reward was indeed impressive. It resurrected the General Alote, who would forever be loyal to him. The key point was that he still retained his peak strength, and he now had a general-level combat power under his command. In the Rocks Pirates, he would be sufficient to become a cadre, second only to Yulu himself. At the same time, Yulu was also relieved that he had brought back Alote's complete corpse to show off. This way, by using the complete corpse for the Edo Tensei, there would be no side effects or limitations. Using the Edo Tensei designated card, while Alote's corpse was still there, Yulu immediately used the item. Moments latte. Alote stood respectfully before Yulu. He was still the familiar figure, but lacked his original memories. With a brand new consciousness, he obeyed Yulu's will, becoming General Alote. Since he had been resurrected, he might as well keep the name Alote. Yulu glanced at the person in front of him, lightly stroking his chin in contemplation. This was not a puppet controlled by others, but a living person. Strictly speaking, he was Alote, just with his memories erased. The system is truly omnipotent. What surprised Yulu the most was that the resurrected Alote still had his fruit ability. Logically, at the moment of his death, the Shueshue fruit should have returned to the sea. It seems that all of this is the system's doing. That dirt reincarnation designated card, after being used once, did not disappear. Instead, its function changed, becoming a containment card used to store Alote. This storage function, similar to a pet ball, made things much more convenient. Contain. With a command, a flash of light appeared on the card, and Alote was drawn inside. Yuru fiddled with the prop card for a while before putting it into his item pouch. In the sky, the pirate ship was sailing at a rapid speed. Just like when they came, within half a day, they were already not far from Hive Island. In the territory of the Rocks Pirates, the pirates on the two other ships at the forefront had already returned to Hive Island after receiving notifications from other officers. Rocks, Whitebeard, Yuru, Shiki, Kaido, and Lin stood at the front of the deck, facing the wind. Behind them, the crew members were all beaming and relaxed. Hive Island came into view, growing larger and closer. Finally, the ship slowed down and hovered above Hive Island. Under Shiki's control, it slowly descended. On the coast of Hive Island, a large number of pirates had gathered, gazing out at the sea. Officers like Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and Jim had already received news and were waiting here for the triumphant return of Rocks and his crew. I told you so. Publicly executing a celestial dragon is a task that brings more harm than good. Captain Rocks wouldn't do that. Just look, I guessed it right. This tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain, directly hitting the Navy's nest. On the coast, John crossed his arms and laughed wildly. His lewd face full of pride. Although John was greedy, he could be quite shrewd at times. Of course, he hadn't actually guessed anything. He was just feeling puzzled. Now that his doubt was resolved, he took the opportunity to flatter and follow up. John, you're just a backseat driver. That's all you're capable of. As John's old rival, Jim snorted coldly and retorted with a face full of disdain. Silver Axe and Wang Ji exchanged glances, both sharing the same expression of disdain. Thinking about launching a surprise attack on the Navy's headquarters was exhilarating. Captain Rocks is truly something. How could not let me go? After looking down on John, Wang Ji sighed first, then said with a look of regret. Attacking the Navy headquarters at Marineford was something every pirate would boast about, and Wang Ji was no exception. Wake up. With your strength, you just hold us back. John seized the opportunity to counterattack, starting with a jab. Although he spoke the truth, with so many people present, Wang Ji felt embarrassed. John, you. Wang Ji's face turned red, glaring at John, and was about to curse. However, the next moment his voice abruptly stopped, turning into an angry grunt. Wang Ji was still angry, but John had a point. The remaining officers were indeed inferior to Yuru, Shiki, and Whitebeard. Places like the Navy headquarters naturally required strong individuals to go, and they had nothing to say about that. Standing aside, Jem felt an uneasy sensation after hearing Wang Ji's complaints. The only calm one was Silver Axe, who had been with Rocks the longest and had self-awareness about his own abilities. He knew he wasn't among the top ranks of officers and was aware of his own talents. so he didn't care too much. Being able to continue following Rocks and doing something was enough for him. Look up, there's something in the sky. Suddenly, some people in the crowd noticed and pointed at the sky, shouting loudly. That's Yuro's ship. Captain Rocks and the others are back. Hearing this, Silver Axe quickly looked up and, using his observation Haki, sensed a familiar presence. His deep voice rang out in everyone's ears. Amidst a clamor of exclamations, a large pirate ship slowly descended and docked at the harbor on the coast. Rocks, Haki, Whitebeard, and others, along with a group of crew members, disembarked one after another. The steady Silver Axe smiled upon seeing Rocks and the others. Captain Rocks, Silver Axe stepped forward, but before he could speak, Wang Ji rushed over. Unable to contain his excitement, eager to know the situation of the attack on the Navy headquarters. However, Rocks suddenly raised his hand, his expression serious as he scanned the area. The scene fell silent instantly. Silver Axe halted, Wang Ji's words cut off, and John, Gem, and Haki also showed expressions of astonishment. Shiki, take down Gem. The simple 6 words fell, and Shiki's figure shot out. Silver Axe and the others' expressions darkened. Although they didn't know what was happening, this was Rock's command. They could only watch coldly, their eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. In contrast, when Rock's words fell, Gem's unease completely erupted. Captain Rocks, what is this? Gem was taken aback, his voice filled with panic. What's going on? Have I been exposed? Bang. However, what responded to him was Shiki's heavy blow. As an officer in the crew, he stood at the forefront, close to Shiki. In a panic before he could react, a solid punch slammed him to the ground. Shiki, let go of me. What are you doing? Gem struggled violently, trying to exert his Haki to break free. But Shiki had him pinned down, unable to move. What does this mean, Captain Rocks? Gem was brought before Rocks, his face filled with terror as he shouted. Rocks and Whitebeard looked on indifferently. Silver Axe, John, and others watched coldly and remained silent. What does it mean? Just look at this and you'll know. A cold laugh rang out as Yuro jumped down from the ship, throwing a corpse onto the ground. This was unmistakably the body of the captain who had been colluding with Gem and leaking information to him. Gem's heart sank like a stone, plunging into an abyss of fear. On the edge of the cliff, in that abyss, he teetered precariously before completely falling. Rocks reached out, grabbing Gem by the neck and lifting him up. With a powerful grip, Gem's face turned red as he struggled to breathe. Captain Rocks, Gem instinctively struggled, his expression filled with unimaginable terror. In Rock's eyes, he saw a chilling, killing intent, as if an endless abyss was ready to consume him whole. Unaware of what was happening, Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and others were filled with suspicion and astonishment on their faces. On Rock's hand gripping Gem, armament Haki was slowly enveloping. Although they knew nothing, looking at the situation, it was clear that Captain Rocks was going to kill Gem, a traitor who thinks he has hidden it well. This operation to draw the tiger away from its mountain was not only to attack the Navy headquarters, but also to lure you out. Rock's gaze was filled with coldness and killing intent, while the other hand searched Gem's body, pulling out several den mushi. What is this? Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and others looked at several telephone bugs, and their expressions immediately darkened. Among these telephone bugs, one was particularly delicate and small, and it bore a naval insignia on its shell. This was a specialized telephone bug for the Navy, but it had appeared on the body of Cadre Gem. There was no doubt that, at this point, the situation was clear. Everyone finally realized that Gem was actually an internal traitor to the Navy. The one who was at the bottom among the cadres, who usually appeared low-key and never showed his true strength. How dare he do this? Gem could not have imagined that he had inadvertently exposed himself. Under the grip of Rocks, he was completely unable to move. He struggled in despair, begging for mercy in a voice as faint as a mosquito. Ever since discovering the traitor hidden among the cadres, Rocks had begun to make plans. While implementing the plan, he was also investigating who the traitor was. Now that he had found the traitor, how dare he still ask for mercy? A murderous intent erupted in Rock's eyes, and his right hand, fully covered in armed color, squeezed down hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Gem's eyes bulged out in shock. His pleas abruptly stopped, and his head drooped down. Cadre Gem was dead. The naval traitor was slain. Upon learning the truth and witnessing this scene, Silver Axe and the others remained calm, with no ripples in their expressions. Since he had become a traitor to the Navy, he had to pay the price, and that price was death. Even if this person had been a subordinate for over a decade, no matter who encountered this situation, they would act just like Rocks did. Uro, Shiki, and Newgate stood aside, quietly watching. The next moment, Rocks threw down the corpse, revealing a smile as he shouted loudly. "All right, boys, the feast is on." Then, he headed towards the skeleton castle, and Silver Axe and the others quickly followed. Yuru walked behind, casually flicking out a blue flame that ignited Jem's corpse. In an instant, it turned to ashes. The pirates present, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. After Rocks shouted, they were dazed for a moment before immediately cheering. "Wow, brothers, it's time for a feast. Attacking the Navy headquarters and eliminating a Navy mole is truly remarkable. Let's hold a grand banquet to celebrate our captain's triumphant return." However, while some were rejoicing, others were worried. Among the ordinary crew members, there were few Navy moles. They saw Jem's fate and, realizing they were also moles, couldn't help but feel anxious. They feared that one day their identities would be exposed, leading to a fate like Jem's. Little did they know, this was merely a false alarm. Rocks was aware that there were moles among the crew, but the ones he aimed to eliminate were only the moles among the officers. As for the lower-ranking ones, there was no need to worry too much. They were insignificant. With the actions of the crew, the entire Rocks pirate crew began the grand banquet. Rocks and his officers, including Yuru, took their seats in the skeletal castle on the outer high platform. Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and others sat down one by one, letting out a sigh of relief. Since Rocks disembarked, everything that had happened had kept them on edge. Jem's death was nothing, but Rocks' murderous aura was indeed somewhat terrifying. Now that the banquet had started, they naturally felt relaxed. Rocks raised his glass with a smile, clearly in a good mood. "Come, drink." Whitebeard echoed from the side, and the officers all tilted their heads back to drink deeply. "Captain Rocks, what was the specific situation during the attack on the Navy headquarters? I heard the 5 elders even made a move." Wang Ji asked eagerly, his face full of anticipation. He had been itching to know about the great battle against the Navy headquarters for a long time. With Jem's matter dragging on, Wang Ji felt quite uncomfortable, and now he could finally hear about it. Rocks nodded slightly, indicating that, as the captain of the pirate crew, he had to maintain his authority. He could drink and eat with the crew, but wouldn't say too much. "Ha ha, let me tell you all, I, Shiki, have lived half my life, and this battle was absolutely stunning." At this moment, Shiki took over the conversation, his loud voice resonating throughout the venue. Rocks said nothing. Shiki, who loved the excitement, naturally took the lead. This was a battle he participated in, and the words he spoke were exhilarating. All eyes were focused on Shiki, including Wang Ji, Silver Axe, John, and the other officers, as well as the crew below. The lively scene quieted down, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Even Kaido, Lin, and Whitebeard perked up their ears. Come, let me tell you, this attack on the Navy headquarters wasn't just the 5 elders. There was also a general from CP0 and a certain army marshal, plus 7 powerful figures at the admiral level. At the banquet, the Golden Lion Shiki vividly and passionately recounted the details of the attack on the Navy headquarters to all the crew present. Naturally, he first talked about Rock's achievements. Silver Axe and the other officers were all shocked by what they heard. It was simply insane. No wonder he was Captain Rocks. They had ambushed the Navy after stealing the golden time from the sky, and Jem's secret communication with the Navy led to the ambush. Then, what awaited the Navy was only Rock's retaliation, which was to take down their stronghold, while attacking the Navy headquarters. They also aimed to uncover the hidden Navy moles among the crew. Most importantly, the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, personally took action. 3 admiral-level strongmen besieged Rocks, yet he effortlessly suppressed all 3 and killed one while defeating another. Was this the strength of the Sea Overlord, Rocks? Truly terrifying. Isn't it incredibly shocking? There's even more unbelievable news. After recounting the strongest Rocks, Shiki's passionate tone shifted as he spoke about the stunning Euro. Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji, and the others were all shaken, nearly dropping their cups in their hands. Yulu has already grown to become a powerful figure among the admirals. The strength of the 5 Elder Stars is at the admiral level, and being able to severely injure one person into unconsciousness is surely stronger than the 5 Elder Stars. He injured Admiral Herman less than half a month ago. This godlike rate of progress is simply unbelievable and outrageous. At the final evacuation moment, Yulu faced off against 4 of the 5 Elder Stars alone, although their strength was somewhat diminished. 4 against 1 is not to be underestimated. Yulu unleashed a blue fire thunder god attack, severely injuring one and causing the other 3 to be wounded and retreat. This was just the beginning, and Shiki's voice continued to narrate until the last moment. The crew below listened in shock, their minds painted with the images, their drinks and meat halted at their lips. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom calmly sipped their drinks. However, the cadres like Silver Axe, John, and Wang Ji stared at Yulu with wide eyes. Is this really a human? John, in shock, instinctively muttered, his heart surging with turmoil. However, all present were cadres with exceptional hearing, and they heard everything clearly. Especially Yulu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and shot a glare at John. John met Yuluo's gaze and felt a chill run down his back, tremblingly forcing a smile. Come on, let's drink. Yuluana's formidable combat power made him reluctant to take a hit. Wang Ji's mind was in turmoil as he cast a complex glance at Yuluo. He knew that no matter how hard he practiced, he could never surpass Yuluo. Yuluo, how exactly do you train? The usually composed Silver Axe couldn't help but ask. Although he knew that the training methods of strong individuals were usually kept very secret and that it was quite impolite to ask, he still posed the question. Even Yugate, Shiki, John, Wang Ji, and other cadres perked up their ears. They didn't want to miss out on such a question. What if Yuluo actually answered? Well, training is simple. Once you reach a certain level, breaking through becomes a natural progression. Yuluo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, When Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and the others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched, looking very speechless. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Is there really a need to fool them? They're not idiots. After decades of hard training, how could they not know the difficulty of breaking through? Hey. What are you all looking like that for? It really is like this. The identical expressions on their faces made Yuluo very dissatisfied, and he shrugged in helplessness. Silver Axe and the others shook their heads with a bitter smile, feeling quite helpless in their hearts. Perhaps Yuluo's rapid progress was truly just due to his abnormal talent. Yuro looked helpless and could only continue drinking. However, what he said was indeed true. After diligently training for a few days, the rewards for his efforts arrived, allowing him to break through naturally. Isn't it like that? On the other hand, Rocks appeared surprised upon hearing these words. If that's really the case, Yuro's talent for cultivation is truly unparalleled. At the same time, the Rocks Pirates were holding a celebratory feast. Not far from Hive Island, the Jackson ship was anchored on the sea. Roger really Java Barrett, and others stood on the ship, using binoculars to observe the movements towards Hive Island. Besides them, there was another figure dressed entirely in red, with a blood-red cloak draped over his back, leaning on a slender umbrella. It was Barrelick Redfield, who would later be known as the Solitary Red. However, at this moment, he looked much younger, and his strength had not yet reached its peak. Barrelick, I didn't expect you to come too. Ha! Roger said, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Hee, with such a commotion this time, of course, I had to join the fun, Barrelick